In a fictional setting. Could she be dead, eh? No, she's tough. The girl in school uniform, to prove her words, kicked the person on the ground hard in the waist with her delicate leather shoes. The girl on the ground with closed eyes still showed no movement. Playing dead. Let's see how long you can keep it up. She was about to kick again when the girl beside her, frightened by the lifeless figure on the ground, grabbed her arm. Maybe we should go first. She doesn't look like she's faking. Let her off today. Class is about to start. The bully, hearing this and seeing the truly lifeless figure on the ground, suddenly felt a chill down. The two left the bathroom one after another. The girl lying on the ground covered in bruises remained motionless. 3 minutes passed before she slowly regained consciousness. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Wasn't she dead? Tang Yuan sat up, dazedly, the stench of the bathroom and the row of dirty sinks telling her this was a school bathroom. Then the class bell rang. She quickly got up, the pain in her waist and legs making her gasp, but it didn't slow her down. In the mirror above the sink, she saw a familiar yet strange face. Tang Yuan froze. It was her 17-year-old self, thick long bangs, gaunt cheeks, and sallow skin that made her look exhausted. She finally realized she might have been reborn back in high school. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing bruises and welts on her yellowish skin. She pressed gently. It hurt, but she laughed out loud. Reborn. She should be happy. But the emotions in her eyes couldn't be faked. She stared at her reflection in the mirror wearing the school uniform. Life reset. She had a second chance. But what could she change with her current abilities? Could a failure who couldn't even live well in the past life do better now? She hated herself, hated her inferiority and cowardice, hated the negative emotions consuming her. Even reborn, she was still the timid girl who froze in the face of malice. Mist blurred her eyes. A surge of self-disgust nearly swallowed her. Tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. As a tear hit the sink, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in her mind. Ding. System loading. Current progress 1. In an instant, all surging emotions receded like tide, dissipating rapidly in a blue glow. Replacing it was a clarity and lightness she had never felt before, as if shackles binding her soul for years had shattered. A transparent blue screen floated before her, showing only a progress bar. She hesitated, then slowly extended her fingertip. When she touched the light screen, its surface rippled like water. A sensation of cold and warmth alternated, washing over her like frost in winter and fireflies in summer. When she withdrew her hand, the screen suddenly trembled violently, blue light contracting inward. In the next second, the entire screen turned into a pea-sized light point and vanished into her palm with a swoosh. Tang Yuan reflexively clenched her fist, but felt fine lines moving under her skin. A tingling sensation spread through her palm, and even her fingertips shimmered with a faint blue light. With a mix of fear and curiosity, she opened her palm. There, floating above her skin, was a coin-sized miniature progress bar, the number 1 glowing faintly blue. Tang Yuan blinked rapidly, trying to confirm this wasn't an illusion. 5 minutes passed, and the progress bar in her hand did not disappear. She looked up at the mirror again. The outline of the person in the mirror grew clearer. It was her, yet no longer her. The cowardly girl was breaking and reborn, and a new chapter had just begun. At that moment, footsteps and voices came from the hallway. Tang Yuan left the bathroom before the others entered. 2 girls who had skipped class were startled by her sudden appearance, muttered something, and hurried into the bathroom. Tang Yuan looked down and tugged at her uniform. The hem was stained with a patch of black ink, wet and sticking to her skin, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She walked to the office at the west end of the corridor, knocked, and entered. It was class time, so only one teacher was in the office. Tang Yuan approached the homeroom teacher. Teacher Luo Duo saw her and said, Tang Yuan, did you drink ink? How did you get so much on you? Tang Yuan lowered her eyes and said quietly, Li Yunfei deliberately poured it on me. She also said I didn't deserve to be in the class. Teacher Luo Duo was stunned. She had taught Tang Yuan for nearly 2 years, and this was the first time she had heard her complain. Previously, she had heard from other students about the bullying, but every time she asked, Tang Yuan just shook her head and denied it. What was different today? Did the sun rise from the west? Luo Duo subconsciously looked out the window at the sun. It was indeed in the west. But it's afternoon. Li Yunfei. Alright, I'll talk to her later. You go change clothes first. Oh, you probably don't have any other clothes with you. I remember there's a clean uniform in the storage room. Come with me. Okay, thank you, teacher. Luo Duo looked at her in surprise when she heard her speak. She took Tang Yuan to get the uniform and told her to change in the bathroom before coming back to the office. She then went to the classroom to find Li Yunfei. First, she asked Li Yunfei if she had bullied Tang Yuan. Li Yunfei denied it without thinking. Although Luo Duo was only in her early 30s, she had taught several classes and could tell when it's really. Then Il checked the surveillance footage. At the mention of surveillance, Li Yunfei's eyes flashed with panic. Just then, Tang Yuan arrived after changing. She looked at Tang Yuan as if grasping at a lifeline, glaring. Tang Yuan, tell the teacher quickly, did I bully you? She didn't know who had reported it, but she was sure it wasn't Tang Yuan. When she found out who was so nosy, she would not let them off. Tang Yuan looked at her and slowly uttered a few words. "It's you, Li Yunfei, who has been bullying me." Hearing what she said, Li Yunfei was stunned and furious. "You're lying. Do you know what you're saying?" Tang Yuan said nothing, just turned to look at the homeroom teacher. "You're threatening her in front of me, Li Yunfei. I never knew you had this side. I'm calling your parents right now." "No, please don't, teacher. Tang Yuan is lying. I never bullied her. She's such a good student, who would dare bully her?" No matter how arrogant Li Yunfei was in front of Tang Yuan, when it came to calling parents, she had to behave completely, losing her bullying demeanor. Tang Yuan realized that Li Yunfei was the typical bully who feared the strong and bullied the weak. She was just convinced that Tang Yuan was silent and had no backing, using bullying as a cover for her own strength. The teacher slammed the table, the sound startling everyone. Tang Yuan lowered her eyes, hiding the coldness surging within. "Still not telling the truth. Do you think I can't see it?" The teacher's patience was wearing thin. "He'll give you one more chance. Did you pour ink on her clothes? Better tell the truth. There are cameras in the classroom and hallway. If I check the footage, it won't just be a simple written apology." After all, she was a teenage girl, easily frightened. Seeing that she couldn't hide it any longer, Li Yunfei changed her story. "I'm sorry, teacher, I accidentally spilled it. I really didn't mean to. I just want—" The teacher frowned. "There's a limit to playing around. Pouring ink on a classmate and calling it a joke. Who would believe that?" "Apologize to Tang Yuan." Li Yunfei clenched her teeth, not speaking. The teacher slammed the desk again. "I'm sorry." She ran out with red eyes, hating Tang Yuan, deeply vowing to show no mercy next time. She should have beaten her to death. After Li Yunfei ran away, the homeroom teacher still called her parents, explicitly demanding that she be properly disciplined when she got home, and that she write a self-criticism and compensate Tang Yuan for her school uniform. Tang Yuan was quite satisfied, much better than she had expected, since she had only mentioned what happened today. As for the dense bruises and scars on her body, she chose not to speak of them, because no one would help her, including the homeroom teacher, who had just scolded Li Yunfei. If she had chosen to make a scene about this, it would be her who would be expelled. At the same time, she realized that resistance was not as difficult as she had imagined. It was her fault for being too cowardly in her previous life. That afternoon, during the last class, she walked into the classroom as the bell rang. She had always been a nobody in this class, and few people paid attention to her. She glanced at Li Yunfei's seat and saw her sobbing on the desk. A girl next to her kept asking what was wrong. Tang Yuan withdrew her gaze and looked toward the back row by the window, where the desk was neat, as if unused. Just as she remembered, these days Xie Mingwei was not at school and would keep a low profile for a long time. In her previous life, she always secretly rejoiced in these peaceful days, but having been reborn, she knew this was only the calm before the storm. She walked to her seat and sat down. Her deskmate Zhang Kursin leaned over and whispered to her, "Yuan, where did you go last class?" Tang Yuan quietly looked at the young face before her, so different from the face that 5 years later would look down on her and speak harshly. Zhang Kursin, the best friend she thought she had in her youth, her only friend. They came from similar family backgrounds, graduated from the same middle school, and were admitted to the same high school, even placed in the same class. But in the end, she understood that Zhang Kursin had only used her as a foil. When the foil loses its value, it is eventually ground into dust. Nowhere in the office. "Oh, sorting papers for the teacher." Tang Yuan nodded perfunctorily. "Then do you know what happened to Li Yunfei?" "Last class, she was suddenly called out by the teacher and then came back crying. No matter how I asked, she wouldn't say anything." "I don't know." "Didn't you say you were in the office? How could you not know?" Zhang Kursin was a bit angry. She felt Tang Yuan simply didn't want to tell her. She thought she was her best friend. "The teacher went out for a while. I don't know what for. I didn't see Li Yunfei." Tang Yuan made up a random excuse and stopped talking, taking out. Looking at the familiar knowledge in the book, she felt a daze. Xian, what's the date today?" Zhang Kursin pretended not to hear, ignoring her. Tang Yuan knew she was waiting for an apology. If it were her previous life, she would have been terrified, afraid of losing her only friend. But not in this life. She turned around and asked the desk behind her Wei Mingyun, who was doing homework, in a low voice. Wei Mingyun looked up, a bit surprised, but answered the 16th. "Which month?" Wei Mingyun looked at Tang Yuan, as if she were an idiot, sizing her up. "March 2015. Tang Yuan got what she wanted, said thanks, and turned back. Wei Mingyun muttered to herself, "The top student has gone stupid from studying." March 16th, 2015. A very familiar date. As Tang Yuan was thinking, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. The dismissal bell rang abruptly. Tang Yuan stood up, packed her books, and followed the crowd out of the school gate. Outside the school gate, she didn't stop, but walked toward the bus stop. She waited for more than 10 minutes. Finally, a bus heading home arrived. She felt the crumpled 2 yuan in her pocket and sighed. So poor. Poor, but still had to ride. The Tang family lived on the farthest edge of the city in a rundown apartment building. The bus couldn't go directly near home. She had to transfer once and then walk a long way. It took about an hour from school to home. When Tang Yuan got home, it was already 7 o'clock, and it was already dark. She ran up to the third floor in one breath. She pushed open the door. The TV was on inside. Her younger brother Tang Jia was sitting on the sofa absorbed. In the kitchen, her mother Gao Yan heard the sound. Is that Yuan back? Tang Yuan dropped her school bag, went into the kitchen, and naturally took over the vegetables her mother was washing. The cold water stung her skin, and at that moment she truly felt that she had Mom. Her eyes grew moist. Her mother was in her 50s now, with gray hair at the temples dyed repeatedly, but new white hairs still sprouting like spring shoots within half a month. Gao Yan didn't notice her unusualness, still seriously stir-frying the cabbage in the pot. It's nothing. She wiped away her tears with her hand and bent down to wash the green onions. Her feelings toward her mother were complicated. Why are you back so late today? Missed a bus, so I waited a bit longer. She made up an excuse. In fact, she had been delayed on the way back. The familiar yet unfamiliar place made her nostalgic and resistant, so she just stood there dazed for several tens of minutes. Your sister will be coming back to later. Fry another dish. Okay. Her hand paused momentarily, then returned to normal. Tang Yuan was the second child with an older married sister and a younger brother, and both parents were from rural areas, came to the city to work hard, earning barely enough to get by. The house they now lived in was rented. She looked at the peeling walls, desperately wanting to change this poverty. Xiao Jie, go wash your hands and eat. Gao Yan called out. Got it. The food had just been set on the table when the older sister and brother-in-law arrived. Mom, let me serve. The older sister placed a six-pack of beer on the floor and took the last dish from her mother. Sit down and rest. Father Tang Feng greeted the brother-in-law and the little niece to sit. Tang Jia was already grabbing meat from the plates. After cleaning up the kitchen, Tang Yuan was the last to the table, quietly greeting everyone, and sat down silently. Her presence at home was not very high either. Apart from her mother being kind to her, the others rarely gave her a warm reception. Especially her father, a man who favored sons over daughters. How old is Yuan this year? At the dinner table, her older sister Tang Yu suddenly brought her up. 17, I think. Mother answered. Still studying in the city high school. The brother-in-law also chimed in. He was fair-skinned, 7 meters tall, wore glasses, and at first glance looked like a scholar, but in reality, he was just a middle school graduate who put on airs. Yes, in that top high school called No. Free middle school. The mother's tone held a hint of pride. Tang Yu's smile stiffened for a moment, then returned to normal. Yuan's birthday is in July, so she's almost 18. 18 is a big girl. Yes, she's grown up so fast. When she was just that tiny. Mother's face was filled with reminiscence. That was not what Tang Yu wanted to hear. She interrupted her mother. A friend of mine has a younger cousin, wants to find a smart girlfriend, asked me to help keep an eye out. No requirements on appearance or family background, just wants a smart girl to improve the genes. The bride price can be 100,000. This last sentence was directed at the father. A flicker of greed indeed glimmered in Tang Feng's eyes, but he did not immediately agree. Instead, he turned to look at Tang Yuan, as if weighing the pros and cons. Tang Yuan's hand holding the chopsticks paused. So it had come after all. She looked at her elder sister's face, now etched with wrinkles. Though there were 5 years between them, Tang Yuan was only 22, yet she appeared like a woman in her 30s. She had married early, giving birth to a child at 18. The weight of life had crushed her youth prematurely, and now they sought to push her into the same fate. When had her elder sister, who had once cherished her the most in childhood, changed? Tang Yuan's heart churned with mixed emotions. She set down her chopsticks. I won't. In her past life, there had been a similar moment when she nearly yielded. Though she ultimately did not marry, she never wanted to endure that despair and pain again. She took a deep breath. Dad, I want to continue my studies. Tang Feng's brows furrowed deeply, and her elder sister's face darkened. The air thickened with 100,000 was no small sum, especially for this debt-ridden family. A tremendous temptation. Your sister is still a minor, still in school. Let's not discuss this now. Her mother's weak voice broke the silence, trying to ease the atmosphere. But Tang Feng was unforgiving. He turned to Tang Yu. Can your friend's cousin really fancy Xiao Yuan? It wasn't that Tang Feng belittled Tang Yuan, but he knew their family situation all too well. Tang Yuan now showed no signs of beauty. Thin, short, like a malnourished middle. Would any normal man like this ugly girl? If it didn't work out, it would be a waste of effort. Sensing an opening, her elder sister quickly interjected. Yuan is clever and well-read. Those are exactly the qualities the other party values. They said they didn't care about her appearance or family background. Besides, 100,000 could cover a down payment in Yinghai City. In a few years, their younger brother would be old enough to date. Where wouldn't her tone carried a hint of urgency, clearly unwilling to let this opportunity slip. And when Tang Jia was mentioned, Gao Yan's eyes flickered with hesitation. She had worked as a maid in the county for years, earning little, barely scraping by. This year, through connections, she found housekeeping work in the city, which brought a slight increase in income, but it was still tight. Tang Jia's tuition and living expenses were substantial. This money could indeed ease their immediate financial strain. But her daughter, her gaze wavered between Tang Yuan and Tang Jie, torn inside. Tang Yuan gripped her chopsticks tightly, her nails digging into her palms, but she did not flinch. She knew that if she remained silent, she would repeat the mistakes of her past life. Dad, I'm not yet of legal marriage age. My schooling is free and I receive substantial scholarships after every monthly exam, which saves the family a lot of money. My grades are excellent. After graduation, I'll definitely find a good job and the returns will be even greater. 100,000 may sound like a lot, but it will be spent quickly. Lily from the next class got into a medical university and now earns over 10,000 a month. Her whole family moved away. My grades are even better than hers. I'm confident I won't fall short after graduation. She laid out the pros and cons clearly. After years of living together, she knew exactly what kind of man her father was. Rather than taking the 100,000 and severing ties now, it would be better to squeeze her for decades more. In her past life, if she hadn't died young, she would have been a lifelong slave to the Tang family. When she finished speaking, the whole family looked at her in surprise. Even her indifferent younger brother stopped his chopsticks. In their memory, Tang Yuan was a submissive, timid, and quiet girl with no outstanding traits except for her academic performance. This was the first time they had heard her speak so long with such clear logic and firm resolve. Yes, Yuan is very capable, Gao Yin chimed in as if finding an anchor. Tang Feng still looked displeased. He took a long drag of his cigarette, exhaled slowly, and said to Tang Yue, "I'll think about it." Disappointment and resentment flickered in Tang Yu's eyes, but she said no more. She knew her father too well. A failure this time didn't mean there wouldn't be a next time. Tang Yuan's nerves slightly relaxed. She knew her father had made his choice. She hadn't expected it to be so easy to convince him this time. Thinking back to her past life, she had also been unwilling, but due to her personality, she had only shaken her head and refused. That had cost her dearly. Her father had beaten her many times and locked her up to prevent her from going to school. Though she never gave in, her mother had been viciously beaten. At that time, she had truly considered giving in. But after a day, her father stopped mentioning it and let her return to school. Even now, the memory still felt suffocating. The immediate crisis was averted, but the road ahead was still long. After dinner, her elder sister and brother-in-law didn't stay long. The house was far too small for a family of 5 to barely squeeze in. The moment the old wooden door closed, a palm reeking of alcohol came crashing down on her head. The strength of a grown man was immense, and Tang Feng held nothing back. Tang Yuan staggered, knocking over a bamboo chair. Her cheek burned with pain. She covered her face, lowered her eyes, and did not cry, resist, or make any move. She knew he was beating her only because she had made him lose face at the table. A father who valued his pride above all, yet was incapable, could only reclaim his lost dignity from his wife and daughter. Her mother, washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the noise and rushed over with a cry to shield her. "Why are you hitting her? What madness has taken you tonight? You're still defending her. She's grown, her wings are stiff. I've been raising her to go to school, not to talk back. What's wrong with her wanting to study?" Her mother's voice seemed to be squeezed from the depths of her chest. Her frail body shielded her daughter completely. Study, study, and she becomes a wild girl. Tang Feng tried to strike again, but was blocked by her mother. He shoved her away roughly. Her mother's lower back hit the table's edge hard. She gasped and felt. Tang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Her heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand. She rushed to help her mother. "Mom." Her eyes turned red and a terrifying hatred gleamed in her lowered gaze. Tang Feng froze for an instant, then kicked over the stool beside him with even more fury, as if venting his discontent. Then he stopped looking at Gao Yin on the floor and went back to his room. Tang Jie, who had been present throughout, merely yawned and returned to his own room. Only the two of them remained on the living room floor. "I'm fine. Help me up. Don't talk back to your father anymore. That's just his temper." Gao Yin was in pain, but she still tried to defend her husband. Tang Yuan's hand paused. The blazing hatred in her eyes suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. "Do you hear me? Don't argue with your father next time. If you hadn't talked back, he wouldn't have done this." "Okay, I understand." She buried her face in her mother's shoulder, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. As the family retreated into their rooms, Tang Yuan finally took her clean clothes and headed for a shower. Gazing at her swollen cheeks and gaunt frame in the mirror, she could only sigh in resignation. She was at an age when her body should have been growing, but due to malnutrition, she was far shorter than her peers. If anything, she looked more like a middle school student than a high school. After finishing her bath, she lay on the creaky iron bed, tossing and turning. Fortunately, this room was hers alone, otherwise the incessant squeaking would have kept anyone awake. She used to share this room with her sister, but now she had it all to herself. It was the second semester of her sophomore year in high school, and she would be a senior come September. In her past life, at this very time, she was still being bullied. The torment continued until she graduated high school, and she lived perpetually in the shadow of those bullies. No one ever stood up for her, and no one could have made a difference. What should she do? Her own abilities were limited, relying solely on herself. She likely couldn't move against those with deep backgrounds. Was she destined to repeat the same mistakes in this new life? No, that couldn't be. Even if she couldn't defeat them, she had to try. In this life, even if she had to die, she would take them down with her. Tang Yuan's breathing quickened, but a fleeting coolness in her hand instantly calmed her down. No, that couldn't be. Even if she couldn't defeat them, she had to try. In this life, even if she had to die, she would take them down with her. Tang Yuan's breathing quickened, but a fleeting coolness. Ding, automatic binding successful. Ding, the beauty system is at your service. She knew what a system was, but what was a beauty system? Once again, the blue panel she had seen earlier appeared before Tang Yuan's eyes. It clearly displayed the bound person's information, as well as the system shop. The system shop was grayed out, indicating it was not yet available. Bound person Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health status, weak, beauty value, 45 consumption points, 0, redeemable favorability points, 0. Beauty system. The moment she voiced her doubt, a flood of information about the beauty system poured into her mind. Tang Yuan's heart sank slightly. Good news, she had a system. Bad news, the system seemed useless. She wanted revenge, to make those people pay blood for blood, not to become a beauty. It wasn't that she didn't care about looks, but before her great vengeance was achieved, all fantasies about beauty felt hollow and irrelevant. Moreover, in a family like hers, being too beautiful was also a sin. The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Ding, welcome gift pack has been distributed. Please check it, host. A glittering golden gift box appeared before her eyes. Curiously, Tang Yuan mentally commanded it to open. The next second, a dazzling light burst from the box, and her vision blurred. Then a list of items unfolded in her mind. Ding, congratulations, host. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the golden quality card Raven Hair and Snow Skin. Golden light exploded, and a black card trimmed with gold appeared before her. Intricate and bizarre patterns seemed alive, dancing before her eyes. With such a special effect, even Tang Yuan, who was not the sharpest, could tell this was something extraordinary. Before she could ponder what the card did, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, congratulations, host. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained the red item Constitution Enhancement Liquid 1A Basic Cosmetics Set 1. System items have been placed in the system backpack. Do you wish to view them? Tang Yuan silently said yes in her mind. The system backpack opened, and the items from the gift pack were neatly arranged with detailed instructions beside each one. Ding. Raven Hair and Snow Skin card upon use instantly turns hair as black and glossy as the ink of the deep sea, with strong smooth roots and no split ends, or at the same time the skin sheds its dullness and sallowness. Blemishes and spots vanish, leaving it as delicate and tender as a baby's, with a cool-toned soft focus filter that exudes an ethereal and aloof aura. Is it really that magical? Tang Yuan again mentally commanded use. Instantly, a warm current flowed from her forehead throughout her body. Her skin seemed to absorb endless nourishment, becoming smooth and delicate. She opened her eyes, threw off the covers, got out of bed, walked to the study desk in the bedroom, and picked up the mirror on the table. By the moonlight streaming through the window, she saw her current appearance. Tang Yuan reached up and lifted the bangs that covered her eyes, clipping them back to reveal her thin face. Her features were not particularly striking. Her jaw was somewhat square, her cheekbones slightly prominent, giving her face a rather angular line. Her eyes were long and single-lighted with slightly drooping corners, her nose tip a bit round, and her lips on the fuller side. When she smiled, she showed a fairly wide gum line. Taken individually, each of these features had the ordinariness of any common girl. Coupled with years of focusing on studies and barely taking care of herself, her plain face tied back in a casual ponytail even showed the sallow complexion of late-night studying, making her even more inconspicuous in a crowd. But now her skin was noticeably fairer than before. This whiteness was not the pallor of illness, but a rosy, vibrant, and healthy radiance. Her originally dry hair had also become glossy and dark, even faintly shimmering. As the saying goes, fairness covers 100 flaws. Tang Yuan's beauty value had directly increased, plus she was only 17, in the prime of her youth. The luster of her skin and the shine of her hair made her look like a completely different person. She gently moved the corners of her mouth, and instantly her otherwise plain features radiated vivid brilliance. She was stunned. This was different from her past. In her past life, she was always disheveled, the wishful-thinking toad everyone mocked. She shook off the chaos in her mind, looked at the enhancement liquid in her backpack, and repeated the previous step, mentally commanding use. As she spoke, a small bottle materialized in her hand. The bottle was transparent, and the liquid inside showed an enticing deep red. A scorching hot current surged from the bottle, spreading along her arm. Tang Yuan's eyes widened. She raised her hand and shook the bottle. The red liquid swirled with the motion, appearing as bewitching as blood under the moonlight. Her heart stirred. This thing was clearly extraordinary. Without hesitation, she brought the bottle to her lips and drank it down in one gulp. It was cool and refreshing with no distinct taste. She licked her lips, but the next second the coolness gradually transformed into heat, rapidly spreading through her limbs and bones. A burning pain instantly engulfed her entire body, making her gasp sharply. Unable to bear it, she collapsed onto the bed, curling up from the pain. Veins bulged on her forehead and beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. It hurts. Tang Yuan clutched the bedsheet tightly, her nails digging deep into it. Mindful of the poor soundproofing in the old neighborhood, she clenched her teeth to suppress any sound, but the agony was so intense that her body trembled uncontrollably and faint moans escaped her lips. She felt as if she were being consumed by raging flames, as if she were about to die. As her consciousness wavered, scenes from her previous life flashed before her eyes. Look at her, she's so ugly. Ha ha. The maid's daughter is truly despicable. Slaps delivered with force landed on her face, leaving her cheeks red and swollen. Her hands were restrained, her hair yanked tightly, rendering her unable. Freezing winter water was poured over the girl, making her teeth chatter uncontrollably from the cold. And that wasn't all. Every day that followed was torment. Chairs and desks smeared with glue, torn textbooks and homework, being falsely accused of theft, being cornered in the restroom and beaten again and again. Malicious words, unwarranted shoves, and even more severe acts of violence. New wounds and old scars covered her body. If nothing happened to anyone else, why did it happen to you? You're a girl, why do you need to study so much? If you had listened to me and dropped out to get married, would all this have happened? Where's the money? Don't come back anymore. Does it hurt? Bear with it, your mother can't lose her job. Yuan, eat quickly. I boiled these eggs especially for you. Your father has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. You're grown up now, you should be more understanding of him. Your younger brother isn't married yet. As his sister, you should think more about him. Your brother has a girlfriend, and the girl's family wants a house. Help your brother, if only for my sake. Why was this happening to her? Why? An endless darkness engulfed her, suffocating every breath. Finally, she ceased her resistance and was swallowed by the abyss. But just as she was about to lose consciousness entirely, a faint ray of light pierced through. After an unknown span of time, when Tang Yuan opened her eyes, the sky was already nearing dawn. Despair, rage, and utter devastation enveloped her. She felt as though she had been submerged in water, her entire body drenched, as if it could be wrung out. Still alive. How wonderful. She raised a hand to touch her icy forehead. In the distance, birds chirped, and the occasional creak of a resident's door opening drifted in along with footsteps and murmurs, gradually blending into the tranquility of the morning. A cool breeze swept through the window into the stifling room, causing Tang Yuan to shiver involuntarily as she fully awakened. She rose, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed. The sound of rushing water arose, then ceased. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her cheeks flushed pink from the steam of the bath, and her fair, smooth skin reminded her that last night had not been a dream. System. She called out in her mind, and the system's interface appeared before her. Greetings, host. I am Beauty System No. 0128, honored to serve you. Unlike the cold, mechanical, electronic voice from yesterday, the system's current tone was unmistakably that of a 5 or 6-year-old little boy. Hey, host, are you scared, silly? Our mission is to collect fortune points, become beautiful and strong, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Let us cheer and rejoice for this wonderful day. Go. Tang Yuan. She seemed to have bound something rather unserious. A flash of white light streaked before her eyes, and when it burst open, a small boy in a suit and bow tie floated before Tang Yuan. He was the size of a water cup, with delicate features and chubby cheeks that made even his sternest expression utterly adorable. Host, why aren't you saying anything? 0128, having received no response from Tang Yuan for a long while, scratched his thick short hair at a loss. You are the system. Though Shed heard the voice was that of a child, this was far too small. Yes, I am System No. 0128. Are you captivated by my charm? It struck an extremely cocky pose, one it considered supremely cool. Tang Yuan. System, what were those cards and the little red bottle from yesterday? Oh, those. They were the newbie gift pack I sent you. Pretty good, right? Especially the physique enhancement fluid. That's a premium item you can only buy after reaching level 10 as a host. Don't you feel your body brimming with power? Tang Yuan nodded. Indeed, she felt all the minor and major ailments in her body had vanished. A long-lost sense of ease lifted her spirits. Not only will your body become healthier, your 5 senses will grow sharper, and your lifespan will be greatly extended. If you were in a world with spiritual energy, you could even cultivate immortality. Tang Yuan lowered her eyes, concealing the turbulent storm within. Could that tiny bottle truly have such enormous power? Cultivate immortality. If she could indeed cultivate immortality, wouldn't she easily take revenge on those who bullied her in this world? But the prerequisite was a world with spiritual energy, and her world had none. she could not cultivate. Before disappointment could set in, 0128 spoke again. Of course, besides this, there are many other things far more remarkable than you can imagine. Whatever you desire, it's all here. So let's work together. Then, how do I obtain those items? Tang Yuan looked like a naive lamb straying into a trap, her face a picture of innocence. 0128, seizing the opportunity, began to coax. It's simple. Our goal is to earn the favor of the children of destiny, then convert their affection points into spending credits. Use those to draw lottery prizes or purchase items from the system mall. It pointed to the grayed out system mall icon. The mall would only unlock when she reached level 1. Tang Yuan looked over. Her attribute panel showed she was at level 0. She still needed 5,000 spending credits to reach level 1. Children of destiny. Tang Yuan questioned. 0128 pulled up another interface. In the center of the screen floated a lead gray silhouette of a person, edges faintly shimmering, with an ethereal shadow beneath, which the words unlocked were conspicuously displayed. There are 3,000 worlds. The children of destiny are the chosen favorites of the heavenly Tao, driving the progression of each world. What we need to do is earn their goodwill. How many children of destiny are there in one world? I'm not sure either. There could be 1, 2, or even many. Then how do I tell who is a child of destiny? She couldn't ask every person she met. That's easy. I've already activated a cheat for you, host. The children of destiny will radiate a golden light. If you see it, that's our target. So I need to find a child of destiny first. Bingo. You're so smart, host. Let's first locate a child of destiny, earn some affection points, and unlock them all. Tang Yuan. It sounded simple enough, but the world was vast. Where was she supposed to look? 0128 seemed to read her thoughts and quickly comforted her. Host, don't worry about not finding them. When the time is right, you'll encounter one. After hearing this, Tang Yuan felt even less inclined to rely on. Being reborn into this life was already a blessing from heaven. Our relying on herself was the true path. Tang Yuan nodded to show she understood, but in her heart, she had her own plans. Rather than searching for a child of destiny and winning their favor, her immediate priority was to escape the state of being bullied. After tidying up, she hurriedly grabbed her backpack and rushed out the door. Today she had to go to school. All she could think about now was catching the bus. The western part of the city was a slum, a marginal zone surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling streets. Buses came here rarely. If she missed one, she'd have to wait 2 hours or even longer. Tang Yuan dared not delay. As for taking a taxi, she had never considered it. Money was one reason, but more importantly, taxis were scarce. The farther she walked from the residential area, the more potholed the road became, and the air was thick with a pungent mix of garbage and dampness. Tang Yuan crossed the street without changing her expression. Fortunately, luck was on her side. The bus arrived in less than 2 minutes. After an hour-long ride, Tang Yuan finally arrived near the school. She got off the bus, still some distance from the campus. Glancing at the watch she had worn for many years, she walked toward the school at a leisurely pace. Qinghai City No. 3 Senior High School was the best high school in the city. 2 years ago, Tang Yuan had entered it with the highest score in the entire city. She stepped through the school gate. Tang Yuan, wait for me. Zhang Kurson said breathlessly, as if she had forgotten yesterday's unpleasantness and acted as if nothing had happened. Let's walk together. She familiarly linked arms with Zhang Kurson said breathlessly, as if she had forgotten yesterday's unpleasantness and acted as if nothing had happened. Let's walk together. She familiarly linked arms with Tang Yuan. Okay. Tang Yuan curled the corners of her mouth. So it was fine, even without apologizing to her. Her past self was truly foolish, always going along with Zhang Kurson's wishes and never resisting. Zhang Kurson stared at her face. Yuan, you seem to have become much whiter. And she had also become much prettier. No, you're mistaken. It's only been a day. How much could I change? Zhang Kurson thought it made sense, but still felt she had become much whiter. Really? But I think you really have gotten much whiter. She raised her hand and placed it next to Tang Yuan's cheek to compare. She found that it was really much whiter than her own hand. Oh, it might be because I went to bed early yesterday, so my complexion improved. Tang Yuan replied perfunctorily. Zhang Kurson looked at her own hand, then at Tang Yuan with a conflicted expression. How early would one have to sleep to get such good skin? She remembered that Tang Yuan's skin wasn't that good, so how was it today? Could it be that she had deliberately disguised it before? Zhang Kurson's mind was full of thoughts, but in the end she said nothing. Let her be whiter, after all she wasn't as pretty. She pulled Tang Yuan toward the farther west staircase. Alright, let's go. Tang Yuan didn't resist. She entered the classroom with Zhang Kurson. Most of the class had already arrived, each busy with their own things. It wasn't until the morning reading ended that Gu's shooting arrived late. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yuan looked up and saw a young boy walking in against the light. As he brushed past the desks, Tang Yuan was startled. It was him, Gu Shooting, the recognized school heartthrob of No. 3 Middle School. He was the one Xie Mingwei liked, and also the boy she had hidden in her diary in her past life. At this moment he seemed both illusory and clear as if separated by glass. She turned her head and only saw his back. At 17 his height had already grown to over 1.8 meters. The loose gray and white school uniform wrapped around his burgeoning broad shoulders with sleeves rolled up to the elbows revealing faint blue veins at his wrist bones. What surprised her even more was that he also had a faint golden light. He turned out to be a child of fortune. At the same time a mechanical system voice sounded in her mind. Ding, target detected. Whether to bind. Ding, auto binding successful. Bound person goo shooting. Gender male, current affection 40, exchangeable affection points 40-40. Tang Yuan's heart seemed to skip a beat. He's a child of fortune, quick flatter him. 0128's childish voice rang out. Tang Yuan's mood was instantly broken. The system kept shouting as if it had never. Host, go for it. Flatter him. He's a child of fortune. Get affection points. Tang Yuan had a headache from the noise. With such a blinding light she of course knew he was the child of fortune the system mentioned. Don't get excited yet. First help me convert all the affection points into consumption points. Okay. The next second the consumption points changed from 0 to 4,000. 40 affection points could be exchanged for 4,000 consumption points. Tang Yuan now had a clear idea. Host, go directly to the lottery. Since the system shop was not open, the lottery was the best option. Let's talk about it when I get back tonight. Tang Yuan wasn't interested. She was thinking about goose shooting. How could he be a child of fortune? Surprising, but after the surprise it seemed only natural. He was such a good person, he deserved to be favored by fate. What she cared more about was that the system needed affection points, and to get affection points from goose shooting, she would have to get close. But Xiemingwei. Thinking of Xiemingwei, Tang Yuan felt a chill all over. Images of being deliberately targeted, isolated, and mocked in her past life uncontrollably flashed through her mind. Goose shooting was second in the grade, while she was first. Although they were in the same class, she had little interaction with him. It was only during an exam that Tang Yuan kindly lent a pin to goose shooting, and to show his gratitude, he bought her a bottle of water the next day. She didn't drink that water, it ended up in Zhang Kerson's stomach. But it was precisely because of this trivial matter that Xiemingwei took notice of her. At that time Xiemingwei had just transferred to the school and actively spoke to her. Tang Yuan flattered and surprised thought she was a very nice person. Until glue appeared on her stool and dead mice in her desk, Tang Yuan realized something was wrong. But due to her nature, she didn't tell the teacher, nor did she tell anyone silently, and she thought it was nothing because it had always been like this since childhood. Since starting school, due to her personality and appearance, she seemed to have been bullied constantly. It wasn't that she hadn't told the teacher. Better teachers would intervene, but after too many times they would also get annoyed. Worse teachers would only blame her, saying she was always causing trouble. They would question her, why are people always targeting you? Don't just blame others, also look for the reason in yourself. From then on she never went to the teacher again, and she didn't dare to. No one would stand up for her. This was something she had known since she was a child. Her mother loved her, but her mother was just an ordinary person. She understood and felt sorry for her mother's heart. No one would stand up for her. This was something she had known since she was a child. Her mother loved her, but her mother was just an ordinary person. She understood. As she grew older, although she was still subtly ostracized and isolated, at least no one directly laid hands on her anymore. It didn't matter if no one was friends with her, she was fine alone. She thought she had seen the dawn, but reality dealt her a heavy blow. Slaps landed on her face, her hair was cut messily, her head was slammed heavily against the wall, books and clothes were thrown into the toilet, and she was even pushed into the water in winter. That girl reeking of designer perfume stood there aloofly, calmly, watching her struggle. The excitement and satisfaction in her eyes were truly dazzling. That time she suddenly stopped struggling. She thought it would be fine to just end it like that. But someone saved her. An 18-year-old boy, taking off his thick cotton coat, jumped into the water without hesitation. He pointed to the frozen branches outside the window that had sprouted new buds. Look, winter is almost over, spring is coming. She curled up in the hospital's white blanket, hearing her own violent heartbeat. But in the end, although she relied on her remaining perseverance to get into Jing University, she didn't escape. Xiemingwei was also at Jing University. This was something she hadn't expected. How did she get in with her grades? Some people's malice doesn't disappear with time, instead it intensifies. Eventually she was forced to drop out in the second semester of her freshman year. After dropping out, her father verbally abused her and demanded she marry immediately. She resisted desperately, and with her mother's help she began 2 years of working to pay off her rearing debts. Day after day, year after year, this life made her lose hope. She thought about leaving early, but she was a coward. She was like a rat in a gutter that couldn't see the light, only able to lick her wounds in the stench, watching as her enemies chewed up her life and spat out dazzling bubble. Fortunately, a runaway car ended her miserable life. Before closing her eyes, she felt relieved. Her spring never came. The bell for class rang, snapping her back to reality. As she looked up at the blackboard, she realized her eyes were already stinging. The system also sensed her emotional instability. Host, your emotions are fluctuating quite a bit. Did something happen? Tell me, and we'll solve it together. Tang Yuan was momentarily stunned, then spoke in a hoarse voice. I just thought of some unpleasant things. I'm fine, thank you. All right, but if you encounter any trouble, remember to tell me. I'm very capable. Tang Yuan let out a faint smile. What could a beauty system possibly do? She acknowledged it in her heart. At least now someone stood on the same front as her. This time, she was no longer isolated and helpless. On the other side, Gu Shooting had just taken his seat. The boy who entered with him grinned lewdly. Gu Shooting, did you see? That bookworm was staring at you so intently. The rumors before must be true. Hearing Tang Yuan's name, Gu Shooting instinctively turned his head, but only caught a glimpse of her back. He didn't pay much attention and instead looked at his friend. Don't talk nonsense. What good does slandering a girl do you? I'm not talking nonsense. It's been all over the place since last week. The friend muttered under his breath, only to be met with a sharp glare from Gu Shooting, immediately raising his hands in surrender. Fine, I'll just say it was nonsense. They sat through 2 classes in silence. It wasn't until the 3rd class was about to begin that Xie Mingwei finally showed up. Wei, you're finally here. As soon as she arrived, many girls in the class crowded around her, the most enthusiastic being Li Yunfei. Xie Mingwei hummed in response, then slumped onto her desk, as if still half asleep. She perked up only when she saw Gu Shooting enter. Without a second thought, she walked over and handed him a fruit box she had prepared at home. Gu Shooting was nudged by his deskmate before he noticed Mingwei standing in front of his desk. He sighed helplessly. Xie Mingwei, how many times have I told you? Don't give me things. I won't accept them. Why? I just want to be good to you. There's no other meaning. The classroom buzzed with whispers like crashing waves, and curious gazes from classmates kept darting over. Xie Mingwei didn't care. She seemed long accustomed to the attention. But Gu Shooting disliked it. Remembering his father's advice to always respect girls, he held back his irritation. He gently pushed the gift box back, deliberately softening his voice as he refused her again. I appreciate the thought, but please don't go to such trouble anymore. You deserve someone better. Any normal person would understand the implication. But Mingwei was clearly not normal. The more he said that, the more she liked him. There was no way she would take back something she had given. She placed the fruit box on Gu Shooting's desk and returned to her seat. His deskmate skillfully grabbed it, opened it, and stuffed a piece. You sure you don't want to bite, bro? He was eating with his mouth full, and Gu Shooting recoiled in disgust. No, and don't get it on my books. All right. The boy wisely went outside to finish eating, planning to wash his hands before returning. His deskmate was extremely particular about cleanliness. If he weren't, they wouldn't even be able to sit together. But being his deskmate was truly nice. Every day he got to eat the snacks and fruit brought by the class beauty. Zhang Kersen also turned around, leaning close to Tang Yuan with an indignant expression. Yuan, look at how desperate she is. It's so annoying. Always giving things left and right. Isn't she embarrassed? How many times has Gu Shooting rejected her? She just keeps pestering him. If I had half her shamelessness, I'd succeed too. After she finished, Tang Yuan finally looked up. What did you say? Her voice was slightly louder, drawing a glance from those around. Zhang Kersen's face changed in an instant, and she tightened her grip on Tang Yuan's arm, forcing a strained smile. Nothing. Oh. Tang Yuan immediately withdrew her arm, her mind still on the test paper. Zhang Kersen cautiously glanced at Mingwei out of the corner of her eye, and only relaxed when she saw no reaction. She could say what she wanted, but she truly dared not let Mingwei hear. Slightly annoyed, she blamed Tang Yuan for speaking too loudly. She snorted coldly at Tang Yuan and began a unilateral Cold War. But Tang Yuan had no idea, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She was busy reviewing Racing Against Time with no time to play along with her. Xie Mingwei sat back in her seat, lost in thought. Seeing that Mingwei was in a much better mood, Li Yunfei couldn't wait to tell her about Tang Yuan's tattling. At first, Xie Mingwei didn't believe it, but seeing that Li Yunfei didn't seem to be lying, she was about 70 or 80% convinced. She looked toward Tang Yuan's seat, her eyes filled with disgust. Tang Yuan was the first person who dared to set her sights on someone she was interested in. And now she dared to tattle. The previous beatings were too light. Next time I'll make sure she knows that having a mouth isn't for seeking justice. Wei, you're so fierce. She's truly despicable. Ugly and dreaming big. Looks like she still hasn't learned her lesson. Mingwei, how about we go beat her up today? The suggestion was good, and Xie Mingwei wanted to agree, but then something occurred to her. She turned her head to avoid the glaring sunlight, her voice as wilted as a leaf in the sun. Forget it. Let's let her off for now. We'll talk later. The girls surrounding her widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Xie Mingwei was actually going to let Tang Yuan off so easily? Impatiently, she kicked the chair beside her, which banged against the opposite desk with a crisp sound. I'm not going to hang out with you guys for a while. Don't call me anymore. Huh? Why? Did something happen? The girls exchanged glances. What's with all the huh? What could happen to me? I told you not to call me, so just listen. Why ask so many questions? Xie Mingwei snapped. Yes, we were wrong. A quick-witted girl immediately bowed her head. Wei, whenever you feel like going out, just call us. We'll all be free. The other girls seemed to snap out of it and scrambled to gather around her. Oh Mingwei, don't be angry. Getting angry only hurts yourself. Xie Mingwei basked in the flattery. Her mood greatly improved. She idly fiddled with the lustrous white jade bracelet on her wrist. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, she casually removed it and tossed it to the girl beside her who had been lowering her head. The girl caught it hastily, her eyes bursting with ecstasy. The others could only envy. They all knew that Xie Mingwei's family was wealthy. She was a true heiress. The things she casually gave away were never worth less than 10,000 yuan, a fortune for children from ordinary families. Thus they flattered Xie Mingwei even more fervently. Tang Yuan immersed herself in studying for the entire day. Soon it was time to leave school, and she followed the crowd out the gate. Not far ahead was Xie Mingwei. Unlike the student's black hair, her hair ends were dyed purple, so Tang Yuan noticed her at a glance. Tang Yuan watched her walk to a black car. The moment the door opened, she felt as if her eyes were about to be blinded. At the same time, a mechanical voice rang out repeatedly in her mind. Ding, target discovered. Do you wish to bind? Ding, binding successful. Bound person Xiejiang. Gender male. Total favorability 0. Redeemable favorability 0. Host. Did you see that? A huge golden orb of light. It wasn't just Tang Yuan who saw it, A0128 saw it too, and was ecstatic beyond words. Quick, flatter him. He must be extremely valuable. It had never encountered someone with such strong fortune. It felt as if the vast majority of this world's luck resided in this man. Tang Yuan ignored the bouncing 0128 and stared at the name on the interface repeatedly. The surname was Xie. Although she couldn't see who was inside the car, Tang Yuan knew in her heart. It was Xie Mingwei's brother. A man of immense power. A man she had only ever seen in financial magazines in her previous life. He was formidable. Something sprouted in her mind, instantly clearing her thoughts. In one day she had encountered two people blessed with fortune. One was the person Xie Mingwei liked. The other was Xie Mingwei's brother, the head of the Xie family. Perhaps she should target them instead of fixating on Xie Mingwei herself. What could be more satisfying than taking everything from her, making her fall from grace, and being despised by both her beloved and her own kin? Tang Yuan stroked her own smooth, delicate cheek. Only by using herself as a pawn could she place the piece where her opponent least expected. System. Here, host. Do you have any information on Xiejiang? Just the basics. I do. But it costs consumption points. How many? 1,000. That's expensive. Can you make it cheaper? I need this to better complete the tasks. Fine, I'll just give it to you for free. The system hesitated for a moment, then decided to give it directly, considering Tang Yuan didn't have many consumption points. It had its own secret savings. It could keep 1/10 of every point spent by its hosts in the mall. That was why it loved egging hosts on to spend, so it could accumulate its private stash. Tang Yuan was surprised and instinctively wondered if there was a trap. But regardless, she was the one benefiting now. Even if there was a trap, it couldn't be worse than her current situation. Thanks, sis. You're the hee. The system chuckled. In a second, Xiejiang's basic information appeared in Tang Yuan's mind. She quickly finished reading it. What kind of girl would Xiejiang like? No matter the type, beauty was always essential. At this moment, she finally realized the importance of a good appearance. Beauty alone was a dead end. But what if she possessed more than just beauty? She took the bus home, cooked, washed dishes, did homework. Only after all the busy work did she have time to think about Xiejiang. Xie Mingwei's brother, the head of the Xie family. With his power, he could easily cover up the truth. The thought that he blessed with fortune might be just as despicable as Xie Mingwei made Tang Yuan's stomach churn with nausea. She had read Xiejiang's profile and knew he had grown up with his grandfather, even meeting Xie Mingwei only rarely. Yet she couldn't help but harbor malicious suspicions. They shared the same blood. If the sister was a bully, how could the brother be any good? System, are people blessed with fortune always good? 0128 encountered this question for the first time. After a silence, it replied, fortune is merely a power bestowed by the rules that has no absolute connection to good or evil. Like the sun, it brings warmth yet can also scorch living beings. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Tang Yuan's eyes. The system changed its tone. But the child of fortune is chosen by the heavenly Tao. Their soul is naturally pure and clear. Tang Yuan contemplated. Let's draw. All right. 0128 brought up the lottery interface. A translucent light screen appeared before her eyes, its edges glowing with a soft blue light that pulsed gently, as if alive. In the center of the screen was a massive wheel divided into colored sections, each corresponding to a different reward. Some sections were gold, representing rare prizes. Others were silver, representing common ones, and still others were ordinary blue, representing basic rewards. The rim of the wheel was adorned with various gems and flowers, making it exceptionally ornate. Come on, host. 100 consumption points for a single draw, 1,000 for 10. Just tap, and you can draw. Tang Yuan reached out her fingertips, lightly touching the screen, then gently tapped the single draw button. The wheel began to turn slowly, its speed gradually increasing until it became a blur of light. Her heartbeat quickened as her eyes locked onto the wheel, afraid to miss any detail. Finally, with a ding, a golden light burst forth. A dazzling golden card flipped before her eyes. Eyes like autumn water. Tang Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at the gold quality card, a surge of astonishment rising within her. The beginner's gift pack had also contained a gold quality card, and its effect was remarkable. She hadn't expected to get another one so soon. Holy crap. No way. Compared to Tang Yuan's relatively calm demeanor, system 0128's reaction was truly exaggerated. A single draw produced a miracle. Was this the beginner's protection period? Tang Yuan ignored the system's frenzy and carefully read the description. Eyes like autumn water card. After use, the eyes become as clear and bright as autumn water, pure and spirited. Enhances vision, allowing the user to see distant or tiny objects clearly, and quickly relieves dryness and fatigue. Enhanced vision. She liked that. Although she didn't wear glasses, she had slight myopia, and this card was exactly what she needed. She silently uttered "use" in her mind. The next second, a cool sensation spread across her eyes, rapidly reaching her entire retina. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them again. The entire world seemed sharper. The first draw yielding gold was a good omen, so she tapped again. The wheel spun. Another golden light burst forth. Another gold quality card. System 666, not even pretending anymore. Cheater. An absolute cheat. In all its years as a system, it had never seen any host have such good luck. It suspected Tang Yuan was the main system's own daughter. Tang Yuan herself was also astonished. Judging from 0128's reaction, she guessed that gold cards were extremely hard to get, yet she felt she had some luck on her side. Spring Blossoms card. The card shimmered with a soft pink radiance, its surface painted with a profusion of spring flowers. Just from the name, Tang Yuan had no idea what it did. She looked at the description. Spring Blossoms card. After use, the user exudes a delightful floral fragrance. It begins with the sweet scent of cherry blossoms, then intertwines the richness of roses with the elegance of jasmine, and finally ends with the fresh fragrance of lily of the valley. Special effect. The scent soothes emotions. Those who smell it feel as if they are in a spring garden, their fatigue eased. After reading, Tang Yuan understood. It looked so grand, but it was really just a body fragrance card. She was a bit disappointed, but still clicked use immediately. The card merged into her body, but she felt nothing. Lifting her hand, she sniffed it. It seemed quite fragrant. With 2 consecutive gold draws, she felt she was back in the game. She had a total of 4000 consumption points, and now 3800 remained, meaning she could draw 38 more times. She tapped again, but this time luck was not on. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an orange-flavored candy, 1 Tang Yuan. How could she draw a gummy candy? The system glanced over and said this was the normal drop rate. It must have been a bug just now. Tang Yuan, unwilling to give up, spent all the remaining 300 points in one go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining foundation liquid 1, eyebrow pencil 1, a lipstick 1, makeup brush 1, a lip balm 1, and orange-flavored candy 41. This was it. She was completely resigned. She took out the gummy candy from her system inventory, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Her mood seemed to improve a bit. She opened the attribute panel. Bound person Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health status strong, beauty value 60, level 0, 40005000. She still needed 1000 points to reach level 1. She sat at her desk. In the warm yellow glow of the desk lamp, she propped her chin and leaned closer to the mirror. With one hand, she lifted her long bangs and gently pressed her fingertips under her lower eyelids. In the mirror, tiny specks of light floated in her pupils like crushed moonlight, beautiful and captivating. Host, you are really beautiful. She couldn't help but curl her lips and poke the chibi little boy bouncing on the desk. That was hard for him. This face only had those eyes that were pretty, still a bit far from beautiful. But that didn't dampen her mood. Thank you. She smiled at the mirror. Not good looking. She smiled again. Still not good looking. She smiled once more. She practiced over and over. She practiced until her face cramped and her throat grew hoarse. Meanwhile, 0128 watched from the side, suspecting that it had become obsessed with its host. Several times it tried to speak, but didn't know what to say. Tang Yuan, as if sensing its confusion, said to it, "A qualified actor must master facial expression management." She was very clear about her goal. The next day, after getting up and washing up, Tang Yuan used scissors to trim her bangs a bit, revealing her full eyes. Her gloomy aura instantly diminished, and she looked somewhat prettier. Next time she would keep no bangs. She stepped out of the house. As soon as she entered the school gate, Zhang Kurson also arrived. She directly grabbed Tang Yuan's hand and led her toward the stairs on the other side, as if she had forgotten yesterday's unpleasantness. Come on, we'll be late soon. She didn't manage to pull Tang Yuan, so she turned around and looked at the unmoving Tang Yuan in confusion. Let's go this way, that way is farther, I don't want to take a detour. Tang Yuan looked into her eyes. It's not that far. Hurry up, what's wrong with you today? Zhang Curson avoided her gaze, her tone tinged with irritation, feeling as if she had been seen through. I don't want to take a detour. Tang Yuan withdrew her hand and continued walking, completely ignoring Zhang Curson, who stood frozen in place. Yesterday her mind was not clear as she had missed some things. Today she had fully remembered. Gu Shooting had a childhood friend in class 5, so he often took the west stairs. Then why did Zhang Curson like to take the west stairs? The answer was obvious. She finally understood how the rumors about her liking Gu Shooting had spread. She remembered the love letter that had inexplicably appeared in her desk in her past life. Yes, a love letter. It seemed that something happened around this time. Thinking about this, she arrived at the classroom without realizing it. Most of the class had already arrived, and she sat down in her seat. Her hand fumbled inside the desk hole. Sure enough, at the very back, she felt an envelope-shaped object. Just as she lowered her head to secretly check it, Gu Shooting entered. Behind him followed Zhang Curson. Zhang Curson sharpied saw the object in Tang Yuan's hand and snatched it away. Her voice was loud. Yuan, why are you still keeping this envelope? Did you write something again? She said as she quickly tore it open. The deliberate commotion she made drew the attention of the classmates, including Gu Shooting, who had just sat down. Tang Yuan tried to stop her, but it was too late. Yuan, is this another love letter? Zhang Curson glanced triumphantly at Tang Yuan as she spoke and pulled out the white paper inside. Tang Yuan thought to herself that this was bad and reached out to grab it. Zhang Curson, prepared, easily dodged, glanced down at the white paper and then uninterestingly stuffed it back. Yuan, here you go. Don't be mad, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to see what else you wrote besides the previous one. She handed the pink envelope to Tang Yuan, but her peripheral vision was fixed on Gu Shooting's reaction. But she was disappointed. Gu Shooting showed no reaction. Instead, a guy with a loose tongue came over and said, there's a second one. Zhang Curson, what did that one say? Was it still for Brother Ting? Tang Yuan, upon hearing second one, already knew that the love letter incident had happened and that the whole class knew. That episode she had deliberately forgotten flashed through her mind. She didn't take the pink envelope, but instead looked at Zhang Curson. Zhang Curson, hearing the boy's question, feigned anger. There's no second one. Don't talk nonsense, it would be bad if others misunderstand Yuan. The boy scoffed. She's already confessed, so what's the fear of misunderstanding? Come on, give it to me quickly, you'll know if it's true at a glance. He didn't even consider whether Tang Yuan herself agreed or not, and directly reached for the envelope in Zhang Curson's hand. Zhang Curson didn't dodge, and even move, but someone was faster. Gu Shooting, having appeared from somewhere, locked the boy's neck and dragged him back. Can't you die without gossiping? What do you want to know? He'll tell you I know everything. Ting, actually, I don't really want to know anymore. Gu Shooting didn't care whether he wanted to know or not. He dragged him to the back rows. Before leaving, he paused and glanced sideways at the gloating Zhang Curson. Do I need to remind you that rummaging through someone else's belongings is no different from Zhang Curson's smile froze on her face. She was happy that Gu Shooting had taken the initiative to speak to her, but she didn't like what he said. Not to mention, publicly spreading someone's privacy is enough to constitute defamation. Gu Shooting, you don't scare people. You can ask the homeroom teacher whether I'm scaring you. As he said this, his gaze swept over everyone present in the class. The voices of those who were stirring up trouble and gossiping quieted down a bit. Class 1 Grade 2 consisted of students ranked in the top 100 of the grade. Though not necessarily outstanding people, they generally had higher standards. Zhang Curson's face flushed red. Yuan and I are good friends. I can take her things freely, it's not burglary. The thought of Gu Shooting misunderstanding her like this pained her, and she signaled Tang Yuan to explain. Tang Yuan simply ignored her and didn't even bother with the pink envelope. Yuan, why aren't you saying anything? Say something. Tang Yuan lifted her eyes to meet hers directly. It's your love letter, why should I speak? This statement caused an uproar in the room. Even Gu Shooting couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. She seemed somewhat different. What are you saying? That's your love letter. Zhang Curson's eyes widened. She looked at Gu Shooting in panic, then glanced sidelong at the seats of Li Yunfei and Xie Mingwei. Li Yunfei was there, but Xie Mingwei was not. Whose it is, they know it well. How could it not be yours? It was in your desk drawer, so it must be yours. Zhang Curson knew the truth, but this love letter had to be attributed to Tang Yuan. How can you be sure that envelope came from my desk drawer? Did you put it there yourself? Tang Yuan retorted sharply. In her past life, envelopes would appear in her desk every so often, and by some unfortunate coincidence, Zhang Curson would always discover them, making the whole class aware. The class mocked her for reaching beyond her station, yet she always defended her, making her cherish this friendship all the more. This also invited even more merciless bullying from Xie Mingwei and her clique. Zhang Curson, feigning ignorance, often used this pretext to approach Gu Shooting. Given another chance, if she let herself be used again, she would truly be unworthy of heaven's favor. Yuan, what are you saying? I've been defending you all along, yet you wrong me. You. Zhang Kursin wore a look of grievance, as if deeply wounded by Tang Yuan's words. She was fairly attractive with delicate features and a slender figure that easily aroused protective instincts in boys. Putting on a pitiful act in front of others was a trick she often employed. Tang Yuan, who doesn't know you have a crush on goose shooting. There's no need to shift the blame like this, is there? There was always someone who fancied themselves a righteous arbiter stepping forward to uphold justice. No sooner had the words fallen than a beverage bottle hurtled toward the speaker. Amid the gasps of the crowd, it landed at the feet of the boy who had spoken. Goose shooting, already seated back in his place, leaned against the chair back and fixed his gaze on the boy. Why drag me into this? Can't you talk properly? If you can't, you don't have to speak. Nobody treats you as mute. The boy who had nearly been hit, already harboring a grudge against goose shooting, grew agitated. Am I not stating the truth? Why are you defending her so much? Could it be that you? Goose shooting rose and cut him off, making up such baseless rumors just to get attention. Better to focus more on your studies lest you get transferred out in the next placement exam. He patted his shoulder, then sat back down. Class is starting. Study hard. Just then the bell for class rang abruptly, and the crowd that had gathered dispersed. The class instantly entered morning reading mode. Tang Yuan opened her textbook, but her heart could not calm down. In her past life, goose shooting had never seemed to help her. Was this the butterfly effect of her rebirth? Her eyelashes trembled violently, and she didn't even notice when her textbook fell to the floor. Zhang Kursin frowned and gave Tang Yuan a nudge. Tang Yuan snapped back to reality. Zhang Kursin demanded angrily, Tang Yuan, why did you say that just now? Tang Yuan did not answer immediately. Instead, she stared at Zhang Kursin until the latter grew uncomfortable, then she spoke slowly. Zhang Kursin, the love letter you slipped into my drawer last week was written by you to goose shooting, wasn't it? It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. Because the contents of that love letter last week had caused a huge stir, so when the envelope appeared again, the whole class assumed it was from her to goose shooting. Zhang Kursin's expression turned unnatural, but she forced herself to speak. How could that be? Aren't we best friends? Why are you trying to pin your own actions on me? Tang Yuan let out a cold laugh. I recognize your handwriting. Though she didn't actually remember, it didn't stop her from bluffing. Zhang Kursin's face paled, but she still refused to admit it. The original love letter had long been destroyed, and the handwriting was deliberately imitated to resemble Tang Yuan's. Not identical, but somewhat similar. Besides, there was no proof that she had written it. Let's stop being friends. Tang Yuan made the decisive decision to break off the friendship. The monthly exam was next week, and after that came the monthly seat reassignment. She planned to stay as far away from Zhang Kursin as possible. A friend like that was not worth keeping. What did you say? Zhang Kursin whipped her head around. You? Want to break up with me? Yes. We've known each other for 5 or 6 years, and you want to end our friendship over such a trivial matter. Zhang Kursin was incredulous. She had also noticed that Tang Yuan had changed a lot over the past 2 days, but she had already made concessions. To have conceded to this extent and still be dumped. She was both angry and felt that Tang Yuan did not appreciate her kindness. In the entire school besides her, Zhang Kursin, who else would be friends with her? So in your eyes, framing me and invading my privacy are just trivial matters. Her voice carried a chilling calm. You knew exactly what framing me would mean, yet you still did it. You never considered me a friend, and I don't want to humiliate myself. Fine, if you want to break up, then break up. Don't come crying later. Zhang Kursin's chest heaved violently, her voice shrill and piercing. She wanted to see how Tang Yuan could manage to eat and walk with anyone else without her. Even if Tang Yuan knelt and begged her this time, she would not easily reconcile. She pushed Tang Yuan's books away and pulled the desks apart, leaving a gap. Tang Yuan merely glanced at it and then looked away. Childish. After she and Zhang Kursin had completely fallen out, they never spoke again. Wei Mingyan, who sat behind them, also looked curious. Tang Yuan, want to go to the cafeteria together for lunch? She hadn't expected Tang Yuan to agree. She just wanted to provoke Zhang Kursin. But in the next second, Tang Yuan said yes. Sure, but you'll have to wait for me. I need to deliver the homework to the teacher. No problem, take your time. Wei Mingyun paused for a moment, then quickly responded. Zhang Kursin overheard the whole exchange, seething with irritation at Wei Mingyun, who was always going against her. She turned sideways, cast a sidelong glance at Wei Mingyun, and said sarcastically, some people just love picking up the trash others throw away. Wei Mingyun was about to fire back. What trash? Muttered AI Ruiguang, Wei Mingyun's deskmate, sitting up with a dazed expression as if talking in his sleep. AI Ruiguang, someone called you trash, Wei Mingyun said, nudging him. Who? Upon hearing that someone had insulted him, he instantly perked up. Wei Mingyun gestured with her chin towards Zhang Kursin. You again? Tisk, you demon, watch me exorcise you. AI Ruiguang brandished his ruler and swung it at Zhang Kursin. His movements were swift but exaggerated. The ruler barely grazed Zhang Kursin, causing no pain, its primary purpose being psychological warfare. Zhang Kursen was so furious she nearly combusted. You freak. Are you insane? You believe everything anyone says. You're like a dog. AI Ruiguang paid her no heed, simply pulling out his homemade deflection shield. Tang Yuan couldn't help but laugh aloud. How many delightful scenes had she missed in the past? Wei Mingyun was nearly doubled over with laughter. The commotion only ended when, after enduring the last period, it was finally time for lunch. Wei Mingyun proactively linked arms with Tang Yuan, a curious look on her face. What happened between you and Zhang Kursen? Nothing, I just don't want to hang out with her anymore, Tang Yuan replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable with Wei Mingyun's enthusiasm. She tried to pull her arm free, but failed. Oh, so you've broken up with her. I get it. Is it because of yesterday? You can tell me, or not if you don't want to. There's nothing I can't say. Partly because of yesterday, but mostly because of what happened last week. I saw that confession letter. It was her handwriting. Tang Yuan had no intention of covering for Zhang Kursen, trusting that with Wei Mingyun's loose I saw that confession letter. It was her handwriting. Tang Yuan had no intention of covering for Zhang Kursen, trusting that with Wei Mingyun's loose lips the entire class would know by the end of the first afternoon period. Although she had already denied the love letter yesterday, no one in the class believed her. The events of last week had convinced everyone otherwise. What? You mean that love letter last week wasn't written by you, but by Zhang Kursen? She likes go shooting too. Wei Mingyun's mouth formed an O shape, clearly shocked. Her voice involuntarily dropped at the last sentence, and she even glanced warily around. Ever since Xie Mingwei transferred, here the name, Gu Shooting, had become something of a taboo. Fortunately, no one was nearby. Everyone was rushing to the cafeteria to grab food, and the two of them were dawdling, leaving the campus nearly empty. Tang Yuan nodded. Wei Mingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. So that means last week Zhang Kursen wanted to secretly confess, but failed, so she shoved it into your desk to frame you. Damn, that's explosive. You're not lying, are you? Last week that love letter had been passed around the class, and she had read it too. It was so cringy, definitely not something Tang Yuan would write. No, Tang Yuan shook her head. Okay, I believe you. I don't think you're the type to lie. Tang Yuan, who had prepared a whole speech, silently set it aside, and just listened to Wei Mingyun. I've always said Zhang Kursen is full of tricks. I've seen her rummaging through your stuff when you're not around. And she always says weird things behind your back. Good thing you're not friends with her anymore. Otherwise she'd sell you out, and you wouldn't even know. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement, because that was exactly what happened in her past life. She would even help count the money. Why didn't you explain yourself that day? Well, I thought Zhang Kursen and I were friends, so. Tang Yuan hung her head in disappointment. Although she didn't finish her sentence, Wei Mingyun had already filled in the gaps in her mind. It must have been Zhang Kursen's fault. She said indignantly, you're too naive. Zhang Kursen doesn't deserve a friend like you. It's her loss. But don't worry, I'll help you explain to the class. That was exactly what Tang Yuan wanted. She didn't want to endure the class' strange looks every day. There were over 40 students in the class, and aside from Xie Mingwei's little clique, most of them were normal. No grudges, no close ties. After all, it was an advanced class, and most people prioritized their studies. The two chatted all the way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria at No. 3 High School had been renovated over the winter break. The old worn-out ceiling had been replaced with a minimalist geometric design. The walls were tiled in fresh light gray, and the cramped tables and chairs had been swapped for wooden four-seaters, making the whole space feel open and bright. As for the reason for the sudden renovation, it was naturally due to the Xie family's donation. The plan was to renovate the entire school, but because the winter break was short, only the cafeteria was completed. Construction would resume in the summer. By the time they started their senior year, the school would be completely transformed. Tang Yuan got a meal with 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, and found a seat with Wei Mingyun. Wei Mingyun gnawed on a chicken leg, and gestured for Tang Yuan to look behind her. Tang Yuan paused, followed her gaze, and saw Zhang Kursen sitting with another girl who was also low-key in the class. Can't get rid of her, Wei Mingyun muttered. Tang Yuan frowned too. Zhang Kursen hadn't been there just a moment ago. But when she spotted Gu Shooting and Xie Mingwei's group not far away, she understood. She averted her gaze and focused on her own meal. The food had improved significantly since the renovation. Wei Mingyun asked between bites, I never noticed Zhang Kursen liked Gu Shooting. She's really good at hiding it. By the way, what about you? Do you like Gu Shooting? She asked, her words muffled. Tang Yuan's heart tightened, but she forced calm. No. Really? I feel like a lot of people like him. What about you? Do you like him? No, I don't. How could I dare to like him? I think he's a nice guy, good looking, but not my type. What was her type? Tang Yuan instinctively thought of Wei Mingyun's deskmate AI Ruiguang. After graduation, they both went to the same university, though whether they ended up together, she didn't know. After lunch, they returned to the classroom, and Wei Mingyun's mouth never stopped. She chattered away, telling everyone in the class. When Zhang Kursen came back, many people asked her if it was true. She denied it, of course, but most didn't believe her. She stormed over to Tang Yuan, demanding to know why she had told. Tang Yuan didn't even spare her a glance. Furious Zhang Kursin wanted to lash out, but faced with Tang Yuan's icy stare, she sheepishly lowered her arm and turned to argue with Wei Mingyun instead. In the end, the argument somehow escalated into a fight with AI Ruiguang. After the first class in the afternoon, several girls from Class 9 appeared at the door. Li Yunfei skillfully walked up to Tang Yuan's desk. Tang Yuan, let's go. The sisters have something. Tang Yuan looked up and saw the familiar faces, instantly understanding their purpose. Class 9 of the second year was notorious throughout No. 3 high school as a problem class, often called the connections class by students, as 90% of its members had bought their. They had no interest in studying, frequently engaged in fights and formed cliques, and after their third year, almost all would go abroad to study. In her past life, it was these very girls who bullied her the most cruelly, leaving most of her bruises. Although Xie Mingwei was the instigator, the accomplices were equally unforgivable. Instead of fleeing, she stepped outside. Li Yunfei, seeing her compliance, narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. Daring to tattle meant facing the consequences. The group entered the restroom together. The facilities at No. 3 high school had not yet been renovated, and none of the stalls had doors. An indescribable stench hung in the air, almost unbearable. When the students already inside saw them enter, they were so frightened they pulled up their pants and fled. Soon only the group remained in the restroom. Host, are you scared? If you beg me, I can give you a cheat and let you beat them all up. You can give me a cheat. What kind of cheat? Tang Yuan asked in surprise. I can't give you a big one, but a small one might slip through. I can make you stronger, but only for 10 minutes. Beg me, and he'll give you the cheat. The system was very smug, tilting its chin proudly. No need, I don't need it for now. But thank you, system. You're really kind. Tang Yuan refused, not wanting to rely on it too much, but she still praised the system. The system was like a child. A little praise would send it soaring. Sure enough, Tang Yuan's compliment made the system so happy it could barely contain itself. Not only was it not angry, but it even wanted to give Tang Yuan a big cheat, even if it meant being penalized some consumption points. Tang Yuan still refused, a glint of sharp light flashing in her eyes. The restroom was a perfect place. Xia Yiling, the leading girl from Class 9, stared at Tang Yuan with malice. It's been a while since I beat you up. I heard you've learned to tattle. Have you forgotten what I told you back then? Since you won't listen, don't blame me for being rude. She lunged forward to tear at Tang Yuan, while another girl had already opened her phone camera to record Tang Yuan's humiliation. Tang Yuan stepped back to dodge. Xia Yiling froze in surprise, clearly not expecting her to evade, then grew furious. You dare dodge. She ordered the other girls go strip her clothes off and throw her into the toilet. Except for the one filming, all the others surrounded Tang Yuan. The restroom was tiny. No matter how she dodged, she couldn't escape. But Tang Yuan had no intention of running. Since she had decided not to follow the same path as in her past life, she would no longer endure their bullying. She grabbed a mop leaning against the wall and swung it fiercely, driving the approaching crowd back. The mop belonged to the cleaning lady and was usually left in the corner for convenience. Tang Yuan had long eyed it. She grabbed a mop leaning against the wall and swung it fiercely, driving the approaching crowd back. The mop belonged to the cleaning lady and was usually left in the corner for convenience. Oh, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Some girls failed to dodge in time, and the mop's cloth strips slapped against their faces and clothes, triggering screams of panic. A group of 17 or 18-year-old girls at the peak of their vanity could not stand such humiliation. Tang Yuan gave them no chance to react. She gripped the mop and swung wildly, striking whoever was in her way without mercy. Chaos erupted. The girls all retreated, none willing to touch the disgusting filth covering their noses and dodging. Tang Yuan did not take the opportunity to run out. Instead, she moved to one of the toilet stalls, dipped the mop into the bowl, and lifted it. The sodden mop dripped with filthy water, spreading a putrid stench. The girls' faces turned pale. They stared at her in terror, cursing her for being insane. Tang Yuan's lips curled slightly. Come at me all at once. Tang Yuan, you've really lost it. Li Yunfei's eyes were filled with horror, as if seeing her for the first time. Don't just stand there, go grab the mop from her. Xia Yiling shoved the two nearest girls forward. The girls exchanged glances, hesitating, clearly intimidated by Tang Yuan's actions. Go all of you together. There are so many of us, can't we overpower her? Xia Yiling spoke boldly, but no one wanted to be the first to step forward, especially now that the mop was smeared with excrement. Tang Yuan gave them no time to hesitate. She took the initiative, thrusting the mop toward the girls. Those in front widened their eyes in terror and scrambled to the side. Their dodge exposed Li Yunfei behind them. Li Yunfei, caught off guard by Tang Yuan's ferocity, froze in place as the wet mop slammed into her face. She screamed and fell, her face instantly smeared with filth, the stench filling her nostrils. Never had she suffered such humiliation. Her usually sharp and acerbic expression now held only terror and fury. Unable to hold back any longer, she burst into tears, sobbing and retching. Ugh, just wait, I won't let you off. I'm going to tell the teacher. You'll be expelled. Her voice, ugh, wah. You. Even in this state she still threatened, but Tang Yuan didn't care. She almost laughed. A bully tattling. How ironic. Someone tried to run out and call a teacher, but Tang Yuan grabbed her and gave her an impromptu face-cleaning service. She blocked the door and swept her cold gaze over the group. No one is leaving easily today. Since you enjoy bullying others, now taste what it's like to be bullied. Tang Yuan showed no mercy, continuing to swing the mop, forcing everyone to retreat step by step. The restroom was filled with screams and stench, the scene spiraling further out of control. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and began to apologize. I'm sorry. We won't do it again. Please let us go this once. Tang, we were just following orders and getting paid. Let us go, and we'll give you the money. They cried, tears and snot streaming, saying everything they should and shouldn't have. Tang Yuan was not moved. With the mop in hand, she was like a warrior reincarnated. She thrust it at every single one of them. When the bell for the next class rang, she finally set down the mop, cast a cold glance around, and strode away. Halfway through the lesson, Tang Yuan was called to the head teacher's office. Before she even entered, she could hear the tearful accusations inside. She lowered her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly in a faint sneer. The head teacher of Class 9, Teacher Wang, frowned deeply as he sternly looked at the meek and submissive Tang Yuan. Why would you treat your classmates this way? This is bullying. You could face disciplinary action. Tang Yuan's face grew even colder. Without even asking for the reason, they were already ready to convict her. How commendable. No wonder they could produce such students. Teacher Wang, before we have the truth, such accusations are far too hasty. Besides, everyone knows Tang Yuan's character. She wouldn't even raise her voice, let alone strike someone. Teacher Wang, before we have the truth, such accusations are far too hasty. Besides, everyone knows Tang Yuan's character. She wouldn't even raise her voice, let alone strike someone. There should be a limit to false accusations. Her words drew nods of agreement from the other teachers in the office. Tang Yuan had been top of her grade since enrollment, and many teachers had taught her and knew her. In every teacher's memory, she was a withdrawn, cowardly student with a very low presence. I'm not lying. She was the one who hit us, and she even used a mop to make a mess of the bathroom. If you don't believe me, go look at the restroom. The floor is covered in sewage and trash. She suddenly went crazy today, and we couldn't stop her. Xia Yiling pointed a trembling finger at Tang Yuan, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Li Yunfei was still sobbing quietly. The shadow of the restroom loomed too large over her. She felt she would never be able to face others again. Luo Duo frowned and turned to Tang Yuan. Do you have anything to explain? Tang Yuan seemed frightened, her voice barely a whisper. No, it wasn't me. They. She glanced at Xia Yiling, then lowered her head in fear. This gesture made it clear to anyone with eyes what was really going on. A teacher patted her back soothingly. Good child, don't be afraid to speak up. We'll stand up for you. Tang Yuan shook her head, her eyes reddening. A flicker of triumph passed through Xia Yiling's eyes as she continued her tearful accusation. She did it on purpose. She not only hit us, but also. Luo Duo cut her off sharply, her gaze like a blade. Nothing has been proven yet. No one is to speak recklessly. She turned to Tang Yuan, her tone softening. Tang Yuan, take your time. Tell us what really happened. The other female teachers looked at her with sympathy, comforting her gently. Don't be nervous. Tell us the truth, and we'll handle it fairly. Tang Yuan took a deep breath as if finally summoning her courage. Her voice was low but steady. I was doing my homework in the classroom when Li Yunfei called me out, saying someone wanted to see me. After I went out, they took me to the restroom and started cursing and hitting me. I fought back a little, and they cursed even more. Then someone said hitting me wasn't fun enough. They'd rather dirty the restroom and frame me for it, so the school would expel me. I was so scared. Her voice choked, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if recalling something terrifying. As she spoke, she inadvertently revealed the bruises on her arm. Her skin was fair, making the purple-black marks all the more shocking. The teachers exchanged shocked glances, their expressions complex. You're lying. You're lying. How could we ever do such disgusting things? Only a nanny's daughter like you would deal with filth and excrement. We're not that despicable. Xia Yiling's face flushed with anger, her voice shrill, as her finger nearly poked Tang Yuan's face. The teachers frowned, clearly displeased with the girl's behavior. They were already inclined to believe Tang Yuan's account. No one would believe that a frail little girl like Tang Yuan could beat up 5 or 6 tall girls. Tang Yuan kept her head down, her thoughts unreadable. She let them scold her without fighting back or speaking a word, playing the perfect victim. Since they had been called to the office, the teachers had already checked the hallway and classroom surveillance footage. And she had told the truth, but not the whole truth. She downplayed the serious parts while mixing in some truth. This kind of narrative was the easiest to believe. Like dripping ink into clear water. When truth and falsehood blend together, it's hard to see the original color. Besides, Xia Yiling was no saint, and there were no cameras in the restroom. Who to believe was obvious. Enough. Stop arguing. Luo Duo's voice was stern and cold. Teacher Wang, since the matter is clear, let's handle it according to school rules. Wait a moment. Teacher Wang interrupted at the right moment. Almost every week, Xia Yiling caused some trouble. He was annoyed inside, but he had to speak up for her. Teacher Luo, you're being too hasty in your judgment. We can't just take Tang Yuan's words as the truth. As teachers, we must treat every student fairly. She is your student, but that doesn't mean you should show favoritism. Neither of us has proof of who is telling the truth, so we can't decide based on one side's account. Then what do you suggest? All the teachers in the room turned to look at him. Hearing the question he wanted, Teacher Wang smiled, putting on the air of a kind elder. How about this? Let's minimize the matter. First, let Tang Yuan go to the clinic for her injuries, and the other students go back to class. His words left everyone in the room stunned by his shamelessness. When he was accusing Tang Yuan earlier, he didn't mention evidence. Now he was using the lack of evidence to smooth things over. Truly No. Xia Yiling was the first to reject the outcome. She wanted to say more, but a look from him silenced her. His sinister gaze made her shudder. She bit her lip in indignation, but dared not speak. She couldn't understand why all the teachers were siding with Tang Yuan today, and even her own uncle wasn't shielding her unconditionally as before. She resented Teacher Wang, resented Li Yunfei, and resented Tang Yuan even more. She never once considered her own faults. Luo Duo looked at him coldly. Teacher Wang, fairness is not about sweeping things under the rug. That's not right. It's not sweeping under the rug. Without evidence, we must handle it cautiously. Making a big deal out of it benefits no one and damages the school's reputation. He looked at Luo Duo, stressing the last sentence deliberately. Luo Duo fell silent, but still insisted that Xia Yiling apologize and be punished by cleaning the restroom for Xia Yiling refused, vehemently throwing a tantrum. It was only when they threatened to call her parents that she calmed down. As for Li Yunfei, Luo Duo didn't feel comfortable scolding her further and simply notified her parents to take her home. Tang Yuan listened quietly the whole time, lifting her head to look at the teacher who had taught her since freshman year. She had medium-length black hair, a smooth forehead, and narrow eyes that narrowed slightly, exuding an aura of authority without anger. She was currently saying something to Teacher Wang. Though she was only about 1.6 meters tall, standing before the much taller Teacher Wang, she showed no sign of intimidation. She was far more upright than Tang Yuan had imagined, but only that. If the troublemaker today had been Xieming Wei, the outcome would have been different. They would have surely demanded that the victim shut up. Tang Yuan, go to the school clinic and get your wounds treated, Luo Duo told her. Tang Yuan nodded obediently and left. Only when she walked out of the office did she touch the bruises on her forearm. In truth, they looked frightening, but would fade in a day or two. Host, with that kind of ruthlessness, you'll succeed at anything you do. 0128 had witnessed it firsthand. The bruises on her forearm were self-inflicted. If she had rolled up her sleeve any further, the truth would have been exposed. Thanks for the good wishes. Tang Yuan didn't want to hurt herself, but after using the black hair white skin card, all the scars from before had vanished. She had to create her own evidence. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang led Xia Yiling and the other girls back. Why are we the ones being punished when she hit us? Xia Yiling was indignant. Uncle, I'm not lying this time. Why don't you believe me? It was that Tang Yuan who beat all of us. He'll kill her. He'll kill her next time. Teacher Wang didn't directly answer her question. Instead, he covered his nose. He'll approve your leave. Go home and take a shower. Realizing what he meant, Xia Yiling lifted her arm to sniff, then ran off in shame. Xieming Wei, who had come home early, also learned the outcome. She suddenly overturned the coffee table. Amidst the shattering of glass cups, her shrill curses exploded. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Can't even handle a little girl, and I gave you so many things. Worthless. All of you are pathetic. Hearing the commotion, the maids shrank in the corner, not daring to breathe. Only after she had vented and gone upstairs did Gao Yin and a younger maid pick up brooms and tiptoe to clean up the mess. The young maid lowered her voice and clicked her tongue. Miss Xie's temper is scarier than a thunderstorm in the dog days. Don't say that. Gao Yin nervously looked around, only relaxing after confirming no one was nearby. She cherished this job, but the younger maid wasn't as cautious. Sister Yin, you're so calm. I was terrified just now. If the pay here weren't 3 times what I'd get elsewhere, who would put up with her smashing dishes and bowls every day? Remember that new girl last time? She was scolded so badly she hid in the storage room and cried half the night. Before she could finish, they heard the crash of a heavy object from the second floor. Their faces turned pale instantly, and they buried their heads in their work, not daring to say another word. Time flew by swiftly. Since that decisive battle in the restroom, Xia Yiling and Li Yunfei had not troubled her for a long time. In particular, Li Yunfei would even avoid her when seeing her. Tang Yuan's life finally quieted down for a few days. She had taken no action all week. She was busy studying. The monthly exam was too important for her. It was a matter of her scholarship and tuition exemption. Without them, she would not be able to continue her schooling here. She could not afford any mistakes. Today was finally the day of the monthly exam. Tang Yuan was a little nervous. She had studied desperately over the past 2 weeks and believed she had learned well, but she feared the unexpected. The exam classroom and seat numbers were arranged according to academic rankings. She was in the same classroom as Gu Shooting. She sat in the first seat by the window while Gu Shooting sat right behind her. She chose not to speak to him. The exam was important. Only after the monthly exam could she relax and focus on other things. The 2 days of exams passed in a flash. The high school teachers worked overtime to grade the papers, and the results came out after just 1 day. To motivate the students, the results were promptly posted on the bulletin board. Many students rushed out during the break to check. Tang Yuan did not go. The next class was the homeroom teachers, and she would surely have the grade sheet. Just before class, Wei Mingyun ran in. She was a naturally outgoing person heading straight to Tang Yuan's seat with a mysterious expression. Tang Yuan, guess who's first in the grade? Tang Yuan's heart skipped a beat at these words. She had done poorly in the exam. She thought it was over, but then heard Wei Mingyun continue. Haha, of course it's you. It's always you. Why are you still so nervous? Don't you have confidence in yourself? Your expression just now was hilarious. But this time you're only 1 point ahead of Gu Shooting. Tang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. 1 point. It didn't matter. She didn't care as long as she remained first. The scholarship for first place was half more than that for second. In the third period, the homeroom teacher announced the results in class and gave her the usual praise. Then Tang Yuan heard the system voice announcing an increase of 1 affection point. She seemed to understand how those 40 affection points had come about. After school in the afternoon, everyone else had left while Tang Yuan was reviewing her mistakes. Some questions she should not have gotten wrong. When she looked up, she realized it had been a long time since. She hurriedly packed her bag and ran downstairs. At that moment, a clap of thunder struck, followed by raindrops as large as beans quickly soaking the ground. Tang Yuan stood on the steps, unsure whether to go or not. If she didn't leave soon, she would miss the bus, and she didn't want to wait another 20 minutes. She hesitated. Footsteps came from the stairs behind her. Turning around, she saw a boy's figure carrying his school bag in one hand and an umbrella in the other. Gu Shooting was a little surprised, not expecting anyone else to still be there. He walked up to her and casually remarked, "Why is it raining so hard?" Tang Yuan wasn't sure if he was talking to her or just to himself, so she pressed her lips together and didn't respond. Gu Shooting didn't mind and suddenly looked down at her. "Aren't you?" Before she could answer, he continued, "You must not have an umbrella. Here, take this one." He shoved the umbrella into Tang Yuan's hands, took off his school blazer, and dashed into the rain. The heavy rain instantly soaked the young man's uniform. Halfway through his run, he turned back and shouted, "Tang Yuan, come on. The school gates are about to close." Tang Yuan stood frozen, gripping the umbrella handle that still bore his warmth until the boy's silhouette merged with the rain and mist, and only then did she snap out of it. She opened the umbrella and stepped into the rain. When she walked out of the school gate, Gu Shooting was already gone. "Host, why didn't he share the umbrella with you?" 0128 had witnessed the entire scene and suspected this child of destiny might be a fool. It pondered this umbrella was not small at all. Tang Yuan did not answer the system. She opened the affection page. Gu Shooting's affection had not changed at all. The next morning it was still drizzling. Tang Yuan happened to enter the school, holding the same umbrella. Li Yunfei had always regarded her as a thorn in her side, and when she saw the familiar umbrella in her hand, she acted as if she had discovered a shocking secret. She trembled with excitement, eager to tell Xie Mingwei immediately, but Xie Mingwei rarely came to morning reading. So she could only watch helplessly as Tang Yuan returned the umbrella to Gu Shooting and even chatted with him for a while. Just as Li Yunfei was about to go over and eavesdrop, Tang Yuan had already turned away, and she shot a provocative smile at her. As for who was Xie Mingwei's biggest lackey, Li Yunfei was uncontested. Tang Yuan deliberately acted intimate with Gu Shooting. She eagerly anticipated Xie Mingwei coming to cause trouble for her. Xie Mingwei arrived just before the second period began. As soon as she appeared, Li Yunfei acted as if she had found a savior, embellishing the story of Tang Yuan returning. "Wei, we've been too nice to her lately. She's forgotten the pain from before. I say we should give her a few more beatings like before to teach her a lesson. You were kind enough to let her off, but she doesn't appreciate it. You didn't see it. She came to school today with Gu Shooting's umbrella, and she was so arrogant. Where did she get it? Did Gu Shooting give it to her? Are they in contact privately?" Li Yunfei hated Tang Yuan to the core. "Shut up. Impossible. Who would fancy a student with such a poor and shabby air?" Xie Mingwei barely restrained the urge to flip the table. "Go call Xia Yiling over." Xie Mingwei had intended to wait until later to teach her a lesson, but her repeated provocations left her no choice. Everyone in class 1 of Senior 2 knew that Xie Mingwei liked Gu Shooting. The others were tactful, but she was as blind as a bat, shamelessly flirting right under her nose. "Bitched. With a face like that, she dares to covet Gu Shooting. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Tang Yuan felt a chill down her spine the moment Xie Mingwei entered, as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze on her. At noon, after finishing her meal and leaving the cafeteria, she distinctly sensed someone following her. The system floated out again and perched on her shoulder. Host someone. How many? Let me count. 9. 2 of them are boys. Alright, got it. Is Goose shooting in the small grove behind the teaching building? Yes, on the west bench. The system instinctively used its own consumption points to check, and only realized afterwards that it had spent its own points. It wanted Tang Yuan to compensate, but at the sight of her stern face it dared not speak. Forget it, suffering a loss is a blessing. Having received the confirmation, Tang Yuan continued walking toward the back of the teaching building. She had noticed Gu Zuding's movements earlier, but wasn't entirely sure if he was there. In her past life, she had observed him. His favorite places were the rooftop and the small grove behind the building. Both spots were secluded, quiet, and perfect for cooling off in summer. By the time she reached the back of the teaching building, her pursuers no longer bothered to conceal themselves. Li Yunfei sneered. She sure knows how to pick a spot. Farther in, and there won't even be a single surveillance camera. Xie Mingwei gave a cold snort. Tang Yuan, stop right there. Tang Yuan pretended to just notice them turning around to look. Behind Xie Mingwei stood Li Yunfei and students from Class 9. The girl beside Li Yunfei was Xia Yiling, the one who had sobbed in the office last time. They had become mortal enemies in the restroom, and now meeting again their eyes burned with hatred. Bitched. You motherf. Before Xie Mingwei could speak, she lunged to strike Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan naturally wouldn't let her, stepping back to dodge. Frowning slightly, she said, Aren't you the girl who drank that toilet water last time? Haven't brushed your teeth yet. They'll brush your your mother. She lost her composure, spittle flying. Tang Yuan silently stepped back again, covering her mouth and nose as if catching a foul stench. Xie Mingwei walked over, pulling Xia Yiling aside, and scrutinized Tang Yuan carefully. She seemed different. The face was the same, yet something had changed. She had learned to resist and possessed a certain cunning. No wonder Li Yunfei always came off worse in their encounters. But so what? Against absolute power, all resistance is futile. Today she was determined to teach Tang Yuan a lesson she wouldn't forget. Tang Yuan, you're quite interesting. Too bad. Too bad for her background. Otherwise she wouldn't have dared to touch her so easily. Go, all of you, beat her up. 1 slap, 1,000 kwai. Same rules as always. Without further ado, Xie Mingwei commanded her followers. Go, all of you, beat her up. 1 slap, 1,000 kwai. Same rules as always. Without further ado, Xie Mingwei commanded her followers. Although most families in Class 9 were not short of money, not every parent gave their children generous allowances, nor was every family super rich. The majority only had modest wealth. Truly wealthy families would usually send their children to private elite schools in other cities, not to the newly developing free high school. Besides, who would turn down easy money, especially for such a simple task? The 2 boys were the most eager, reaching out to grab Tang Yuan. They were old hands at this kind of thing. Tang Yuan, however, had already turned and run the moment they moved. She wasn't stupid. No matter how capable she was, she couldn't fight 9 people. She had barely taken 2 steps when she collided with someone. The wind lifted her overly long bangs, and her eyelashes, dark as raven feathers, trembled. Gu Shooting instinctively reached out to steady her. The next second his nostrils were filled with an unexpected scent. It wasn't the cloying perfume girls usually wore. It was more like sun-dried cotton wrapped around fruit candy, mingled with the fragrance of forest flowers and grass. Sorry, Tang Yuan apologized instinctively, but with the footsteps closing in she frantically grabbed his hand. Run. Yet she found she couldn't budge him at all. Why are you running? He asked, his voice husky, his eyes fixed on their intertwined hands. Ding Bon, with Gu Shooting one favor. Following his gaze, Tang Yuan abruptly let go, her ears burning as if scorched. Sorry. Feigning shyness, she was mentally screaming at the system. Can you turn off that sudden noise? I almost broke character, you know. Let me see if I can disable it. You're so unprofessional. I'm still young, still learning. 0128 felt aggrieved. Though it had been with several hosts before, they were all formidable and never bothered to converse with it, leaving it feeling like a novice. Gu Shooting had actually come over when he heard the commotion, but it stayed hidden. He subtly shielded Tang Yuan behind him, his fingers in his pocket, calmly ending the call he had just placed to the security office. Running was out of the question. Farther ahead lay an area beyond surveillance. He stared straight at the hostile group. Xie Mingwei and her crew also spotted him. The 2 boys, oblivious to who he was, frowned and warned. Who the hell are you? Get out of the way, or we'll beat you up too. Gu Shooting frowned back, looking at Xie Mingwei behind them. Xie Mingwei caught his gaze, panicked for a moment, then forced composure as she stepped forward to pull the 2 boys back. Gu Shooting, you're here too. We were just playing a game. They're my friends. Li Yunfei quickly chimed in. Yeah, Gu Shooting, we didn't expect to see you here. Did you just arrive? Hearing that she knew the newcomer, the Class 9 students who had been shouting fell silent. They had enough sense to follow Xie Mingwei's lead. Tang Yuan, hearing Xie Mingwei's voice, flinched and instinctively wanted to drag Gu Shooting away. but he tightened his grip on her wrist, preventing her from moving, and gave her a calming look. What game involves chasing one person with so many? Just a regular game. Xie Mingwei also noticed Gu Zuding's gesture. Jealousy nearly overwhelmed her as she dug her nails deep into her palm, forcing herself to stay bitch, putting on an act. She recalled Li Yunfei's words. Maybe Gu Shooting really did have something going on with Tang Yuan. Why else would he protect her? The thought made her eyes redden with fury. No way. She wouldn't allow it. Gu Shooting could not like her, but he must never ever like that low-class slut Tang Yuan. She wanted to tear Tang Yuan apart limb from limb, but she couldn't. Gu Shooting would never like a girl like that. Unsure whether Gu Shooting had overheard their earlier conversation, she took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, Tang Yuan, are you all right? We were just playing. You didn't take it seriously, did you? I. She seemed about to say something, but then as if startled, she abruptly let go of Gu Zuding's hand, stepped back, and feeling insecure grabbed the hem of his shirt, pressing herself almost again. Xie Mingwei could tolerate that much, but what she could not bear was Tang Yuan grinning at her. She was provoking her. Those 5 words flashed in Xie Mingwei's mind. Bitched. She finally lost control, raising her hand to slap Tang Yuan. She had never been so humiliated in her life. The slap never landed. Gu Shooting seized her wrist, his frown deepening. He said nothing, just stared at Xie Mingwei. His gaze was like ice frozen on winter window panes, coldness radiating from the corners of his eyes to his brow. He had heard enough to know these people were out to bully Tang Yuan. Even with him present, she dared to strike. It was clear she had been tormenting Tang Yuan all along. His goodwill toward her evaporated completely. He had thought Xie Mingwei was a girl bold enough to love and hate, albeit a bit overbearing, but he never imagined she would bully a classmate. Xie Mingwei winced in pain. The others, ever loyal to their benefactor, could not stand by. One of the boys immediately shoved Gu Zuding's arm away. Fortunately, Gu Shooting had been cautious and released Xie Mingwei's wrist in time. Who the hell are you? Playing the knight in shining armor. I hate show-offs, especially good-looking ones like you. TSK. Hey, don't fight. It's all a misunderstanding. Li Yunfei hadn't expected the boys to actually start a fight, especially against Gu Shooting. She quickly tried to intervene. If they really threw punches, Xie Mingwei would take it out on her. Just then, security guards arrived on electric scooters. What are you all doing here? Who's fighting? Nobody's fighting. Li Yunfei waved her hands. No fighting. Then why are you gathered here? Disperse immediately. Don't linger, or we'll notify your homeroom teacher. The Class 9 students exchanged glances, unsure whether to leave. But they had no choice. The guards began shooing them away. Xie Mingwei wanted to walk with Gu Shooting, but the growing impatience on his face forced her to leave alone, seething with resentment. Tang Yuan followed Gu Shooting for a stretch, and they both stopped behind the teaching building. Gu Shooting, thank you. Tang Yuan looked up at him, unsure if it was the lingering effect of her run or something else. Her eyes were sparkling as if filled with fragments of sunset light, holding pure, unguarded gratitude. Gu Shooting was startled, realizing for the first time that her eyes were truly beautiful. He was about to speak, to say something as ordinary as, "You're welcome," or "Be more careful next." Tang Yuan, as if suddenly remembering something, fumbled in her pocket and pulled something out. Like offering a treasure, she quickly thrust her hand in front of him. In her palm lay a small candy. The transparent glass wrapper refracted a rainbow of faint light in the sunlight, enclosing a plump, round orange fruit drop. Here for you. Seeing that he hadn't moved, Tang Yuan extended the candy further, almost touching his clothes. Gu Shooting wanted to say no, but when he saw her expectant, yet nervous gaze, the refusal stuck in his throat. So he decided to take it. Just as his fingertips touched the wrapper, she whispered, "Last time, when you helped me out in the classroom, I wanted to thank you. Then this candy makes us even." He casually said, directly unwrapped the candy, and popped it into his mouth, the orange sweetness spreading across his palate. "It's not nearly enough." Tang Yuan suddenly raised her voice, then hurriedly lowered her head. "How can one candy be enough?" Gu Shooting knew she just wanted to thank him, but he considered those matters not worth mentioning. He joked again, "One candy is indeed not enough, so you should give me a few more." "Okay." Tang Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. She quickly pulled out a handful of orange-flavored candies from her pocket and stuffed them all into Gu Zuding's hand. So many. This time, it was Gu Zuding's turn to be at a loss. "Not many, not at all." Tang Yuan looked up, her expression earnest. She felt these candies could not repay his kindness. "Tomorrow, I'll bring you more. I'm leaving now." As if afraid he would refuse, she hurried away after speaking her back, exuding lightness. Gu Shooting stood there stunned. How did things turn out like this? He subconsciously touched his slightly warm ears, watching Tang Yuan's disappearing figure around the corner, her words, "I'll bring you more tomorrow," still echoing in his ears. Looking down at the 7 or 8 fruit candies in his hand, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifted into a curve he didn't even notice. Would she think he loved candy? Target affection value 5, target affection value 3, convert to consumption points. Yes. Alright, conversion done. Want to do a 10 pool, my dear host? Let's do it. Alright. The wheels spun. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Piano Card 1A Basic Skincare, Set 1, Orange Flavored Candy 8. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully spending 5,000, leveling up to level 1, reward Orange Flavored Candy 10. Ding, system shop is now open. Bound person Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health status strong, beauty value 60, level 1, 500, 010000 Tang Yuan. The system really knows her heart, just as she finished giving away the candies, new ones appeared. However, this time she actually got a card. She tapped to open it. A silver light flashed. The card was elegantly black with golden lines outlining the silhouette of a piano adorned with a few musical notes. Advanced piano card. After use, the user will reach professional level for the next 6 hours, able to play both classical pieces and modern pop music with ease. Seeing that it only lasted 6 hours, Tang Yuan instantly lost interest. She threw it into her backpack to gather dust. She asked 0128 to open the system shop. After spending, she precisely unlocked the system shop. She was quite interested in the items sold inside, but it was better not to look. Once she saw, her heart sank. The items sold inside not only related to beauty, but also many unexpected ones. For example, photographic memory strength like an ox koi fish aura and some high-tech products from other dimensions. But it was too expensive. Ridiculously expensive. Moreover, only after level 10 could she purchase items beyond beauty. Her current level allowed her to spend only in the beauty section, other areas she could only look at. Tang Yuan finally understood the value of the golden quality item she had drawn with a single pull that day. She found the card, eyes like autumn water, priced at 10,000 consumption points. This meant she would have to raise Gu Zuding's affection to 100 to buy such an item. No wonder there was a lottery mechanism. So it turned out she couldn't afford anything in the shop and had to rely entirely on luck. Tang Yuan looked as if the sky had fallen. 0128 timely came out to, don't worry, host. Though they are expensive, they are actually not cheap at all. But you can draw the lottery. If you get lucky, pulling one out is a profit. Tang Yuan didn't want to talk to her, as she wanted to be alone for a while. Her luck had never been good since childhood. Drawing 2 golden quality cards in a row last time had used up her lifetime's luck. Host, think positive. Have you forgotten the light ball you encountered the day before yesterday? Trust me, he is definitely very valuable, at least twice as much as Gu shooting. What do you mean? Twice as much? Oh, haven't you noticed that Xie Jiheng's light is very bright? I noticed, so what? The children of fortune also have varying strengths. The stronger the fortune, the more consumption points they can exchange for, and vice versa. For example, Gu Zuding's golden light is relatively faint. His 1 affection value can exchange for 100 consumption points. In contrast, the more dazzling Xie Jiheng can exchange for 200, or even more. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh, didn't I tell you before? Tang Yuan gave 0128 a look, letting it figure it out. Since Xie Jiheng was so valuable, she should act early. How could she get close to him? She only remembered that in her past life, he seemed to have stayed in Yinghai City for quite a long time. In early April, twilight wrapped in a damp breeze crept into the parking lot of the Cloud Pavilion private banquet hall. Magnolia petals scattered sparsely on the bluestone path. Xie Jiheng, having concluded a lengthy business negotiation, pushed open the glass door. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a girl in a blue and white school uniform quietly crouching on the vacant lot beside the security booth. She held breadcrumbs in her hand, gently scattering them toward the stray cats gathered at her feet. The kittens jostled forward, uttering soft mews. Xie Jiheng averted his gaze and walked toward the black Maybach waiting nearby. The driver had already opened the door. He bent down to enter, yet his eyes still lingered through the window on the unsuspecting girl. The girl kept her head lowered, her ponytail swaying gently with her movements. Occasionally, she reached out to stroke a cat's back, murmuring something under her breath. Too far away for him to hear. But it must be some soft words to soothe the kittens, he thought, and his weary nerves inexplicably relaxed. Until the driver's puzzled voice reached his ears. Sir. Xie Jiheng turned his head. The driver repeated, shall we head back to the company first? Let's go to Royal Garden. Very well, sir. The car drove out of the parking lot, gradually shrinking into the distance. Tang Yuan gently patted the heads of the kittens, then slowly stood up. She shook the magnolia petal in her hand and said softly to the cats around her feet, goodbye, little kittens. I'll come see you tomorrow. Don't wander off, okay? That last sentence was the key. If they wandered off, there would be no kittens to perform with tomorrow. The cats seemed to understand her words, meowing in response. Tang Yuan smiled faintly, turned, and walked away. The setting sun stretched her shadow, long magnolia blossoms drifted in the wind, and the cats scattered. Host, the kittens are so cute. The system crawled out of the space and sat on Tang Yuan's shoulder. Of course I love kittens the most. I can turn into a kitten too. Oh, really? Really? Once I save up enough consumption points, I can exchange for it. Okay, I love you the most. When she got home, it was already dark. Tang's phone was already there. Seeing her come in, he didn't ask where she had been, just told her to hurry up and cook dinner. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner as usual. When dinner was served, her mother just came back and Tang Jia put down his phone at the right moment. Tang Yuan was still the last to sit at the table. The dishes had already been half eaten. After the meal, she cleared the table and cleaned the kitchen, then took a bath and did her homework. Only when she returned to her room did she have time to open the system panel. Xie Jihing's affection had increased by 5 points. Quite generous. A mere silhouette earned 5 points. She wondered how many consumption points that could trade for. 0128. Convert it into consumption points. Got it. In an instant, her consumption points increased by 5000. Tang Yuan sat up straight. Instant wealth. She had known he was valuable, but not that valuable. 5 affection points could yield 5000 consumption points. The system was equally excited, even more valuable than it had imagined. Ah, he's really valuable. Let's stake him out again tomorrow. 0128. Having tasted the sweet fruit, urged Tang Yuan to go again tomorrow. To become beautiful and strong and reach the peak of life. I know, stop shouting. Let me see what to buy. Keeping consumption points was useless, as she might as well spend them all. The lottery was a trap. Then how about buying some items from the shop? Don't forget our goal. Shout it out with me. Our goal is to become beautiful and strong and reach the peak of life. I know, stop shouting. Let me see what to buy. Keeping consumption points was useless, as she might as well spend them all to level up to 10 as soon as possible. That way she would have more options. Tang Yuan asked 0128 to open the system store. A dazzling array of goods stacked in layers, dense classification tags intertwined with flashing promotional icons dizzying to the eyes. She browsed through. In the end, she bought a height card. It was also a gold quality card costing exactly 500 consumption points after the discount. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 2. Ding. Reward orange flavored candy X20, a basic swimming card X1. Opening the backpack, she tapped the card. The card was as magnificent as ever, its surface printed with a bamboo shoot braid. Below was the detailed effect. Height card. After use, the bone gaps automatically fill with new bone tissue growing naturally at a rate of 0.5 cent. The growth process is painless, accompanied instead by a pleasant sensation of muscle relaxation, and it stops automatically upon reaching the set height maximum setting of 10 centimeters, resulting in a more elongated and upright figure. Tang Yuan didn't hesitate and set the growth height to 10 centimeters. She was not tall, only 1.55 meters, looking like a middle school student. She chose this card because it happened to be on sale in the shop, cheap, and because she didn't want to be mistaken for a middle schooler anymore. It interfered with her big plans. Growing 10 centimeters to 1.65 meters was a height she was satisfied with. After using it, she didn't feel any change in her body. She then clicked on Basic Swimming Card. The card face was pale blue, printed with a simple line drawing of a swimmer and splashes. Duration 20 minutes. After use, it equates to the level of a beginner who has practiced for 1 month. Comes with water sense assistance, automatically adjusts body balance upon entering water, reducing the likelihood of sinking, suitable for pools or calm waters of depths up to 1.5 meters. Special effect: immunity to mild, choking throat discomfort without affecting breathing, suitable for overcoming the fear of water. After reading this, Tang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This card was great. She couldn't swim. If she were pushed into the water again like in her past life, she wouldn't have to rely on others. Although the duration was only 20 minutes, it was enough. She forced herself to stop thinking about her past life, pulled the covers over herself, and went to sleep. The next day, she deliberately looked in the mirror, but didn't feel any taller. 0128 mocked her. Host, what can you see with 0.5 centimeters? In a few days it will be obvious. Tang Yuan pretended not to hear. She opened the status panel. Bound person: Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health strong, beauty value 60, level 2, 100, 002, 0000. On Friday, all students were on holiday, and the school gates closed earlier than usual. Tang Yuan, as always, finished writing a test paper and was the last to. By then, students from all grades had already departed, leaving the teaching building eerily quiet. She was in class 1 of grade 11, on the 2nd floor of the building. Afraid of missing the bus, she hurried downstairs. Just as she stepped onto the ground floor corridor, her footsteps halted. There seemed to be a sound. She frowned, choosing not to head out of the school gate. Instead, she followed the sound to the end of the 1st floor corridor. It was a janitor's storage room for cleaning tools, and the sound seemed to be coming from inside. Tang Yuan's heart tightened. She walked over softly, and the closer she got, the clearer the sound became. It was a female voice, hoarse, carrying obvious fear. She tentatively pushed the door, but it didn't budge. Her gaze fell on the lock, and she guessed something. Hey, is anyone in there? Tang Yuan pressed close to the door crack and asked loudly. The sound inside abruptly stopped. After a moment of deathly silence, it erupted into even more intense joy. Someone. Help me. The door is locked. I can't open it. Her voice was hoarse and trembling from prolonged shouting and fear. Tang Yuan quickly said, "Don't be afraid. Wait a moment, I'll go to the security office and call someone. He'll be right back." Hearing that she would be rescued soon, Wu Yang calmed down considerably. Tang Yuan didn't dare delay. She ran to the school gate and explained the situation to the security guard. Fortunately, the guard was reliable and found the spare key to the storage room from a pile of keys. The moment the door opened, Tang Yuan was stunned. A faint golden light spilled out from the dim storage room. Ding, target character detected. Do you wish to bind? Ding, auto binding successful. Bound person Wu Yang, gender female, total affinity 0, redeemable affinity 00128, was screaming madly in her mind. Host, it's the child of fortune again. Quickly flatter her. Tang Yuan was annoyed by the noise. With such a dazzling light, she knew this was the child of fortune the system had mentioned. Wu Yang suddenly raised her head. The harsh light made her squint instinctively. Her overly tense nerves suddenly relaxed, causing her legs to weaken. She stumbled and nearly fell. Tang Yuan reacted quickly and reached out to steady her. An ice-cold hand tightly grabbed Tang Yuan's arm. Thank you. I'm Wu Yang from Class 1, Grade 12. Ding, child of fortune, Wu Yang's affinity 10, total affinity 10. As soon as Wu Yang finished speaking, a mechanical prompt echoed in Tang Yuan's mind. Her smile became more sincere. You're welcome. It just so happened I left late today. Are you alright? Ding, Wu Yang's affinity 10, total affinity 20. Tang Yuan was once again grateful that her ears and eyesight had improved after her body was enhanced. Otherwise, she wouldn't have heard her voice, as this storage room was quite secluded. I'm fine. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have had to spend the night in here. She looked a bit disheveled with dust all over her school uniform. As soon as Tang Yuan heard her name, she knew who she was. The prodigy girl of the senior year, famous in both her past and present life for her brilliance. Simply put, her excellence was evident to all. Coupled with her beautiful appearance and superior family background, she was hailed as the campus goddess upon enrollment. Although they were both top of their grade, Tang Yuan knew in her heart that the gap between them was enormous. In those youthful days, who didn't envy Wu Yang? Who didn't want to? It was a pity that such an outstanding girl failed her college entrance exam, leaving everyone sighing in regret. At that time, Tang Yuan was numbed by bullying and rarely paid attention to anything beyond her studies. She only learned about Wu Yang's situation from Zhang Kerson's words. What's the use of good grades and a good family? She still failed. How embarrassing. If I were her, I wouldn't come back to school for a retake. After that, she never heard any news about her again, nor did she see her at school. She didn't come back to No. 3 high school for retaking. It wasn't until a few years later, just days before Tang Yuan's death, that the authoritative domestic magazine Huaxiao Science published the annual list of the top 10 science pioneers. The youngest name on the list was none other than Wu Yang. By then, she had led her team to a breakthrough achievement in quantum communication, already a benchmark in the domestic tech world. Come to think of it, how bad could someone blessed by fortune really be? A small difficulty was merely a stepping stone in her growth. You two can continue your chat outside. The school is about to close, the security guard said after checking the storage room, waving for them to leave the campus quickly. Wu Yang thanked the guard again, and the two of them went to the senior year classroom to retrieve her backpack before leaving the school. It was already getting dark by the time they finished, as Tang Yuan had left late in the first place. Thinking of the important matters ahead, she had no time to build rapport. She hurriedly said goodbye and sprinted toward the bus stop, as if running an 800-meter sprint. I have to go now. See you. Tang Yuan was the only one at the bus stop. She waited for a while, but instead of a bus, a private car pulled up. The window rolled down slowly, revealing a familiar face, Wu Yang. She waved at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, let me give you a ride home. They had just exchanged names earlier. Wu Yang actually knew Tang Yuan. She was the top student of the sophomore year. But in her memory, Tang Yuan had such a low profile that she hadn't recalled her immediately. Thank you, but no need. My home is quite far, Tang Yuan declined. She still had other things to do, and the bus would arrive soon. Don't be shy. You helped me today, so I should thank you. Wu Yang opened the door, got out, and pulled Tang Yuan into the car. Tang Yuan had no choice but to follow her into the car. Ding, bond person Wu Yang's favorability increased by 2. Total favorability, 22. Redeemable favor value, 20. Tang Yuan was a bit surprised. Just like that, she had gained 2 more points of favor. Senior, please drop me off at Nanzhong Street. Nanzhong Street was near Young Private Banquet, and also where she would transfer to another bus. Alright, but don't call me Senior. Just call me by my name or Yan Yang. Tang Yuan nodded. Ding, bond person Wu Yang's favorability increased by 10. After instructing the driver, Wu Yang turned to explain what had happened. I was on duty today, but the brooms and mops in the classroom were broken, so I went to the storage room to see if there were any new tools. But just after I entered, the door suddenly slammed shut, and then I heard the lock click. I immediately ran over and tried to pull the door open. But that person was fast. The door was already locked. No matter how hard I pulled or shouted, no one came. It was like that until school ended, and still no one. I was almost in despair. I never expected you to come. Thank goodness you did. I'm so grateful. Wu Yang shuddered at the thought of spending the night with rats and cockroaches. She would rather pass out. Tang Yuan had guessed the general situation, but still felt a bit surprised. Who would be so bold as to scheme against the eldest daughter of the Wu family? Did you see who locked you in? No, I was too busy looking for the tools. But it's fine. They'll check the surveillance footage tomorrow. If I find out who it was, I'll make sure they paid dearly. Wu Yang clenched her fists tightly, clearly furious. Tang Yuan nodded. As the only daughter of the richest man in Yinghai City, she was certainly entitled to say such things. Tang Yuan recalled an anonymous post she had seen on the campus forum. Someone claimed with certainty that a male college student had been pursuing the Wu family's heiress obsessively, even resorting to stalking. The news somehow reached Wu Zhua's ears, and within 3 days the student's expulsion notice was plastered all over the bulletin board. Although the school later dismissed it as personal reasons, many believed it was the Wu family's doing. After that, the number of people pursuing Wu Yang dropped significantly. Tang Yuan wasn't sure if the story was true, but given the Wu family's power, it was highly likely. So from any perspective, building a good relationship with Wu Yang was nothing but beneficial. Mr. Wu is calling you. Wu Yang immediately pulled out her silenced phone from her backpack and said to Tang Yuan, "He'll take this call." "Hello, Dad. I'm giving a classmate a ride home. Didn't I tell Uncle Zhou to inform you? Don't worry, nothing serious. He'll be back soon." "I know." Tang Yuan listened quietly, feeling a hint of envy. She watched the scenery receding through the window, recalling everything she knew about Wu Yang from her past life. But in that past life, she had buried herself in books, ignoring the world outside, and had very little memory of Wu Yang. She only remembered that Wu Yang had missed the college entrance exam, though she never knew the reason. The car sped along, and soon reached the spot Tang Yuan had specified. They waved goodbye. Tang Yuan arrived at the parking lot. As soon as she appeared, the hidden cats rustled and came out one by one. As usual, she fed the cats and played with them for a while before leaving. Today she didn't run into Xie Jing. This was expected. But the system didn't understand. "Host, you knew Xie Jing wouldn't be here today, so why did you come? Isn't this a waste of time? You might as well go home early and rest." "Silly system. 0128. Why is the host attacking me?" Tang Yuan didn't explain. Instead, she opened the system interface in her mind. Bond person Wu Yang. Gender female. Total favorability 42. Redeemable favor value 42. She had only met her once, yet gained over 40 favor points. Indeed, girls were the cutest creatures in the world. Tang Yuan converted the favor value into consumption points. She now had 4200 more consumption points. She recalled that the light around Wu Yang was similar to that around Gu shooting. Tang Yuan now had a clear idea. The most valuable one was still Xie Jing. To fully take revenge on Xie Mingwei, the key lay with the Xie family, the source of her arrogance, and the head of the Xie family was Xie Jing. She needed to plan carefully. She placed the task of approaching Xie Jiheng as her top priority. Tang Yuan opened the system shop, looked around for a while, then too expensive. She couldn't afford anything for now. "Host, why not try the lottery?" Tang Yuan shook her head. She never won anything. "Host, you won't know unless you try. Give it a shot. What if you get lucky and win big? I believe in you, Host. Your luck has always been good. Try 10 draws. It's not expensive anyway." Tang Yuan was tempted by its words. "All right, let's do a 10 pull." "Sure thing." 1,000 consumption points were deducted, and the wheel started spinning. "Ding, congratulations, Host. You obtained orange-flavored candy X10. Tang Yuan. She swore she would never gamble again. Meanwhile, 0128 watched its private wallet grow and felt overjoyed. Wu Yang arrived home as well. As soon as she entered the door, a figure rushed over. "You scared me to death. Xiaozhou has been looking for you for ages. You really don't let people worry. Where did you go after school?" Wu Zhua took Wu Yang's school bag, his brows furrowed tightly. No one knew the panic he felt when he received Xiaozhou's call at the company. He had only one daughter. If something truly happened to her, how could he go on living? Before Wu Yang could speak, Peng Fong, who was sitting on the living room sofa eating fruit, interjected. "Where could she have gone? Probably out gallivanting with some boy again. If you ask me, Wu Yang is not as obedient as Hao Hao. Look at your younger brother. He comes straight home after school. Unlike you, who doesn't act like a girl at all." The barrage of accusations rained down, and even though she had heard it many times, Wu Yang's heart still clenched. But in just a second, Wu Zhua shielded her behind him. "Have you gone mad? What did the child do to you?" "Mad? What did I say wrong? Look at her. Does she have any semblance of a girl? Hao Hao has seen her with so many boys several times." Peng Fong. "Shut up. How can a mother speak of her own daughter like that? If you don't want to stay in this family, get out right now." "You want me to leave?" Peng Fong was stunned. "Yes, tomorrow we'll get a divorce." Wu Zhua had truly had enough. If it weren't for the fact that she was Yang Yang's biological mother, he would have divorced her long ago. Peng Fong was a woman of temper. After years of being pampered, she pointed her long manicured nail at Wu Zhuo. Fine. I've been with you since I was a teenager, and now you want to divorce me over a trivial matter. Wu Zhuo, you have no conscience. I should never have married someone like you. I've had enough too. Back then I was blind to have fallen for you. Let's just... Mom. Peng Hao, who had been watching the show, suddenly rushed over and grabbed Peng Fang's hand. Calm down. His voice was low but forceful. Mom, if you divorce now, what can you get? Dad's prenuptial agreement is clear, the villa and company shares. At the mention of money, Peng Fang's earlier arrogance instantly deflated. Peng Hao quickly pressed her back onto the sofa, then turned to Wu Zhuo with a fawning smile. Dad, don't be angry with Mom. She's just upset for a moment. Sis, don't go to places like that next time. Mom was just worried about you. Wu Yang, who had been about to persuade Wu Zhuo to let it go, instantly laughed at these words. Don't go to places like that. Like what? TV? Internet cafes? Or perhaps a hotel? Peng Hao's face stiffened for a moment, suspicion creeping into his mind that she might know something. But he still said softly, Sis. Mom and Dad are still here. I'd better not say anything. It wouldn't be good for our family's reputation. Wu Yang was once again disgusted by him. She had no idea how a grown boy could so naturally put on such an act. So petty. Go on, Hao, say it. If someone dares to do something, they should be brave enough to let others know. Peng Fang, sensing a story, naturally wouldn't miss any chance to belittle Wu Yang. A vein bulged on Peng Hao's forehead. A useless teammate indeed. Wu Yang was curious to hear what he could come up with. But Wu Zhuo directly bellowed, Shut up. This family isn't a place for you to talk nonsense. Peng Hao knew he was truly furious and quickly played the good son. Dad, don't be angry. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. What misunderstanding could there be, eh? I think. Peng Fang kept fanning the flames. They went back and forth, determined to smear Wu Yang's name. In an ordinary family, such words would plant seeds of doubt. But Wu Zhuo was different. He didn't even listen to them. He grabbed the teacup and threw it directly. The moment the tea hit the ground, it splashed all over the mother and stopped. Get out, both of you, get out. Wu Zhuo had always had a bad temper. Although he had mellowed with age, he could no longer contain his rage at this moment. He was panting heavily, obviously enraged. Wu Yang was startled by his action, but more worried than anything. She nervously pulled him to sit down and quickly soothed him. Dad, don't get angry over people who aren't worth it. If you get sick, what will I do? Dad, calm down. I was wrong just now. Peng Hao came to his senses. Ignoring the startled Peng Fang, he hypocritically came over to comfort, while secretly wishing Wu Zhuo would die of anger right then. He was old and a fit of rage could easily cause something serious. But reality didn't unfold as he had hoped. Wu Zhuo took a sip of the tea his daughter handed him and felt much better. Since you know you're wrong, apologize now. Peng Hao. He had only said it casually. Apologize. Peng Hao looked at Peng Fang with a grievance. Peng Fang naturally couldn't stand to see her son humiliated. Adding the fact that the teacup had nearly hit her, resentment filled her heart. She lunged at Wu Zhuo, claws outstretched. Wu Zhuo, I think you've gone mad. You fly into a rage over such a small matter. I've known you for over 20 years. Although Peng Hao isn't your biological son, he has been raised under your care all these years. All these years he has treated you like his own father, sometimes even better than me, his real mother. And you can't even be bothered to look at him. Your favoritism has to have a limit. Do you have any conscience? I see you only have eyes for Wu Yang. Don't forget. Without me, how could Wu Yang have come into this world? Madwoman. You're a complete madwoman. Wu Zhuo fended off Peng Fang while protecting Wu Yang. Peng Fang in her frenzy would hit anyone. Wu Yang, as a younger generation, couldn't intervene. In the end, it was the butler who stepped in to stop the family war. Wu Zhuo's face and arms were covered in scratches, and Peng Fang was no better off. Although Wu Zhuo hadn't hit her, she had accidentally knocked her forehead against a table corner and was bleeding profusely. Wu Yang applied medicine to Wu Zhuo's wounds with a pained expression. Peng Hao was also tending to Peng Fang's injuries. A family of four, like two separate households, loathing each other at the sight. Wu Zhuo was still furious, sticking his neck out. Divorce, tomorrow. I don't agree unless the family property is given to me, and Wu Yang comes with me. Impossible. You can forget that. You won't get a single cent. You old bastard. Peng Fang lunged again. The butler stopped her in time, preventing another fight. Wu Yang quickly helped Wu Zhuo upstairs. In the study, most of Wu Zhuo's anger dissipated at the sight of his beloved daughter. He hadn't forgotten the question from when they first came in. Yang, what happened after? Did someone bully you? The mere thought pained him. Wu Yang nodded. Dad, I was locked in a storage room this afternoon. If a girl hadn't passed by and helped me, I would have had to spend the night there. She didn't hide it from Wu Zhuo, because even if she didn't tell the truth, he would investigate on his own. And she didn't feel that her father's excessive control deprived her of freedom or privacy, because from childhood, he had cherished her as the apple of his eye. Although she lacked maternal love in her childhood, the full measure of paternal love more than made up for it. What a... Wu Zhuo's voice shot up. Locked in a storage room. Who did it? He fumbled to check her arms. Wu Yang assured him repeatedly that she was not injured. Relieved, Wu Zhuo picked up his phone from the drawer and dialed. Don't be scared, Yang Yang. They'll call your principal right now. How dare anyone bully his daughter in Yinghai City? Did they think he had spent all those years for nothing? Wu Yang's lips twitched. Wu Zhuo was perfect in every way except that he lost all reason when it came to her. She didn't stop him because she couldn't. Hello. On Monday, Tang Yuan returned to school. During the first break, Wu Yang came to find her. She was startled and immediately stood up and walked out. Wu Yang was delighted to see her. She took her hand and pulled her aside. Tang Yuan, thank you for last week. This is for you. She opened the metal box in her hand, revealing neatly arranged cookies. Dark red dried fruit was embedded in the biscuit, and the fruity aroma mingled with this. Our housekeeper made these. They're delicious. Try one. As she spoke, she picked up a piece and brought it straight to Tang Yuan's lips. Tang Yuan had never been this intimate with anyone, male or female. In her past life, she had always been alone. Her closest gesture with her best friend Zhang Kersen was merely holding hands. The cookie was warm as it touched the corner of her lips. Tang Yuan instinctively opened her mouth and took a bite. The crisp sound and the sweet and sour dried fruit exploded on her tongue. Delicious. Thank you, she said, a little embarrassed. Eat more if you like. And you don't need to thank me. I should be thanking you. Wu Yang pressed the cookie box into Tang Yuan's arms. She took the initiative to talk about what had happened last week. I know who set me up. Tang Yuan looked up curious. Wu Yang's lips curled bitterly. It was my younger brother. Tang Yuan's eyes widened slightly, clearly shocked. Younger brother. Wasn't Wu Yang an only child? In her past life, she had never heard of Wu Yang having a younger brother. Had he been hidden too well? Tang Yuan opened her mouth to comfort her, but Wu Yang continued. But my father has already taught him a lesson. Let's not talk about that. Class is about to start. Want to have lunch together? He'll come find you. Before Tang Yuan could agree, the bell rang. Wu Yang waved and hurried away. Tang Yuan entered the classroom carrying the cookie box, and Zhang Kersen shot her another glare. Muttering something inaudible, Tang Yuan didn't want to pry. She took out her textbook to prepare for class. At noon, He Wei Mingyun called her to go eat, but Tang Yuan declined, obediently sitting in the classroom, waiting for Wu Yang. The two arrived at the cafeteria. The first floor was bustling with noise. Wu Yang took Tang Yuan's hand and headed straight for the second floor. The second floor served stir-fried dishes at higher prices, and the view was more open. The space on the second floor was much smaller than downstairs, without the crowded rows of long tables and benches. Instead, there were several relatively independent square tables covered with white plastic tablecloths. Tang Yuan immediately noticed Xian Mingwei's table, and as expected, at the adjacent table, separated by a narrow aisle, sat a few boys. Among them, the one with the clean, elegant profile was none other than Gu Shooting. Seeming to sense Tang Yuan's momentary pause and shift in breath, Wu Yang followed her gaze and saw Xian Mingwei's table. Wu Yang's beautiful eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly. She knew that girl with the purple hair. Last month at a dinner party, her father had taken her to. That girl was also present. But she didn't have a good impression of that girl. She had been happy when she first heard they were at the same school, but after witnessing her slap a girl in the face, she lost all liking. She didn't dwell on it, though, and skillfully led Tang Yuan to a window seat that was diagonally across from Xian Mingwei's table, where their gazes wouldn't directly collide. She briskly pulled out a menu with curled corners and pushed it in front of Tang Yuan. Take a look. What do you want to eat? Don't be polite with me. Her eyes were bright and candid. Tang Yuan took it, her gaze sweeping over the price list. She understood the value of the prices. The same amount of money downstairs could last her several days, but there was no embarrassment on her face. Instead, she calmly shifted her gaze back to the menu and studied it carefully. Everything looks so delicious. Tang Yuan exclaimed sincerely, her tone light and natural, without a trace of reluctance or burden. What are you having? I'm not familiar with this place. She proactively handed the choice back to Wu Yang. Ding Bon, target Wu Yang, favorability 5. Then let's start with the signature dish. They'll go with what? All right. You sit tight. They'll go order. Wu Yang, like a joyful butterfly, rose lightly and walked toward the window. Passing by Xian Mingwei's table, Xian Mingwei greeted her, as if just noticing her. Oh, Wu Yang. You're eating on the second floor too. Wu Yang paused, her radiant smile from moments ago instantly fading into a slightly distant politeness. What a coincidence. They'll go order first. She replied simply, not even waiting for Xian Mingwei's response, and walked away. Xian Mingwei stiffened, looking somewhat embarrassed, especially when she sensed that Gu Shooting at the adjacent table seemed to have lifted his head slightly because of this small incident. Her nails dug deep into her palm, and she silently added another grudge against Wu Yang. Damn it. If it were the past, someone with Wu Yang's background wouldn't even be worthy of speaking to her. Her nails dug deep into her palm, and she silently added another grudge against Wu Yang. Damn it. If it were the past, someone with Wu Yang's background would top of the grade campus goddess, wealthy family, flag-raising speaker, event host. Many labels were attached to her alone. Xie Mingwei replied casually, sort of. Our families have some business dealings. Wow. The Wu family is the richest in Yinghai City. Then your family must be really rich. Li Yunfei and the others knew Xie Mingwei's family was wealthy, but they hadn't imagined it was to this extent. To be able to cooperate with the Wu family, they must be almost as well off. Children from ordinary families knew the richest person in the city as the pinnacle of wealth. Hearing this, Xie Mingwei sneered. The richest? Is that a big deal? Compared to my family, it's not. Wow, Wei. Tang Yuan took in everything, calculating in her mind. If Wu Yang took the initiative to protect her, would Xie Mingwei go against Wu Yang? She took the iced sour plum drink Wu Yang handed her, feeling the coolness of the cup through her fingertips. Raising her clear, watery eyes, she looked at Wu Yang and said in a curious, casual tone, neither loud nor soft. I saw you talking to Xie Mingwei just now. Do you know her? You mean Xie Mingwei? You know her too. She's in my class. What a coincidence. I wouldn't say I know her. We've only met once. Her family is from Jing City, and they have some cooperation with my family. From Jing City? Why would someone from Jing City come to this small place to study? I'm not sure either, but my dad said the Xie family is expanding their business here. Tang Yuan, just like in her past life, the Xie family would develop in this city this year, but Xie Jiheng seemed to be rarely around. Wu Yang didn't know the reason Xie Mingwei came to study here, and how she knew was a matter of chance. At that time, she had just started at Jing University for a month. One of her roommates was a local from Jing City, and during casual conversation, she mentioned Xie Mingwei. It was then that Tang Yuan learned she wasn't the only one Xie Mingwei had bullied. There was also a girl from Jing City who was a victim. It was said that the incident had caused a huge uproar, and the victim's family refused to let it go, which led to Xie Mingwei coming to this. Thinking this, she started chatting with Wu Yang about other things. Over one meal, Wu Yang's favorability reached 60. Consumption points hit 5,000, but it still wasn't enough to buy anything from the shop. Tang Yuan glanced at it and decided to keep saving. The last class of the afternoon. The homeroom teacher Luo Duo walked in with, "We're changing seats this period. Same as before, those with higher grades choose first. Any objections?" No. Good. Then pack up your things quickly. Line up outside when you're done. Tang Yuan, you choose first. Without hesitation, Tang Yuan chose the third row in the middle. The view of the blackboard was clearest from there. After her turn came Gu Shooting. Gu Shooting usually chose a seat in the back, but this time, he picked the seat behind Tang Yuan. The moment he sat down, almost instinctively Tang Yuan turned her head, her gaze carrying a hint of undisguised curiosity. Gu Shooting seemed to sense it, slightly lifting his eyelids, their eyes meeting. Tang Yuan turned back shyly. Gu Shooting thought she wouldn't turn around again. But to his surprise, the next second Tang Yuan's hand, clutching something cautiously, reached behind her. Until the candy clinked against the desktop, the little hand retracted quickly like a startled snail's antenna. Gu Shooting watched the whole process, saying nothing and not stopping her. He had thought she was joking last time because she hadn't given him any candy the next day. He hadn't expected her to slip him candy the first chance she got. The class continued selecting seats in an orderly manner. Gu Shooting picked up the candy and put it into his desk drawer. Seeing no one was watching, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing between them, yet it felt like a secret affair. Ding Bond target, Gu Shooting favorability 1. Ding Bond target, Gu Shooting favorability 1. Ding Bond target, Gu Shooting favorability 2. Bond target, Gu Shooting gender, male, total favorability 54, redeemable favorability points 4. Tang Yuan's pen scratched across the paper as she smiled silently. 10 minutes later, everyone had chosen. Tang Yuan's desk mate changed from Wei Mingyun to Gu Shooting. Her seatmate changed from Zhang Kersen to Wei Mingyun, and Gu Ziding's seatmate became Ai Ruiguang. Xie Mingwei's position remained unchanged, still by the window. Her grades weren't good, so ranking-based seating gave her no advantage. But with money and power, she had secured her desired spot long ago. The others would avoid that seat when choosing. When she saw Gu Ziding's position, her resentment toward Tang Yuan grew even stronger. Old and new grievances surged in her heart. She kicked her desk directly, sending books clattering to the floor. Successfully, she drew everyone's attention. Li Yunfei and the girl next to her scrambled to pick up the books, while Xie Mingwei sat still, clearly displeased. The homeroom teacher said nothing. After adjusting seats, Luo Duo quieted the class and announced the upcoming sports meet at the end of the month. "We're going to have a spring sports meet, and our class needs to send a few participants. Is anyone willing to sign up?" Cheers erupted immediately, not out of enthusiasm for registration, but from the longing to skip class. The girls in the front rows propped their textbooks up like screens, whispering about going to the playground to watch the senior boys from the neighboring class. The boys in the back kicked the chairs in front, excitedly planning how to play cards in the shade of the trees. The entire classroom was like boiling water, steaming with noise, yet not a single hand was raised toward the blank registration form. Luo Duo knew this would happen, so he handed the arduous task to the class monitor and left with the physics representative. The monitor Jiangqi helplessly walked to the last 2 rows and asked each person one by one. School regulations required that every class must have at least 1 participant for each event. Zhao Lei shot put. Before he could finish, Zhao Lei waved his hand to interrupt, twirling a ballpoint pen with a smirk. Monitor, my arms can't even twist open a water bottle cap. Several boys nearby joined in the laughter. Jiangqi gave him a glare. Then you can join the 2,000-meter long-distance run. With that, he moved to sign him up. No, my legs won't work either. Last PE class you chased a stray dog for several laps, without even breathing hard. A 2,000-meter run would be like a stroll for you, wouldn't it? Jiangqi's fingers swiftly filled in the name on the form, startling Zhao Lei, who jumped up to snatch the registration sheet. Monitor, you're too cruel. No matter how he howled, the name was already written down. In the end, Zhao Lei was assigned the 2,000-meter run. The boys' events were mostly settled, but the girls were still lacking. Jiangqi glanced around among the girls and finally stopped at Wei Mingyun. Wei Mingyun, how about you take shot put? No, I can't. Don't judge by my size, I'm actually weak. Wei Mingyun waved her hands repeatedly to refuse. It's okay, winning doesn't matter. What matters is having someone participate. Please. All right then. She was soft-hearted, so she agreed after that. AI Ruiguang also joined in the fun. Then I'll do shot put too. Are you sure? Jiangqi looked at AI Ruigang's thin frame and asked uncertainly. Who are you looking down on? I may be skinny, but I'm not weak. He'll definitely win first place for our class. All right, buddy, I trust you. The shot put for both boys and girls was settled. Sprint is still yours, Ting Gu. Oh. Gu Shooting nodded. Basically everything was set, but the girls still needed a long-distance runner. Jiangqi was stumped. No one would likely volunteer for the 1,500-meter run. While he was wondering who to beg, someone suggested, let Zhao Lei wear a wig and run again. Maybe he could win a championship. Screw you. Everyone around burst into laughter. Tang Yuan couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. At this moment, Li Yunfei spoke up and asked for a registration form. Jiangqi repeatedly praised her for being beautiful and kind-hearted. Tang Yuan also looked over, knowing exactly what she intended to do. In her previous life, it was the same. Li Yunfei took the form but signed up Tang Yuan instead of herself. Tang Yuan only found out on the day itself and was half pushed onto the track. It was near noon, the sun was blazing, and Tang Yuan, already in poor health, fainted on the field. She was covered in embarrassment, becoming the talk of others. It became her nightmare. After school, Tang Yuan suddenly called out to the monitor, who was about to leave. Monitor, do you have any more registration forms? Give me one. Huh. Yes, you want to sign up. Jiangqi was surprised that Tang Yuan would speak to him voluntarily. In 2 years of being classmates, he felt he hadn't exchanged 10 words with her. Tang Yuan nodded. Okay, I'll get one for you. He went back to his seat and retrieved a new form from the desk compartment. Here you go. Give it to me by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. He'll head off now. You should go too. Tang Yuan didn't lock the door and leave immediately. Instead, she filled out the form. Namely, Yunfei event 1,500-meter long-distance run. After filling it, Tang Yuan put the form in her backpack, and then, wasn't she so fond of signing up? Well, today she would also be a good person and sign up for her. 2 days later, Jiangqi came to collect the forms. He first asked Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan said she hadn't finished and would bring it over herself later. Jiangqi didn't overthink it and went to Li Yunfei. Where's the form? Hurry up and give it to me. I need to take it to the homeroom teacher. Oh, I know, let me find it. Li Yunfei said, bending down to search. I don't know where I put it. Are you in a hurry? Why don't you give it to me? I'll take it for you later. All right, go ahead. Jiangqi put down the form and ran out. At that moment, Li Yunfei also found her form. She glanced at it, confirmed it was Tang Yuan's name, and directly stuffed it in the middle. Then she picked up all the forms and went to the office. Tang Yuan followed closely behind her. As soon as Li Yunfei left the office, Tang Yuan went in. The homeroom teacher didn't even look and simply told Tang Yuan to put it on the desk. Tang Yuan wisely put it down and left. Xie Jihing had been deliberately paying attention to the girl who fed the cats lately. He didn't come every day, but 3 out of 5 times he would see that familiar face. Sometimes she would squat in the usual spot using a plastic container to share sausages with the stray cats. Other times she would sit on the steps holding a book with a cat curled at her feet. Today he saw her again. He clearly noticed that these cats had grown much plumper and the girl was still feeding them. The evening breeze swept through the magnolia treetops, petals rustling down like an endless snow, gently landing on her hair and shoulders. Xie Jiheng did not disturb her. He simply watched for a while and then silently left. Outside the Yunk private banquet at 10 in the evening, streetlights blurred into fuzzy patches in the puddles. Xie Jiheng, holding his forehead, sat into the back seat, the fumes of whiskey still churning in his throat. He habitually glanced at the usual spot by the security booth, but did not see the blue and white figure that always crouched there feeding the cats. He paused for a moment. He must be really drunk. He loosened his tie and leaned back against the seat. As the driver asked about the route through the rearview mirror, Xie Jihing stared at the wet street outside, and as if possessed he turned back to glance at the empty corner again. The night wind swept drizzle against the car window. He laughed self-deprecatingly. It was so late. Which student would be lingering in the parking lot feeding cats? It was just a random, everyday scene, nothing worth remembering. Yet his clenched and then loosened fist betrayed a hint of disappointment he himself was unwilling to admit. Xie Jihing rubbed his throbbing temples and said to the driver in front, to Changjiang Street. As the car rounded the corner, he caught a glimpse of a convenience store glowing with warm yellow light on the roadside. He suddenly spoke, "Stop here, Uncle Wang. Go buy something." "Sir, what would you like to buy?" "Anything." The driver. "Just buy whatever you think." Although the driver didn't understand why his professional integrity kept him from asking further. The low-key black car slowly stopped at the convenience store entrance. The driver quickly got out and walked briskly into the store. The rear window slowly lowered, revealing a young face. His gaze pierced through the rain curtain and landed on the store entrance. A girl in a school uniform was soaked through, clutching her backpack straps tightly as she curled up at the convenience store entrance. A white stray cat approached silently, its wet fur clinging to its thin body. With bright eyes it cautiously surveyed the surroundings, finally stopped at the girl's feet, and gently rubbed against her shoe. The girl lowered her head, took out a piece of dry bread from her backpack, tore off a small piece, placed it gently in her palm, and tenderly offered it to the stray cat. The cat sniffed cautiously, then lowered its head to lick the bread. The driver walked out of the convenience store. He had noticed the girl when he went and hesitated for a moment, and finally approached her. The girl lifted her head in response. Xie Jihing was too far away to hear their conversation, but the driver suddenly pointed to the black car. The girl was clearly taken aback for a moment before turning her head to look. The warm light of the convenience store spilled over the girl's eyelashes, rippling a circle of amber in her pupils. Xie Jihing's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers hidden in the shadows of the back seat twitched unconsciously. She happened to meet Xie Jihing's eyes. Without averting her gaze, she paused for 2 seconds, then turned to the driver and nodded. The driver held an umbrella, gesturing for the girl to follow. She hesitated for a moment, then picked up the stray cat, slowly rose to her feet, and followed the driver toward the black car. The driver explained to Xie Jihing, "Sorry, sir, for taking a moment. The young lady didn't have an umbrella, so I wanted to give her the spare one from the car. Is that all right?" Xie Jihing didn't say a word, merely nodding slightly. The driver took a delicate umbrella from the passenger seat and handed it to the girl. She accepted it, murmuring a soft thank you. After thanking the driver as if remembering something, she turned to look at Xie Jihing in the back seat. Thank you, sir." She repeated the address the driver had used, her mask muffling the trailing syllables into a faint buzz. The stray cat in her arms meowed twice, as if also expressing gratitude. Xie Jihing looked at her clear eyes. "You're welcome. Go on home now." His voice was pleasant, like sandpaper smoothing pine wood, low and husky with a lingering softness. She opened the umbrella to turn around, then paused, looking back cautiously. "How can I return the umbrella to you?" "No need to return it. The Xie family did not lack a single umbrella." "That doesn't seem right." "It's fine, young lady. We're just here on business. Get home early and stay safe," the driver also chimed in. "All right then, here is something for you." The girl bit her lip, lowered her head, and fished out a candy from her school uniform pocket. Xie Jihing hadn't expected her to offer him candy. He was momentarily stunned and didn't reach out to take it. The girl's beautiful eyes dimmed. Just as she was about to withdraw the candy, he reached out and took it. The girl suddenly lifted her head, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. Her eyelashes cast trembling shadows on her eyelids, like a butterfly suddenly spreading dew-laden wings. After thanking him again, she turned and disappeared into the rain. Xie Jihing watched her retreating figure, then closed the car window. A brief silence settled inside the vehicle. The driver started the car, unable to resist, adding a few words of explanation. "I'm really sorry, sir. That girl looked about the same age as my daughter, so I couldn't bear it. Such heavy rain, and she had no umbrella. Who knows how long she'd have to wait for it to stop." Xie Jihing didn't mean to blame him. He squeezed the orange-flavored candy with his fingers. The rustle of the candy wrapper was especially clear in the sealed space. Candy. How long had it been since he last had candy? Judging by her uniform, that girl should be from the same school as Miss. She might even be a classmate of the young lady. The driver had worked for the family for over a decade and had some understanding of Xie Jihing. Despite his cold exterior, Xie Jihing was kind at heart, which was why the driver had dared to bring the girl over for the umbrella. Xie Jihing was thinking about the scene just now. The girl had worn a mask, so he couldn't see her face clearly, but her eyes were pure and beautiful, like the first snow melting on the summit of Mount Fuji in his youth. Very beautiful. He liked them very much. The car stopped in front of a quaint courtyard. Xie Jihing stepped out of the car holding an umbrella. Raindrops hammered against the umbrella, splashing into fine droplets. He strode quickly into the yard. The warm yellow light from inside the house seeped through the windows, appearing especially cozy in the rain. Pushing open the door, the faint aroma of medicinal herbs filled the room. An elderly woman with white hair was half reclining in a rocking chair covered with a thick blanket. When she saw him return, a glimmer of light flickered in her cloudy eyes. "Xiaohing, you're back." Grandma Su set down the slightly yellowed poetry collection in her hand, a gentle smile blooming on her face. Strategizing stepped forward and crouched beside her, taking her calloused hand in his gaze full of concern. "Grandma, you're not feeling well. Don't tire your eyes by reading." Grandma Su gently shook her head, pointing to the poetry book on the table. "Reading keeps the heart bright. How long do you plan to stay in Shanghai City this time?" "They'll be here for a while. The market here has great potential, and I'm preparing to expand the business here." Grandma Su stroked the armrest of the rocking chair, a hint of confusion in her cloudy eyes. "Open a branch office here. You'll be running back and forth alone." "You'll be running back and forth alone." Strategizing tucked the slipping blanket back around Grandma Su, maintaining a proper half-crouch posture. "I've already arranged for a capable team to start preparations. Once the structure is set up, it'll only need to come for regular supervision." When it came to business, he unconsciously straightened his back, his expression turning cold and professional. The new energy industry in this city is on the rise and aligns perfectly with the group's strategy. We've already identified 3 prime plots of land, and the bidding process will start next week. Grandma Su didn't understand these things but nodded. Then she asked, "How has Weiwei been lately?" "I visited her a few days ago. She's doing well. Don't worry too much." Grandma Su let out a soft sigh, a complex expression on her face. "Although that child is hot-tempered, she is still my daughter's daughter. I can't help but worry about her." "Xiaohing, don't blame your grandmother for being chatty. If she does anything wrong, please be more tolerant. After all, we are family." "Grandma, I understand your feelings. She is my sister, and I will naturally take care of her. But some of her actions are indeed improper, and as her elder brother, I cannot let her run wild. I've lived to this age and seen many people, but I just can't understand how she turned out like this. She was such a well-behaved child when she was young. I know I'm strict with her, but that child is simply too unreasonable. After she moved out, she hasn't come to see me for such a long time. I'm both angry and sad." Strategizing frowned slightly, but had to defend her. "Grandma, don't take it to heart. She's been busy with her studies lately. They'll make sure she comes to visit you often and apologize to you. I don't expect her to be very filial. As long as she can change her bad habits and become a kind person, that's enough." Grandma Su shook her head with a wry smile. "Don't worry, she will definitely change. Please stop worrying about her and focus on taking care of your health." A look of relief filled Grandma Su's eyes as she gently patted his hand. "All right, Grandma will listen to you. With you here, I'm at ease." Tang Yuan held the kitten softly, soothing it. "Good kitty, it wasn't in vain that I fed you. You cooperated so well. 2 sausages as a reward for you." At the mention of sausages, the kitten's eyes instantly lit up. She laughed and held down the eager little cat gently, saying, "Don't be impatient." Tang Yuan carefully hugged the kitten closer and walked lightly to the street corner stall not far away. She placed the cat in a warm cat bed and put 2 peeled sausages into. Tang Yuan carefully hugged the kitten closer and walked lightly to the street corner stall not far away. She placed the cat in a warm cat bed and put 2 peeled sausages into. Posted has been exchanged for consumption points. Tang Yuan opened the system interface in her mind, and the consumption points column changed to 15,000. So many. Want to draw a lottery host. Tang Yuan. She wasn't ready to be a dog yet. "Let's not draw for now. First check the mall for something suitable. I need to head back." "All right." After walking for 20 minutes, Tang Yuan arrived at an old residential area. She climbed to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door. Her Aunt Gao Chun opened it, saw her drenched, quickly took the umbrella, and asked with concern, "Why so late? Next time don't study this late. Have you eaten?" Tang Yuan smiled and shook her head, briefly explaining the situation. Gao Chun patted her shoulders sympathetically, pulled her inside, and warmth instantly. "Go take a shower first. They'll start boiling the ginger tea." She entered the kitchen. Tang Yuan watched the busy figure in the kitchen, her heart filled with a bittersweet ache. Her aunt was 40 this year. Unlike her mother, she had been competitive since childhood. Whatever her brother had, she wanted too. She never believed that girls were inferior. In that era of severe patriarchal bias, her behavior was deemed rebellious. Because she snatched things from her brother, she was beaten many times, the worst being unconscious for 2 days. During that time, apart from her mother, no one cared whether she lived or died. From then on, she changed, no longer so assertive, but learned to endure. When she was around 10, her grandmother refused to let her continue school, and she accepted it naturally. The next day, she packed up and went out to work. She worked in factories, carried bricks, set up stalls, and was a supermarket promoter. Anything she could do, she did. Bustling for decades, she never married. In her past life, Tang Yuan asked her why she didn't find someone to marry. She said she didn't need a partner, she was enough on her own. Her grandparents said she was possessed and ordered the whole family to cut. In her previous life, her aunt died at 43, which was 3 years from now. Due to family reasons, Tang Yuan hadn't had much interaction with her aunt in her past life. Yet when the family refused to pay for her living expenses, her aunt took over all 4 years of her living costs without hesitation. But she let her down. She didn't finish college. Yet she always remembered her aunt's kindness. In this life, she vowed to ensure her aunt enjoyed a peaceful old age. Tang Yuan rubbed her eyes, took a hot shower, then under her aunt's urging pinched her nose and drank the ginger tea she hated most. And have you been feeling unwell lately? No, why? Gao Chun was startled. Nothing. If you're not feeling well, remember to tell me. Tang Yuan remembered that her aunt died of pneumonia. The doctor said it could have been cured easily if treated early. I know. I'm a grown woman, you don't need to worry about me, Gao Chun said with a smile, but her heart was warm. Tang Yuan held her aunt's hand, her expression solemn. And if you're not feeling well, you must tell me, okay? Tang Yuan knew that her aunt wouldn't go to the hospital for checkups. If it got serious, she'd just buy some cheap medicine. So she had to emphasize it. Xiao Yuan, what could happen to me? Don't worry about nonsense. Your priority is to study hard. Your aunt is waiting to see you go to college. Gao Chun didn't take Tang Yuan's words to heart. She pulled Tang Yuan onto the sofa and began to envision the future. Tang Yuan was worried. She wanted to drag her aunt to the hospital for a checkup right now, but that was obviously impossible. Her aunt would think she had lost her mind. If only her aunt could always be under her watchful eye, and then she could keep an eye on her health at all times. Yes, a sudden idea struck Tang Yuan. Her aunt had lived alone for so many years as she could totally move in with her. In her past life, when Tang Yuan was admitted to the 3rd middle school, her aunt had also suggested this, but the family refused. Now she wanted to stay with her aunt. 1, for her aunt's sake. 2, because this place was closer to school and also closer to the old library. But her parents would probably disagree. And how about I come stay with you? Tang Yuan hugged a cushion and snuggled behind her, resting her chin lightly on her shoulder. Gao Chun paused in her fruit peeling, her eyes slightly red, but she deliberately put on a stern face and flicked her forehead. Sure, no backing out. They'll talk to your parents tomorrow. And don't say anything yet. They'll go home this weekend and tell them myself. Tang Yuan thought for a moment. She couldn't rush. Given Tang Feng's temper, he wouldn't let her go easily. If her aunt dared to bring it up tomorrow, he would scold her as an ungrateful daughter who didn't even want to come home. Besides, her father didn't like her aunt much. If her aunt took the initiative, he would be even less likely to agree. She needed to come up with a reasonable excuse. Afraid her aunt might overthink, Tang Yuan hugged her. Trust me, I can definitely convince my dad. But Gao Chun didn't relax her brows. She knew Tang Feng well, as she was afraid he might lose his temper and hit Tang Yuan. She opened her mouth to speak, but Tang Yuan interrupted. And it's late. Go to sleep. I have class tomorrow too. It was 11 o'clock. Tang Yuan lay in the room her aunt had specially prepared and opened the system shop. 0128. Anything suitable. She didn't plan to keep these consumption points. She wasn't beautiful enough now. She urgently needed to change. Yes. Host, how about this? The Crimson Lips card giving you glossy red lips. It's priced at exactly 10,000. Tang Yuan. She politely declined. She browsed the appearance section herself. After a couple of scrolls, she stopped. Let's go with this one. Priced at 12,000 consumption points. She clicked to purchase. The next moment, it displayed a successful purchase, asking whether to use it directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 3. Reward 30 orange-flavored candies. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the range positioning indicator. Bound person Tang Yuan. Gender female. Age 17. Health status strong. Beauty value 62. Level 3, 200, 003, 0000. Consumption points 3,400. Exchangeable favorability value 0. Tang Yuan browsed her body data and noticed that her beauty points had increased by 2. It should be due to the height increase. It has been exactly 1 week since she used the height card. She clearly felt that she had grown taller, and in another 2 weeks her height would reach 165 meters. Range positioning indicator. What is it? What's its use? Just the use you're thinking of. 0128 brought up the function introduction. Range positioning indicator. After activation, it automatically locates target individuals bound chosen of fortune within a 10-kilometer radius, marking them with different colored light points on a simplified map interface. The brightness of the light points increases as the distance decreases. When the target moves, the light point will display an arrow indicating the direction of travel. If the person approaches, the interface will pop up a prompt. Strategizing is approaching, current distance 20 meters. Host, set the light point colors for these 3 people yourself. Okay. Tang Yuan followed the system's instructions and changed the positioning of Strategizing to a blue light point, Gu shooting to red, and Wu Yang to green. With this, she no longer had to ask 0128 for free information about Strategizing's location. After setting it up, she opened her backpack and a golden card lay quietly inside. Bone structure reshaping card. After use, the cheekbones naturally retract, the jawline naturally tightens, the apple cheeks become full without appearing bloated, presenting a perfect golden ratio from any angle, creating a refined face shape with no blind spots. Host, why did you choose this? This one is not on sale and is not cheap either. This one has the best effect and the greatest change. Her facial foundation was quite poor. Whether a face is attractive is closely related to the face shape. As the saying goes, those who master the face shape master the world. Tang Yuan directly clicked to use it. The next moment, a numbing sensation spread from her cheekbones. She instinctively covered her burning cheeks, feeling the bones vibrating slightly and a sour swelling like ants gnawing at her jaw. After 10 seconds, the discomfort subsided. She got out of bed and picked up the small mirror on the table. The originally square jawline curved into a smooth arc, the protruding cheekbones were pushed inward to a perfect proportion, and the whole face transformed from a somewhat bulky trapezoid into a soft, yet defined oval face. Her features remained unchanged, but due to the change in face shape, they appeared exceptionally harmonious. Even the originally round and blunt nose tip and thin lips now fit perfectly into the new contour, as if enchanted, instantly transforming from ordinary to refined and pleasing. Found person Tang Yuan. Gender female. Age 17. Health status strong. Beauty value 70. Level 3, 200, 003, 0000. Consumption points 3,400. Exchangeable favorability value 0. Beauty points increased by 8 from ordinary and pleasant to a delicate and pretty young lady. She didn't let her bangs down, but instead found a hairpin, planning to use it tomorrow. 28. Do you think with such a big change I might be suspected and taken for research? 0128 was stunned for a moment before realizing that Tang Yuan was calling it. Host, my number is 0128. 28 is another system. Oh, same thing. How is it the same? Tell me quickly, will I be taken for research? The change in face shape was so obvious that it was hard not to be suspicious. Rest assured, system products are always top-notch, and after-sales service is full. As long as you don't admit it, everyone who has seen you before will default to believing that you have always looked like this, including the photos taken of you since childhood, which will be automatically modified to your current appearance. Okay, got it. From tomorrow onward, she wanted to live in the sunlight. The next morning, when Tang Yuan got out of bed, her aunt was already bustling in the kitchen. Yuan, come have breakfast quickly. Okay. After washing up, Tang Yuan sat at the table, and her aunt placed a bowl of rice porridge before her. Yuan, you should have pinned up your bangs long ago. You look so much more spirited this way. Gao Chun noticed nothing unusual about Tang Yuan. In her heart, her niece had always been fairly pretty. Cough. Slow down, no one's going to snatch it from you. Are you alright? Gao Chun quickly patted her back. And I'm fine. Then I won't let my bangs down anymore. After breakfast, Tang Yuan went to school and Gao Chun went to work. Although the old neighborhood had seen better days, it was still far better than the Tang family home, where even finding a bus stop was a challenge. She only had to wait 2 minutes before the bus arrived. Tang Yuan followed the crowd onto the bus. At this hour, as usual, there were no empty seats. She found a less crowded pole to hold onto. When the bus reached the next stop, Tang Yuan suddenly felt a tug at her back. She turned around to see a middle-aged woman with permed hair pulling at her clothes. Young lady, come over here and sit down. A seat had somehow opened up beside the woman, and she gestured for Tang Yuan to take it. Without thinking much, Tang Yuan walked over and sat down. There was still a long way to school, so having a seat was a welcome relief. Thank you, auntie. No need to thank me. You're a very pretty girl. Are you from No. 3 middle school, judging by your uniform? The woman looked at Tang Yuan's fair cheeks and thought, this child is really fair-skinned. No. 3 is a good school. My son graduated from there too. Once the woman started talking about her son, she couldn't stop. Tang Yuan, and used to such warmth from a stranger, could only smile and nod awkwardly. Such a thing had never happened to her before. And today, simply because she hadn't worn her bangs, she had received this kindness from the woman. With a 70% appearance, she got this treatment. What about when she reached 80 or 90%? The world was just that realistic. Most people said inner beauty mattered most, but without outer appearance, who would bother to know your inner self? 20 minutes later, the bus finally arrived at the stop. Tang Yuan, as if relieved, grabbed her backpack and hurried off. Coincidentally, she ran into Wu Yang, who had just gotten off the bus. Tang Yuan. Morning, Wu Yang. Hee morning. Come on, let's go in. Want to have lunch together? Sure. Ding. Wu Yang's affection value 5, total affection value 65. Redeemable affection value 5. Arriving at the classroom, Wei Mengyun was already. When she saw Tang Yuan, her eyes lit up. Tang Yuan, I never knew you could look this good without your bangs. Thank you. Tang Yuan's eyes curved into a smile, making her lovely face come alive. Wei Mengyun was momentarily stunned, then touched her own bangs and looked at Tang Yuan. Hey, do you think if I brushed all my bangs up, would I look better? Back in the early 2010s, that sweet blunt-cut bangs hairstyle was quite popular. Many girls in the class had worn it, including Wei Mingyun. Wei Mingyun still had it now, but her forehead was narrow and the blunt bangs actually shortened her face shape. Tang Yuan thought for a moment, then reached out and tucked a strand of Wei Mingyun's hair behind her ear. Of course it would look better. If you show a bit of your forehead line, your profile will look sharper. Really? After school, I'll ask my mom to take me to the salon to get it fixed. In the afternoon, Xie Jiheng leaned back in his spacious, genuine leather office chair and pushed the last signed document to the corner of the desk. The intense work that had lasted for hours receded like a tide, and his tense nerves relaxed, leaving behind a hollow sense of exhaustion. He raised his hand and pressed his fingertips against his brow, a faint coolness lingering. The office was very quiet, with only the low hum of the central air conditioning and his own slightly heavy breathing. His gaze slowly drifted to a corner of the desk. There beside a neat stack of documents lay a small fruit candy wrapped in a light golden foil. It was from the girl yesterday. At the time he had been surprised, even a little amused, and had set it aside on the desk. A cheap common fruit candy. It seemed utterly out of place among any of the items on his desk. He reached out and gently picked up the candy with his thumb and forefinger. The wrapper made a faint rustling sound, and the irritations of work seemed to dissolve in an instant. He was not someone with a sweet tooth. In fact, he rather disliked this kind of pure, cloying sweetness. The candy itself held no appeal for him, but the hand that had offered it. His gaze unconsciously swept over the electronic clock on the desk. The time read 4:45 p.m. Xie Jiheng picked up his phone and sent a message to the driver who always chauffeured Xie Mingwei. Then he stood up briskly. The expensive office chair slid back with a soft sound at his movement. Half an hour later, as the black sedan rolled over the speed bump at the school gate, Xie Jiheng belatedly realized that he might have been momentarily out of his mind. But since he was already here, he couldn't just turn back. Thinking of Xie Mingwei gave him a headache. Though they were full siblings, he couldn't say he was really close to her. He had been groomed as the family heir from childhood, raised by his grandfather, and rarely saw his parents, let alone this sister. His memory of her was still stuck at the cute toddler-like age of 2 or 3. But the current Xie Mingwei showed no trace of that adorable child. Willful, unreasonable, and utterly lacking in manners. That was his impression of her now. If not for the incident in the capital city that had blown up so badly, he would never have known what his sister was really like. That time had also been the 4th time in over a decade that his grandmother had come to the capital. The first was for his parents' wedding, the second for his birth, the third for his mother's. The old woman who had raised her daughter alone for over a decade was shocked, pained, and full of self-reproach. She had never imagined that her daughter's daughter could turn out like this. She resented the Xie family for neglecting her granddaughter, resented the father for his inaction, and blamed herself for not taking the granddaughter away when her daughter died. Xie Mingwei transferred here. First because she requested it. Second to lie low. Xie Jiheng thought of his mother again. Although he spent little time with her in his memory, she was always gentle. Her embrace was warm. That gentle mother passed away when his sister was only 3 years old. Back then he had mentioned to his grandfather about bringing his sister to live with them, but his grandfather refused. He didn't understand why at the time, but he understood when he grew up. Grandfather didn't like his mother, nor did he like him, and even less did he like his sister. He taught him so diligently only because the Xie family needed a legitimate and capable. From then on his life became even more monotonous and busy, studying and nothing but studying, from dim morning light to deep night, from the chill of early spring to the cicadas of midsummer, from autumn leaves to winter snow. Life felt like it had been pressed on a repeat button. He saw Xie Mingwei even less often, but every time he saw her, she seemed to be in good shape. He thought she was doing well living with their father. Little did he expect that such a thing would happen. She had gone astray. The thought of his father made Xie Jiheng's brow furrow without relief. His father, Xie Qingzong, was a true blue playboy. A womanizer and a wastrel with more illegitimate children than he could count on one hand. If he hadn't had his grandfather's care, he would probably have been devoured without a trace, let alone his sister, who was 8 years younger. Xie Mingwei turning out this way was partly his responsibility, as her brother. Just then the school bell rang. Xie Jiheng looked through the car window at the crowd streaming out in identical uniforms. Xie Mingwei was surrounded by Li Yunfei and a few other girls. They were laughing about something, but the next second when she spotted the familiar car, her fingers suddenly. I'm leaving now. You don't have to follow me. Without waiting for Li Yunfei to respond, she trotted over, pulled open the car door, and got in. Brother. Xie Jiheng cast a light glance at her. Brother, how come you have time to pick me up today? Xie Mingwei was a bit nervous. She didn't have much affection for Xie Jiheng, and his imposing aura made her dare not act recklessly. Xie Jiheng, as usual, replied coldly, It's on the way. Don't want me to come. How could that be? I'm more than happy that you came to pick me up. Xie Mingwei tugged at the corners of her mouth, trying to look relaxed. But Xie Jiheng wasn't looking at her. Seeing him gaze out the car window, Xie Mingwei subconsciously looked too. Then her heart tightened. Because Xie Jiheng was looking exactly in the direction of Li Yunfei and the others. Could it be that her brother knew something? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She hadn't done anything recently. Xie Mingwei protested too much. Today my classmates invited me to the library. I didn't expect you to come pick me up. They're all my friends. Xie Jiheng didn't respond. Brother, aren't we leaving? Let's go. Xie Jiheng naturally withdrew his gaze and signaled the driver to start. Neither spoke again, and the car fell into silence. Xie Mingwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, curled up in the corner, playing with her phone. Meanwhile, Xie Jiheng was thinking about the young girl he had just seen. The girl looked to be in her teens, without a mask, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Her eyes were astonishingly bright like the sky after a summer storm. Pure and true. He was certain that the girl in the school uniform was the one from yesterday. He remembered those eyes. The car drove to the small courtyard. Xie Jiheng got out first, with Xie Mingwei following closely. He didn't go in immediately, but stood still. Xie Mingwei, you're an adult now. I trust you know what you can and cannot do. His gaze swept over his sister's newly dyed, purple-tipped hair, and his eyes darkened. Once inside Grandma's house, put away those unruly manners. I know, brother. I was wrong before. I won't do it again. Xie Mingwei nodded obediently, looking as if she had reformed. Go on in. Come visit Grandma more often. She's strict with you for your own good. Okay. Xie Mingwei pushed open the courtyard gate and went in first. She didn't want to stay with Xie Jiheng a moment longer, afraid he might see through something. Hearing the commotion, old Madame Su came out of the house. She wore reading glasses, and her silver hair was neatly combed. Her gaze paused on Xie Jiheng, then fell on Xie Mingwei. You're back. Her tone was calm, but it couldn't hide the flash of joy in her eyes. Grandma. Xie Mingwei was the first to put on a smile. She stepped forward and hugged old Madame Su's thin shoulders. Grandma, I'm sorry. I've been so busy with studying lately that I haven't come to see you for a long time. Have you been feeling better recently? It's good that you're back. Studies are important. Xie Mingwei took old Madame Su's arm to go in, but the old lady stopped, looking at her hair. Wei, why did you dye your hair again? You're still in school. You should focus on your studies. How many times have I told you? You can dye it after you go to college. Dye it back tomorrow. Her tone turned stern, brooking no argument. Although she was happy that her granddaughter came to visit, she wouldn't indulge her. She always believed that students should look like students. Girls should be plain and neat. Xie Mingwei gritted her molars, suppressing the urge to retort, and sneaked a glance at Xie Jiheng out of the corner of her eye. Okay, I understand. They'll dye it back tomorrow. She forced a smile. In her heart, she was sick of this old woman. So nosy. Just a few streaks of highlights. That was already being respectful to her. Why did she have to keep nagging? Why wouldn't she just die? Why? Just go and die already. If it weren't for her brother, she would never have come. Xie Mingwei silently cursed while maintaining a docile expression. Old Madame Su was also surprised at Xie Mingwei's docility today. In the past, she would have thrown a scene. Looking up at Xie Jiheng behind her, she instantly understood the reason. It seemed that incident had left a deep psychological shadow on her granddaughter. Now that she knew fear, she naturally obeyed. Don't stand outside. Let's go in. It's just about... Meanwhile, at the school gate, Tang Yuan had been subjected to cold mockery from Li Yunfei and the others for a while. Tang Yuan didn't speak. She just listened quietly. Let them talk. It wouldn't cost her a piece of flesh anyway. When the favorability value increased, she opened the map on the positioning indicator to look at the distance. He had been here just now. He must have seen her. Even more excited than Tang Yuan was the system. The light orb is so generous. As long as it sees the host, it adds favorability. Tang Yuan didn't agree with the system. If it were truly generous, it would be like Wu Yang not adding bit by bit. Binding Xie Jiheng, gender male favorability, 20 redeemable favorability, 5 the previous 15 points of favorability had all been converted into spending points. The extra 5 points were the result of 3 recent favorability increases. Men's favorability was inexplicable. Tang Yuan had asked 0128, and the full score for favorability was 100. 20 points of favorability barely crossed the threshold of strangers. Gu Shooting had over 50 favorability, toward her roughly at the level of friendly classmates. Wu Yang had over 60 favorability, roughly at the level of friends. From this perspective, Wu Yang was better. They had only met 3 times so far, yet he already regarded her as a friend. Tang Yuan converted all the extra favorability and the favorability contributed by Wu Yang today into spending points. The remaining favorability became 9,000. She opened the system mall and browsed carefully. Most items in the appearance section of the mall cost around 10,000 to 15,000 spending points. Occasionally there were discounted items that were cheaper. She bought a Jade Finger Orchid Heart card, spending 7,000 spending points. Jade Finger Orchid Heart card, when activated, fingers automatically become slender and slim, joints smooth, without knobby appearance, nails as lustrous and translucent as mother-of-pearl fingertips soft and warm. Without any hesitation, Tang Yuan tapped to use it. The next second her entire hand was suddenly enveloped in a shimmering white mist. She looked down at her hands, which were changing at a visible rate. In just over 10 seconds, her originally plump fingers now had finger bones like finely carved mutton fat jade, becoming slender and well-proportioned. Her nails were as clear as spring onions, and even the joint creases when bending became faint. These were hands perfectly suited for playing the piano. Unfortunately, she couldn't. Binding Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health status, strong, beauty value 72, level 3, 270-003-0000. Spending points 2,000, redeemable favorability 0. Host, you still have 2,000 points. Why not do a temple? No. It was the weekend again. Tang Yuan had stayed at her aunt's house for half a day and only took the bus home on Saturday afternoon. As it happened, her elder sister also came today, but this time she came alone. Hasn't Dad come back yet? No, you know he gets off work at 6. It'll be a while. Little brother, I brought you some snacks. Tang Yu called out to Tang Jie, who was playing games. Tang Jie didn't go over immediately. Instead, he was engrossed in his phone in the middle of a heated moment. He replied impatiently, just leave it there, Bill, eat it after I finish playing. Tang Yuan instinctively went into the kitchen, but before long Tang Yu came in as well. She picked up the vegetables from the sink and began washing them. Tang Yuan saw this, but said nothing, nor did she intend to speak. She and Tang Yu had no topics left to discuss. Yuan, don't you want to escape this family? The light, airy words carried an unsettling, almost seductive allure. Tang Yuan looked up at her in surprise. What do you mean? Exactly what you think it means. Tang Yu knew that Tang Yuan understood her meaning. Her younger sister had always been clever since childhood. I don't understand. Tang Yuan was well aware of Tang Yu's intentions. She simply wanted her to compromise and marry the man she had mentioned last time. Although she had never met that man in either her past life or this one, she knew he was certainly not sound. At least one aspect, his body or his intellect, was flawed. Playing dumb. Tang Yu sneered. You know what kind of person our father is. Maybe one day you'll be sold off without even knowing. Rather than being forced, it's better to choose a good one yourself. We women will marry sooner or later anyway. What's the difference between a day earlier or later? Look at me. Although your brother-in-law isn't very rich, at least I don't have to smell the alcohol and mustiness in this house anymore or live by watching others' expressions. Is it really that you won't have to watch others' expressions after marriage? Not necessarily. Tang Yuan disagreed with her words. I still have to go to school. At the mention of school, Tang Yu's eyes churned with jealousy and resentment, as she quickly lowered her head to hide it. What's the use of schooling? After graduation, you'll still have to marry. Tang Yuan stopped chopping vegetables, met her sister's gaze, and said seriously, I go to school not to get married, but to have the right to choose, the ability to change my own destiny. Sounds nice, but it's still to marry better. Tang Yuan was speechless, knowing she couldn't reason with her elder sister. She stopped talking and busied herself with the work in her hands. Tang Yu seemed to realize she couldn't convince her, so she fell silent. The two worked together to prepare a table full of dishes. Gao Yin was the first to arrive home. After finishing her daytime job as a maid, she would also pick up small tasks like cleaning and cooking in nearby neighborhoods. Tang Yu exchanged a few words with her mother and then prepared to leave. Why leave so early? Won't you stay for dinner? Gao Yin grabbed her. I want to eat today, Mom. Chengqing is waiting for me at home. Gao Yin thought of the frail Chengqing sighed and didn't insist further. Not long after she left, Tang Feng returned. At the dinner table, Tang Yuan hesitated, but finally stated the purpose of her return home. Mom and Dad, I want to attend evening self-study. My grades have slipped a bit recently, so I want to study more. Evening self-study at third high school was optional, and Tang Yuan had never attended since enrolling. She said this not because she really wanted to go to evening self-study. Compared to studying with a group, she preferred to quietly complete her own plans alone. No, Tang Feng refused without a second thought. If she went to evening self-study, who would cook dinner? Who would do the chores? Once Tang Feng spoke, Gao Yin dared not say much. But Tang Yuan was looking at her, so after thinking it over she said, Yuan, if you attend evening self-study, it will be too late when class ends. There won't be any buses at that hour, it won't be convenient to come back right. Then I'll stay at Aunt's place. It's close to school. Don't you have a home of your own? Staying at someone else's house. What will people think of me? Tang Feng slammed his chopsticks heavily on the table. Tang Jie, who was eating while playing on his phone, was startled. He muttered a curse under his breath and continued. Tang Yuan had anticipated his anger, so her face showed no fear. Dad, I want to attend evening self-study to study more, so that I can secure first place in every monthly exam and have a better chance at the scholarship. Although I'm still first in this exam, I'm only 1 point ahead of second place. I'm a bit worried. That's why I want to attend evening self-study and study a bit more. Besides, summer vacation is coming soon, and I'll be an adult. I plan to find a summer job there. At the mention of grades and money, Tang Feng visibly hesitated. The monthly scholarship was indeed a considerable income, and it was all in his hands. You can stay at your aunt's house, but we want contribute money. Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, and said that if I go I can keep her company, so she doesn't need you to pay. With that, Tang Feng agreed. With one less person in the house, they could save some money. As for housework, he could just have Gao Yin come back earlier to do it. Why not take advantage of a good deal? Fine, but let me make it clear you still have to give the scholarship to the family regularly. It's not that Dad is greedy for your money, it's just that your younger brother is at an age where he needs money for school. Fortunately, the school provided meal subsidies for outstanding students. Although it wasn't much, with careful budgeting it could last a month. Otherwise, Tang Yuan might not even have enough to eat. Fortunately, the school provided meal subsidies for outstanding students. Although it wasn't much, with careful budgeting it could last a month. Otherwise, Tang Yuan might not even have enough to eat. As for the beneficiary, Tang Jia paid no attention to all this, still staring at his phone. Gao Yin listened to the father and daughter finalize the decision, and her lips moved slightly, but in the end she said nothing. Only on the next morning did she secretly slip 1,000 yuan to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan wanted to refuse. Take it. Don't let others think we are rude. Gao Yin put the money into Tang Yuan's backpack. Your aunt, is she well? She's fine. That's good. When you get there, don't cause your aunt any trouble. Be perceptive, help your aunt with more housework, be sweet-talking. Tang Yuan listened quietly. After she finished, Tang Yuan packed a few changes of clothes and returned to her aunt's house. When she arrived home, her aunt had not yet returned. Tang Yuan took a nap for a while. When she woke up, she changed into a plain cotton dress and went out again. She didn't go far. She went to the nearby Changjiang Street. The breeze was filled with the sweet fragrance of newly bloomed flowers. Tang Yuan walked slowly through the familiar, yet unfamiliar alley, her gaze occasionally flickering to the watch on her wrist as she estimated the time. Suddenly, a faint sound of ouch and the clatter of objects dropping came from ahead. She looked up and saw an elderly woman with graying hair and delicate reading glasses stumble and fall by the roadside. Several freshly bought vegetables rolled on the ground beside her. Tang Yuan's heart tightened, and her steps unconsciously quickened as she rushed to the old woman's side. She knelt down, carefully supporting the old woman with both hands. "Grandma, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself anywhere?" The old woman's face showed a mix of pain and embarrassment, breathing lightly. "Old age has made my legs unsteady, and I stumbled." Tang Yuan carefully examined the old woman's condition and noticed a scraped reddish patch on her arm. She helped the old woman rise slowly, speaking softly. "Grandma, steady yourself, don't rush." Once the old woman was steady, she knelt again to pick up the scattered vegetables and place them into the old woman's basket. Grandma Su looked at the warm-hearted girl before her, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you, young lady. If it weren't for you, these old bones of mine would have been lying on the ground for who knows how long." Tang Yuan smiled sincerely. "Grandma, it's my duty. Is your home close by? Let me see you there, or I won't feel at ease." Grandma Su nodded, pointing to a small courtyard covered in wisteria and not far away. "It's right over there. Thank you for being willing to walk this old lady home." They walked slowly toward the courtyard. Along the way, Grandma Su chattered on. "Young lady, come in and have some tea." Grandma Su called out to Tang Yuan, who was about to leave. "I don't want to impose on you on my first visit." Tang Yuan chuckled, not declining. But as soon as she spoke, a warm hand wrapped around her wrist. Grandma Su pulled her over to the stone table and posed. "An old woman like me lives alone in this courtyard. I'm more than happy to have you here." She looked at the graceful young girl, her heart filled with affection. "If only Wei." She took a delicate porcelain cup from the wooden cabinet and poured tea into it. "Try it." Amidst the aromatic steam of tea, Tang Yuan took the cup and took a light sip, her thoughts drifting far away. Grandma Su, Xie Jiaheng's grandmother. In her past life, Tang Yuan had met her on this very day as well. She had helped her in the same way and had been invited to the same courtyard. What was different was that back then she had no idea that this kind old woman was the grandmother of Xie Jiheng and Xie Mingwei. Grandma Su was over 70, living alone in this place. From the very first meeting, she had shown a great fondness for Tang Yuan. At that time, Tang Yuan was introverted, and since the Tang family home wasn't very close, she rarely visited Grandma Su. But whenever she did come, Grandma Su was still as warm. In her past life, she only discovered that Grandma Su was Xie Jiaheng's grandmother by chance, when she saw a group photo of the three of them in the bedroom. At that moment she panicked. Back then she feared and hated Xie Mingwei the most. Without even saying goodbye to Grandma Su, she fled in a hurry. After that, she never set foot in that courtyard again. When she didn't show up for a long time, Grandma Su even called to ask if something was wrong at home. She didn't remember her own reaction, then only that she had blocked the number of that kind old woman. From then on, she knew nothing more about Grandma Su. She thought to herself, Grandma Su must have been deeply hurt back then. "Child, what are you thinking about so intently?" Looking up, she saw Grandma Su coming out of the kitchen with freshly baked rose cakes. I was thinking about the tea you made. It's very fragrant. The April sunlight filtered through the locust leaves falling into the teacup. She saw a few petals floating and spinning on the surface. It's different from any tea I've ever had. Silly girl, as long as you like it. This tea was made from the first locust blossoms picked yesterday. I used to think if only I had a young lady to share tea and dry flower letters with. Before she finished, she laughed at herself, the wrinkles around her eyes forming gentle arcs. Now it turns out I have someone to taste the newly dried tea snacks. Tang Yuan's fingers traced the warm teacup, then she looked up with a bright smile. Then I'll come every day to taste tea for you. She broke off a piece of rose cake and stuffed it into her mouth, not even bothering to wipe the powdered sugar from the corner of her lips. Grandma Sue was amused, her wrinkles softening as she took a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Child, slow down. Monday. As Tang Yuan entered the classroom, she nearly collided with Xie Mingwei. Watch where you're going, Xie Mingwei muttered impatiently, reaching out to push her, but her hand met only empty air. Frustrated and ready to strike, Xie Mingwei's sharp eyes caught sight of Gu shooting. She shot Tang Yuan a venomous glare before striding out. Tang Yuan overheard her voice, now sweet and syrupy. Good morning, Gu shooting. Have you eaten breakfast? I have. Don't stand around here. You're almost late. Tang Yuan couldn't hear the rest, as she had already taken her seat. She pulled out her books to prepare for morning reading. Moments later, Gu shooting entered, followed closely by Xie Mingwei, and behind her Zhang Curson. Upon seeing Tang Yuan, Zhang Curson first rolled her eyes, then let out a snort, before noisily plopping down into her seat. Tang Yuan was always captivated by this spectacle, for no other reason than its sheer absurdity. The teenage Zhang Xin wore every thought on her face, a fact that in her past life Tang Yuan had been too foolish to perceive. She dismissed the girl from her mind. She devoted herself to 2 full periods of attentive study. After dismissal, she sat on the bleachers of the playground, gazing into the distance to rest her eyes. Zhang Curson, however, ran over and sat down beside her. Tang Yuan glanced at her, but paid no further attention. In a public place, she could sit wherever she wanted. Yet it was clear that Zhang Curson was here for her. Yuan. Those 2 simple words were delivered with a dramatic lilt. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow. What was this about? She looked at her calmly, not speaking immediately. Ever since she had swept her bangs back, she had been well aware of Zhang Curson's sour remarks and subtle digs behind her back. The sudden friendliness now likely foreshadowed something. Yuan, let's make up. Zhang Curson took a deep breath as if oblivious to Tang Yuan's coldness and leaned in half a step. I've been thinking a lot these past few days. We've known each other for so many years, we shouldn't just break up like this. I apologize, I did have some things wrong before. But you have to believe me, I've always considered you my best friend. Can you forgive me? No. Tang Yuan's refusal was decisive. Fine, I knew you. As she realized what Tang Yuan had said, Zhang Curson's face twisted, and she nearly choked on her breath. You? Her voice rose uncontrollably, laced with shame and anger. I've apologized already. What more do you want? Do you have to be so petty? Just as Zhang Curson was about to lose her temper or say something harsher, Tang Yuan's gaze shifted past her to the sparse crowd on the playground. She changed the subject. It's not impossible to reconcile, but... Zhang Curson was caught off guard by the sudden turn but blurted out, but what? But from now on you'll have to listen to me. Fine. She agreed without thinking, though inwardly she sneered. What a fool Tang Yuan was. Even if she agreed, she would decide for herself whether to obey. All right, since you're so eager to make up, I'll graciously forgive you. Tang Yuan looked at her fake smile with a condescending air. In her past life, she had never realized how amusing Zhang Curson could be. Playing along with her wasn't a bad idea. After all, studying every day was boring. If used well upon, might yield unexpected results. Though she had gotten what she wanted, Zhang Curson felt a prickling irritation all over. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she forced patience. Yuan, let's go to the gym and watch Gu shooting play basketball. Tang Yuan shook off her hand. I don't really want to. Why not? You used to love going. No, you were the one who always wanted to go. I just accompanied you. Now I don't feel like accompanying you. Zhang Curson flushed with anger. Aren't we friends? What's wrong with keeping me company? Tang Yuan, as if just remembering, condescended. Oh right. Then let's go. Zhang Curson clenched her fists, suppressing her rage. She followed behind Tang Yuan, staring at her noticeably taller figure with a complicated expression. Tang Yuan had grown taller and become prettier. Being good at studying was one thing, but why was she almost prettier than her? She began to resent Xie Mingwei for being useless, for not causing trouble for Tang Yuan for so long, allowing her to live. With all those lackeys, why hadn't she ordered someone to slash Tang Yuan's face? Or beat her up like before and lock her in for a night? She harbored malicious thoughts the whole way. A few minutes later, the two entered the gym one after another, where a wave of sound mixed with sweat-soaked heat hit them. The vast gym was filled not only with Class 1 Grade 2, but also with other classes and senior students. Yuan, let's sit over there. There are seats. Zhang Curson pointed to the third row, which offered an excellent view. There was nothing wrong with wanting to sit there except that Xie Mingwei was also there. Sure, let's go. In the past, during PE class, Zhang Kersen would also drag her to sit there. Then she would say ambiguous things that Tang Yuan previously hadn't understood. Now she understood. Zhang Kersen was subtly hinting to Xie Mingwei that she was interested in gu shooting. No wonder every time after PE class, Xie Mingwei would find a way to trip her up. As soon as Tang Yuan and Zhang Kersen sat down, Li Yunfei whispered something in Xie Mingwei's ear. Xie Mingwei looked over, her eyes filled with disgust. Zhang Kersen trembled at the glare and averted her eyes. No matter how bold she was in her mind in front of the real person, she didn't dare make a peep. She had witnessed Xie Mingwei's methods. Tang Yuan, however, didn't look at Xie Mingwei. Her gaze cut through the shifting figures and locked onto the figure in the number 11 jersey on the court. The game was reaching a fever pitch. The sweat-soaked strands of Gu Zuding's bangs clung to his forehead. Suddenly, he lowered his center of gravity, crossed over to shake off two defenders, took 3 steps, and leaped into the air. The basketball traced a beautiful arc and plunged precisely into the hoop. The arena erupted. Girls in the front rows jumped up excitedly. Gu shooting. Incredible. How did that go in? Oh my god, that was so cool. The final whistle cut through the boiling air. Gu shooting removed his wristband, shook the sweat from his hair, his chest rising and falling with each breath. Xie Mingwei immediately grabbed a bottle of water and pushed through the group of girls offering towels. She handed it to Gu shooting. But Gu shooting had already bent down to pull a silver thermos from his bag. He unscrewed the cap, a smile flickering in his eyes, and his voice, though breathy, was clear. Thanks, but I prefer warm water. Xie Mingwei's face stiffened, her grip on the mineral water bottle tightening. What nonsense about preferring warm water. It was just an excuse. Last week he had accepted ice water from another girl. Why wouldn't he accept it from her? Remembering the girl who had handed him water last week, Xie Mingwei grew even more irritated. In the past, she would have sent someone to, but now she didn't dare act so blatantly. After all, not everyone was like Tang Yuan, who would just stay silent. What if her brother found out? She didn't dare take the risk. They'll bring you warm water next time. No need. I bring my own water. Don't worry about me. Xie Mingwei ignored him. When she liked someone, she wanted to give them everything. Gu shooting walked toward the bench on the sidelines with a towel wiping his face. As he was about to sit down, he looked up and met those clear eyes in the third row. He paused, suddenly recalling the sweet and sour taste of a tangerine candy melting on his tongue. Gu shooting unconsciously rubbed the edge of the towel with his fingertips, then grinned at her, revealing a slightly crooked little canine tooth. Tang Yuan belatedly curled her lips into a smile. Beside her, Zhang Kersen's face lit up with excitement as she whispered, Yuan Gu shooting just smiled at me. Tang Yuan turned her head and saw Zhang Kersen, her face flushed with excitement. She mercilessly deflated her. You're overthinking it. Zhang Kersen paid no attention, still immersed in Gu Zuding's smile. Gu shooting plopped down onto the bench, pulled off his towel to wipe sweat, his fingers fumbling through the pile of school uniforms beside him. There were still a few candies left. He unwrapped one and tossed it into his mouth. As he was stuffing the wrapper into his school uniform pocket, someone slapped him on the back of the neck. Hey brother Ting, what treasure are you hiding? Nothing. Stay away from me, it's hot. Not only did Zhao Lei not move away, but he leaned in closer, sniffing vigorously. Come on, I can smell that orange scent from 3 meters away. Got any more? Share with your good buddy. He shoved Zhao Lei's head away, crunching the candy loudly. Shoo shoo shoo. Are you a dog? Say another word, and next time I'll smack the ball right in your face. Why are you so protective of your food today? Did that little girl give you that orange candy? Get lost. I knew it. You're embarrassed and angry. Don't talk nonsense. Time passed quickly. At the end of April, Tang Yuan's height grew to 165 meters. Gu Zuding's favorability score remained at 54. Wu Yang's favorability score, however, had reached 70. As for Xie Jihing, Tang Yuan hadn't encountered. She still went to feed the kittens every day, but Xie Jihing never came once. If not for the location tracker, she would have thought Xie Jihing had already left Qinghai City. Binder Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health status strong, beauty value 74, level 3, 270-003. 0000. Spending points 2500, redeemable favorability 0. Not seeing Xie Jihing for 2 weeks. 0128 was more anxious than Tang Yuan. It feared that if Xie Jihing ran away, there would be no brighter light orb to be found. Tang Yuan felt helpless. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but for the long-term consideration, showing up rashly was really inappropriate. She spent her free time every day observing Xie Jihing's move. The radius of 10 kilometers was still too small. 0128 said it could be upgraded, but not until after level 5. On the day of the sports meet. Just as the morning light spilled over the steps of the bleachers, each class had already assembled. With no classes and permission to bring phones, everyone was joyful, chattering endlessly. Tang Yuan didn't bring one because she didn't have one. There was no extra money at home to buy her a phone. Her younger brother Tang Jia, however, had a hand-me-down phone from their mother. Wei Mingyun sat beside her excitedly, pulling her to take photos. First came the 100-meter dash. Tang Yuan's gaze fell on the track. Gu Shooting, standing over 1.8 meters tall, was particularly conspicuous among the group of boys. The moment the gun fired, his start had no superfluous movement. His entire body shot forward like an arrow released from a drawn bowstring. In just 10 seconds, he burst through the red ribbon at the finish line. The whole venue erupted in screams. First place. Gu Shooting, well done. Gu Shooting staggered forward a few steps due to inertia. Xie Mingwei had been waiting for a long time. She excitedly handed him water. Gu Shooting still didn't accept it, instead taking a new one from Zhao Lei's hand. But he still softly thanked Xie Mingwei. The young man's voice was hoarse from the run, making people's ears burn. Xie Mingwei wasn't angry this time, instead she blushed. Ahem, Gu Shooting, you're really amazing. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him with admiration. She had only transferred here 4 months ago, and this was the first time she saw that Gu Shooting was also so outstanding in sports. Her fondness for him grew. Just luck. He twisted open the cap of the mineral water bottle, letting the water pour down his throat. After a short rest, the broadcast began announcing the results, and he turned to receive the award. Zhao Lei went with him. Brother Ting, you're really lucky. If you can't talk, don't talk. TSK, TSK, TSK. You don't know when you're well off. After the boys' 100 meters came the girls' 100 meters, then the 200 meters, 400 meters. Approaching noon, the asphalt of the track was scorching hot. In the shade of the bleachers, Xie Mingwei leaned lazily against the back of her chair, holding a small fan between her fingers. The cool breeze blew her carefully curled hair ends. She looked at Tang Yuan, who was oblivious in the distance, and a venomous smirk curled at the corner of her mouth. Turning to Li Yunfei, she asked, "Are you sure you signed Tang Yuan up?" "I'm sure, absolutely certain." "Wei, just wait for the show. All right, after it's done, he'll give you that bag." "Hee, Wei, you're the best." The broadcast was calling the next group of 1,500-meter runners for check-in. When Tang Yuan's name was announced, the whole class was stunned for a moment, except for the class monitor Jiang Qi. Li Yunfei was grinning from ear to ear, but the next second her own name was called. Her name came out, and no one in the class thought there was a problem. Half a month ago, everyone in the class knew she wanted the registration form. But when Tang Yuan's name was called, everyone except the class monitor was surprised for him. Xie Mingwei shot Li Yunfei a strange glance, thinking to herself, was she planning to trip Tang Yuan up on the track? Li Yunfei herself, however, felt as if the sky had fallen. She hadn't signed up at all. How could her name be there? "I didn't sign up. Did they read it wrong?" She turned to ask Jiang Qi. "Are you kidding? Don't you know whether you signed up?" Li Yunfei said she knew very well. She simply hadn't signed up. She had only taken one registration form and repeatedly confirmed that it was Tang Yuan's name written on it. "Let's stop discussing this. You and Tang Yuan should go over now. They've been calling for quite a while." "Li Yunfei, now is not the time for jokes. Go quickly, or if they can't find you, you'll be marked as absent without reason." "I didn't sign up. They probably made a mistake." Li Yunfei shook her head without a second thought. "Stop joking, Li Yunfei. Isn't that your name?" Jiang Qi took the master registration list and showed it to her. Li Yunfei looked down. In the women's 1,500-meter column, the 3 characters, Li Yunfei, were clearly written. How could it be? She wanted to say it wasn't her who signed up, but the moment she looked up, she clearly saw the slight upward twitch at the corner of Tang Yuan's mouth. It was a smile full of mockery. Mocking whom? Li Yunfei's rationality snapped. She pointed at Tang Yuan. "It's her. It's that bitch Tang Yuan's doing. She framed me." Everyone was startled. Li Yunfei didn't care, her features twisted with rage. "I didn't sign up. I'm not running. Whoever wants to run can run." The classmates who were about to comfort her frowned instantly. Since she was already registered, there was no way she could just not run. Jiang Qi said patiently, "Li Yunfei, do you know that your absence without reason will deduct from the class quantitative score? How many mobile red flags will our class lose because of this?" Li Yunfei felt a bit guilty. She knew all that, but she had never run the 1,500 meters. Even the 800 meters was tough for her. There was no way she could finish the 15. "I never signed up. Why should I go? Whoever signed up should go." She glared at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan smiled at her again, her lips moving silently. "Serves you right." In this life, let Li Yunfei also taste the feeling of being pushed into a dilemma and having to force herself to go through with it. Li Yunfei felt blood rush to her head, her lips trembling. "Tang Yuan, you." Everyone looked over. Tang Yuan blinked innocently, as if she didn't understand why everyone was staring at her. The broadcast continued to call out the contestants' names, and Li Yunfei wished she could slap Tang Yuan several times. But held back by the crowd, this was not the time to make a scene. Her classmates, though unwilling to speak harshly, could only persuade her with kind words, urging her to go checking. "It doesn't matter if you don't get a place, oh, just go participate." Yet she still refused. "What the hell is wrong with you? The list has been posted for days. The broadcast has been screaming your name," a boy roared in frustration. "Exactly. A forfeit costs us 5 points, sis. Don't you know how tight our class total score is? Do you want to ruin the whole class? Another girl shrieked, her gaze like a knife. You're always late, leave early, form cliques, and now you're dragging us down at a time like this. You signed up yourself, and now you're afraid to run. Coward. What a disgrace. Accusations rained down on Li Yunfei like a dense hailstorm, battering her from all sides. Li Yunfei looked around. The girls who used to hover around her now averted their eyes. The other classmates' faces were etched with anger, contempt, and impatience. She turned to the side and looked at Xie Mingwei. Most of the class listened to Xie Mingwei. As long as she spoke, no one would dare to blame her. Xie Mingwei silently turned her face away, gazing toward Gu Shooting, who was busy in the distance. She wasn't stupid. Li Yunfei had incurred the public's wrath. If she spoke up, she would only attract trouble. Besides, she didn't want the first-place finish. Gu Shooting had worked so hard for to be dragged down by Li Yunfei's foolishness. Merely a dog under her command, not worth defending. Jiang Qi, who was usually good-natured, had veins bulging on his forehead. Li Yunfei now. Immediately. Go check in right now. This is about class honor. Whatever it is, talk about it after the race. If you don't go, the whole class will remember this 5-point loss. Li Yunfei froze. A crushing sense of isolation and cold fear seized her. Her face paled significantly. Under the pressure of countless eyes, she had no choice but to go reluctantly. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan had already arrived at the assembly point. The check-in area was crowded and the air was thick with tension. The female contestants were either stretching or encouraging one another. The loudspeaker played rousing music, adding to the pre-race agitation. She stood alone under the shade of a tree slightly farther away, her back against the rough bark. Half a month ago, when she didn't take the registration form that Li Yunfei had submitted for her, she had already anticipated this day. The track she hadn't finished in her previous life. In this life, she wanted to run it. Never run before. A voice suddenly sounded behind her. She turned and saw Gu Shooting and Zhao Lei passing by carrying a box of sports drinks. Gu Shooting told Zhao Lei to go ahead, and he stopped. Zhao Lei didn't think much of it, and trudged away panting. Gu Shooting put the drinks on the ground and walked over. First time running. Tang Yuan nodded lightly. 1,500 meters, never tried this long. Don't be nervous. Gu Zhuting's voice was calm, carrying a reassuring strength. Hold back your pace at the start, don't follow others' rush, stabilize your own breathing rhythm. Find that feeling you have before the final sprint in the 800 meters, and just maintain it. As he spoke, his gaze naturally fell on the race number bib that was about to fall off her chest. You need to fix the bib properly, or it will flap when you run. He naturally stepped closer. Before Tang Yuan could react, he had already reached out his hand. She flinched back in surprise. Gu Shooting instinctively pressed her waist. Don't move, the safety pin might prick you. The unique scent of a young girl entered his nostrils. His hand paused almost imperceptibly, then he carefully smoothed out the slightly curled bib, and with the pin securely fastened all 4 corners to her school uniform. The unique scent of a young girl entered his nostrils. His hand paused almost imperceptibly, then he carefully smoothed out the Seeing Tang Yuan still slightly stunned, her cheeks seemingly redder than before, he realized the impropriety of his actions. Tang Yuan pretended to be calm, lifting her eyes to meet his. Thank you. Gu Shooting felt as if something had gently bumped into his heart. The pounding of his own heartbeat amplified in his eardrums. He awkwardly turned his face away to look at the track, but couldn't help stealing a glance at her lingering blush. His throat inexplicably went dry. Should he apologize? But that would be weird. Ahem. He ignored his own racing heart. Tang Yuan, good luck. The moment the gunshot rang, Tang Yuan shot forward like a spring. The wind roared past her ears as she left the others behind. 1,500 meters. Tang Yuan had only run it once in her previous life. Remembering Gu Zhuting's words, she took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and slowed down, allowing the others to gradually catch up. 0128 had already emerged from the system space, shouting encouragement in her ear. As she passed the area of Class 1 or Senior Year 2, a burst of cheers erupted from the stands. And Li Yunfei, as everyone expected, was at the very back of the pack. Her classmates hadn't given up on her. They still chanted, Li Yunfei, go. On the first lap, 400 meters, she was already a full half lap behind the main group. Running alone on the empty track, she looked like a lonely, ridiculous. The sporadic cheers from her own class on the bleachers had long since died out, replaced by oppressive silence, and the undisguised pointing and snickering from students of. Li Yunfei tried to quicken her pace, only to nearly trip herself, provoking even louder laughter. Sweat mixed with smudged mascara and foundation, painting a crisscrossing map on her face. The murmurs from the stands grew louder. Oh my God, is she taking a walk? Look at her face. Her makeup is all ruined, she looks like a ghost. She signed up to run like this. Is she brain dead? Haha, look at her posture, it's killing me. Her own classmates were utterly despairing, many covered their faces and lowered their heads, wishing they could disown her. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan was still running at a steady pace. Her strong physique allowed her to persevere and maintain first place. At the third lap, Li Yunfei's stamina completely collapsed. Her legs felt like lead, heavy and impossible to lift. Every step a struggle through mud. Her vision blurred, a ringing in her ears. As she rounded a curve, her foot slipped, and her left ankle hooked sharply against her right. Ah! A short piercing scream. In full view of everyone in the middle of the track, Li Yunfei fell flat on her face on the scorching rubber surface. On the field, classmates and teachers gathered around. At that moment, Tang Yuan had 200 meters to go to the finish. She had never trained for this, as she could only rely on brute strength to keep going. Almost there. The class section erupted once more with loud cheers. Tang Yuan clenched her teeth, squeezed the last bit of air from her lungs, leaned forward, and hurled her body toward the red ribbon of victory. Yeah, a huge wave of cheers engulfed her. The immense momentum and sudden exhaustion hit her simultaneously. Her steps faltered, her vision went dark, and her body uncontrollably pitched forward. Just as she thought she would fall disgracefully across the finish line, a powerful arm wrapped around her waist. Another hand firmly supported her shoulder, and the next second she crashed into a scorching, heaving chest. It was Gu Shooting. He had rushed up in time and caught her securely. The world seemed to press pause, the deafening cheers faded into a distant blur. Her cheek pressed against his school uniform t-shirt, she could clearly feel the frantic drumming of his heart beneath the fabric. That powerful pulse beat against her eardrum, overlapping and resonating with her own equally uncontrolled heartbeat. Gu Shooting instinctively tightened his arm, and the heart that had just adjusted its rhythm now inexplicably beat faster, unclear whether it was due to panting or the person before him. Tang Yuan, first place. Our class won. Wei Mingyun was the first to rush down, ignoring Gu Shooting and directly embracing Tang Yuan. The force nearly toppled them both, and the next second the classmates in the back surged forward like ignited tidewater, crowding around them and wrapping them up like Zongzi. Tang Yuan. Awesome. The hero of our class. Tang Yuan felt a sudden weight on her body. Then more bodies pressed enthusiastically on top of her. She was tightly squeezed between Gu Zuding's solid chest and the enthusiastic bodies of her classmates. From all sides came deafening screams, laughter, and heartfelt congratulations. Tang Yuan was overwhelmed by this enormous enthusiasm, feeling lost and at a loss. Then she too began to laugh. She shouldn't cling to the past, otherwise a new story couldn't be written. Over here classmates were warm and friendly, but over at Li Yunfei's side, it was a desolate scene. Li Yunfei sat on the ground in a sorry state, a tear in her pants at the knee, with blood. Only Xie Mingwei and two girls came to Li Yunfei's side. Are you okay? Xie Mingwei asked, barely suppressing her impatience. What a waste. A useless waste who can't accomplish anything but can ruin everything. The two girls were genuinely concerned about Li Yunfei, supporting her in silence. But Li Yunfei's mind was full of the humiliation. Wei, you have to get revenge for me. A useless waste who can't accomplish anything but can ruin everything. The two girls were genuinely concerned about Li Yunfei, supporting her in silence. A useless waste who can't accomplish anything but can ruin everything. The two girls were genuinely concerned about Li Yunfei, supporting her in silence. Wei, what about you? Mind your own business. No. Li Yunfei dared not speak, her anger limping away. In the end, she didn't go to find Xia Yuling. Xie Mingwei was unreliable, let alone Xia Yuling, and Xia Yuling wouldn't listen to her anyway. The afternoon sun was like a giant, incandescent lamp, relentlessly scorching the. Tang Yuan sat on the bleachers, checking the favorability increase and decrease interface in the system. Ding Gu Shooting favorability 1, ding Gu Shooting favorability 2, ding Gu Shooting favorability 2, ding Gu Shooting favorability 5, ding Gu Shooting favorability 1, ding Gu Shooting favorability 1. Bound person, Gu Shooting gender, male, total favorability 66, redeemable favorability 0. Bound person Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health status, strong, beauty value 70, 4, level 3, 270, 003, 0000, consumption points 3,200, redeemable favorability 0. Tang Yuan stared at the consumption points column and sighed inwardly. Gu Shooting had been quite effective this time, adding 12 points of favorability in half a day. But it was too little. She thought of Xie Jihing again. That guy was too valuable. So valuable that she almost looked down on Gu Zuding's meager favorability. If only. Tang Yuan shook off the unrealistic thoughts in her mind and looked toward the boisterous playground. The broadcast began to announce the relay race results. She was talking with Wei Mingyun when a girl from another class ran over. Hello classmate, someone is looking for you, the girl said, pointing behind her. Who? Wei Mingyun asked. I don't know, a girl asked me to call you. Tang Yuan glanced around, noticing Xie Mingwei and Li Yunfei were absent, and she had a pretty good idea who it was. Okay, I understand. Thanks. Tang Yuan stood up. The girl delivered the message and left. But Wei Mingyun grabbed Tang Yuan. You're actually going. It's fine. What if they really have something to talk to me about? They'll go with you. Zhang Curson, who had been silent, rolled her eyes. What could happen on campus? Besides, it's just a short distance. What's there to worry about? Anyone would think Tang Yuan is your mom or dad sticking so close. Zhang Curson, are you crazy? They'll do whatever I want. It's none of your business. Wei Mingyun had never liked her, especially since she and Tang Yuan had recently made up. She felt Zhang Curson was like a clingy shadow appearing everywhere. Thus, as if they were sworn enemies from a past life, the two immediately started bickering. Tang Yuan tried to mediate, but the two were so absorbed in their quarrel that they refused any outside intervention. Helpless Tang Yuan gave up and decided not to go, instead watching the fight with her classmates. When Tang Yuan didn't show up, Li Yunfei, who had been waiting, rushed over in anger. She knew she couldn't do much to Tang Yuan, but she just couldn't swallow the humiliation. Tang Yuan. Her voice was shrill. Her carefully touched-up makeup couldn't hide the bloodshot eyes and twisted hatred. Tang Yuan looked at her, without surprise, her face expressionless. This indifference only further ignited Li Yunfei's fury. Tang Yuan, you bitch, what are you pretending for? You signed me up, didn't you? The entire class turned to look, including Zhang Curson and Wei Mingyun. What proof do you have? Li Yunfei was momentarily speechless. She indeed had no proof, but it was definitely Tang Yuan's doing. Someone laughed, and then laughter spread. The rising and falling laughter was like countless fine needles puncturing the facade she had carefully maintained, turning it into a leaking balloon. She thought of that disastrous long-distance run in the morning. Li Yunfei couldn't take it anymore and ran off crying. Tang Yuan was a bit stunned. She hadn't even started to exert herself, and Li Yunfei was already broken. This Li Yunfei's psychological resilience was getting worse and worse. After May arrived, the frequency of rain increased noticeably, and the students also welcomed a short holiday. Yinghai City had two libraries. The newly built Yunduan Library had become a city landmark situated in the bustling financial district, its silver-gray glass shimmering under the sunlight. In contrast, the old library, tucked away at the end of an alley in the old city district, had gradually become a forgotten corner. Faded red brick walls were covered with withered vines. Tang Yuan pushed open the glass door, and the distinctive scent of old books, pulp and paper, rushed toward her. She carried her backpack, chose a vacant seat in the second row by the window, and began doing homework. Around 10 o'clock, the sunlight slanted in, casting neat checkered patterns of light and shadow on the wooden floor. My big light ball is here, sizzle. It was the voice of 0128. Seeing Xie Jiheng, it was like a desert traveler stumbling upon an oasis. The wind from the opening and closing of the glass door stirred Tang Yuan's falling strands of hair. Tang Yuan, as if not hearing 0128's voice, didn't even lift her head. Xie Jiheng swept his gaze around, his eyes lingering on the seat in the second row for a few seconds. The girl's silhouette, bent over with a pen in hand, was bathed in the April sunlight. The collar of her blue school uniform was lifted by the wind, and fine strands of hair fell over her shoulders, forming a stark contrast with her fair skin. As he passed by, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of neat, elegant handwriting with notes in different colors marked between the lines. He averted his gaze and continued walking. Ding. Xie Jiheng, affinity 1. Bound person Xie Jiheng, gender male, total affinity 21, redeemable affinity 1. The footsteps grew distant. Tang Yuan finally lifted her head, turning to see the gray figure disappear around the corner. He's so nice, contributing affinity points as soon as we meet. I really like this kind of thing. Although it's not much, we didn't do anything either. Tang Yuan listened to the system's words and chuckled. By the way, how did you know he would come here? I don't know. She truly didn't know she came here just to try her luck. The old library had few visitors, with a quiet environment, making it an excellent place for work or study. At the same time, she had seen on the positioning indicator that he had been here before, and it was also very close to Grandma Su. Tang Yuan guessed that he might come recently. Even if he didn't, it didn't matter. She had homework to do anyway. Of course, it would be better if he came so she could brush up her presence lest he forget her after a long time. She was conversing with the system in her mind, but the movement of turning pages in her hands never stopped, so nobody could tell that she was distracted. All right, go for it, ho. These are all consumption points. Tang Yuan remained unmoved. A serious man is really handsome. Host, are you sure you want go for it? 0128 sat on Tang Yuan's head, secretly monitoring Xie Jiheng. Tang Yuan still remained unmoved. They weren't familiar yet. Going over to strike up a conversation would seem too deliberate. First get him to recognize her, then take it slow. In such matters, the more impatient one is the more deliberate it seems. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, and soon she turned her attention to her books, planning to finish all the remaining homework today. An hour later, she neatly packed up her stationery and stood up to leave the library, as if she had never noticed Xie Jiheng. She returned to her aunt's house ahead of time and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. 20 minutes later, when the sound of a key turning in the lock came, Tang Yuan was plating the last dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There were a few spots of oil on her apron, and the stray hairs on her forehead were slightly damp from the steam, but she didn't bother to wipe them, swiftly setting the bowls and chopsticks. Xiao Yuan, why are you back so early today? Gao Chun paused in the middle of changing shoes, staring at the table laden with 4 tempting dishes and a soup stand. The hot and sour shredded potatoes were cut evenly, the braised prawns curled into beautiful arcs, and even the simple stir-fried vegetables were garnished with a few golden garlic. I finished my homework and came back. Tang Yuan wiped her sweat and handed over the bowl of rice. Aunt, please taste it and see if it suits your palate. Gao Chun picked up a chopstick of shredded potatoes and put it into her mouth. The sour, spicy, crisp, and refreshing flavor instantly spread on her tongue. She put down the chopsticks and suddenly reached out to ruffle Tang Yuan's hair. Yuan is really capable. As she said this, her eyes reddened slightly. Come sit down and eat together. Don't tire yourself. Okay. Tang Yuan pretended not to see her aunt's reddened eyes, but a certain corner of her heart suddenly softened. It seemed that her aunt had never experienced warmth in her whole life. She faced the storms of life alone, with no one to ask after her when she was sick, no one to lend her a sturdy shoulder when she was tired. Tang Yuan secretly resolved to make sure her aunt lived a good life in the future. She picked up a piece of tender shrimp meat and put it into her aunt's bowl, saying softly, "Aunt, eat more." After the meal, Tang Yuan insisted that her aunt go rest, and she washed the dishes herself. After the afternoon nap, she went out as usual. Puddles from last night's rain still lay on the stone path. She stepped briskly into the small courtyard, deliberately slowing her breath at the wooden gate. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. She spotted Grandma Su at once, holding a watering can and watering the flowers and plants in the yard. "Grandma Su," Tang Yuan called out crisply, her face beaming with a bright smile. Hearing this, Grandma Su turned around, and a delighted expression immediately appeared on her face. "Xiao Yuan is here." Tang Yuan quickly stepped forward, gently placing the fruit basket on the stone table beside them, then naturally took the watering can from Grandma Su's hand. "Grandma, you rest. Look at you not taking care of yourself. What if you get tired? You girl always so thoughtful." Grandma Su's eyes were full of affection, and she gently tapped Tang Yuan's nose. "Grandma, the flowers you planted are really beautiful. In the book on flower cultivation I read last time, it said that different flowers have their own rules for watering at different times. Look at these roses, you can't water them too much or the roots will rot." Grandma Su nodded slightly, a glint of approval in her eyes. "Oh, my Xiao Yuan really knows a lot. Grandma will have to learn from you." Tang Yuan smiled, pursing her lips. "Grandma, don't tease me. I'm just putting into practice what I've just learned. Actually, there's still a lot I don't know. By the way, Grandma, when these flowers are in full bloom, let's cut them together, put them in a vase, and place them indoors. It will surely be very fragrant." Grandma Su smiled and replied, "All right, whatever you say." The two chatted and laughed. Tang Yuan stayed with Grandma Su until nearly sunset, then rose to leave at just the right moment. She pretended to be casual, leaving a carefully crafted flower notebook on the stone table and scattering the colorful sticky notes she used to mark important points randomly beside it. "Grandma Su, I'm leaving now. Remember to drink plenty of water and don't tire yourself." Tang Yuan smiled sweetly and gave Grandma Su a hug. "Okay, Xiao Yuan, take care on the way. Come again when you have time." Grandma Su was a little reluctant to let her go. Neither of her 2 grandsons could keep her company for an entire afternoon like Tang Yuan did. This reminded her of her daughter. She didn't go inside immediately, but stood outside the small courtyard gate for a while before returning to the house. Shortly after Tang Yuan left, just as Grandma Su had gone inside, a Maybach pulled up outside the small courtyard gate. Strategizing had just stepped into the courtyard when his gaze was drawn to the conspicuous notebook on the stone table. The exquisite handmade bookmark and the brightly colored paper clearly did not belong to Grandma Su. "Grandma, did someone come this afternoon?" Grandma Su was wearing her reading glasses, slowly threading a needle to mend an old handkerchief. Upon hearing this, she replied softly, "Am a little girl." "Why?" Xie Jihing gave a slight nod. He was not a talkative person by nature, usually sparing with his words. Moreover, Grandma had always been a good judge of character, never making mistakes in the past, and had her own sense of propriety in dealing with people and matters. So he didn't ask further. But his gaze lingered on those things for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, which he quickly suppressed. The next day, Tang Yuan, as usual, cooked breakfast first, then spent the morning at the library. But this time she did not run into Xie Jihing. Tang Yuan had expected as much. As the helmsman of a vast commercial empire, busyness was the norm. In the afternoon, she did not visit Grandma Su's house either. Too frequent visits would become a routine. Like aged wine, opened daily, its fragrance would dissipate. It was better to leave a hint of longing, neither too close nor too distant. She informed her aunt and took the bus home. When she returned to the home in the west of the city, it was still early. Her parents were not around, only her younger brother Tang Jia was there. "Second sister, you're just in time. I'm hungry. Cook for me quickly. Or go buy me something to eat. I want." Tang Jia, surprised to see her, immediately started ordering food. Tang Yuan didn't respond. She went straight into her room, put down her backpack, and busied herself with her own affairs. Tang Jie didn't mind thinking that after she put her things away she would cook for him. Although he preferred takeout, filling his stomach was the priority now. He was home alone and hadn't eaten. After waiting over 10 minutes without seeing Tang Yuan come out, hunger made him irritable. He put down his phone and strode toward. His palms slammed heavily against the door, making the frame buzz. "Second sister, are you dead in there? Come out and cook for me." Tang Yuan opened the door, looking at her brother, who was a head shorter, but twice as wide. "Do it yourself. I'm busy." She tossed out a few words casually, her indifferent attitude irritating Tang Jie. "You cook for me." "I can't cook." "Then go hungry." Tang Yuan had no intention of indulging him. Tang Jie's temper flared. He pointed at her nose and cursed. "Have you gone crazy lately? You're nothing like yourself. Do you think just because you're with your aunt you can break away from this family? My dad is right. You're an ungrateful wolf." Tang Jie, now 13, and in his rebellious middle school years, had always been the family's treasure, with everyone catering to him. Though not physically violent, he had a fierce temper. The slightest dissatisfaction would trigger smashing and cursing. In her previous life, Tang Yuan had never refused his demands, and their relationship was mediocre. Compared to her irritable, face-obsessed father, Tang Jie was more of a bystander in this family. When she was beaten, he watched. When their elder sister was beaten, he watched. When their mother was beaten, he still watched. As long as it didn't concern him, he stayed aloof. After all, he was the ultimate beneficiary. Once she had been moved by a casually offered candy from her brother or a brief greeting, but now she realized it was merely her own wishful misunderstanding. Tang Yuan's attitude grew colder. "Are you done?" A 13-year-old spouting such words. It was obvious who taught him. This reaction was not what Tang Jie had expected. He stood frozen for a moment. Closing the door. "Aren't you afraid he'll tell on you? Suit yourself." With that, she shut the door with a slam, not giving him a chance to respond. Flushed with anger and humiliation, his face turned pale and red. He raised his hand to pound the door again, but just as his palm was about to strike, his father's words echoed in his mind. He hesitated and finally did not knock. Dad said to treat them a little better so that later they could become a free ATM. Muttering to himself, he went into the kitchen, found a bag of frozen dumplings, and put them in a pot to boil. Inside the room, Tang Yuan had expected him to make a scene and was ready to teach him a lesson, but after a while there was no commotion. Good if he wouldn't cause trouble. She dismissed the thought, poked the sleeping 0128 on the book with a light heart, and continued writing her test paper. Around 5, just as she entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, her mother came home. Her mother was delighted to see her and asked many questions about her aunt. Tang Yuan patiently answered each one. In truth, her mother had always thought of her aunt, but refused to lower her pride over a past incident. She also intended to help them reconnect, so she said, "Mom, Aunt misses you. Let's find a chance to have a meal together soon." Gao Yin was silent for several seconds. She smoothed the hair at her temples, her eyes evasive, and hesitated before speaking. "Your aunt has been busy lately. Let's talk about it another time." Tang Yuan opened her mouth, the prepared words of persuasion stuck in her throat at her mother's reaction. In the end, she said nothing more and silently busied herself in the kitchen with her. The third day of the holiday, Tang Yuan was invited to the Wu family. As the car pulled into the villa, Wu Yang was already waiting by the door, happily taking her hand to go inside. When they entered, someone was already in the living room. "Wu Zhua. You're Tang Yuan, right? Welcome to our home. Yang Yang always mentions you, saying you've been a great help to her." His voice was steady and his demeanor warm, but the moment Tang Yuan stepped through the door, his eyes began a silent, subtle assessment. "Hello, Uncle Wu. Sorry to intrude." Tang Yuan felt the scrutiny, but remained composed, neither obsequious nor flustered. She neither sought to curry favor nor showed any sign of nervousness. Before Wu Zhua could utter a second word, Wu Yang interrupted him. "Oh, Dad, don't scare her," she said, then turned to Tang Yuan. "Let's go eat first. Auntie's cooking is amazing." Wu Yang pushed Wu Zhua aside and pulled Tang Yuan into the dining room. She had deliberately chosen a time when the house was empty to invite Tang Yuan over. She never expected her dear father to return at that moment. The two of them sat down, and Wu Zhua followed suit. He wanted to exchange a few words with Tang Yuan, but Wu Yang wouldn't give him the chance, leaving him to silently observe. He sighed inwardly. His little cotton-padded jacket was letting the wind in. Tang Yuan, after smiling at Wu Zhua, began whispering with Wu Yang. The Wu family had no rule of silence during meals, and even if they did, Wu Yang would not abide by it. "Try this." The after-dinner fruit was served, and the atmosphere had completely relaxed. Wu Zhua picked up a slice of orange, but didn't eat it. Instead, he looked at Tang Yuan, his face now bearing the gentle smile of an elder, all scrutiny shed. "Xiao Yuan," he said, his voice softer than before. "I truly enjoyed this meal, Uncle." Tang Yuan listened with pursed lips, feeling a bit at a loss. Wu Yang then took her hand and leaned in to whisper, "My dad's starting again. He's actually a nice person, but, well, he talks a bit too much. He's bound to say some meaningless stuff. Just ignore him." Tang Yuan looked at Wu Zhuo in surprise. Wu Yang, can you not interrupt when I'm talking? Wu Zhuo raised his voice. Oh, go ahead then. Wu Yang was unfazed, even cheerfully playing with Tang Yuan's hand. Such fair skin. Wu Zhuo's temple veins bulged. This brat. After a moment's thought he continued, Xiao Yuan, you're a good child. For Yan Yan to have a friend like you is her blessing. Uncle is relieved. From now on come over often and make yourself at home. At his age he had seen many people, and though they had exchanged few words, this young girl gave him a pure and comfortable feeling. It was a good thing for his daughter to befriend her. Tang Yuan was flattered. Meeting his approving gaze, she said earnestly, Thank you for your hospitality, uncle. I will cherish my friendship with Wu Yang, and will definitely come to Ba. Beside them, Wu Yang was deeply moved, directly contributing 7 points of favorability. In theory, 60 and 80 were thresholds, and favorability above 60 was hard to raise, but with Wu Yang, it was no issue at all. Tang Yuan had not deliberately tried to please her, as she simply treated Wu Yang as a friend. Now Wu Yang's total favorability had reached 77, on the verge of breaking through the 80 mark. Compared to the other 2 children of fortune, she was far ahead. After the fruit, Wu Yang urged Wu Zhuo to go to work, and she led Tang Yuan upstairs to her room. Her room occupied the best spot on the 2nd floor. It's a bit messy, Wu Yang said sheepishly, casually stuffing a newly won mathematical modeling certificate into a pile of books. Tang Yuan's gaze was drawn to the wall covered in various trophies and certificates. These are all from before I entered middle school, Wu Yang volunteered, seeing Tang Yuan's interest. Wu Yang, this is absolutely over the top. Not really, it's nothing difficult. The two chatted for a while, and time slipped by. In the afternoon, when Tang Yuan was about to leave, Wu Yang suddenly remembered the main topic. Tang Yuan, the 20th is my birthday. Will you come? A birthday party? Wu Yang nodded. Will there be many people? Yes, because it's my comingafage ceremony. My dad wants to make it big. Sigh. She was troubled too, as she hated being surrounded by a bunch of aunts and uncles. She didn't really have any close friends, nor did she deliberately invite classmates. Tang Yuan was the first person she wanted to invite. Tang Yuan thought for a moment. But I don't have a dress for such an occasion. Wu Yang's comingafage ceremony would likely be attended by important figures, and as an ordinary student, she would seem out of place. Oh, don't worry about that. They'll let you in on a secret. I've already prepared one for you. Wu Yang looked mysterious. But, no buts. You have to come. They'll pick you up early that day, and you'll stay with me, okay? Under Wu Yang's persistent coaxing, Tang Yuan nodded in agreement. She got into the Wu family's car, and left pondering what gift would be appropriate the entire way. Too expensive, she couldn't afford it. Too cheap, it would be embarrassing. Too ordinary, it would lack sincerity. The holiday ended and students returned to school. The 100th anniversary of No. 3 Middle School was approaching. The preparations for the anniversary had begun last month, and its scale was different from previous years, clearly indicating that an important figure would attend. At 9:30 m, the sunlight was just right. The cicadas chirping tore open the scorching prelude of May, and redanned white anniversary banners already lined the Wudong Tree Avenue. At the school gate, a fleet of gleaming black sedans drove in with quiet order, their license plates often revealing unusual information. The principal and several core school leaders had been waiting at the end of the red carpet, their faces brimming with warm smiles, as they enthusiastically shook hands with each important guest and guided them to their seats. At that moment, a black Bentley pulled up. The driver opened the rear door, and Xie Jihing stepped out, bending slightly, dressed in a dark custom-tailored suit that fit his form perfectly. His expression was indifferent, his thin lips slightly pursed, his black hair meticulously combed back, revealing a broad forehead and deep-set eyes. The principal almost trotted over to greet him, bending lower and smiling even more warmly. Chairman Xie, your presence truly honors our humble school. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend. The other school leaders also gathered around, their words filled with gratitude and admiration. Xie Jihing merely gave a slight nod, shook hands briefly with the principal, and said, You're too kind, principal. His voice was low and steady, betraying little emotion. Under the careful escort of the principal and school leaders, Xie Jihing entered the auditorium and headed toward the VIP seats. A stir suddenly rippled through the crowd. Tang Yuan looked up and happened to catch sight of Xie Jihing walking toward her against the light. She deliberately shrank back, just in case he might see her. The principal began his speech. We sincerely thank Mr. Xie, chairman and CEO of the Xie Group. He has personally donated 30 million yuan for our school's centennial celebration, and his group has also funded the construction of a new teaching building and a laboratory building, providing our teachers and students with a world-class learning and innovation environment. Thunderous applause erupted from the entire audience. The camera again focused on Xie Jihing, who remained calm and composed, merely giving a slight bow to the audience as a gesture of courtesy. The gazes of the teachers and students below were filled with admiration and curiosity. Those in the know were especially amazed by the generosity of this young business magnate. Li Yunfei and her friends were also excited. It was their first time seeing the person who had donated the teaching and laboratory buildings. They hadn't expected him to be so young. "That's my brother," Xie Mingwei suddenly blurted out for some reason. "Huh, your brother. Your brother? Really, Wei? Your biological brother? Why haven't you mentioned him before?" Li Yunfei and the others gaped in astonishment. They studied Xie Mingwei's expression carefully. It didn't look like she was lying. Coincidentally, he also had the surname Xie. The surname matched, but the resemblance was lacking. Compared to the man before them, Xie Mingwei was far less striking. Could it be that one took after the father and the other after the mother? What's there to talk about? I see him every day. Xie Mingwei disliked the doubt, furrowing her brows impatiently. The others quickly tried to soothe her. Yes, we just didn't expect your brother to be so amazing. Wow, Wei, you're so lucky to have such a handsome brother. Oh my god, can we say hello to him later? The group nodded in agreement, their faces flushed with excitement. At that moment, Xie Jihing seemed to sense something and glanced over. Xie Mingwei felt a chill run down her spine. Probably not. My brother is very busy, he'll probably leave soon. Alright. The group was disappointed, their skepticism deepening. Maybe he was a cousin or something. Meanwhile, Xie Jihing scanned the students in identical uniforms, but didn't see the person he was looking for. He raised his eyes to the students performing on stage. Finally, his gaze fell on the expensive watch on his wrist. Without looking at anyone else or seeking his assistant, he stood up with perfect naturalness. A school board member nearby who had been about to strike up a conversation froze with a smile. Before he could speak, Xie Jihing had already stepped away. He didn't even offer an excuse for leaving. For a man in his position, leaving was reason enough. Outside the auditorium, it was noticeably quieter. Remembering that he had donated several pianos a few months ago, he didn't think twice and walked into the adjacent arts building. Tang Yuan had already left the auditorium and was in a studio making corrections to her painting. 20 minutes later, she took the elevator to the top floor. Xie Jihing had rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt to his forearms. He stood in a corner of the piano room, his fingertips tapping absently on the windowsill, lost in thought. He didn't even hear. This piano room was the largest in the entire arts building and had the best lighting. As Tang Yuan approached, the tip of her shoe accidentally kicked the piano stool, producing a creaking sound. Xie Jihing finally looked up, his gaze sharp as a blade, but he froze when he saw her. So she was here. A clear note from the piano rippled like shimmering light in the sun-filled room. Tang Yuan's eyes brightened. She lightly pressed a few more keys, not forming a melody, yet carrying a youthful, innocent rhythm unique to a girl. The wind rustled the ivy leaves, making them tremble softly. Tang Yuan instinctively glanced toward the source of the sound and saw Xie Jihing leaning against the wall. "I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone was here," she said softly, standing up with a blush. But when she saw his face, her beautiful eyes widened, and she stole another glance at him, thinking, "Have we met somewhere before?" The girl's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Xie Jihing was momentarily stunned. She didn't recognize him. Was his face really that unremarkable? He felt a flicker of self-doubt. Then he reconsidered and felt relieved. She had only seen him once on that rainy night. The rain curtain had been so heavy, she had probably long forgotten the stranger who offered her an umbrella. "Do you think we've met?" Tang Yuan looked up at him. "Maybe I'm mistaken." Xie Jihing's expression remained unchanged, his response faint, suppressing the complex emotions stirring within him. "What's your name?" he asked, speaking first for the first time, his voice low, like the lingering resonance of a piano note. Her eyes curved into crescents. "Tang Yuan, Tang of the Tang Dynasty, Yuan of the Yuan River." He paused, then simply said, "Xie Jihing." The girl let out a soft gasp as though surprised he had told her his name. She tilted her head slightly. "Mr. Xie, are you an alumnus here for the school anniversary?" Xie Jihing did not answer. He strode forward with his long legs, his tall figure drawing near, bringing an intangible sense of pressure. Tang Yuan, standing at 165 meters, was instantly enveloped in the shadow he cast. She had to tilt her head slightly to see his face. The intangible pressure made her instinctively hold her breath. The portfolio she clutched against her body pressed closer, like a small creature inadvertently approached by a large beast, filled with innate tension and a barely perceptible tremor. He stopped a step away from her, close enough that Tang Yuan could even catch the crisp woody scent mingled with a faint trace of incense. Xie Jihing did not look down at her. His gaze fell on the row of piano keys. "Can you play?" Tang Yuan shook her head. "No, I just like the sound of the piano. I pressed a few keys randomly earlier. I was looking for a place to draw, and this spot has the best view." Xie Jihing sat down with remarkable ease. His fingers hovered above the keys, pausing for a few seconds, as if recalling something. Then Chopin's Nocturne flowed from his fingertip. It was his mother's favorite piece during her lifetime, the melody she had played most often. As the final note faded, the lingering resonance still hung in the air. He did not rise immediately, but lifted his gaze, slightly, meeting a pair of clear eyes. The girl was staring unblinkingly at the keys, her face an open display of admiration, curiosity, and a hint of yearning. "Want to try?" Xiejiheng asked, somewhat surprised himself. The girl was staring unblinkingly at the keys, her face an open display of admiration, curiosity, and a hint of yearning. "Want to try?" "I really only know a little." "Sit down." He cut her off, a trace of subtle amusement in his voice. Tang Yuan's fingertips touched the piano keys, and Xiejiheng looked. They were the hands of a young girl, slender, fair, with joints that were not prominent, possessing a natural, delicate elegance. Her nails were trimmed clean and rounded, bearing a healthy pink hue. Especially the fingertips, well-proportioned and graceful, as if born to touch the keys. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling upon the back of her hand, where the faint blue veins beneath the skin were almost visible. It made her hands look like fine suet jade. Xiejiheng raised his own right hand, reaching over her shoulder without touching her, and played a few notes on the keys as a demonstration. His palm was broad, his knuckles distinct, exuding the strength of a mature man, a stark contrast to her slender hands. Tang Yuan was clearly nervous. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she pressed the notes he had just played. The notes sounded again, simple yet remarkably accurate, and the rhythm followed steadily from his casual demonstration. For someone who claimed to know only a little, this innate grasp of pitch and rhythm was remarkably keen. Xiejiheng's eyebrow moved almost imperceptibly. "Good," he praised almost instinctively. He stepped half a pace closer, standing at her diagonal rear, his gaze focused intently on her fingers and the keys. "Now try this simple melody." He extended his right index finger and gestured vaguely above the keys, pointing to a few adjacent notes. Tang Yuan concentrated entirely. Her fingertips moved following his instructions. Though her movements were stiff, every note was precise, the rhythm steady and clear. That focus and innate musicality made Xiejiheng abandon his original intention to demonstrate just a few notes and stop. For the first time, a genuine flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. "The opening of that piece just now, do you remember it?" Tang Yuan looked up, then, after a few seconds, she nodded seriously. The melody's sound. I remember some of it." "Try it." She pursed her lips, her hands hovering above the keys. Just as her right index finger descended, two clear, restrained knocks on the door suddenly sounded. The door opened a crack, and the assistant's professionally trained face appeared at the entrance. "Sir." The assistant's voice paused almost imperceptibly the moment he saw the scene inside the piano room. Xiejiheng's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, a hint of displeasure at the sudden interruption crossing his eyes. Tang Yuan looked over and saw a stranger in a suit standing at the door, realizing they might have matters to discuss. She quickly stood up, grabbed her drawings, and bowed to Xiejiheng. "Goodbye, sir." She squeezed through the gap the assistant held open, and her footsteps quickly faded down the corridor. Only Xiejiheng and the assistant remained in the piano room. The assistant immediately resumed his professional composure, as if he had seen nothing. "Sir, several key school officials are in the VIP room, hoping to express their gratitude in person. Also regarding the follow-up on the art center." Xiejiheng was silent for a few seconds before slowly withdrawing his gaze, his eyes returning to their usual depth. "Understood." He cast one last glance at the piano, then strode toward the door. The assistant followed behind him. "Also, Miss was looking for you just now." "Xie Mingwei, what's the matter?" "She didn't say." "Call her over and have Li Jia keep an eye on her. No need to worry about her studies." Walking out of the art building, 0128 finally couldn't help but scream. "Ah, a great benefactor. We've hit the jackpot." Tang Yuan kept walking without stopping. The aura of a longtime ruler from Xiejiheng was too oppressive. Having used the advanced piano card, she still had to pretend to be a beginner. It was truly difficult for her. Claiming to only know a little without the card, she actually knew nothing. Tang Yuan returned to the auditorium's class section. Wei Mingyun waved her hand. "What were you doing for so long?" "I went to the art studio." "The art building. What for?" "To paint." "You can paint too." "That's amazing." "Just a little." After dealing with Wei Mingyun, Tang Yuan turned her attention to the system interface. In just a short while, she contributed 19 favorability points, far more than she had expected. But she also understood it was because the total favorability was too low, making it easier. She exchanged all the favorability points for consumption points. Once again, she rejected 0128's suggestion to draw lottery tickets and browsed the system store, buying 3 golden quality cards. One card, the Jade Nose Delicate card, cost 10,000 consumption points. Another, the Distant Eyebrow Charm card, cost 8,000. And a discounted card, the Radiant Teeth card, cost 3,000. This was the cheapest golden quality card she had ever bought. Tang Yuan was initially surprised, but after looking at its function, she understood why it was cheaper. This card had no additional effects, it only made teeth whiter, tightened gaps, and aligned them neatly. Tang Yuan's teeth were not very straight, so she needed it. The functions of the other 2 cards were the Jade Nose Delicate card. Upon activation, the nose bridge straightened and elevated, the tip slightly upturned like a water droplet, the nostrils naturally contracted, and the side profile became smooth and sharp with a built-in contour effect like highlighter and shadow. The distant eyebrow charm card. After use, the eyebrows automatically adjusted to fit the face shape, the arch curving like distant mountains, the tails naturally tapering, each strand distinct with a misty effect. The cards rested quietly in her backpack. She chose not to use them immediately, planning to wait until she returned to her aunt's house in the evening. She still had 2,000 consumption points left, which Tang Yuan decided not to spend as she had other uses for them. She was more interested in the height card she had just obtained. She had bought one before, and that one allowed her to set the growth height freely. This card had the same function, but each card could only increase height by 1 centimeter. After a moment's thought, she used it. It would take a day before any subtle changes appeared, so she wasn't worried. The newly upgraded perimeter indicator now had a maximum detection range of 20 kilometers. The art's performance ended, followed by an exhibition, and the school anniversary concluded only after school let out in the afternoon. The setting sun cast long shadows of the old residential buildings. Tang Yuan, carrying her backpack, climbed the stairs. The key slid into the lock, producing the familiar click sound as she turned it. Pushing open the door, a warm aroma of food mixed with a faint smell of medicine rushed toward her. Her gaze swept across the entrance, and she noticed that her aunt's usual pair of old leather shoes were neatly placed on the shoe rack. Something was wrong. At this time, her aunt should have been working at the supermarket. She almost never left early, let alone came home ahead of time. An ominous feeling enveloped her. Without even changing her shoes, she quickly walked into the small living room. Sure enough, her aunt was half leaning on the sofa, covered with a thin blanket. Hearing Tang Yuan's footsteps, she seemed to wake with a start and forced a weak smile. Yuan, you're back. Hungry? The food is kept warm in the pot. Tang Yuan barely registered what she said. All her attention was drawn to her aunt's unnaturally pale face and the uncontrollable cough she was trying desperately to suppress. Cough. Cough, cough. Gao Chun had only spoken half a sentence when a violent cough erupted. She quickly covered her mouth, her body hunching slightly from the coughing, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. In her past life, the image of her aunt spitting blood flashed in Tang Yuan's mind. Aunt. She rushed over and grabbed her aunt's hand. It was ice cold. You're sick. Really sick. Do you have a fever? How long have you been coughing? Does your chest hurt? She fired off questions like a machine gun, her fingers trembling as she reached for her aunt's forehead. Gao Chun was startled by Tang Yuan's intense reaction, then waved her hand weakly. It's nothing, Yuan, don't make a fuss. Cough. Just a little cold, my throat's uncomfortable. Cough, cough. Another suppressed fit of coughing. Aunt, you're coughing like this, your face is so pale. This is definitely not a common cold. Aunt, let's go to the hospital. Right now. With that, she moved to pull her aunt up. Yuan, I'm fine. Cough. What's the point of going to the hospital? Wasting money like that. I know my own body. He'll sleep it off, drink some hot water, and be fine. Cough. Go eat, you have school tomorrow. No. Tang Yuan's eyes were red. She gripped her aunt's sleeve tightly, as if holding on to a last lifeline. Child, I'm really fine, just a common cold. I've already taken medicine at noon. Don't worry. Gao Chun caught her breath. After the violent coughing fit, she actually felt a bit of relief in her chest. And you must go to the hospital. She choked the words, I can't lose you again, stuck in her throat, unable to be spoken. The immense fear from her past life, watching her aunt's life slip away helplessly, made her insistence almost obsessive. Gao Chun looked at Tang Yuan's pale face and the terror in her eyes, and smiled with both pain and helplessness. See, it's better now, isn't it? I just swallowed a draft of wind. Cough. It's much better now. Don't worry, it's just a little cold from catching a chill. She patted Tang Yuan's hand, trying to soothe her. Really am fine now, Yuan. See, I'm not coughing much anymore. As if to prove it, she deliberately suppressed the lingering itch in her throat and didn't cough again. Tang Yuan didn't believe her at all. The paleness on her face was undeniable. But she knew in her heart that forcing the issue wouldn't work. She took a deep breath, suppressing the panic in her heart, and crouched beside the sofa, holding her aunt's hand tightly. Her clear eyes were filled with unyielding concern and pleading. Aunt, I'm scared. Her voice carried a sob. The way you coughed just now. It terrified me. I know you're afraid of spending money and trouble. How about this? She paused. Tonight you rest well, drink plenty of water, and take the fever medicine. But if tomorrow morning your fever hasn't gone down, or you start coughing like before again. She looked straight into Gao Chun's eyes. Then you have to promise me you'll go to the hospital with me. Well, just go for a checkup, let the doctor see you. If it's nothing, well, come right back, okay? Otherwise I won't be able to concentrate on school tomorrow. Tang Yuan's last half sentence was willful, but it precisely hit Gao Chun's soft spot. She was most afraid of delaying Tang Yuan's studies. In her heart, Tang Yuan was the child who would definitely go to university and achieve the most. Gao Chun let out a long sigh, finally relenting. All right, I'm afraid of you. You'll do as you say. Cough. If I still have a fever tomorrow, I'll go to the hospital with you for a look. Now can you let me rest quietly? You should go eat too. Tang Yuan nodded firmly, her anxious heart easing slightly, but not truly settled. She immediately stood up. I'll get you water and medicine. She quickly went to pour water and rummaged through the house for fever medicine. She watched her aunt take the medicine and kept refilling her hot water. That night, Tang Yuan hardly slept at all. At dawn, before the alarm even rang, she was already awake and rushed straight into her aunt's room. Gao Chun was still in a daze, but her breathing was heavy and her cheeks bore an unhealthy flush. Tang Yuan reached out and touched her forehead. It was scorching hot, even worse than the night before. Aunt, wake up. Gao Chun opened her eyes groggily, seeing Tang Yuan's anxious face, still not fully awake. Yuan. What time is it? You should be going to school. I'm not going to school today. We're going to the hospital. Tang Yuan bent down, half supporting her aunt. You promised me last night. If the fever didn't go down, we'd go to the hospital. Gao Chun finally felt the heaviness in her body and the unbearable heat. She looked at her niece's red-rimmed eyes and suddenly froze. In her memory, Tang Yuan was always timid, but now she was like a protective little animal, even her fingertips trembling. Her voice softened. All right. Hospital consultation room. CT shows increased lung markings in both lungs with ground glass opacities mainly distributed under the pleura. The doctor adjusted his glasses. The medical record lay open on the desk, and the sound of the pen tip scratching against paper made Tang Yuan's heart tighten with anxiety. Doctor, is this disease? Very serious. Caught early, treated promptly. It's fine. The doctor suddenly looked up, his gaze sweeping over their tense faces. Don't scare yourselves. Pulse steroid therapy combined with immunosuppressants plus pulmonary rehabilitation training. The fibrosis process can be completely controlled. Just last month we had a similar case. After adhering to standard treatment, lung function recovered to 70%. Hearing this, Tang Yuan finally felt relief. As long as it could be treated, her aunt wouldn't leave early like in the previous life. Thank you, doctor. We'll proceed with the admission procedures now. In her past life, delayed treatment had worsened her aunt's condition, leaving Tang Yuan with psychological trauma. This time she had to prevent her aunt from enduring alone or taking random medications. Leaving the consultation room, Tang Yuan made her aunt sit on a bench to rest. Meanwhile, she pondered the hospital fees. Yuan, do I really need to be hospitalized? Isn't it just a few coughs? Just prescribe some medicine and go home. Hospitalization is so expensive. No, we have to listen to the doctor. Gao Chun still hesitated. If she were hospitalized, she would have to quit her job and spend more money. Tang Yuan saw her concern. Aunt, listen to me, she said, crouching down and forcing the other to look at her. If it were me coughing today, wouldn't you spend whatever it took to treat me? Yeah. You always say you want to see me go to college, get married. But if you get sick, who will take care of me? Besides, the doctor said early treatment saves hundreds of thousands. Gao Chun looked at her niece's reddened eyes and suddenly remembered the first time she saw Tang Yuan over a decade ago. Back then, the whole family was cold to her, but little Tang Yuan had taken the initiative to pour her a glass of water. All right, Aunt will listen to you. Early treatment, early recovery. She pulled the teary-eyed Tang Yuan into her arms. I'm still waiting to see you get married. The disinfectant smell in the hospital was pungent and overwhelming. Tang Yuan clutched the freshly issued admission slip. Her footsteps hurried through the noisy corridor, eager to return to her aunt's ward. Just as she turned into the corridor leading to the respiratory department, a suppressed, yet sharp quarrel pierced her eardrums. The sound came from near the entrance of the gynecological outpatient surgery room. Will you sign it or not? The doctor is waiting. The young girl's cries were filled. Let me think. The male voice was hesitant and irritable. Think about what? I've already paid the surgery fee. Why didn't you think about the consequences back then? The girl's voice rose. The child is mine. I'm the one suffering. You just had your fun and then washed your hands of it. Today you sign it whether you like it or not. Otherwise, keep your voice down. This is a hospital. Keep my voice down. Why should I? I'm going to have it removed alone. What shame do I have left to fear? Abortion. Do you know how painful it is? Do you know what'll go through after? The girl completely broke down, her heart-wrenching cries and the word abortion echoing through the corridor, drawing many stares. Tang Yuan instinctively stopped and looked. A stylish girl face streaked with tears was desperately clutching the arm of a young man who looked utterly annoyed. In the girl's hand was clearly an abortion consent form needing a signature. The man, irritated by the entanglement, suddenly yanked his arm hard. Enough. How annoying. If you want to sign it yourself. Stop dragging me. The girl, caught off guard, staggered backward from his force, tripped, and fell straight toward Tang Yuan. Without a second thought, Tang Yuan instinctively reached out and caught the girl. Fortunately, the girl was petite and slender, so Tang Yuan steadied her firmly. Just as Tang Yuan let go, the young man who had pushed the girl away, feeling humiliated by the onlookers, erupted in a fury, his face twisted. Don't yell at me here. If you're capable enough, go get the abortion yourself. Who knows if that child in your belly is even mine? You? The girl leaning on Tang Yuan's arm was trembling with rage. A teenage girl like you who got together with me. You're no good either. The man in his anger nearly jabbed his finger at Tang Yuan's face. Stop arguing. Tang Yuan released the girl's arm and stepped back. Who asked you to play the saint here? Get lost. Don't touch her. The last part was shouted at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was a little speechless and was about to say something. The next second she forgot about the two in front of her. Ding. Bonded person Xie Jiheng's favorability 10. Please note host. Bonded person Xie Jiheng, gender male, total favorability 30, a redeemable favorability 0. Tang Yuan, why did it drop so suddenly? She couldn't figure it out for a moment. Had he discovered something? Ignoring the suddenly silent pair, she calmly opened the location indicator and indeed saw a nearby light. Xie Jiheng was in the hospital. Tang Yuan thought about it and probably understood the reason. It must be a misunderstanding. Logically, at this time she should be at school, not in the gynecology clinic. She scanned with her peripheral vision and spotted a familiar silhouette at the end of the corridor. Tang Yuan sighed. It had taken so long to build up the favorability, and now it was gone in an instant. System, come out. Why didn't this indicator alert me when Xie Jiheng was nearby? I'm not sure. Let me check. Host, don't be angry first. A few seconds later. Host, Xie Jiheng has been around here all along, but he didn't trigger the approach condition, so no alert was given. Hearing this explanation, Tang Yuan didn't know what to say. Was she lucky or unlucky? Yinghai City was not small, yet she had to run into him here. The consumption points won't be taken back, will they? That was her main concern. Favorability could be earned back, but she had spent all the consumption points yesterday, and there was no way she was returning them. Tang Yuan began to feel relieved that she had used all 3 cards in the morning. Returning them? Not a chance. This definitely won't happen. Host, rest assured our system is very humane. Then it's fine. Tang Yuan felt relieved, and then heard 0128 continue. An increase in favorability points will be directly accumulated into the redeemable favorability points of that target character. A decrease in favorability points will be deducted from the total favorability points. Therefore, the redeemable favorability points and consumption points will only increase, never decrease, and there is no such thing as returning consumption points. Alright, also, if the favorability points reach 100, they will be locked directly, and thereafter no more favorability points can be obtained from this child of fortune. So before its full favorability points can be obtained indefinitely. Tang Yuan understood. In theory, yes. Tang Yuan, why didn't you tell me this before? The sun is really cool today. Sun. Cool. How did it connect those two words? Tang Yuan knew immediately that 0128 had forgotten to mention it, but it wasn't too late to know now. System, I have an idea. What idea? You'll know later. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yuan still didn't tell 0128, but instead stared at the items in the system shop that could only be unlocked after level 10, her eyes gleaming with an almost frightening intensity. Xie Jiheng, you really are a treasure. I'm growing fonder of you by the day. On the other side, Xie Jiheng, while pushing Grandma, Su was unwilling to believe what he had just seen. Why is she in the hospital? And who was the man in front of her? He thought, somewhat distracted, and didn't hear what Grandma Su said. Xiaoheng. Grandma, you should still take good care of your health. Xie Jiheng snapped back to attention. I know it's just old ailments. Grandma knows her limits. The doctor standing nearby spoke. Mr. Xie, the overall results of the elderly lattice checkup this time are stable, rest assured. The main indicators are all within the controlled range. However, as age increases, the cardiopulmonary function has indeed slightly weakened compared to last time, requiring more attention to rest and warmth, and avoiding overexertion and emotional agitation. The other doctors also chimed in with details, their attitudes cautious and respectful. Xie Jiheng was the most important donor and VIP of their hospital, and Grandma Su was someone who needed meticulous care. The next day, Tang Yuan walked into the classroom of Class 1 Grade 11 with her backpack, a trace of barely perceptible fatigue in her brows. Last night, she stayed at the hospital to accompany until very late, and this morning she left before the doctor's rounds, severely lacking sleep. But thinking that her aunt's condition had stabilized, the heavy stone in her heart finally fell more than halfway. Having been reborn once, she had to change some outcomes. The moment she stepped into the classroom, a gaze immediately fell upon her. Gu Shooting sat in his seat, and the instant Tang Yuan's figure appeared at the doorway, he raised his head as if sensing something. The sunlight just outlined her silhouette as she walked. Her slightly pale face carried a hint of weariness, but it did not diminish the delicate beauty of her features. A few strands of stray hair were brushed by the breeze across her forehead, and she subconsciously raised her hand to gently tuck them behind her ear, revealing the graceful lines of her jaw and neck. But Tang Yuan did not notice this gaze and walked straight to her seat. Her deskmate Wei Mingyun was currently lying on the desk catching up on sleep. Tang Yuan did not disturb her, and as soon as she sat down she heard the system's voice. Dingu shooting favorability points 1, total favorability points 67, redeemable favorability points 1. Tang Yuan. Forget it, never mind, it's a good thing anyway. And when Tang Yuan sat down, Wei Mingyun lifted her head, drowsily rubbed her eyes, and said, Tang Yuan, good morning. Huh. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, as if discovering a new continent, instantly becoming much more alert. Cupping her face, she leaned closer to Tang Yuan. Wow. Tang Yuan, did you not sleep well last night? How come? There's a kind of fragile, pitiable beauty. Tang Yuan, amused by her exaggerated expression, gave a helpless smile. It's not that exaggerated, wake up quickly. By the way, could you lend me yesterday's physics notes to copy? I was on leave and didn't come. Notes. Physics. Wei Mingyun's lovesick expression instantly turned and she scratched her head, awkwardly pulled out the physics notebook from her desk, and handed it to Tang Yuan. Here, take it. But, yesterday's physics class covered new content a bit difficult. I think I accidentally got distracted in the second half. So she didn't write anything. Hearing this, Tang Yuan flipped to the later pages and indeed found a blank page with scribbles. Physics was a relatively weak subject for her, and not having heard the new content with incomplete notes reviewing later would be but she wasn't disappointed. Just as she was thinking about whether to ask the teacher or the class representative after class, a hand with distinct knuckles reached out from behind her side. Both Tang Yuan and Wei Mingyun subconsciously turned to look. My physics notes, I'll lend them to you. Old Zhang did go a bit fast yesterday, but I wrote everything down. She was taken aback for a moment. Thank you. Tang Yuan smiled at him, then lowered her head to flip through the notes. His handwriting was very nice with clear highlights and neat. Wei Mingyun also leaned in, goose shooting after Tang Yuan copies. Let me copy too, okay? Sure, take it. Wei Mingyun made an O gesture. Thanks, brother Tang. Soon everyone in the class had arrived, and morning reading began. The tedious and boring knowledge made Xie Mingwei drowsy, but after glancing at Gu Zuding's back, she barely managed to stay awake. Finally, class ended. Wei, it's the weekend tomorrow. Want to go out and play? Li Yunfei turned around and asked. Not for now, I'm going to my grandma's place this. Xie Mingwei subconsciously touched her hair, which hadn't been dyed, yet feeling a bit annoyed. She had to go to the hair salon after school to dye her hair black, otherwise her grandma would complain again. Alright, Wei, feels like you've been a bit busy these past 2 months. Li Yunfei looked full of regret. They hadn't gone out with Xie Mingwei for a long time. With no one to pay the bill, the frequency of their outings had also decreased. Xie Mingwei also wanted to go out and play. She had been cooped up for almost a month. But as soon as she thought of Xie Jiheng, she calmed down. Recently her brother had been acting like he was having a fit, and he had sent Secretary Li over again. Her mind was full of how to make her brother get rid of Secretary Li. Secretary Li had come before, but only rarely. In the past few days he had suddenly become frequent. The most critical thing was that her brother had been staying here for 2 months and showed no intention of returning. As long as he didn't go back to the capital, she really didn't dare to act recklessly. But these thoughts were just in her mind. Xie Mingwei disdained to explain to them. She casually pointed at someone. You go buy me a bottle of drink. Oh, okay. The girl who was pointed at was a bit reluctant. The convenience store was too far from this teaching building, and there were tons of people. Just queuing would take time, and going back and forth would just cover the class period. Before they always made Tang Yuan go by, but now it was her turn. When had their little group started to fall so low? Before they just had to flatter Xie Mingwei, but now they also had to run errands. And Li Yunfei was glad she wasn't chosen. In such hot weather whoever went would be unlucky. Thinking of Tang Yuan, she felt uncomfortable all over. 2 months ago she was still a dog under her feet, but in just a short time she had climbed over her head. She hated it, but she couldn't deal with Tang Yuan. Each of them had their own thoughts. On Tang Yuan's side, Zhang Kersen came over again. Her seat was in the 4th row against the wall. Ever since they made up, whenever she had the chance, she would come to Tang Yuan's side to boost her presence. Anyone who didn't know might think she also had a mission. Tang Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond, but Zhang Kersen, undeterred by the awkwardness, exchanged a few words with AI Rui Guang before turning to Gu shooting. Her brief moment of triumph evaporated, however, when Xie Mingwei's icy glares sent her scurrying away. Tang Yuan pressed her lips together, barely suppressing a laugh. The wicked are always tormented by those even more wicked. After school at noon, she skipped the cafeteria and headed to the hospital instead. Recalling the phone call she had made to her mother yesterday and the promise that she would come to visit her aunt today, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. Yet disappointment awaited her at the hospital. Her mother was nowhere to be seen. She had to admit that the fragile hope which had quietly taken root in her heart since yesterday's call was now being slowly extinguished by the cold reality. Glancing up at the clock on the hospital wall, she said, "Aunt, you only had some porridge this morning. You must be hungry. Let me get you some food." "Oh, Yuan, don't bother." Gao Chun tried to stop her. "He'll be right back." After 5 days of inpatient treatment, her aunt's condition had stabilized, and she was ready to be discharged, but her mother had never once visited. She planned to go back home in a few days. With some free time, Tang Yuan began to think about serious matters. This Sunday was Wu Yang's birthday, and Wu Yang had mentioned that Xie Jihing might come. And after the 3 cards had taken effect last time, her beauty value had already reached 80 points. Bound person Tang Yuan. Gender female. Age 17. Health status strong. Beauty value 80. Level 5, 480-006-0000. Spending points 0. Exchangeable affection points 1. The 3 cards had increased her beauty value by 8 points, which seemed slow compared to the 5 and 10 point increments earlier. But Tang Yuan knew that the higher the beauty value, the slower the increase. Still, 80 points was already quite beautiful, enough to make her the center of attention in a crowd. Soon it was Wu Yang's birthday. Tang Yuan was picked up by Wu Yang early in the morning and taken to the Wu family villa. Stepping out of the car, she handed a paper box to Wu Yang, her clear eyes filled with sincerity. "Yang, happy birthday for me, eh?" Wu Yang took the box in surprise. It was light in her hands. She didn't care about the simple packaging at all. Instead, she was overjoyed simply because it was from Tang Yuan. "It's me." Wu Yang recognized herself at a glance and eagerly flipped through the pages. What greeted her was a series of comics. The cover was a version of Wu Yang hand-drawn by Tang Yuan, featuring her signature bun hairstyle, hands on her hips, and a proud tsundere expression that screamed, "I'm the cutest in the world." It was strikingly lifelike. "It's me." Wu Yang recognized herself at a glance and eagerly flipped through the pages. What greeted her was a series of comics depicting Wu Yang's adorable moments, each drawn with delicate strokes. The first page, the day they first met. Next page, Wu Yang sharing cookies, the 2 of them eating together. Flipping further at the sports meet, Wu Yang grimacing and looking ferocious during the final sprint of the 800-meter race, yet persisting to the end. There were also various funny and cute versions of Wu Yang. In the corner of every page, Tang Yuan had written in her neat small handwriting, "To Wu Yang forever, full of energy." The last page showed the 2 of them sitting side by side on the school rooftop, watching the sun set, their backs to the viewer. The scene was warm and serene with the caption, "Wu Yang, happy birthday. May your world always be as brilliant as a pain." Wu Yang turned page after page, her smile growing wider, but her eyes gradually reddened. Yuan. Her voice thick with emotion, she looked up abruptly. This is incredible. This is the most heartfelt and special gift I've ever received. I love it." As the eldest daughter of the Wu family, she had received countless gifts since childhood, expensive, rare, but this was the first one so full of thoughtfulness. She spread her arms and gave Tang Yuan a big hug, and Tang Yuan hugged her back tightly. After Wu Yang had calmed down a little, Tang Yuan reached into the bottom of the paper box and pulled out a small item carefully wrapped in plain cotton cloth. "There's one more thing." Tang Yuan unwrapped the layers of cotton, revealing its contents, an antique peace pendant. The peace pendant was not made of expensive jade or jadeite. Its material resembled jade, but was not presenting a warm, soft, milky white color. The surface was smooth with swirling cloud-like patterns inside, and it emitted a faint glow under the light. Its shape was the simplest round disc with a hole in the center devoid of any intricate carvings, threaded with a plain dark brown braided cord. It appeared understated and rustic, yet inexplicably gave a sense of calm and peace. "What is this?" Wu Yang picked up the peace pendant curiously. It was cool and smooth to the touch. "A peace pendant. It's not something valuable. I obtained it by chance." Tang Yuan avoided explaining its origin, her tone growing more serious. "Wu Yang, I hope you are always safe and free from illness and disaster. This peace pendant." She paused, locking her gaze onto Wu Yang's eyes. "Wear it and never take it off, okay? Think of it as my wish for you to be safe and sound year after year." Tang Yuan truly regarded Wu Yang as a friend. Initially, she had been more calculating, but through daily interactions, she had gradually been cared for and healed. The longer they spent together, the more she appreciated Wu Yang's goodness. She was an excellent friend, and this peace pendant was something she had asked 0128 to buy for her. She wasn't high enough level to purchase items other than appearance, but 0128 could. She had coaxed and cajoled, finally getting 0128 to buy it at the risk of punishment. It cost her 2,000 spending points plus 200 in shopping fees. Though it didn't have any extraordinary functions, it could block one instance of harm. The college entrance exam was approaching. She didn't know what had happened to Wu Yang in her previous life, but it was better to be prepared. Though Wu Yang didn't understand why Tang Yuan suddenly emphasized, "Never take it off," this heartfelt blessing from her friend once again warmed her heart. "Okay." She nodded without hesitation. "I'll wear the peace charm you gave me every day, even when I shower. I won't take it off." She picked up the braided cord and put it around her own fair neck on the spot. Wu Yang happily pulled Tang Yuan inside. It was still early and the two of them chatted and giggled all morning before starting to prepare for makeup and styling in the afternoon. Yuan, hurry up, hurry up. My chief stylist team has been waiting for ages. Wu Yang excitedly pulled Tang Yuan down the corridor toward the well-equipped professional makeup. Yang, do I really need makeup? Tang Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable facing the setup that rivaled the celebrities backstage. Oh, today you're my special guest and spiritual pillar, so you must shine. Wu Yang insisted, pushing Tang Yuan into a large, comfortable makeup chair and saying to the lead style director Lisa, Sister Lisa, she's all yours. Lisa was a woman with a sharp professional aura and discerning eyes. She smiled as she studied Tang Yuan in the mirror, a flash of admiration and understanding in her eyes. Miss Wu, rest assured. Miss Tang's foundation is excellent. We only need to add the finishing touches. Observing Tang Yuan's porcelain white skin, Lisa hesitated for a moment, then opted not to use foundation. Instead, she applied a small amount of tinted primer and concealer, focusing on covering the faint dark circles under her eyes caused by lack of sleep, while preserving the skin's natural glow. The stylist abandoned complex braids or updos, carefully blow-drying Tang Yuan's jet black hair into a loose natural wave. Then, using a pearl hairpin, she loosely gathered a small section of hair at the back of the crown, leaving the rest to cascade freely over her shoulders. A few rebellious strands were deliberately left at the temples and hairline, adding a touch of lively spontaneity. Lisa personally took a dress from the rack that had been prepared in advance. It was not the usual lavish gown, but a knee-length dress in a hazy blue. The cut was a smooth line with no extra adornments. A neckline revealed delicate collarbones, but the opening was just right, not overly revealing. Tang Yuan took the dress and entered a different fitting room with Wu Yang. Before long, Tang Yuan emerged, while Wu Yang was already standing before a full-length mirror. Wow, Yuan, you look absolutely stunning. Wu Yang bounded over, linked her arm through Tang Yuan's, and pulled her in front of the mirror to stand side by side. The two of us. Tang Yuan raised her eyes. In the massive floor-to-ceiling mirror, two strikingly different, yet equally beautiful figures were reflected. The girl in the mirror was radiantly dazzling. The champagne gold gown accentuated her luminous skin, and the exquisite makeup magnified her already brilliant features. That innate confidence and the aura of refined elegance nurtured by boundless affection made her shine like the noonday sun, exuding an overwhelming brilliance. The girl beside her, however, was not overshadowed in the slightest. The misty blue dress set off her snow-white complexion, lending her a cool, ethereal grace. One was like the sun, the other like the moon. Perfect. Miss Wu Yang, Miss Tang, you two are absolutely the most dazzling duo tonight. Director Lisa exclaimed with genuine admiration, and the rest of the team nodded in agreement. Wu Yang twirled in front of the mirror, her skirt sending out golden ripples. Her face beamed with confidence and anticipation as she was about to say something else to Tang Yuan. Wu Yang. A gentle yet undeniably commanding female voice sounded from the doorway. Both Wu Yang and Tang Yuan in the mirror turned their heads simultaneously. Wu Yang. A gentle yet undeniably commanding female voice sounded from the doorway. Both Wu Yang and Tang Yuan in the mirror turned their heads simultaneously. Her gaze swept over Wu Yang. Lisa's craftsmanship is getting better and better. However, the radiant smile on Wu Yang's face upon seeing the newcomer faded visibly, like sunlight obscured by thin clouds, even taking on a hint of barely perceptible stiffness. However, the radiant smile on Wu Yang's face upon seeing the newcomer faded visibly, like sunlight obscured by thin clouds, even taking on a hint of barely perceptible. Hello, Auntie, Tang Yuan greeted politely. At that moment, a handsome young man in a well-tailored suit stepped in from behind Peng Fong. He appeared to be around 16 or 17, with some resemblance to Peng Fong in his features, but his eyes carried a spoiled arrogance. Sis. Peng Hao called out casually, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over Tang Yuan with a hint of curiosity and admiration. Tang Yuan frowned inwardly, knowing this guy. Wu Yang subtly stepped in front of Tang Yuan. What do you want? She couldn't talk back to her mother, but she could definitely handle Peng Hao. Sis, can I come if there's nothing? If there's nothing, then leave. Wu Yang's expression said it all. Sis, you're really hurting my feelings. Peng Hao was nonchalant, not showing the slightest bit of the obedience he displayed before Wu Zhua. Get lost. The moment the words left her mouth, not only did Peng Hao's face darken, but Peng Fang's did too. The makeup artist dared not even breathe, shrinking into a corner to minimize her presence. Usually an outburst would occur at such a moment, but today was a special occasion. Peng Fong strongly disliked Wu Yang's aggressive demeanor, but she forced herself to endure it because of the outsider present. It wasn't that she as a mother was targeting Wu Yang, but she simply couldn't bring herself to like such a child. She was completely incomparable to Peng Hao. Peng Hao could tolerate it. Seeing that Wu Yang was truly about to lose her temper, he had to state the matter. That Miss Lin downstairs is looking for you. Remember to go. With that they didn't linger and left. Wu Yang's throat felt dry. She said to Tang Yuan, "That was my brother." Tang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, holding Wu Yang's hand without letting go. Night was about to fall. The Wu family villa, now aglow with lights, would become a stage for the elite. The socialites familiar with Wu Yang had already arrived. Seeing Wu Yang, they naturally gathered around with exclamations of admiration. "Miss Wu, you're so beautiful. That dress is absolutely stunning. Happy birthday." But when their eyes fell on Tang Yuan, who stood quietly beside Wu Yang with a gentle smile, the exclamations took on a different tone. "Who is this? Which family's young lady? That dress is so unique. Wu Yang, where did you find this hidden gem? We've never seen her before. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend Tang Yuan." Wu Yang stayed with Tang Yuan until Wu Zhui took the stage. Only then did Wu Yang have to leave. Tang Yuan didn't wander around as she found a relatively secluded spot and looked toward the stage. On stage, Wu Zhui took the microphone from the butler. His powerful voice, amplified by the top-tier sound system, reached every corner of the hall. "Thank you, esteemed friends and loved ones, for gracing this beautiful evening to witness my daughter Wu Yang's most significant moment, her 18th birthday comingafage ceremony." His gaze fell upon his daughter beside him, and the pride in his eyes was almost overflowing. 18 years have passed. From this day forward, the 10 core equity of the Wu Group under my name will be formally and unconditionally given to my daughter Wu Yang. The moment the words fell, the crowd gasped. Then thunderous applause erupted, lasting for a long time. The Chanel-clad matrons clutched their handbags instinctively, while the suited executives exchanged glances. Wu Yang stood in the center of the applause and attention, her back straight and her smile poised. But beneath the stage, Peng Fang's face was livid with rage. She had no idea this was going to happen today. How could Wu Zhui give the shares to that girl? Her meticulously arched brows shot up as she wished she could rush up on stage and slap some sense into Wu Zhui, thinking that she was ready to do just that. Completely disregarding face, she was about to charge up and shout her objection, but the butler seemed to have anticipated it. He simply had the servants cover her mouth and escort her out. The butler turned to the guests with an apologetic look. "I apologize for the disturbance. The madam suffered a relapse of an old ailment." He paused. "She has been accompanied by the family doctor to the hospital for a checkup." The guests understood and smiled, saying it was fine. Beside her, Peng Hao barely managed to keep his expression in check, hastily lowering his head. Why, after all these years of desperately trying to please Wu Zhui, I haven't gotten a single benefit from him, while Wu Yang, without lifting a finger, gets all his love and money? Heaven was truly unfair. If only he were Wu Zhui's biological child. Peng Hao silently resented Peng Fong. If she hadn't betrayed Wu Zhui back then, and had instead lived a good life with him, wouldn't he be Wu Zhui's child now? He wouldn't have to live under someone else's roof today. But it wasn't completely hopeless. He just had to become Wu Zhui's only child. He took a deep breath, and when he looked up again, his expression had returned to normal. Tang Yuan clapped along with the others, her heart swelling with joy for Wu Yang. The crystal chandelier cast fragmented light upon the champagne glasses, and her misty blue skirt swayed gently in the night breeze. She stared at the bubbles in her glass, wondering whether to drink. But she had never been a good drinker. As she was still pondering how to approach Xie Jiheng in a plausible manner, a greasy voice interrupted her thoughts. "Miss All Alone." A middle-aged man reeking of alcohol crowded in, his thick hand nearly brushing against her waist. Tang Yuan calmly stepped back half a pace, curving her lips into a perfectly timed smile. "Speak of the devil." The oily man, utterly captivated by her smile, lost all composure. "Hey there, little beauty, come with big brother, let me keep you company." His eyes were bleary, his face plastered with a frivolous grin as he staggered toward her. Tang Yuan recoiled several steps, as if frightened, her long lashes veiling the disgust flickering in her eyes. "Don't run, little beauty." She suppressed the nausea, turned, and walked toward the passage connecting the main house to the back garden. The oily man, evidently unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip, followed behind Tang Yuan. "Don't be shy, come chat with big brother." Meanwhile, on a semi-enclosed terrace, a few dim wall lamps outlined the swaying shadows of trees and the cold marble balcony. The night breeze carried a chill, dispersing the distant strains of music. Xie Jiheng leaned against the icy railing, his back to the light of the banquet. A faint red glow at his fingertips flickered uncertainly in the gloom, and the swirling grayish smoke blurred the sharp contours of his profile. He held a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers, but he didn't really inhale, he just let it burn quietly in the night wind. He rarely attended the birthday parties of the younger generation, but he had just concluded a major collaboration with the Wu family and couldn't very well stay away. After making a token appearance, he had retreated to this neglected corner. A series of somewhat hurried footsteps approached from afar, shattering the stillness of the terrace. Xie Jiheng frowned, displeased at being disturbed. He instinctively stubbed out his cigarette, intending to turn and leave this last sanctuary of peace. But it was too late. A slender, graceful figure carrying the faint warmth of the banquet hall and the cool breath of the night breeze had burst uninvited into this island that belonged only to him. Tang Yuan stepped forward quickly, and under the oily man's astonished gaze, she gently tugged at the cuff of Xie Jiaheng's suit jacket, her voice trembling slightly. "Darling, I've been looking for you everywhere." When Xie Jiheng looked down and saw her, he paused in his retreat. Tang Yuan took the opportunity to sidle behind him half-hidden and looked up at him with almond-shaped eyes full of grievance. "This gentleman kept pestering me, insisting on buying me a drink." Xie Jiheng, only now snapping out of the shock of being called darling, turned his gaze to the oily man. He flexed his fingers, and the cigar between them glowed and dimmed in the darkness. Before he could speak, Tang Yuan turned and gave the middle-aged man an apologetic smile. "Sorry, my boyfriend is here. I won't disturb you any longer." With that, she gave Xie Jiheng's sleeve a light tug, silently urging him to play along. "Boyfriend now." Xie Jiheng gave her a meaningful look, then took her hand that was clutching his jacket, his voice low and intimidating. "Didn't you hear my girlfriend say she doesn't want to talk to you?" Xie Jiheng gave her a meaningful look, then took her hand that was clutching his jacket, his voice low and intimidating. "Didn't you hear my girlfriend say she doesn't want to talk?" The slightly drunk, oily man, upon seeing Xie Jiheng's face, underwent a drastic change in expression. All traces of intoxication vanished, and he was as sober as could be. After stammering a series of apologies, he fled in panic. Tang Yuan stepped out from behind Xie Jiheng, her eyes sparkling. "Mr. Xie, you're here too, what a coincidence. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. I thought you looked familiar just now, and it really is you. Thank you so much for earlier. Just standing there you intimidated him." She tilted her head slightly, a hairpin tucking back the stray strands, revealing a neck as fine and white as porcelain. Xie Jiheng also noticed how different she looked from usual. Without her school uniform, her skirt fluttered gently in the night breeze, and that shade of blue made her exposed neck and arms appear even more fair. He abruptly averted his gaze, suddenly feeling ill at ease, yet forgetting that her hand was still solidly held in his palm. "Are you here for Yang Yang's birthday?" Oblivious to his discomfort, Tang Yuan chattered on, her bright eyes fixed on him as if awaiting his reply. Xie Jiheng raised his eyes, his gaze briefly brushing over her lips before settling on her cheeks warmed by the lamplight. He uttered a single extremely low note. As for who Yang Yang was, he had no idea. But he knew that tonight was Chairman Wu's daughter's comingafage ceremony, so she must be the Yang Yang she mentioned. The suspicion and mild irritation that had just arisen vanished, abruptly replaced even by a flicker of guilt. The suspicion and mild irritation that had just arisen vanished, abruptly replaced even by a flicker of guilt. Tang Yuan's fingers unconsciously curled, touching the calluses left by a pin in his palm. Only then did she realize how intimately their skin pressed together, and her ears turned crimson. She tried to pull her hand away, but he gripped it tighter. Startled, she looked up and met his unfathomable eyes. "Mr. Xie." Her voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. His gaze locked onto her burning ears and the panicked ripples in her eyes. The force in his grip suddenly slackened, and he released her hand. "Sorry, it's all right," Tang Yuan quickly assured him. Her innocent, carefree manner left Xie Jiheng momentarily at a loss for words. She ought to be wary of any strange man, yet she trusted him. A girl like that would probably be tricked without even realizing it. He recalled the incident at the hospital a few days ago. "I have a younger sister about your age." This seemingly irrelevant remark truly caught Tang Yuan off guard. Why bring that up now? Had he found out that she was in the same class as Xie Mingwei? Tang Yuan ran through the possibilities in her mind, her expression betraying nothing. "At your age, you should focus on your studies and cut down on unnecessary socializing, especially with the opposite sex." Xie Jiheng paused. "Don't rush into romance." "Huh." Tang Yuan blinked, then seemed to catch on. "I understand. He'll study hard, and I won't fall in love. Besides, our school doesn't allow it." "Is that so?" Xie Jiheng stubbed out his cigar. "Yes. If you get caught, you'll definitely be expelled. I can't afford to be expelled. My aunt would worry. She was just in the hospital a few days ago." Tang Yuan chattered on, oblivious to the slight stiffness in Xie Jiheng's posture. "How is your aunt?" "Now, she's been discharged. The doctor said if she rests more and takes care, she'll be completely fine." Her voice was cheerful. Xie Jiheng's lips curved into a slight smile. Perhaps it was an illusion, but every time he was with her he felt at ease. Xie Jiheng's lips curved into a slight smile. Perhaps it was an illusion, but every time he was with her he felt at ease. "They'll be going now. Thank you for today." Tang Yuan waved her hand at him. Xie Jiheng did not move, but his deep pool-like eyes involuntarily followed the skipping figure, a shade more focused than usual. And Tang Yuan was genuinely happy. Her steps lightened. She opened the system interface in her mind, roughly scanned the increments and decrements on the favorability panel, and nodded with great satisfaction. That dead man still had a conscience, knowing he had wronged her, and had suddenly increased so much favorability, barely forgiving him. Host Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health status, strong, beauty value 80, level 5, 480006 0000, consumption points 0, redeemable favorability points 31, bound person, Strategizing, gender, male, total favorability 55. Redeemable favorability points 25. It was fortunate that it had no weight or Tang Yuan would have beaten it up. Hey, what's with the sigh? What troubles do you have? It was fortunate that it had no weight or Tang Yuan would have beaten it up. Hey, what's with the sigh? What troubles do you have? Host, I think you should give up the genius student route and just debut as a movie star. You'll definitely be the next best actress. Studying is holding you back. Tang Yuan. Another fit. Tang Yuan ignored it. When she returned to the banquet hall, Wu Yang was still busy. She found a quiet corner and waited for a while, but Wu Yang was too busy and had someone send her home early. Back at her aunt's place, her aunt was already asleep. Tang Yuan washed up quietly, then went to bed to spend. She opened the system shop and browsed through the items. She bought another 3 cards. A crimson lip-shape card for 8,000 consumption points. A delicate figure card for 11,000 consumption points. A butterfly wing eyelash card for 5,000 consumption points. Ding, congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 6, unlocking the level 3 positioning indicator and receiving 60 tangerine candies. Tang Yuan took a look. The level 3 positioning indicator only increased the detection range to 30 kilometers. Better than nothing. She opened the backpack and without hesitation selected all 3 cards for immediate use. Crimson lip-shaped card. After use, the lips automatically adjust to a plum-shaped lip with sharp cupids, bow slightly upturned corners, and lip color changes from peach pink to berry red with the light, giving a natural matte and velvety high-end texture. Delicate figure card. After use, the posture automatically corrects shoulders and back stretch. Like a swan, the waistline naturally curves inward, tall, yet soft, with an elegant aura in every movement. Butterfly wing eyelash card. After use, the eyelashes are as light and curled as butterfly wings, distinct and automatically thickened. In just a few seconds, Tang Yuan felt her body. She picked up a mirror and looked. The girl in the mirror had extremely delicate features with deep dark pupils and long thick lashes like butterfly wings resting on petals, each quiver casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. Just looking at her face, few could be found more beautiful. And her beauty value had reached 85 points. Host Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health status, strong, beauty value 85, level 6, 720 008 0000, consumption points 1600, redeemable favorability points 0, end of May. Old library. Xie Jihing rarely had a week off from the company, but there were still some tasks to handle. He pushed open the library door and instinctively looked toward the 3rd row, not expecting to see Tang Yuan this time. She was still so focused, not lifting her head. Xie Jihing had no intention of disturbing her. He passed by her and went to his usual spot. About an hour later, Xie Jihing heard a commotion from Tang Yuan's spot. He looked up and saw Tang Yuan packing her things, apparently about to leave. He withdrew his gaze and continued with his own tasks. After leaving, Tang Yuan did not return to her aunt's place, but instead turned and went to Grandma Su's house. Grandma Su was delighted to see her. Xiao Yuan is here. Sit down, sit down. I just made some mung bean soup. Tang Yuan stopped Grandma Su from fetching her the soup. Sorry, Grandma, someone in the family was sick recently, so I didn't have time to visit on weekends. Good child, how could Grandma blame you? As long as you are safe and sound, and come to see me when you can, that's the happiest. So I didn't have time to visit on weekends. Good child, how could Grandma blame you? As long as you are safe and sound, and come to see me when you can, that's the happiest. If you're still uncomfortable, I'll have Xiaoheng contact a few specialists. He knows many directors of major hospitals. Already discharged, no need to trouble. Tang Yuan quickly waved her hand. Discharged is good. If you have any difficulties, tell Grandma, and I'll have Xiaoheng help you solve them. Who is Xiaoheng? Tang Yuan pretended not to know. Oh, my memory. Xiaoheng is my grandson. He runs a big company, busy all day. Today he finally had a moment to visit, but now he's off somewhere. I'll introduce you to when there's a chance. Grandma Su rambled on. Tang Yuan listened quietly, timing her departure right before Xie Jihing arrived. In the afternoon, she still went home as usual. As soon as she stepped onto the stairs, she sensed something unusual. The hallway was filled with a faint smell of alcohol. The door of her home was ajar. Tang Yuan pushed it open and immediately saw a person on the floor. Dad, she called tentatively. The person on the floor did not react. She thought for a moment, ignored the person, acted as if she hadn't seen him, sidestepped, and went straight into her room. With a bang, the door was shut and the lock clicked crisp and resolute. In the evening, Tang Yuan came out to prepare dinner. She glanced at the living room. The person was no longer there. Tang Yuan entered the kitchen. Soon Gao Chun returned. She was pleasantly surprised to see Tang Yuan. Yuan, why did you suddenly come back? I missed you, so I came. This child. Where's your dad? Don't know. Gao Chun went to the bedroom, came out again, and kept chattering, but her hands did not stop making the hangover soup. 20 minutes later, dinner was ready. Tang Feng came out of the bedroom. He first poured himself a glass of cold water, gulped it down, then returned to the table to eat. Xiao Yuan is back. He had just noticed the extra person. His gaze fell on Tang Yuan. Perhaps because his senses were dulled by alcohol, or because he hadn't looked closely in a long time under the dim yellow light, he belatedly noticed something different. His second daughter seemed changed. No longer the skinny, sallow girl from his memory. Though she wore a simple cotton dress, her figure seemed taller, and her face had become pretty. Gao Chun really knew how to spend money on raising children. He clicked his tongue. Xiao Yuan is about to turn 18 in a month, right? Tang Yuan pretended not to hear, but Gao Yin replied, almost. It's rare that you remember Yuan's birthday. Xiao Yuan is my daughter. How could I forget? Tang Feng put on a good father act. Xiao Yu hasn't come to see us in a while. Let her bring Chengxing over in a few days. Her voice was exceptionally calm, so calm it was devoid of any ripple, betraying no emotion. With that, she stood up, looked neither at her father nor her mother, turned, and went back to her room. Tang Feng was not angry and kept talking. And back in the room, could Tang Yuan not know what Tang Feng was thinking? But these things, she had grown accustomed to experiencing them again, still made her heart feel cold. She took out a test paper and immersed herself in the sea of problems. Time slipped into June. The college entrance exam season had arrived. Tang Yuan was a sophomore, still unable to feel the suffocating pressure of the impending storm. But Wu Yang, however, was a senior in her final. The night before the exam, Wu Yang sneaked out to meet Tang Yuan at the corner milk tea shop. Yuan, after the exam, I might have to go to the capital city for a while. Then I'll have to intern at my dad's company. Life is so tough. Oh, come on, countless people would kill to get into your dad's company, and you're complaining. They chatted for a while. The summer night wind carried the lingering warmth of the day, rustling the camphor leaves at the street corner. Only when Wu Yang's phone rang did the two wave goodbye. Good luck tomorrow. And never take off the safety pendant. Tang Yuan reminded her again before leaving. She didn't know exactly what had happened to Wu Yang in her previous life, nor whether it would happen again in this life. All she could do was warn Wu Yang to be careful. I know I won't take it off. But are you sure you don't need me to walk you home? Really, no need. My aunt's place is close by. I'll walk back myself. You go now, or your dad will worry. Alright, see you tomorrow. Wu Yang turned with a grin and walked toward the low-key, yet luxurious black Bentley parked by the roadside. Old Joe, the Wu family's driver, had already stepped out and respectfully opened the rear door for her. Tang Yuan also turned to leave, but after just a few steps, a short, terrified scream erupted behind her. Oh! Tang Yuan whipped around, her heart stopping. Two burly men in black hoodies and masks had suddenly darted out from the shadows of the alley beside them. One of them pressed a cloth firmly over Wu Yang's mouth and nose. Wu Yang only managed a short, startled cry before her body went limp and collapsed. Startled, Old Joe rushed over to pull Wu Yang away. The other man, prepared for this, shoved the driver away roughly. Miss? Old Joe stumbled, hitting the car door and bloodying his forehead. Ignoring the pain, he roared and lunged forward to reclaim Wu Yang. Get lost. The kidnapper holding Wu Yang glared ferociously, kicking Old Joe hard in the abdomen. With a pained groan, Old Joe curled up and collapsed. The other kidnapper moved swiftly, sliding open the side door of a nearby, unlicensed gray van. The two worked in perfect coordination, dragging the unconscious Wu Yang into the vehicle. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Tang Yuan's mind went blank, but her instincts took over faster than thought. She grabbed a chair from the milk tea shop and charged forward. Let her go. Tang Yuan's voice was shrill and distorted with extreme fear and rage. By the time she reached the van, Wu Yang was already half inside, with one kidnapper bent over to push her further in. Tang Yuan mustered all her strength and slammed the chair hard against the kidnapper's knee. Ugh! The kidnapper, caught off guard, cried out and fell to his knees. The other kidnapper, having just fully shoved Wu Yang into the van, was both shocked and enraged. He spun around, his eyes like poisoned daggers aimed at Tang Yuan. When he saw it was just a schoolgirl in uniform, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He abandoned the idea of closing the door immediately and instead reached for Tang Yuan. You're asking for death, little girl. Tang Yuan's successful strike sent a surge of fear and adrenaline through her, making her tremble. As that huge fan-like hand lunged for her, she instinctively dodged to the side. The kidnapper's hand missed, only grabbing the strap of her school bag. Call the police. Tang Yuan shouted as she dodged, turning to Old Joe, who was struggling to get up. Call the police. Call the police now. Old Joe, clutching his aching abdomen with a pale face, saw Tang Yuan drawing the kidnapper's attention and scrambled frantically toward the car to grab his phone and call the police. Damn it! The kidnapper, who had been hit in the knee, gritted his teeth and rose, his eyes venomously fixed on Tang Yuan. Take her too. Hurry. The other kidnapper at the door came to his senses, no longer trying to grab Tang Yuan. He slammed the side door shut and quickly slipped into the driver's seat. The engine roared with a piercing screech, the tires burning rubber as the gray van lurched forward. Meanwhile, the kidnapper with the injured knee lunged and grabbed Tang Yuan's arm, just as she lost her balance from dodging. The immense force nearly crushed her bones. "Oh!" Tang Yuan cried out in pain, her entire body, dragged by the momentum, stumbling and nearly. The kidnapper clearly intended to yank her into the van. In that critical moment, Tang Yuan's survival instinct kicked in. With her free hand, she desperately gripped the gap in the roadside guardrail, her feet scraping against the ground. At the same time, she lowered her head and sank her teeth deep into the kidnapper's wrist that held her arm. "Ow!" The kidnapper yelped in pain and instinctively let go. The momentum sent Tang Yuan sprawling forward, her knees and elbows scraping painfully against the rough concrete pavement. In that brief delay, the gray van had already sped away. Seeing that he couldn't board the van, and that old Joe was already making the emergency call, the bitten kidnapper's eyes flashed with malice. Abandoning the chase, he spun around, like an enraged bear, his face twisted with fury, and lunged at the fallen Tang Yuan. "You little bitch. You ruined my job. He'll kill you." He roared, his massive fist whistling through the air as it aimed for Tang Yuan's head. Tang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, the shadow of death looming over her. "Host." As 0128's voice rang out, her body was pushed by an unseen force, dodging the fatal blow uncontrollably. The fist grazed her scalp and slammed into the concrete with a dull thud. "Host, run." Ignoring the pain, Tang Yuan scrambled to her feet and fled. Her schoolbag zipper had burst open during the struggle, scattering books all over the ground, but she had no time to care. "Stop right there." The kidnapper roared and gave chase. Despite his injured leg, he limped forward with terrifying speed, driven by a desperate ruthlessness. Tang Yuan ran for her life, her lungs burning. All she could hear was her own heavy breathing and the kidnapper's footsteps and curses growing ever closer. Panicked, she turned a corner and suddenly found herself in an open space. The cold river wind hit her face, and a massive steel bridge stretched across the inky black water. Cars roared past on the bridge, their blinding headlights making it impossible to see. Tang Yuan ran onto the pedestrian walkway in the middle of the bridge. Ahead was an endless stretch of road, behind her the relentless kidnapper. Her strength was quickly draining. 0128 floated beside her, drenched in anxious sweat. She was cornered with no escape. Below the bridge, the deep, swift river glimmered with a cold, eerie light in the darkness. "Run. Keep running." The kidnapper sneered, closing in step by step, blocking her only retreat. He flexed his wrist where the bite mark oozed blood, making him look even more terrifying. "Let's see how I throw you into the river to feed the fish." Tang Yuan pressed her back against the cold bridge railing with nowhere left to go. The river wind whipped her hair and clothes, her thin school uniform clinging to her body, chilling her to the bone as her teeth chattered. "Host, don't be afraid. Let me see what I can find to use." 0128 comforted Tang Yuan while rummaging through the system store. "Happening." "Host, don't be afraid. Let me see what I can find to use." 0128 comforted Tang Yuan while rummaging through the system store. "Murder. A knife. Call the police." Numerous vehicles screeched to a halt, plunging the middle of the bridge into chaos and gridlock. Countless shocked gazes turned toward the scene, throwing the kidnapper into a panic. He had only intended to grab a student to vent his fury and then slip away in the commotion, never expecting things to escalate so far. Seeing headlights and figures all around with police sirens growing closer, he plummeted into a desperate madness. "Damn it. It's all your fault. All of you pushed me to this." The kidnapper's eyes bulged with rage, bloodshot as the last shred of reason was devoured by fear and insanity. He didn't care how many people were watching, how many eyes were on him. He suddenly yanked a gleaming spring knife from his waistband, its tip glinting with deadly cold light under the chaotic car beams. Just then 0128 slipped a luck charm into Tang Yuan's body. "If I'm dying, I'm taking you with me," he roared, lunging recklessly at Tang Yuan, who was backed against the railing. The knife blade aimed straight for her heart, moving so fast it left only a blur. Tang Yuan dodged, instinctively jerking backward. She managed to evade the strike, but her body lost balance and spun out over the cold steel scraped against her skin, searing with pain, but she felt nothing. The world tilted before her eyes. The solid sensation of the bridge vanished, replaced by a suffocating weightlessness pulling her downward. Survival instinct made her grab the railing, preventing an immediate fall. Her body dangled dozens of meters in the air, beneath her a dark abyss devouring everything around her, the howling river wind. Death was inches away. The onlookers erupted in terrified screams. The kidnapper, having overexerted himself and missed again, stumbled against the railing. Seeing Tang Yuan hanging outside, a twisted glee and madness spread across his face. At the very moment when Tang Yuan's fingers, trembling with fear and exhaustion, were about to slip away, someone suddenly kicked the kidnapper from behind. A scorching, powerful hand clamped onto her slipping wrist, the immense force nearly crushing her bones. He didn't even have time to deal with the frenzied kidnapper. Fortunately, the crowd acted swiftly, subduing the assailant. Tang Yuan looked up against the blinding headlights on the bridge and saw a familiar sweat soaked the black hair on his forehead, trickling down his tense jawline and dripping onto her face, carrying a startling heat. Those deep, unfathomable eyes, now devoid of their usual composed strategizing, clearly revealed a flicker of terror that flashed through them. It was so fleeting it seemed like an illusion. Xie Jiaheng's upper body was pulled over the railing, his other hand gripped the freezing metal edge, knuckles white with strain. "Hold on." His voice was hoarse, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. His other hand shot out, firmly grasping her other wrist. Both arms exerted force simultaneously, his core muscles tightening with a raw, almost brutal strength, and he yanked her suspended body up from outside the railing. Tang Yuan felt a sudden lightness, and the next moment, she crashed heavily onto the hard, cold bridge pavement, landing squarely in Xie Jiaheng's arms. Overwhelmed by the immense relief of surviving, she could no longer hold herself up. Her hands clutched desperately at his clothes, as if he were the only floating log in a sea of despair. Xie Jiaheng instinctively tightened his arms, pulling her closer, using his tall frame to shield her from the chaotic lights, the piercing sirens, and the Xie Jiaheng instinctively tightened his arms, pulling her closer, using his tall frame to shield her from the chaotic lights, the piercing sirens, and the countless probing glances. "Don't be afraid. It's over." His usually calm voice now trembled slightly. He pressed her even tighter against his chest, and their intertwined heartbeats mingled with the wind. Neither could tell whose pulse was racing out of control. Meanwhile, 0128 had already retreated into the system space when Xie Jiaheng arrived. It dared not emerge in his presence, always feeling as if it could be seen. Only after seeing Tang Yuan rescued did it breathe a sigh of relief. Those few thousand consumption points were well spent. The police finally broke through the congested traffic and quickly handcuffed the kidnapper on the ground. As the man was being escorted to the police car with his hands cuffed behind his back, he continued to curse hysterically, his bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely in Tang Yuan's direction. Hearing the commotion, Tang Yuan jerked her head up, her unfocused gaze instantly sharpening as she struggled to break free from Xie Jiaheng's embrace. "Call the police. Tell the police quickly. Wu Yang was taken. There's more than one kidnapper. They're working together." Her voice trembled violently with urgency and weakness, tears welling up. Only then did Xie Jiaheng learn that someone from the Wu family was also in trouble. He instinctively reached out and took her hand, trying to pull her back from the edge of losing control. "Listen to me. The most important thing now is to stay calm and tell the police what you know." Okay. Tang Yuan gradually calmed down, focused her mind, and recounted everything she remembered to the officer who approached. It was a gray van with no license plate. It headed southeast. The officer quickly described the situation over the radio. "Trust the police. She'll be fine." Xie Jiaheng's voice carried a soothing tone he himself didn't notice. "Really?" Tang Yuan looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, desperately seeking confirmation. "She'll really be okay." Xie Jiaheng looked at the watery light in her eyes and softened his voice further. "Really? Don't worry." Those words, "don't worry," were like the tightly stretched nerves in Tang Yuan finally found an outlet, and in an instant she completely let go. Immense exhaustion and lingering fear swept over her like a tidal wave. Unable to hold on any longer, she slumped weakly against him. The siren of an ambulance grew closer. At the hospital, Tang Yuan lay on the narrow examination bed covered with a thin, sterile sheet. Under such critical circumstances, aside from minor abrasions, she was otherwise unharmed. It could only be considered a blessing in disguise. After the nurse finished treating the wounds, she left behind disinfectant cotton swabs and bruise-healing medication before departing. The room was left with just the two of them, the air so quiet that only Tang Yuan's slightly rapid breathing could be heard. She had no mind to think about anything else. She was worried about Wu Yang. She had escaped danger, but what about Wu Yang? In her past life, Wu Yang had been fine, so this time should be fine too. Tang Yuan forced herself not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Xie Jiaheng had been standing by the bed the entire time. He had already taken off his dust-stained suit jacket, casually draping it over his arm. Underneath was a well-made dark gray shirt with one button at the collar undone, revealing a hint of collarbone. He should have left, but Xie Jiaheng's gaze fell heavily on the bruise on Tang Yuan's wrist left from when he pulled her up. Her skin was so fair that the purple-black bruise looked especially glaring under the cold light. He pressed his thin lips together, his jaw tightening for a moment. Then he picked up the medication and cotton swab. The moment the cold, medicine-soaked cotton swab touched her skin, Tang Yuan snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a flinch as a faint gasp escaped her lips. Xie Jiaheng's movements abruptly halted. "Does it hurt?" His voice was a little less cold than usual, carrying a hint of barely noticeable hoarseness, as if suppressing something. Tang Yuan bit her lower lip and shook her head, but her trembling body betrayed her. Xie Jiaheng no longer looked at her. He lowered his eyelids, his thick lashes masking the turbulent emotions in his eyes. He dipped the swab again, and this time his movements were noticeably gentler. The swab no longer pressed, instead it traced along the edge of the bruise, wiping it bit by bit. Are you sure you don't need to notify your parents? Fine, so no need to tell my family, it would only worry them. Tang Yuan replied absent-mindedly. She had just called her aunt, so she wasn't anxious. Believing herself to be fine, she planned to go back in a while. Strategizing seemed to read her thoughts. They'll take you back later. Thank you, I can. No, you can't. Tang Yuan looked up in surprise, her lips moving as if to say something when a figure rushed through the door of the ward. Before the person arrived, her voice came first. Yuan. Wu Yang threw herself onto the bedside, wrapping her arms around Tang Yuan, trembling and crying. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I dragged you into this Wu. I was so scared, I thought I'd never see you again. She was incoherent, overwhelmed by immense guilt and lingering fear. Tang Yuan, held tightly by Wu Yang, felt her real warmth and the fear of surviving a disaster. She hugged Wu Yang back. It's okay, you're safe. It's okay. She repeated the words, as if comforting Wu Yang, and more so calming herself. Wu Zhuo followed anxiously, with a large group of doctors and bodyguards behind him, instantly filling the small ward. When he saw Strategizing, he was momentarily surprised. Strategizing also saw him. They exchanged a glance, but said nothing. Wu Zhuo looked at the two embracing, then asked the others to leave. Knowing the full story, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He usually didn't arrange bodyguards around Wu Yang. It was too conspicuous, and Wu Yang herself disliked it, which allowed someone to take advantage this time. Wu Yang cried for a long while before her emotions calmed slightly. She released Tang Yuan, sobbing, and fumbled in her own closed pockets, searching for something. Yuan, look. She opened her palm, her voice thick with tears, an unmistakable heartache and regret. The safety jade you gave me. It broke. It's okay as long as you're safe. It's broken, so be it, it's not worth much anyway. But you are the most important. Wu Yang hugged her again. That madman who kidnapped me, when the police surrounded him, he went completely insane. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Having been protected for over a decade, she had never experienced anything like this. Seeing that he couldn't escape, he wanted to take me down with him. He had a piece of broken glass hidden somewhere, and he slashed it right at my neck. Wu Yang subconsciously touched the side of her neck, where a faint blood. At that moment, I was so scared I couldn't move. Then I felt something burning on my chest. I don't know what happened, but the madman's hand seemed to slip and the glass veered off. Later the police subdued him. When I stood up, I found the safety jade broken. She looked at the broken jade in her palm, her eyes filled with disbelief and lingering fear. Tang Yuan also looked over, seeing the broken jade and the scratch on Wu Yang's neck. Her breath caught. She recalled the kidnapper's ferocious face in his final desperate counterattack, the deadly blade. She dared not imagine what would have happened if the glass had actually pierced Wu Yang's neck. After anxiously checking Wu Yang's body, she finally relaxed completely. Apart from a very shallow mark on her neck, Wu Yang had no other injuries. She was just severely frightened and needed rest and recuperation. But tomorrow was the college entrance exam. Tang Yuan ultimately didn't ask. None of that mattered. Life had a high tolerance for error. Missing one exam would not affect Wu Yang in the slightest. After all the commotion, it was very late. Tang Yuan didn't go home. Wu Zhuo arranged for the two of them to stay in the same ward. The double room was significantly better than the previous one. For safety, 2 bodyguards were stationed at the door. Tang Yuan called her aunt again, but this time, she didn't tell the truth, saying she was staying at a friend's house for the night. Gao Chun gave her some instructions before hanging up. Wu Zhuo didn't stay. After the family's housekeeper arrived, he left with a grim face. He also wanted to know who had been so. There were 2 beds in the ward. Wu Yang was still scared, looking at Tang Yuan pitifully. Tang Yuan had no choice but to lift the covers and let Wu Yang in. So they slept in the same bed. As soon as the light was turned off, fatigue washed over them. Wu Yang quickly fell asleep. Tang Yuan's mind, however, remained active, and she didn't fall asleep until the next day. She woke up groggily around 9. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw an unexpected person. Tang Yuan took the dress and entered a different fitting room with Wu Yang. Before long, Tang Yuan emerged, while Wu Yang was already standing before a full-length mirror. Judy, it's me. Gu Shooting sat on the chair. You? Why are you here? Tang Yuan sat up. Today was the first day of the college entrance exams. The school had already let out yesterday afternoon, so there were no classes today. A hand steadily supported her shoulder. Once she was seated properly, Gu Shooting handed her a glass of warm water. The dryness in her throat made her instinctively take it and take a sip. Unexpectedly, the water went down the wrong pipe, and she coughed violently. Seeing this, Gu Shooting quickly pulled out a tissue and naturally wiped the spilled water from the corner of her mouth. Take it easy. His fingertips were slightly cool. Tang Yuan instinctively tilted her head. Gu Shooting withdrew his hand, took the cup, and sat back down. Tang Yuan coughed a couple more times before stopping. She looked around and confirmed she was in the same hospital bed from yesterday, but now besides the two of them, there was no one else. Who's shooting you? Have you been here all along? What she really wanted to ask was where Wu Yang had gone. The hospital room was dim with heavy lead gray clouds pressing against the horizon outside the window, and even the breeze felt damp. It would probably rain soon. No, I just arrived a little while ago. Gu Shooting paused before replying. In truth, he was lying. He had been there for an hour. And during that hour, he had done nothing but stare at her. He dared not let her know. After speaking, Gu Shooting added, "This morning when I came to the hospital to visit my aunt, I happened to run into Wu Yang and Uncle Wu. She told me roughly what happened yesterday. Then she brought me to see you. Since she had something urgent to attend to, she and Uncle Wu left and asked me to stay with you for now." A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Yuan's eyes. Not surprise at the coincidence, but surprise that he actually knew Wu Yang. The world was indeed too small. It turned out they all knew each other. "Thank you for coming to see me." Her voice was still a bit hoarse, but she still managed to curl her lips into a smile. Gu Shooting seemed momentarily dazzled by her smile. He looked away uncomfortably and mumbled, "It's good that you're okay. Would you like some more water?" "Sure." Tang Yuan nodded. Most of the water from the previous glass had spilled on the floor. She had only taken one sip and her throat was still painful. Gu Shooting stood up. "I'll get you some warm water." Just as Tang Yuan's fingers touched the back of Gu Shooting's hand, the hospital room door swung open. A tall figure stood at the entrance, a black suit outlining the perfect proportions of broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Tang Yuan looked over her, eyes widening slightly. Mr. Xia. Xia Jiaheng's gaze fell on Tang Yuan. Seeing that she was unharmed, he then swept his eyes over Gu Shooting, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. "It seems I've come at a bad time." He walked in. Only then did Tang Yuan notice that behind him followed a male assistant wearing glasses carrying a heat-preserving food container emblazoned with the logo of a high-end restaurant. But his words sounded oddly strange. She quickly shook her head. No, Mr. Xia, you've arrived just in time. I just woke up. Thank you for saving me yesterday, thank you. Yesterday, she had been solely focused on Wu Yang. When else would she have a chance to curry favor? However, Xia Jiheng didn't let her finish. He looked at Gu Shooting and asked, "And this is?" "He's my classmate here to see me." Tang Yuan threw off the covers and got out of bed. Gu Shooting instinctively reached out to steady her. At the same time, he politely smiled at Xia Jiheng. "Mr. Xia, hello. Are you the one who saved Tang Yuan? Thank you for your help." Xia Jiheng merely gave a slight nod, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. The assistant stepped forward promptly. "Miss Tang, Mr. Xia was worried you might not have an appetite after waking up, so he specially had someone prepare a warm, nourishing seafood congee. Would you like some now?" He deliberately emphasized the words worried and specially. Though he didn't know the relationship between the girl before him and his boss, saying it this way couldn't hurt. Hearing this, Tang Yuan instinctively looked at Xia Jiheng. Her bright eyes held a clear shyness. "Thank you, you've already helped me so much. It's nothing but a small matter." Xia Jiheng couldn't help but pat Tang Yuan's head. Her already somewhat disheveled hair became even messier. Fortunately, her good looks remained unaffected, not detracting from. "Miss Wu has already gone back. After you eat, they'll take you home." Tang Yuan subtly smoothed her messy hair, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. "Something came up at her home, so she asked me to see you off." With this explanation, Tang Yuan had no choice but to nod in agreement. She went into the bathroom to freshen up. Gu Shooting, who had only spoken a single sentence earlier, couldn't help but frowned several times. He felt that this man before him was not simple, even dangerous. Because his uncle was the mayor, he had met many political and business elites in the city. Yet he had never heard of this man. Still, since this person had saved Tang Yuan, it wasn't appropriate for him to speak ill of him. None of the three in the room spoke. Xia Jiheng sat on a single-seater sofa not far away. Gu Shooting remained in the chair he had been sitting in, and the assistant was busy setting the breakfast. 10 minutes later, Tang Yuan emerged. Her face, freshly washed with water, showed a translucent whiteness with only a faint blush on her cheeks from the movement, like the very tip of a newly bloomed petal. Her forehead and temple hair were wet, a few strands of dark hair clinging to her smooth forehead and temples. Water droplets silently slid down the ends of her hair, rolling along the delicate skin of her neck, leaving a cool, moist trail before disappearing into the slightly loose collar of her hospital gown. Both of them looked at her simultaneously, then turned away at the same time. Realizing something, they looked at each other again. Their eyes met, then they looked away. "Miss Tang, please come over." The assistant, oblivious to their strange exchange, beckoned Tang Yuan to come eat. Tang Yuan obediently walked over, and the sight of her made the assistant's heart melt. If only he had a daughter like her. "Have you two had breakfast?" She paused, holding the spoon in her hand, reluctant to eat alone. "Would you like to? Try some too. I've already eaten." Xia Jiaheng's voice was deep, unreadable, but the oppressive chill around him seemed to have faded slightly. "This is for you. Eat while it's hot." "I've eaten too. Go ahead." Gu Shooting smiled at her. Oh okay, Tang Yuan replied softly. She took small sips of the congee, her movements graceful. The rich, savory porridge slid down her throat, spreading warmth. Gu Shooting stayed for a while longer before taking his leave. Take good care of yourself. See you next week. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Yang had already returned to the Wu family villa. The living room of the Wu family was deathly quiet. Only the sound of rain pattering against the window pane drummed on everyone's nerves. Peng Hao stood anxiously beside Wu Yang, his brows furrowed in a display of deep concern. Sis, are you alright? You really scared me. He tried to touch Wu Yang's arm as a gesture of comfort, but she subtly avoided his reach. A flicker of malice passed deep within Peng Hao's eyes, yet his face still wore the expression of the dutiful brother. The crisp sound of high heels striking the marble floor approached from afar, accompanied by an impatient complaint. What's all this nonsense, Wu Zhua? Calling me down from the beauty salon in the middle of the morning. I barely had this face mask on for 10 minutes. Do you have any idea how expensive this mask is? Peng Fong swept into the living room in a bright purple silk dress, traces of white cream still smeared on her face, her hair carelessly pinned up, her expression furious. Her gaze swept across the room, first landing on Peng Hao, to whom she gave a look signaling him to calm down, then turning to Wu Yang. When she saw Wu Yang's pallid face and the bruises on her neck, a flicker of guilt darted across her eyes, but was instantly replaced by a thicker layer of impatience. What's wrong with Wu Yang? Looking like a ghost, she said venomously, walking straight to the main sofa and sitting down. Alright, spit it out. What's this all about? Gathering the whole family like this for no good reason, wasting my time. Wu Zhua's face was dark enough to drip with gloom. Without answering immediately, he slammed the document folder heavily onto the coffee table, producing a dull thud. What's it about? He said in a low, rumbling voice barely containing the volcano about to erupt. Ask yourself what you've done. Ask yourself where you were last night. Ask yourself where that missing money from your account went. The moment the words left his mouth, Peng Fang's pupils constricted almost imperceptibly. She knew then that Wu Zhua had probably found out something, but she would never admit it. Wu Zhua, have you lost your mind? I was home last night, of course. My money is mine to spend as I please. What business is it of yours? You're checking my accounts. What right do you have to check my accounts? She sprang to her feet, pointing a finger at Wu Zhua's nose and shrieking, spittle nearly spraying onto his face. What do you mean your money? Every single cent you've spent over the years was earned by me. We're husband and wife. Your money is my money, isn't it? Wu Zhua laughed bitterly in his fury. After all these years, you're still so shameless. I should never have been soft-hearted enough to marry you. Too tired to argue with her further, he pulled several key photocopies from the folder and threw them onto the table in front of Peng Fong. Look, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Your money, transferred to whom? The kidnapper confessed it was you that you paid to have your own daughter harmed. What kind of monster are you? When Peng Fang's eyes fell on the familiar account name, her face went pale for a moment, but her long-standing selfishness and arrogance convinced her that Wu Zhua couldn't do anything to her. She still insisted stubbornly, I don't know what you're talking about. You can't just fabricate something to frame me. Wu Zhua, are you even human? Dad, please don't be angry. There must be a misunderstanding. Peng Hao, sensing that the truth had come to light, tried to smooth things over. Get out. Who knows if you were involved? As always, the message was clear. This family was not his place to speak. Wu Zhua, you're asking for it. Where did you get these damn things? Was it her? Did she have someone forge evidence to set me up? I knew she was an ungrateful wolf all along. She completely ignored the injuries on Wu Yang's body, seeing only that her precious son had been scolded, and furiously hurled accusations at the victim. Frame you? Wu Zhua trembled with rage. The bank records are fake. The kidnapper's confession is fake. How black is your heart? So what if in black heart? Peng Fong dropped all pretense. She lunged at the table, snatched up the papers, and before anyone could react, tore them into shreds with wild abandon. Shreds of paper fluttered down like snowflakes from her hands. A twisted manic glee spread across her face. Gone, the evidence is gone. Let's see how you can frame me now. Wu Zhua watched her calmly as she finished tearing the papers, watching the scraps settle on the carpet. There was no anger on his face, only utter disappointment and disgust. Enjoyed that, did you? Too bad. Those were just worthless copies. I've already handed the originals to Officer Wang, the detective in charge of this case. By now the police car should be at the intersection. As he finished speaking, his spine seemed to slump, the sharp glint in his eyes clouded over, and even the strands of his hair seemed to have gained a touch of frost. By now the police car should be at the intersection. As he finished speaking, his spine seemed to slump, the sharp glint in his eyes clouded over, and even the Lao Wu Zhua. She was completely panicked, her words tumbling out incoherently. You can't do this. I'm your wife. A day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. You can't send me to jail. You can't. After more than a decade of marriage, she knew Wu Zhua had no reason to lie to her. Her frantic gaze swept over Peng Hao, but he turned pale, avoiding her eyes, even stepping back half a step, as if she were a plague. She felt no disappointment, as she only thought it was better for her son to distance himself, not to drag him down. Then, as if struck by a sudden idea, she scrambled on all fours toward Wu Yang, who had remained silent. Yang Yang! Yang Yang! She grabbed Wu Yang's clothes, tears and snot streaming down her face as she wailed, playing the emotional card. Daughter! My good daughter! Mom was wrong. I was truly blinded by greed and stupidity. Her tears and mucus mixed together, smearing over her carefully tended face, making her look pathetic. Forgive me this once. Mom will never dare do it again. Talk to your dad, get him to drop the charges. You can't call the police. Think about it. If Mom goes to jail, what will happen to you? Having a mother in prison will ruin your reputation. Who will ever respect you? Think about it. If Mom goes to jail, what will happen to you? Having a mother in prison will ruin your reputation. Who will ever respect you? Yang Yang, Mom did it all for you. She screamed, desperately, using for your own good as her final fig leaf and weapon of moral blackmail. Even though it was a sweltering summer day, Wu Yang felt an icy chill that cut deeper than the darkness of the kidnapping. For me. Her eyes were hollow, carrying a pain beyond belief, fixed straight on Peng Fong. The lingering instinct of a daughter's attachment to her mother only intensified her suffering. Mom, when you paid someone to kidnap me, did you ever think of for me? Wu Yang's voice dropped to a whisper. What am I to you, really? Why? Why did you do this to me? Am I really your biological daughter? What did I ever do wrong? The grievances of being ignored and despised for over a decade poured out, choking her almost to the point of suffocation. The tears she had been desperately holding back finally streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She had known since childhood that her mother disliked her. No matter how outstanding or hardworking she was, she could never match a single kind word from Peng. The human heart is biased. As she grew older, she gradually accepted that her mother loved her brother more. But why did she have to be so cruel? So it turned out that some mothers really don't love their own children. And Peng Fong, who was clutching Wu Yang's hand, suddenly froze as if struck by a thunderbolt. She stared at Wu Yang, her eyes a whirlpool of complex emotions, resentment, guilt, madness, and even a trace of something indescribable. Regret. Her lips trembled violently, but in the end she could not utter a single word. The rain fell thick and fast, drumming a continuous muffled rhythm against the glossy black roof of the Rolls-Royce. Beyond the window, the city was veiled in a gray sheet of rain. Xie Jihing sat upright in the back seat, his gaze resting on the young girl beside him, dressed in a blue and white school uniform. She stared out the window, unconsciously picking at a small charm on her backpack strap. Xie Jihing sat upright in the back seat, his gaze resting on the young girl beside him, dressed in a blue and white school uniform. She stared out the window, unconsciously picking at a small... She was nearing her neighborhood and didn't want to be seen getting out of a luxury car by those who loved to gossip, lest word reach her aunt and cause unnecessary worry. Xie Jiheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he signaled the driver to stop. The tires rolled through puddles with a splashing sound, finally coming to a smooth halt at the intersection a few dozen meters from the neighborhood gate. Tang Yuan didn't immediately open the door to get out. Instead, she turned slightly to look at Xie Jiheng. Mr. Xiao, thank you for bringing me back. I really put you to a lot of trouble today. Her voice was clear, carrying a solemn sense of commitment. And for saving me yesterday and helping me so much, I will definitely repay you. Xie Jiheng lowered his eyes to her youthful face, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed the words, no need, that had just risen to his lips. Study hard. As for the rest, they'll be waiting. Tang Yuan's eyes brightened, and she nodded emphatically. Okay. Xie Jiheng took a fountain pen from his inner suit pocket, wrote a string of numbers on a sticky note, and handed it to her. Contact me anytime if anything comes up. The number he gave her was his private one. Tang Yuan took it, glanced at it first, then carefully placed it in her backpack. They'll be going then. She reached for the door handle. Wait! Xie Jiheng suddenly called out. Without explanation, he leaned slightly forward and retrieved an umbrella from the storage compartment in the back of the front seat. Heavy rain, he said succinctly. Thank you. Tang Yuan stared at the umbrella in her hand, as if reminded of something. Suddenly she leaned in close. In Xie Jiheng's startled gaze, she pulled a handful of candies from her school uniform pocket and pressed them into his hand. Here, have these. Before he could react, Tang Yuan had already gotten out of the car with the umbrella. Xie Jiheng rolled down the window. She stood by the car, waved lightly, then walked slowly into the dense rain, glancing back every few steps. Xie Jiheng watched her enter the neighborhood, a similar scene flashing through his mind. It was also a rainy day, seemingly in late spring. She was wearing the same blue and white school uniform, clutching a wet kitten tightly to her chest, shivering, coldly crouching helplessly in front of a convenience store. Back then she had taken his umbrella, thanked him politely, given him a single candy, and walked away without looking back. And this time she had again taken his umbrella and again given him. The difference was that this time she had looked back and the candy had multiplied from one to a handful. Xie Jiheng didn't know why, but he suddenly felt like laughing. She was still a child at heart, fond of sweets, and assumed everyone else was too. He slowly withdrew his gaze. Drive, Uncle Chun. Tang Yuan happily splashed through small puddles, delighted to have successfully given away so many candies. She rarely ate candy herself, not because she disliked it, but simply because she never remembered to. Every time the system upgraded, it gifted candies, and she was genuinely afraid they might expire one day. Tang Yuan took out her key to unlock the door. No one was home. She looked around. Nothing needed tidying, so she went to her room to do homework. Thankfully, a kind soul had helped pick up her backpack yesterday, or losing her textbooks and notes would have been a real hassle. Opening the backpack, she immediately spotted the phone number Strategizing had left. She didn't give it a second glance, just pulled it out and tossed it casually onto the desk. She didn't have a phone, so the number was useless to her. At noon, her aunt came home for a meal. After washing the dishes, Tang Yuan went back to her room to continue writing. She worked until late afternoon before finally finishing 5 days' worth of homework. She had just taken a break when 0128 reminded her to check her affection points. Her eyes landed on the affection growth page, and she was surprised. Host, you're not seeing things. Come on, spend away. I can't wait any longer. 0128 was already impatient to get its commission. Recently, it had spent a lot of spending points, and its private little treasury was almost drained. Host Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health strong, beauty value 85, level 6, 720-008-0000. Spending points 1600, redeemable affection points 26, bound person, Strategizing, gender male, total affection 67, redeemable affection points 12. Strategizing's affection had actually broken through 60 and was heading straight for 70, something she had never expected. She had thought it would take a few more days, but here it was smoothly rising to 67. Originally, she had planned to give him a big push during summer break, but now it seemed he rather enjoyed this pace. So, she turned her attention to Gu Zhuting's affection points. Bound person, Gu Shooting, gender male, total affection 73, redeemable affection points 6. Tang Yuan checked the timestamps of the affection increases. Some were from today, others from a few days ago, and they all rose bit by bit. Why? She hadn't really done much. Ever since she tasted success with Strategizing, she had barely focused on Gu Shooting anymore. 73 affection points was already high for a member of the opposite sex. She couldn't figure it out, and she decided not to dwell on it. Either way, it was only beneficial to her with no downsides. And Wu Yang's affection needed no mention. It had directly broken through 90. Bound person, Wu Yang, gender female, total affection 90, redeemable affection points 8. Tang Yuan converted all of it into spending points, bringing her total to 15000. Want to roll the gacha, host? 0128 popped up again. The gacha gave it a higher commission. No. Tang Yuan refused, bluntly patted 0128 on the head and opened the system shop to browse. Her beauty value was now 85, so there was no need to look at cards with similar functions. After thinking it over, she finally bought a Jade Peak Fullness card, spending 11000 points. Jade Peak Fullness card, upon activation, bust size naturally increases by 1 cup, with a rounded, full, firm, and elastic contour, and smooth, natural transitions at the edges. Tang Yuan tossed 0128 into the wardrobe, then tapped the card. She bought this because her chest was rather flat, and she had to rely on padded bras for dresses. A beauty needed a good figure, and this card only increased by 1 cup, which was perfect for her. She didn't like overly large breasts. They would be uncomfortable when running and make her look bulky in loose clothes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully leveling up to level 7. Reward 1 centimeter, height, card 1, orange flavored candy 70. A height card, she liked that. Tang Yuan used the height card as well. Host Tang Yuan, gender female, age 17, health strong, beauty value 86, level 7, 8300. 010-0000. Spending points 4000, redeemable affection points 0. Tang Yuan had not seen Wu Yang for several consecutive days, but she received a message sent by Wu Yang. The messenger said nothing more than that Wu Yang was doing well, telling her not to worry, and that he would come to see her in a few days. Recalling the usual interaction between Wu Yang and his wife, and connecting it with the kidnapping incident a few days ago, Tang Yuan formed a vague conjecture in her heart. The college entrance examination concluded, and the new semester began. Tang Yuan returned to the classroom. Just as she stuffed her backpack into the desk, she felt a slight touch on the... She turned around to look at the person who had not yet withdrawn his hand. Gu Shooting had not expected her to turn so quickly. He cleared his throat, propped his elbow on the desk, and his light brown eyes clearly reflected her figure. Tang Yuan, are you feeling better? She responded, her voice clear and bright, brimming with lively vitality. I'm fine. What's wrong? Tang Yuan, have you been sick these days? Wei Mingyun interjected into their conversation. Not sick. I accidentally fell and scraped my skin. Nothing serious. Tang Yuan waved the band-aid on her hand. Okay, as long as you're fine. Be more careful when walking next time. Gu Shooting, how did you know Tang Yuan was injured? Zhang Kersen appeared behind Gu Shooting without anyone noticing. Gu Shooting was startled. Hey, that's right, did you meet during these days off? Wei Mingyan finally caught on. Meanwhile, Zhang Kersen's gaze swept back and forth between Tang Yuan and Gu Shooting. Based on her years of observing Gu Shooting, she felt that he had been acting off lately. What's the matter? Isn't it normal for classmates to run into each other? Gu Shooting didn't see anything unusual. Is that all? I thought you two went out to play together. Upon hearing this, Wei Mingyun instantly lost interest in gossip. Yuan, is what he said true? Zhang Kersen didn't believe it and turned to ask Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan countered, what answer do you want to hear? Zhang Kersen was momentarily speechless. She truly didn't know which answer she wanted to hear, as she couldn't accept either. Tang Yuan had already turned around and taken out her books. Wei Mingyun even rolled her eyes at her and muttered a curse, calling her a clown. Zhang Kersen was successfully angered again. She felt that she would sooner or later be infuriated by Tang Yuan and Wei Mingyun. How had she never noticed how annoying they were before? She looked at Gu Shooting pitifully, hoping he would speak up for her. But Gu Shooting didn't fall for it. What's wrong with you? Did something get in your eye? Zhang Kersen's face stiffened, then returned to normal. It seems a small flying insect got in. Could you? No. Soon it was the end of June. The first and second year high school students faced their final exams, and after the exams came the parent-teacher conference. In previous years, no one from Tang Yuan's family had attended. This year she mentioned it to her aunt, who excitedly expressed her intention to come. Tang Yuan was naturally delighted and took the exams without any pressure. That evening, at the King Wan villa, when Xie Jiheng entered, he saw Xie Mingwei curled up on the sofa playing games on a tablet, occasionally cursing under her breath. Hearing the noise, Xie Mingwei instinctively looked up, and upon seeing Xie Jiheng, was so startled, she fell off the sofa. She dropped the tablet and stood up nervously. Brother, why are you suddenly here? Her eyes darted away, not daring to meet Xie Jiheng's gaze. This villa was a private property under Xie Jiheng's name, located in the most prime villa district of Yinghai City. But because it was too large, he didn't live there, so it fell to Xie Mingwei's benefit. Why aren't you asleep at this late hour? Xie Jiheng's brow twitched. I was about to go to bed, and you happened to arrive. Xie Jiheng didn't expose her lie. Parent-teacher conference at school tomorrow. Yeah, why? Xie Mingwei's heart involuntarily tightened. Why didn't you tell me? Brother, you're so busy, I didn't want to disturb you. Besides, it's just a parent-teacher conference, nothing major. I can just have Annie go. How did you do on the exams? It was okay. Xie Mingwei broke out in a cold sweat. Xie Jiheng understood immediately. He didn't ask further. Go to sleep. They'll go tomorrow. Go where? Xie Mingwei tentatively probed. Brother, are you going to our school tomorrow? Xie Jiheng nodded. Is there a problem? No. Xie Mingwei shook her head and put on a flattering smile. Brother, aren't you busy lately? Your work is important. Xie Jiheng's expression softened slightly. In his heart, he still wished to grow closer to his sister, but it seemed Xie Mingwei was quite afraid of him. I'm not busy lately. Xie Mingwei's heart was completely dead. She ran upstairs to her room and called Li Yunfei, asking her to arrive early the next day, tidy up her desk, and warn the others not to say anything inappropriate. After doing all this, she was still very uneasy. Even though she hadn't done anything bad lately, she just couldn't relax. She didn't sleep all night and woke up the next morning with dark circles under her eyes. But her worry was ultimately unnecessary. Although Xie Jiheng said he would attend the parent-teacher conference, he actually only spent a short while in the principal's office. How is Xie Mingwei performing at school? President Xie, rest assured. Xie Mingwei has always been doing very well at school. The principal pointed to a neatly printed list of commendations. Look, just last week Xie Mingwei was rated a civilization model, and she also won a prize in calligraphy. Look how elegant her handwriting. And then there's this Merit Student Academic Progress Award, helping others award Excellent Class Leader Club Star. The principal even brought out the certificates. What about her grades? Xie Jiheng interrupted, unable to bear the falsehoods. When it came to grades, the principal lost his earlier confidence. Xie Jiheng took the transcript the principal handed him. He glanced at it, and then set it down. There was no improvement at all. In fact, she had regressed. But he wasn't angry. He didn't expect her to excel academically. It was fine if she was a bit behind, as long as she grew up to be kind and good. After discussing the school's construction for a while, Xie Jiheng stood up to leave. The principal, unwilling to miss the opportunity to build a relationship with his benefactor, offered to accompany him on a tour of the school. In fact, the school was already undergoing renovations, but only the peripheral areas. Buildings like the teaching block and laboratory which students used would be renovated during the summer break. Renovations on the equipment room, school walls, underground works, and landscaping had already been underway for a long time. The school's landscaping was now quite good, and the scenery was naturally splendid. Xie Jiheng paused for a moment, but still declined. However, he did not leave the school. Instead, he went to the art building he had visited before. He pushed open the glass door of the piano room. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting dappled patches of light on the piano lid. Xie Jiaheng's fingertips brushed over the cold, smooth piano lid, but he did not open it. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the window. Time flowed slowly in the silence. After about half an hour of emptying his mind, he lifted his feet and left. Just as the car was about to merge into the main road, passing beneath the row of lush camphor trees outside the school gate, Xie Jiaheng's gaze unconsciously swept across the shade. The moment his vision caught a certain figure, it paused almost imperceptibly. So she was at school today. Tang Yuan was standing under the tree. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, sprinkling dancing specks of light on her. She held an ice cream cone in her hand, her head slightly tilted back, smiling brilliantly at the boy beside her. The boy leaned slightly forward as if listening to something amusing she was saying. His profile was handsome, and his gaze was fixed intently on her face. The boy was tall with broad shoulders and long legs. Standing beside Tang Yuan, the height difference between them was just right, like the most pleasing scene in a youth film. Xie Jiaheng's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, then quickly relaxed so fast that even he himself didn't notice. The car did not stop, or it drove past smoothly, and the figures of the two were quickly left behind, growing smaller, blurring, and finally disappearing. Xie Jiaheng withdrew his gaze and leaned back against the seat again. I will study hard and won't date anyone. Besides, our school doesn't allow it. The girl's words echoed in his ears. Tang Yuan took a lick of the ice cream in her hand, the sweet taste lifting her mood considerably. Ding, favorability value of bound target, Xie Jiaheng 5. Please note ho. The sudden mechanical sound startled Tang Yuan. Why is the favorability being deducted again? But why only 5 points this time? Apart from a slight disappointment, she couldn't even be bothered to analyze the reason for the sudden decrease. What's wrong? Gu Shooting noticed Tang Yuan was lost in thought. Tang Yuan shook her head. The two walked side by side under the shade of the trees. Gu Shooting, thank you for treating us to ice cream. It's nothing. Any plans for the summer vacation? Gu Shooting asked casually, his voice lowered slightly, his gaze falling on the corner of her lips, smeared with a bit of pink cream, then quickly looking away. We'll find a part-time job. Tang Yuan replied casually. Gu Shooting's heart felt as if something had gently twisted it. He only said in a low voice, that's good. Take care, and don't work too hard. And you? I might go abroad for a while. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze falling on her face with an unprecedented intensity. Wow, that's great. Tang Yuan praised sincerely. You can have a good time traveling. He responded with a dry voice. Looking at her eyes curved like crescent moons because of the ice cream, he somehow felt a bit disappointed. Oh, it's melting. Let's hurry up. Wei Mingyun must be impatient. Tang Yuan tugged at Gu Shooting's sleeve, signaling him to walk faster. The summer breeze brushed past, stirring the stray hairs on her cheek and bringing a faint scent unique to her. Okay. Gu Shooting took a long stride and caught up with her in a few steps, staying half a step behind her side. Tang Yuan. Haven't seen you for 2 months. He wanted to ask Tang Yuan if she would miss him, but felt it was too strange. He could only change his words, have a nice summer vacation. You too, Gu Shooting. He looked up at the sky, the light somewhat dazzling. This long summer had only just begun. After the parent-teacher meeting ended, the school officially started the holiday. Tang Yuan planned to go home for a visit. She hadn't been back for a long time. If she didn't go back, her father would scold her. As soon as she got on the bus, Tang Yuan heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw Zhang Kursin waving at her. Yuan, what a coincidence. Tang Yuan nodded. It was indeed a coincidence. Although the two of them lived in the same neighborhood ever since Tang Yuan's rebirth, she had never gone home with Zhang Kursin again. Yuan, what are you going to do during the break? Tang Yuan looked up at her, not understanding what scheme she was up to this time, but still answered, I might find a part-time job. I was thinking the same thing. Let's do it together so we can look out for each other. We'll see. She didn't agree, afraid of being tricked by Zhang Kursin. She had already learned what kind of person Zhang Kursin was in her past life. But Zhang Kursin wasn't going to let her off. She pulled Tang Yuan's arm and pouted unhappily. Yuan, it feels like you have some hostility towards me. We used to be so close, and even slept in the same bed when we were kids. Tang Yuan felt a chill of disgust. How could she not remember that? Let's go together. My mom's friend introduced me to a very lucrative part-time job. Zhang Kursin asked again, her eyes fixed on Tang Yuan's face. After going around in circles, they still hadn't left this topic. Tang Yuan pulled her arm away and gave the same answer. Zhang Kursin felt that Tang Yuan was really ungrateful. Such a good opportunity, and she still refused. She wanted to lose her temper, but thought that if she did, they might not be able to make up. She forcibly suppressed her anger. Since Tang Yuan hadn't given a clear answer, she would just assume Tang Yuan had agreed. After getting off the bus, she didn't go home, but shamelessly followed Tang Yuan home. When they arrived, Gao Yan happened to be at home. Yuan, finished your exams. Coexine, you're here too. Come on in. Sorry to bother you, Andy. I just came to hang out with Yuan for a while, Zhang Kursin said with a smile, looking all obedient and well-behaved. In front of adults, she always behaved extremely politely beyond reproach. Gao Yin, for her part, quite liked Zhang Kursin and cheerfully brought out fruit. Tang Yuan had no choice but to sit down and listen to the two of them talk. During the conversation, Zhang Kursin mentioned the part-time job again. Tang Yuan glanced at her several times, feeling that she was up to no good. In Yinghai City, the women's prison, the heavy iron door opened and closed, its sound echoing through the silent corridor. Peng Fong, escorted by a female officer, stumbled into the visiting booth. When she saw the familiar figure outside the glass, her numb and despairing eyes suddenly ignited. She practically lunged at the chair, grabbing the heavy black telephone receiver, her voice hoarse and urgent. You came, I knew you would come. Wu Zhuo, how is fine, right? She forced a smile that was uglier than tears. Wu Zhuo picked up the receiver, placed it to his ear, and remained silent as ice. Seeing that he didn't deny it, the weight lifted from her heart, and her confidence swelled. She leaned forward, her tone shifting. Wu Zhuo, I've already confessed. Hao is still a minor, you can't abandon him. He is your son in name. You must treat him well, support him, and compensate him double. Also take back the shares from that girl, and give them to Hao. Let him into the group, and make him the heir. She treated Wu Zhuo like a wish-granting machine, utterly oblivious to his darkening expression. Enough. Did you call me here just to say this? Wu Zhuo finally spoke. Yes, promise me. You must promise me. This is what you owe us, mother and son, what you owe me for these dozen years of marriage. Her voice rose, carrying a harsh. Peng Fong, don't take me for a fool. I don't owe you anything. Wu Zhuo looked up at this woman who had shared his life for over a decade, his eyes devoid of anger or hatred, only a profound weariness. Peng Fong felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She turned away, refusing to meet his eyes, but still wouldn't give up. She had to pave the way for her son. She could endure hardship, but her son must live well. If it weren't for Wu Zhuo's wealth, she wouldn't have let her son stay with him. Seeing that hard tactics failed, Peng Fong tried to appeal to sentiment, lowering her voice. Wu Zhuo, you know how much I love Hao. I can't bear to see him. For the sake of our dozen years of marriage, for the sake of my giving birth to Yang, for the sake of my being Yang's mother, I hope you will treat Hao well. He truly regards you as his biological father. She deliberately mentioned Wu Yang, trying to evoke a shred of affection. Though she disliked Wu Yang, she knew how much Wu Yang meant to him. Wu Zhuo loved this daughter deeply, an undeniable fact despite his reluctance to admit it. As her words fell, Wu Zhuo let out a cold laugh. How could she utter such things with such a clear conscience? This vicious and heartless woman. He had been truly blind to think her spirited in those days. A dozen years of affection. The grace of bearing and raising Yang. His gaze was sharp as a blade. Yang's mother. Do you deserve to utter those two words? How dare she speak of affection? How could she have the audacity to claim credit for giving birth to Yang? What she had given Yang was nothing but endless harm and a complete absence of maternal love. He regretted deeply, regretted marrying her for the sake of letting his daughter grow up in a seemingly normal family. As a result, his daughter not only never received maternal love, but also nearly lost her life at the hands of her own mother. I won't agree to it. We're already divorced. Peng Hao is your child, not mine. He paused. Besides, he has a biological father. Wu Zhuo. His rejection and merciless mockery made her lose her composure. Why won't you agree? You owe me, she screamed hysterically. But no matter how she pleaded, Wu Zhuo remained adamant. He could not leave a hidden threat for his daughter. Peng Fong pressed her face against the cold glass, her nose and mouth distorting, and screamed into the receiver with all her might, spittle spraying onto the glass. You must promise me. Otherwise. She took a deep breath and uttered her final threat word by word. Otherwise. You will regret it. I guarantee it. I will make you regret it. Wu Zhuo remained expressionless. You won't agree it? Fine. If you're ruthless, don't blame me for being unjust. A faint but unmistakable click came from the receiver, followed by the cold, monotonous dial tone beep. 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 Wu Zhuo had no desire to hear her meaningless threats any longer, so he simply placed the receiver back on the cradle. Peng Fang's final words were completely sealed off by the thick, soundproof glass, leaving only a blurry mouth shape and the dull thud of her frantic pounding. Her mouth agape, eyes wide, her face a mask of incredulous shock and pent-up fury. She watched through the glass as Wu Zhuo stood up, turned, and walked toward the door without looking back. No, Wu Zhuo, come back. Listen to me. You will regret this. You will definitely regret it. She yanked wildly at the phone cord, but the female officers subdued her and dragged her away. In early July, Tang Yuan finally saw Wu Yang, who had been missing for nearly a month. She had lost a lot of weight and looked in poor spirits, but still pretended everything was fine when she saw Tang Yuan. Happy birthday, Yuan. Yes, today was Tang Yuan's birthday, her 18th. In the past, aside from her aunt, no one cared. Now she had one more person, Wu Yang. Now there was Wu Yang too. Tang Yuan pulled Wu Yang into her room. Yang, are you okay? I am fine, Wu Yang said, forcing her voice to sound light, changing the subject. Quick look at the gift I got for you. I hope you like it. Tang Yuan opened the gift. It was a necklace. A delicate platinum chain, the pendant a tiny sapphire deep as frozen ocean, surrounded by nearly invisible diamonds that only sparked tiny stars in the light. I searched for a long time thinking this suits your style best. Tang Yuan didn't know luxury brands, but she could tell this necklace was very expensive. She opened her mouth, but the words of refusal never came. Wu Yang had already picked up the necklace, moving behind her, warm breath brushing her ear. Don't move, let me put it on for you. The slender chain touched her skin, the tiny gem resting gently between her collarbones. Wu Yang fastened it carefully, turned Tang Yuan around to look, and said, "It really suits you." "I think it's beautiful too, thank you, Yang Yang." Tang Yuan picked up a mirror to look at herself. "I'm glad you like it. There's one more. Open it after I'm gone." Wu Yang pointed to another box. Tang Yuan nodded. Wu Yang leaned on Tang Yuan's shoulder and began to talk about what had happened over the past month. It turned out that during the trial, Wu Zhua had handled the divorce with Peng Fang at lightning speed. Relying on the prenuptial agreement and the evidence he had gathered of Peng Fang's asset diversion and damage to the Wu Group's interests, Peng Fang was left almost penniless. As the mastermind and main financier of the kidnapping, she was sentenced to 10 years in prison. The kidnapper received a 7-year sentence. Peng Hao, Wu Yang's younger brother, had been investigated and found not involved in the crime, so he escaped punishment. Yuan, you have to stay with me forever. We're best friends. Good. Wu Yang's mood immediately brightened. After summer break, I won't be able to see you often. Tang Yuan was about to ask why when Wu Yang continued, "I have to head to Huaqing early for registration. There seem to be some procedures to take care of beforehand." Registration? Tang Yuan didn't catch it at first, repeating the word unconsciously, her mind buzzing. Register for what? You? Aren't you? Her words caught in her throat. Wu Yang suddenly realized she had never told Tang Yuan about this. "Sorry, Yuan, I forgot to tell you." Her voice dropped, tinged with guilt. "Actually, I was already admitted early. The admission letter from Huaqing had been lying in my drawer for months before the college entrance exam. My dad said not to tell anyone in case it caused trouble, so only a few people knew." Really? Early admission? Tang Yuan's brain short-circuited. Then, why did you still take the exam? I was admitted early. Wu Yang nodded. "I just thought. After all those years of hard study, it would be a shame not to experience the atmosphere firsthand." "I'm sorry." Wu Yang didn't dare look at Tang Yuan's expression. She must have been so worried this past month. And yet she had forgotten something so important. "Don't say sorry. I thought. Huaqing, I knew you were amazing." Tang Yuan threw her arms around Wu Yang, her face filled only with admiration and pride. She finally understood why Wu Yang hadn't come back to retake the exam in her previous life. Wu Yang laughed too. "And you, Yuan, which university do you want to apply to next year?" "Jing University." "Great, then I'll wait for you in Jing City." After chatting a while longer, Wu Yang got up to leave. Tang Yuan saw her out. When she opened the door, the bodyguards were waiting outside. They waved goodbye. Back in her room, Tang Yuan opened the gift box. Inside was the latest model of a fruit brand phone. Her hand holding the lid froze, her long lashes trembling, masking the emotions in her eyes. When she turned on the screen, Wu Yang's contact info was already saved. She sent her a message. Wu Yang replied instantly. "Let me go. You bastards. Who gave you the nerve to touch me?" Peng Hao's roar shattered the usual tranquility of the villa district. He thrashed like a trapped beast in the iron grip of 2 security guards. Butler Uncle Chen looked down at him, his gaze like that of someone disposing of trash. "Young Master Peng, time's up. The master orders you to leave immediately. All your belongings have been packed and are here." He gestured slightly toward the pile of luggage by the driveway. "Bullshit. My dad would never kick me out." Peng Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Chen. He jerked his head up toward the tightly shut study window, knowing his father must be watching from inside. He screamed, "Dad, you can't kick me out, I'm your son. If you throw me out, how can you face my mother?" But the only response was the hollow echo of the villa and Chen's icy voice. "Young Master Peng, mind your words. The master will not see you. Leave immediately, or we will be forced to escort you out." The word escort was deliberately emphasized, carrying a naked threat. "No, I'm not leaving. I don't believe it. Dad." Chen raised his hand expressionlessly. The 2 security guards understood at once. They stopped merely blocking and began to drag Peng Hao down the steps. Wu Zhua stood silently behind the one-way window watching. This time Peng Hao might be innocent, but that didn't mean Wu Zhua would continue to raise an outsider, a wolf cub that might harm his daughter at any moment. "No, let me go, you bastards." "Dad!" Bang! The heavy wrought iron gate of the villa, at a signal from Chun, was slammed shut from inside. Through the gap in the gate, the butler cast one last cold glance at the frenzied figure outside. He had gotten what he deserved. He still remembered how in the old days when the master was away Peng Hao relying on Ms. Peng's backing often bullied the young miss in secret. He instructed the guards, watch him leave. If he keeps causing trouble, call the police. With that he turned and walked back into the main building without a backward glance. The two guards stood inside the gate sneering at Peng Hao who was collapsing outside. What young master of the Wu family? He was just a bastard brought in from outside. Peng Hao beat and cursed until he was exhausted, his voice hoarse, his fists swollen and skinned, but no one paid him any attention. He slumped to the cold ground resigned and began to gather the scattered belongings. An hour later, inside a relatively upscale apartment, Peng Hao stood like a vengeful spirit in the center of the living room, his face livid, the contempt and disgust in his eyes almost palpable. Lin Guodong stood nervously nearby. He wore a silk robe that was clearly outdated but still decent, his hair combed neatly, his face showing signs of careful maintenance, but the fine lines at the corners of his eyes and the slightly sagging skin betrayed his age. The handsome foundation of his youth was still there, but his temperament had long been worn down by a life of parasitism, oily and hollow. Xiao Hao, sit down please. Uncle, let me get you some water. Stay away from me, you waste. Don't touch me with your dirty hands, and don't call my name. You're not worthy. I. Lin Guodong stammered, wanting to defend himself, but finding nothing to say. Finally, he collapsed onto the sofa in defeat. Peng Hao stared at the cowardly, useless man on the sofa, and a wave of hatred exploded inside him. He hated Wu Zhua's cold cruelty, throwing him out like trash. He hated Peng Fang's incompetence and stupidity. Not only did she land herself in prison, she dragged him down too. And he hated Wu Yang even more. If not for her, he would still be the most honored young master of the Wu family. Just wait. Madness flickered in his eyes. You won't let me have peace, and I won't let you have peace either. The Wu family, Wu Yang, none of you will get off easy. On the second day after her birthday, Tang Yuan deliberately changed into a dress, preparing to go out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Zhang Curson, who was about, Yuan, where are you going? Zhang Curson squeezed directly into the narrow entrance hall. How did you get here? Tang Yuan frowned. She had never told Zhang Curson the address of her aunt's home. How did she manage to find her? I came to take you to the part-time job. Didn't we agree? Who had agreed with her? Tang Yuan couldn't find the right word to describe Zhang Curson. Today, yes. Go by yourself. I have other things to do. What could be more important than making money? Don't go. Come with me to a great place. Where could she possibly go that would be a great place? Tang Yuan didn't want to go, but Zhang Curson clearly showed no sign of leaving. Tang Yuan, unable to deal with her, pretended to agree to go with her for a look. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped at an intersection and the two got out. Zhang Curson tried to pull Tang Yuan toward the bar across the street, but Tang Yuan directly shook off her hand. This is the great place you mentioned. Before Zhang Curson could defend herself, a man wearing a floral shirt with a beer belly and a thick gold chain around his neck came up smoking a cigarette. The moment he saw Tang Yuan, his gaze swept over her like a sticky tongue with undisguised appraisal and greed. He nodded at Zhang Curson, grinned, revealing yellowed teeth from smoking. Curson, not bad. The girl you brought is really attractive. Go change some clothes first, learn the rules, and start work tonight. Okay, Brother Biao. Is Sister Mei here? She's coming later. She told me to keep you two company first. Tang Yuan suppressed the discomfort in her stomach, showing no obvious resistance on her face. Shin, I'm going to the restroom. Wait for me. With that, she turned and left. Hey. Zhang Curson instinctively tried to grab Tang Yuan, but Tang Yuan slipped through her fingers like a loach. Seeing Tang Yuan about to disappear, she wanted to chase after her, but Brother Biao grabbed her. You can't leave. If both of you go, what if you don't come back? No, Brother Biao, I'll just go find her. I swear. Swearing is useless. Well, wait here for her. She'll definitely come back. Brother Biao thought that Tang Yuan and Zhang Curson were very close friends, so he wasn't afraid Tang Yuan wouldn't return. His other hand rudely wrapped around Zhang Curson's waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace, and his alcohol-reeking mouth pressed against her face and neck. Zhang Curson screamed in terror, her nails clawing wildly at Brother Biao's face and arms, leaving several bloody scratches. Bitch! How dare you scratch me? Brother Biao, stung by the pain, grew even more furious and raised his hand to slap her. Fortunately, a heavily made-up woman appeared in time and stopped him. Brother Biao, what's this? Seeing her, Brother Biao released Zhang Curson, but still spat at her twice in dissatisfaction before leaving. Curson, where's your friend? The woman, seemingly unconcerned as if she hadn't noticed Zhang Curson's terror, directly asked about Tang Yuan's whereabouts. She just went to the restroom. They'll go get her. Zhang Curson, head bowed and body trembling, finished speaking, and without waiting for the woman's reaction, quickened her steps and entered the same mall Tang Yuan had gone into. The woman didn't think much of it and let her go. Once inside the mall, Zhang Curson's tense nerves finally relaxed. She first searched the restroom, but didn't see Tang Yuan, realizing she had been tricked. Bitter resentment toward Tang Yuan surged within her. Bitch, bitch, bitch. It was all her fault that she had been molested by that pig. She wandered around the mall for a while, certain she couldn't find her, and finally left through a random exit. Perhaps fate favored her. After a few steps outside, she spotted Tang Yuan waiting for a taxi across the street. Without a second thought, she dashed straight into the heavy traffic. The blaring of car horns and the curses of drivers were incessant. But she couldn't care less. Tang Yuan opened the car door and got in, but suddenly the other door was also yanked open. Zhang Kursin shamelessly sat down, her teeth grinding. Tang Yuan, you made me search high and low. Driver Lanting Hui. Tang Yuan gave an address, not even sparing Zhang Kursin a glance, completely ignoring her. Tang Yuan, you. Get lost. Lanting Hui was the most high-end club in Yinghai City, situated on a rare feng shui treasure in the suburbs. It backed onto the lush verdant Qingwan Mountain and faced the iconic Bibo Bay of Yinghai City. The entire estate was vast, separated from the outside world by carefully designed natural vegetation barriers, forming an isolated oasis. It was not just a club, it was synonymous with status, taste, and extraordinary experiences, an unspoken gathering place for Yinghai's elite. Most importantly, Xie Jihing frequented it. Inside the HR office, the air conditioning was on full blast, and the air was filled with expensive fragrance. Miss Tang, right? Manager Wang's gaze lingered on Tang Yuan's face. The bright overhead light cast a soft glow, perfectly outlining the girl's feet. She wore a simple, tasteful cream-white dress with no superfluous adornments, which only enhanced her jade-like fair skin. Her jet-black silky hair was tied back, revealing a smooth, full forehead and a long, graceful swan neck. Her delicate face featured exquisite features, naturally carrying a pure, yet charming allure. What was most rare was her demeanor, sitting there quietly like a budding magnolia, unassuming yet impossible to look away from. Now her nervousness was evident, but this trace of timidity did not detract from her beauty. Instead, it added a fragile, pitiable loveliness that strangely merged with her stunning appearance, creating a compelling attraction. Manager Wang, looking at her glistening eyes, finally put down the interview registration form. Come for a trial work tomorrow. Tang Yuan's eyes sparkled as she nodded hastily. Thank you, Manager Wang. Go to the front desk and ask assistantly to handle your temporary registration. Manager Wang waved his hand dismissively. Summer interns were rarely accepted here. If not for the girl's striking beauty, she would never have been allowed. Tang Yuan stepped out of the office with light steps, the heavy oak door closing slowly behind her. Manager Wang was about to stand up when a sudden voice startled him. Manager Wang, what about me? Zhang Kursin, who had been treated as invisible, finally spoke up. She had been listening for a while, and the salary and benefits offered here were too good to pass up. She decided she wanted in too. Manager Wang looked up at the sound, his gaze landing on the girl still standing in the corner. There was another interviewee. He hadn't even noticed her. He really needed to get his eyes checked. He sat back down in his office chair and finally turned his attention to her. She was average-looking, a modest beauty, but amidst the sea of gorgeous women at Lantingui, she faded into the background. Manager Wang was about to tell her to wait for a notification when Zhang Kursin said, "I'm the same as my friend. We'll start tomorrow too, right? You two are close. Of course we came together. I'm her best friend, as she can't do without me." Manager Wang's mind raced with calculations. Half a minute later, he lowered his head and pretended to scan the interview registration form again. Since that's the case, you can come tomorrow too. Great, Manager Wang. They'll be here on time tomorrow. Zhang Kursin got the answer she wanted and left happily. She called out to Tang Yuan, who hadn't gone far, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Yuan, we can be together. Tang Yuan was a little surprised, but didn't ask. She could go wherever she wanted as long as she didn't get in the way. On the first day of work, Zhang Kursin quickly became friends with the other new hires, while Tang Yuan's aloofness made them think she was pretentious, and they began to ostracize her subtly. Tang Yuan noticed, but didn't care. She wasn't here to make friends, and she wouldn't be staying long. On the second day, she didn't see Xie Jiang. On the third day, she still didn't see him. Not until the fifth day did Tang Yuan spot him nearby. As luck would have it, the new hires were temporarily assigned to trim and water the flower beds. Xie Jiang had just stepped out of a private meeting. He walked with a steady pace, his suit jacket draped over his arm, wearing only a perfectly tailored white shirt and trousers with one button of his collar undone. A touch less of the day's coldness, more of weariness and languor. Half a step behind him followed his ever-attentive assistant and the supervisor in charge of the tea room. "Mr. Xie, everything is ready over there. We thought you'd need another 10 minutes, so the tea and snacks have just been prepared." The supervisor's words trailed off. Xie Jiaheng's steps paused abruptly without warning. His gaze swept over a familiar figure, the sunlight clearly outlining half of the girl's profile. He frowned slightly, then naturally averted his eyes and continued walking. But that brief, unmistakable pause and lingering glance did not escape Supervisor Zhang's note. He followed the direction of Xie Jiaheng's gaze and saw only the backs and profiles of a few busy service staff in the flower beds. Xie Jiheng entered the tea room and took a seat by the window. Supervisor Zhang was about to serve him personally, but Xie Jiheng stopped him, rubbing his thumb against his cuff as if casually asking, "That service staff just now, is she of age?" Supervisor Zhang was baffled. He wasn't sure what Xie Jiheng meant. Had he taken a fancy to someone? Or was he implying they hired underage workers? Choosing his words carefully, he replied, "Mr. Xie must be joking. All hire documents are in order, and their IDs confirm they are adults." The tea room fell silent, the air thick with the fragrance of tea. A few seconds of quiet made Supervisor Zhang's palms sweat. Xie Jiheng finally responded indifferently, his tone. A few minutes later, Tang Yuan and the others were called over and given specific tasks. Make sure Mr. Xie's later rest experience is flawless. Understood. Soon Supervisor Zhang led the three in, with Tang Yuan at the back. She kept her head down, holding a wicker basket filled with fresh tea pastries. "Mr. Xie, I've added some extra staff to ensure thorough service," Supervisor Zhang said respectfully, gesturing for the three to step forward. Tang Yuan followed the two in front and approached the tea table to arrange the pastries. She took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, and lifted her head slightly to glance at the seated figure. When she recognized the familiar man in the armchair, Tang Yuan's clear almond eyes widened in pure shock and bewilderment. Xie Jiaheng's gaze, however, landed on her, without surprise, as if he had anticipated this moment. Their eyes met. Supervisor Zhang, who had been observing closely, felt a stir and grew more certain that his move to rearrange the staff was correct, though he still couldn't pinpoint which one had caught Xie Jiaheng's interest. Just then, Su Na, standing in front of Tang Yuan, made a move. She had been keeping an eye on the various figures coming and going in the club. This Mr. Xie, young, handsome, and exuding an overwhelming aura, was clearly the kind of untouchable figure that lowly waitresses like them would never normally encounter. Seeing his gaze seemingly sweep in her direction, Su Na was ecstatic and seized the chance to show off. Her face broke into the sweetest, most charming smile as she gracefully stepped forward, her voice dripping with honey. "Mr. Xie, may I make tea for you? I've learned from a master tea artisan." As she spoke, she naturally reached out with an elegant gesture to take the warm purple clay teapot in front of Xie Jing, her fingers deliberately brushing near his hand on the table, her eyes bold and suggestive. Xie Jiheng finally shifted his gaze from Tang Yuan's stunned face and cast an extremely cold glance at Su Na, who had pressed too close. At the same time, the index finger of his other hand gave a faint but distinct tap on the smooth rosewood tabletop. Tap. A soft sound barely audible, yet carrying absolute authority. Su Na froze instantly, her outstretched hand suspended in midair, neither daring to retract nor advance. "No need." 2 words, concise and firm. He didn't even look at Su Na again. His gaze had already turned to Supervisor Zhang, who stood by, his tone as flat as usual. "Supervisor Zhang." "Yes, Mr. Xie." Supervisor Zhang understood, immediately stepped forward and subtly positioned himself between the frozen Su Na and the tea table, asking respectfully, "What would you suggest?" Xie Jiaheng's gaze swept over the few people casually, but lingered a fraction longer on Tang Yuan, whose lowered head could not hide her delicate beauty. "Let her stay and arrange the pastries. The rest of you leave." Without hesitation, Supervisor Zhang signaled the other two to go. Su Na's face turned pale with humiliation. She shot Tang Yuan a fierce glare before twisting away resentfully. The other person quickly followed. Supervisor Zhang was the last to exit, gently closing the sliding door behind him. Click. The tea room was instantly plunged into an extreme emptiness and silence. "Not coming over." Xie Jiaheng's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable authority. Tang Yuan cautiously lifted her head to glance at him, and upon seeing no expression on his face, she offered a fawning smile. She walked over. "Mr. Xie, we really are fated to meet. Are we?" Xie Jiheng gazed at her pretty face, his expression unreadable. "Yes, we are." Tang Yuan reached out to pour tea for Xie Jiheng. But before her hand could touch the teapot, Xie Jiheng grasped her wrist. His hand was somewhat cool. Tang Yuan shuddered involuntarily, a short intake of breath caught deep in her throat, and even her fingertips curled slightly. Xie Jiheng clearly noticed this subtle tremor, but he did not let go. Instead, his fingers unconsciously tightened for a moment. "Sit." His gaze fell on the armchair beside him, indicating for Tang Yuan to sit. "It seems a bit inappropriate." Tang Yuan blinked at him, then looked down at the uniform, plain-colored modified cheongsam she was wearing, which was standard for the club. "No one will know." Tang Yuan thought about it and realized he was right. In the end, she sat on the chair that was extremely close to him. Her back was straight as a rod, her hands primly placed on her knees, pressed together like a primary school student waiting for a teacher's lecture. As she sat down, Xie Jihing released his grip on her wrist, his palm, naturally resting on the armrest, his fingertips barely half a fist's distance. With his other hand, he gently pushed the plate of still-warm lotus blossom pastries from the center of the tea table a few inches toward her. Have a taste. Tang Yuan shook her head, her small eyes constantly glancing at him. He seemed somewhat displeased, his cold aura more effective than the air conditioning in the room. Xie Jihing leaned back against the chair, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the smooth armrest. Now, he turned his face, looking at her curled eyelashes, his voice low. Can you tell me why you are here? Tang Yuan. He called her full name clearly for the first time. Tang Yuan, hearing the system's consecutive alerts of decreasing affection, silently cursed him as a dogman in her heart. But on her face, she still showed surprise that he would ask this first, then replied with a hint of earnestness. Working a summer job, you know. Summer job. Xie Jihing repeated unconsciously. Having been pampered all his life, for him, the word summer had always been followed by competition training camps, overseas summer schools. His life trajectory was clear, privileged, and goal-oriented. Only then did he realize that the young girl's family circumstances might not be good. He frowned almost imperceptibly, as if imagining something, and fell silent for a moment. How old are you this year? 18. Tang Yuan's voice was crisp, carrying the frankness of innocence. The moment the words fell, something seemed to surge in Xie Jihing's eyes, but it was quickly swallowed by darkness. 18 years old, but still not suitable to come here. This place was far from as glamorous and safe as it appeared on the surface. Come back with me later. Later? No, Tang Yuan gently shook her head. I still have work. Xie Jihing looked up, meeting her eyes that were clear and untainted, and realized she clearly hadn't understood his meaning. He wanted to say that this place was not good, but looking into her eyes, he found it difficult to utter the words. He didn't want to use those dark words to defile her pure state at that moment. What work? Not sure yet. He'll follow the supervisor's arrangements. She turned sideways, her arm brushing against his fingertips resting on the armrest. Then stay here and keep me company, Xie Jihing said. Tang Yuan was suddenly stunned, thinking she had misheard. Keep him company. She turned to him in confusion. The next second, a blush burned from the roots of her ears to her cheeks, without warning, like white jade stained with rosy clouds. She pretended to be very calm and nodded, then turned her face away. Xie Jihing's gaze lingered on her flushed face for an extra second, trying to ignore the strange feeling in his chest. Have a taste. He pushed a small celadone bowl in front of her. The bowl's walls were beaded with cool water droplets. Inside was a translucent osmanthus jelly garnished with gold leaf resting on a bed of warm almond tofu. Tang Yuan glanced at it, and this time did not refuse. She hadn't tasted anything from this place before. She picked up the silver spoon, scooped up a piece of osmanthus jelly, and brought it to her mouth. The cool, sweet flavor spread, instantly causing her to involuntarily flutter her eyelashes. Xie Jihing had originally planned to rest briefly and then return, but now there was an unexpected change. So he instructed his assistant outside to bring in the computer and the documents that needed to be processed. The tea room was very quiet, with only the sound of pages turning and the occasional light clink of her spoon against the bowl. Xie Jihing bowed his head to attend to his own affairs, occasionally lifting his head to glance at her. Twilight silently crept over the carved window lattice, and the light in the room gradually dimmed. When Xie Jihing looked up again from a contract, the hand holding his fountain pen paused. The young girl who had been resting her cheek on her hand just moments ago had curled up without him noticing. She lay on her side, her head pillowed on her arm, her long lashes falling peacefully, like butterfly wings, her breathing light and deep. A few strands of dark hair slipped down her cheek, making her small face appear even more jade white and delicate, her features so exquisite they seemed not of this mortal world. Xie Jihing put down his pen and rose silently. His tall figure cast a long shadow in the tea room as dusk deepened. He bent slightly, gently spread his jacket, and draped it over Tang Yuan's shoulders, carefully tucking it in. As if sensing this sudden warmth and weight in her sleep, her small nostrils fluttered, and she unconsciously buried her cheek deeper into the lapel that carried his body heat. Xie Jihing's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, a faint ripple passing through his deep eyes. When the last agreement was signed, the tea room was completely enveloped in darkness, with only a floor lamp in the corner emitting a dim yellow glow. He raised his wrist, the watch hands clearly pointed to 8 o'clock in the evening. Xie Jihing stood up, his tall figure blocking the light from the floor lamp in front of Tang Yuan, enveloping her in his shadow. He did not wake her immediately, merely watching quietly. The young girl curled up in his suit jacket, her sleeping face, pure long lashes casting dense shadows under her eyes, her cheeks still flushed with sleep. Xie Jihing gazed for a moment, then as if possessed reached out and gently pressed the back of his cool hand against her soft, warm cheek. The moment the temperature difference touched, Tang Yuan's eyelashes fluttered violently, as if abruptly pulled back to the surface from the deep sea. She opened her eyes in confusion, her gaze like glass veiled with mist, unfocused and dazed, unable to concentrate for a moment. What met her eyes were the man's long legs, and above them his face appearing even more deep and cold in the boundary of light and shadow. Tang Yuan. Moi. She uttered a vague syllable unconsciously. It's late. Let's go. Xie Zhaiheng's gaze fell on her still-dazed face, his voice carrying a seductive tone. Come with me. Tang Yuan's brain was still rebooting in a state of chaos. She instinctively clutched the unfamiliar suit jacket on her body, a nearly instinctive sense of trust taking precedence in her not yet fully conscious mind. She didn't even think about why or where to go, only vaguely felt that following him was safe. She blinked, her still heavy eyes let out a soft, "Oh," her voice tender and with a nasal tone from just waking up. She stood up somewhat sluggishly, the oversized suit jacket almost enveloping her entire upper body, its hem falling to her thighs, making her figure appear even more slender. She wanted to take off the jacket and return it to him. Keep it on. Xie Zhaiheng's voice sounded again, stopping her movement, his gaze sweeping over her thin clothes. It's cold outside. Tang Yuan's hand paused, and she obediently pulled the jacket tighter. The wide sleeves nearly covered half of her palms, the lingering scent of him tightly enveloping her. She lowered her head, her steps still unsteady, as if walking on clouds, dazedly following a step behind Xie Zhiheng. Xie Zhiheng slowed his pace, making sure she could keep up. Pushing open the heavy carved wooden door, bright light from the corridor outside flooded in. They passed through the winding corridor and entered the brightly lit lobby of the club. Along the way, when the staff saw Tang Yuan behind Xie Zhiheng and her obviously ill-fitting jacket, surprise flickered in their eyes. At the entrance of the club, a sleek sedan sat quietly in the night. A uniformed driver had already respectfully opened the door. Xie Zhiheng walked to the car, turned sideways, and finally fixed his gaze on the girl who had been following him. Get in, he gestured to the back seat. Manager Wang hurried out, beaming. Take care, Mr. Xie. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. His voice pierced Tang Yuan's drowsiness. She jolted awake, looking at Xie Zhiheng beside her, then turning to Manager Wang. She was on the afternoon shift, theoretically not allowed to leave until 11. She opened her mouth to speak, but Xie Zhiheng spoke first, subtly blocking Manager Wang's view. Manager Wang's smile didn't waver. He even signaled another attendant to hand over Tang Yuan's phone and bag. As you wish, Mr. Xie. Little Yuan is fortunate to have your care. Tang Yuan took them, biting her lower lip. Getting home early was nice. She obediently sat into the spacious back seat. The oversized suit jacket piled on her lap, nearly engulfing her. Xie Zhiheng sat beside her and closed the door, shutting out the world outside. The glittering cityscape outside the window flashed by, reflected on the glass and in Tang Yuan's eyes. Xie Zhiheng didn't look at her, but when she unconsciously sniffled, he adjusted the air vent's direction upward and raised the temperature by 1 degree. The black car glided silently to a slightly worn residential building in the old city. Compared to the club's extravagant neon, the area was lit only by a few dim yellow streetlights casting dappled shadows through the dense plane trees. Tang Yuan looked down at the expensive dark gray suit jacket on her, a flash of helplessness and embarrassment crossing her face. Thank you, she murmured, fumbling to take it off and return it. Wear it up. Xie Zhaiheng's gaze swept over her thin Chong Sam and the dim stairwell ahead, his tone brooking no argument. Take it off when you get home. Oh, okay, she replied, instinctively reaching for the door handle. The night breeze carried a chill across her bare calves, making her more acutely feel the warmth enveloped by the jacket. She stood by the car, hesitated, then waved at the indistinct figure inside. Goodbye, Mr. Xie. The interior was dark, only the cold, sharp profile of the man visible. He seemed to give the slightest nod. Xie Zhiheng watched her go up before telling the driver to leave. The stairwell was dim, the sensor light flickered on with her footsteps. Tang Yuan slipped off the suit jacket as she walked. Reaching the second-floor door, before she could pull out her keys, the door swung open from inside. Yuan. Gao Chun had been listening for sounds. Hearing footsteps in the stairwell, she opened the door and saw Tang Yuan. Her voice carried surprise and deep concern. But when she saw the unmistakably expensive men's suit jacket draped over Tang Yuan's arm, Gao Chun's worry froze, turning into shock and deeper unease. What's this? Gao Chun pulled Tang Yuan inside and shut the door. She looked her up and down, her gaze locking onto the dark gray suit. What? What happened? Whose clothes? Why are you back so early? Did something? She didn't finish, but the fear in her eyes said it all. Ever since Tang Yuan started working at that place, which sounded like a haven for the rich and powerful, Gao Chun's heart had never been at ease. Now she was even more worried. Auntie, I'm fine, really, Tang Yuan said quickly, seeing her aunt's anxiety. This jacket belongs to a gentleman. I accidentally got it dirty, so I brought it back to clean for him. Having said that, she felt a twinge of guilt. This was the first time she had lied to her aunt. Gao Chun didn't see through the lie. Hearing her explanation, her tense nerves relaxed slightly, but her eyes still lingered on the exquisite jacket. Give it to me. It looks expensive. They'll take it to the dry cleaner tomorrow morning. Tang Yuan quickly refused. Auntie, you have the morning shift. The dry cleaner might not be open. I'll take it myself tomorrow. Gao Chun didn't insist. Go wash your face. I left some mung bean soup in the kitchen chilled. Drink it to cool down before bed. If it gets too late, or if you feel anything is off, you must call me immediately, okay? Don't make me worry. I know, Auntie. Tang Yuan obediently replied, hugging the jacket into her bedroom. She placed it on the chair beside the bed. The cool, clean scent seemed to instantly invade the small space. She glanced at the gray heap on the chair. Tomorrow would be another new day? Tang Yuan opened the favorability growth page. It clearly recorded the increases and decreases in Xie Zhihang's favorability. After all the additions and subtractions, the total favorability settled at 75. It rose quickly, but the deductions were real too. An unpredictable old man. Tang Yuan pursed her lips and opened the basic information. Bound person Xie Zhihang, gender male, total favorability 75, redeemable favorability 21. Host Tang Yuan, gender female, age 18, health status strong, beauty value 86, level 7, 8300, 010, 0000, spending points 4000, a redeemable favorability 21. She exchanged all the favorability points, bringing her spending points to 25,000. She bought a golden ratio card worth 15000 spending points. A slender cloud jade leg card worth 1000 spending points. Total spending 25000 spending points. Golden ratio card. After used, body parts are finely adjusted according to the golden ratio. Height, shoulder width, leg length, head to body ratio, etc. are optimized simultaneously, presenting the most perfect physique regardless of height increase. Slender cloud jade leg card. After use, the leg lines become stretched and smooth, muscles firm and slender, kneecaps small and delicate, ankles slender and lustrous, visually lengthening by 10 centimeters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to level 8. Reward: height increase card 1 centimeter, 1 orange flavored candy 80. Without hesitation, she used all 3 cards, and Tang Yuan's beauty value reached 90. Host Tang Yuan, gender female, age 18, health status strong, beauty value 90, level 8, 108000012, 0000, spending points 0, redeemable favorability 0. She looked at the level experience bar. If this pace continued, reaching level 10 was just a matter of time. Of course, all of this was thanks to Xie Zhihang. She really liked such unpredictable men. The next day, Tang Yuan came to work as usual. Rumors began circulating in the private club that CEO Xie is especially attentive to the new waitress. Zhang Kersen naturally heard the rumor, but she didn't care and even felt a bit disdainful. She thought Tang Yuan was really putting on an act, seeming honest on the surface, but in just a few days she had already latched onto an old man. What a waste of such a pretty face. She didn't know who CEO Xie was, but instinctively imagined a fat, ugly old man. Because after observing these past few days, she found that the people who came here were generally older. Except for him. She thought of that man, and a shy blush crept across her cheeks. Tang Yuan had just changed into the uniform and was about to gather for instructions when Manager Wang called her over. They went to a quieter spot. Manager Wang looked at the girl's beautiful face and sighed. Tang Yuan, you don't need to come in tomorrow. Tang Yuan was stunned, her lips moving slightly. Did I do something wrong? Seeing the girl's eyes redden, Manager Wang quickly explained, no, it's Mr. Xie has already arranged. Before he could finish, the ringing of a phone in his pocket, and he had to ask Tang Yuan to wait a moment, then walked aside with the phone to talk. As he spoke, he suddenly turned back and glanced sharply at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan stood there, biting her lower lip, still pondering the manager's words. Mr. Xie had arranged something. After a moment, Manager Wang hung up the phone, but instead of staying, he walked toward the entrance. 2 minutes later, he returned, but this time a bespectacled man followed behind him. Tang Yuan recognized him. He was the assistant who had accompanied Xie Zhihang to the hospital last time. Miss Tang, long time no see. CEO Xie has arrived and is waiting for you at the restaurant. Please come with me. The assistant pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose, his tone gentle. Manager Wang also told Tang Yuan to just go along with no intention of continuing the previous topic. Tang Yuan nodded obediently and followed the male assistant, walking through a cobblestone path to the lakeside restaurant. The afternoon sun generously spilled across the lake, dancing with specks of gold. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Xie Zhihang was flipping through documents with his head lowered. Today he wasn't wearing a suit. Instead, he had on a light gray vertically striped short-sleeve shirt with a clean white t-shirt peeking out from underneath and light beige pants. His usually impeccably combed hair now fell loose, softening his features, making him look like a male college student in his early 20s. If not for the unchanged, powerful aura, Tang Yuan would have thought she had mistaken him for someone else. Having known him for so long, Tang Yuan still didn't know his age. He must be under 30, she thought. Have a seat, Xie Zhihang said, looking up at Tang Yuan. He paused slightly when he saw her reddened eyes. Tang Yuan sat down as instructed. A waiter appeared, silently poured her a glass of water, and quickly disappeared. The assistant timely handed over a document. Miss Tang, this is the standard contract for the Xie Group's student aid fund. You will receive an annual scholarship of 100,000 yuan until you complete your studies. When she understood what he was saying, Tang Yuan looked up at him in shock, then turned to Xie Jihing. Xie Jihing took the initiative to explain, I've already seen your grades. Study hard. Tang Yuan stared at the agreement on the table, recalling Manager Wang's unfinished words. What? The Xie Group sponsors tens of thousands of students every year, and you are one of them. Xie Jihing replied. Tang Yuan was taken aback, then, without hesitation, she signed her name. Thank you, Mr. Xie, you are a good man. Although she said it with a smile, Xie Jihing sharply noticed that she didn't seem all that happy. This was completely different from the reaction he had anticipated. Was his earlier remark too blunt? The assistant had already left with the documents, leaving just the two of them by the floor-to-ceiling window. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was somewhat chilly. Why wasn't she saying anything? Usually she would be grinning and chatting with him endlessly. A strange sense of irritation crept into his heart, and Xie Jihing frowned slightly. The procedures. He'll have my assistant expedite them. Tuition and living expenses will be transferred to your account on time. Tang Yuan softly murmured in response, still keeping her eyes lowered. Xie Jihing put down his water glass, his gaze returning to Tang Yuan. Why wasn't she happy? Tang Yuan. Xie Jihing called her name. Almost instinctively, Tang Yuan's long lashes fluttered, and then she lifted her eyes. Those beautiful eyes, usually shimmering with moisture, now appeared somewhat dim. The word Xie Jihing had prepared suddenly lodged in his throat. Mr. Xie, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. She stood up, eager to depart. As she passed by Xie Jihing, a hand with distinct knuckles abruptly seized her slender wrist, its grip firm. Pulled by that forceful strength, she stumbled her entire body, losing control and falling backward. A short startled cry escaped her. The anticipated pain of hitting the ground never came. She collapsed into a solid warm embrace, landing squarely on Xie Jihing's lap. The crisp scent of cedar from him enveloped her overwhelmingly. The proximity and intimate contact left her utterly bewildered as shame and panic prompted her to stand up instinctively. Yet the moment she moved, the arm that had been merely stabilizing her waist tightened abruptly. Instead of rising, she was pressed even more firmly onto his lap. Xie Jihing hadn't anticipated her fall either, instinctively pulling her into his embrace. In an instant, his senses were invaded by a potent, subtly sweet fragrance. Sensing her struggle, Xie Jihing tightened his arms, his gaze settling on her face inches away. Tang Yuan, why are you angry? Though he had little experience with girls, his intuition told him the girl before him might be angry. And angry at him no less. Tang Yuan, taken aback by his question, paused and ceased her struggle. She merely turned her head slightly to evade his compelling stare, her long lashes trembling like startled butterfly wings. She remained silent. Watching her tightly pressed lips, even bearing faint teeth marks from her own biting, Xie Jihing's frown deepened. An unprecedented sensation stirred within his usually calm, deep heart. Speak, Tang Yuan. His style was always decisive. Once a problem arose, it must be resolved that very day. He reached out gently but firmly, turning her averted face back to him inch by inch. Tang Yuan instinctively tried to shake her head free, but his fingers applied just enough force, neither painful nor escapable. Forced to lift her moist eyes, Tang Yuan met Xie Jihing's unfathomable gaze. Now can you tell me? His thumb unconsciously brushed her delicate jawline. His gaze lingered on her rosy lips, his eyes dark as ink, terrifyingly intense. Tang Yuan tilted her face slightly, her red-rimmed eyes glistening with tears as she silently gazed at him. The irritation Xie Jihing had just felt vanished at the sight of her. This child really had a temper. The next second, Tang Yuan raised her arms and suddenly looped them around his neck. Xie Jihing felt the weight at the back of his neck, her soft arms entwining him with undeniable force. Her scent grew stronger due to this abrupt closeness. His deep eyes contracted sharply, the turbulent emotions within freezing into pure astonishment. The girl's soft body pressed against him, and the subtle sensations he had overlooked now surged through him like an electric current. Xie Jihing's Adam's apple bobbed as he was about to speak. A drop of warm moisture unexpected struck the skin on his neck. Xie Jihing froze completely. After a long moment, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you crying?" And the hand hovering behind her finally, slowly, with hesitation and awkwardness, came to rest on her slender back. Tang Yuan didn't answer immediately, only buried her face deeper into the crook of his neck. Her warm, moist breath sprayed intermittently against his sensitive neck. Xie Jihing felt a numbing sensation all over his heart, suddenly losing its rhythm, just as Tang Yuan's voice, tinged with a nasal tone, said, "My ankle hurts." Ankle. Xie Jihing was stunned for a moment, his heart sinking. In a flash, he recalled that when he had pulled her, she seemed to have twisted her ankle. He instinctively looked down. Before him was an expanse of fair skin. Because she wore the club's uniform, Chi Pao the slit was positioned rather high. Now with her sitting sideways on his lap, the hem had been pulled even higher, nearly reaching the top of her thigh. Xie Jihing abruptly averted his gaze, a blush creeping up the roots of. He cleared his throat in a cover, then remembered his purpose. Forcing aside other thoughts, he looked straight at Tang Yuan's ankle. Sure enough, at her slender porcelain-like ankle, a swollen red lump protruded conspicuously, marring the overall beauty. "They'll take you to see a doctor." His brows furrowed, his eyes swirling with regret and concern. As he spoke, his arm slid under the bend of her knee, steadying her thigh and buttocks. Before Tang Yuan could fully react, she felt herself lifted into the air. After a dizzying spin, she was securely cradled by Xie Jihing. Not a romantic Princess Carrie, but with his formidable single-arm strength, he had her seated sideways in the solid crook of his arm. Her body pressed against his firm chest, and the hem of the Chi Pao finally fell into place, with this posture concealing any potential impropriety. Tang Yuan instinctively clung to his broad shoulders and neck for balance. Xie Jihing strode with long steps, carrying her briskly toward the door of the private room. Hearing the commotion, the assistant straightened up and looked toward the door. He only saw a man carrying a girl out. Who was this? He even unconsciously pushed up his wire-rimmed glasses, as if to confirm he wasn't seeing things. "Call Dr. Zhao to the lounge," Xie Jihing instructed. The assistant snapped back to reality. Oh, yes, right away, Mr. Xie." Even as he spoke, he was already pulling out his phone to dial the doctor. He watched his boss step onto the elevator. As the doors closed, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his boss lifting his head to look at the girl in his arms, an expression so complex it sent a chill through him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the storm within, and quickly followed. Dr. Zhao acted swiftly, completing the ice application and elastic bandage compression in one smooth motion. Xie Jihing stood by the entire time, his heavy gaze fixed on Tang Yuan's still swollen ankle. His tightly pressed lips and the oppressive aura around him made the air in the lounge feel stagnant. The assistant kept his eyes downcast, not daring to breathe. After the treatment, Xie Jihing drove Tang Yuan home. The car had barely stopped when the driver in the front seat unbuckled his seatbelt, ready to get out and help the injured Tang Yuan. However, with a soft click, the rear door was pushed open. Xie Jihing stepped out with his long legs. He walked around to the other side, and under the slightly startled gaze of the driver, directly opened Tang Yuan's door. Tang Yuan was carefully shifting her body, preparing to hold the door and slowly get out. One of her feet was still wrapped in thick bandages, making her movements awkward. "Don't move," Xie Jihing's voice rang out with an unmistakable tone of authority. The next second, he bent down, draped his coat over her legs, slipped one arm under her knees and the other securely around her back, and with a slight effort lifted her horizontally. The movement was smooth and natural, as if practiced countless times. Tang Yuan let out a soft gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "I can walk by myself," Xie Jihing said, nothing carrying her, and walking without looking back toward the somewhat dim apartment building. She sprained her ankle because of him, so he was duty-bound to see it through. The driver and the assistant exchanged a glance and silently stayed put. The stairwell was narrow, but Xie Jihing carried her with steady steps. They reached the second floor. Tang Yuan struggled to get down from his arms. Leaning against him, she stood on one foot and fumbled for her keys to open the door. The door opened, and Tang Yuan, holding onto the wall, wanted to tell Xie Jihing to leave. But Xie Jihing had already carried her inside. He set her down on the sofa, his gaze sweeping over the simply furnished living room. "These few days," Xie Jihing began, about to remind her of the doctor's instructions. But before he could finish, Tang Yuan heard footsteps in the stairwell. A familiar cough instantly told her who it was. At this hour, her aunt shouldn't be back. Why was she suddenly returning today? Tang Yuan's expression changed. If her aunt saw Xie Jihing, she would never be able to explain herself. She didn't even have time to think. "Quick, go inside," she whispered, her voice panicked and urgent, pointing to the door of her bedroom. Xie Jihing also heard the noise, but he didn't move. Instead, he gave her a deep look. "My aunt is coming. Please go inside." Tang Yuan's voice cracked with urgency. She grabbed Xie Jihing's fingers with her palm, her eyes pleading. Xie Jihing looked down at their intertwined hands, his gaze dark. Just as the footsteps downstairs grew closer, and the jingling of keys was almost at the door at the critical moment. Click. Almost simultaneously, the door to Tang Yuan's bedroom was gently closed by Xie Jihing from inside, separating the two worlds. The next second, a creak sounded as the outer security door was pushed open. "Hey Yuan, why are you still home at this hour? Didn't you go to your part-time job today?" Gao Chun entered and immediately saw Tang Yuan sitting on the sofa. As she came closer, she noticed Tang Yuan's injured foot. The ease on her face was instantly replaced by concern. "You? What happened to your foot? What happened? Why didn't you call me?" "I'm fine, auntie," she said, trying to make her voice sound steady. I twisted it a little when I came back." It's not serious. Tang Yuan realized that she was getting better at fabricating lies. Not serious. Swollen like this, and you call it not serious. What did the doctor say? Gao Chun wanted to squat down to check, but Tang Yuan stopped her and changed the subject. Annie, why are you back at this hour? Oh right, I came back to get something. Gao Chun, reminded by her question, remembered her errand. Apart from working at the supermarket, she occasionally took on private cleaning jobs. Without time to talk more, she quickly grabbed her things, gave repeated instructions, and then left with worry. Tang Yuan sat on the sofa and waited a while longer. Only after confirming that her aunt had left did her tense nerves relax. She got up from the sofa and turned the handle of her bedroom door. As soon as the door opened a crack, a hand firmly grasped her arm. The grip was not heavy, but she couldn't break free. With a soft click, the door was closed behind her. Her back gently pressed against the cool door panel. Xie Jiaheng's figure was inches away, enveloping her in a unique space filled with his cold aura. Too close, Tang Yuan felt uncomfortable and pushed him. Mr. Xie, please leave now. Xie Jiheng. Discard after use. He had previously thought she was sweet and sensible. Seeming to realize that she had spoken poorly, Tang Yuan softened her voice. Mr. Xie, you are a good person. Thank you for bringing. He had previously thought she was sweet and sensible. Seeming to realize that she had spoken poorly, Tang Yuan softened her voice. Mr. Xie, you are a good person. Thank you for bringing me back. Please, leave now. She was afraid her aunt might suddenly return. Xie Jiheng still said nothing, nor did he release his grip on her arm. He just stared at her slightly reddened eyes, and after a long moment finally spoke. Am I so shameful that I can't be seen? Tang Yuan. After finally seeing him off, the long-gone 0128 returned. Host, what did you two do? I just came back and all I can see is a blur of pixels. Tang Yuan's face flushed. She coughed. Where have you been these past few days? Nowhere special. I went back to headquarters. They said I did a good job and are promoting me and giving me a raise. Wow, congratulations. Hee 0128 puffed out its chest proudly. Host, I specifically asked headquarters to increase the lottery winning rate. Do you want to give it a try? Wow, congratulations. Hee 0128 puffed out its chest proudly. Host, I specifically asked headquarters to increase the lottery. Ding, congratulations, host, you received orange-flavored candy X10. She knew it would be like this. She opened Xie Jiaheng's favorability display and saw that the total favorability was stuck. She even shed tears, but only gained 4 favorability points. Though a little disappointed, Tang Yuan understood that reaching 80 points was not easy. In the following days, Tang Yuan didn't go out, staying home to recover from her injury. During that time, Xie Jiaheng's assistant came to deliver ointment once, and Wu Yang also visited. Of course, she hadn't forgotten Xie Jiaheng. She had been observing his movements. But she was disappointed. Since the day he left, the map on the location tracker had never shown his position. This meant his location was beyond 30 kilometers. She tried to recall her past life, but found no memory of Xie Jiaheng. But she had a premonition. He might have returned to Jing City. After a week, Tang Yuan's foot had fully recovered. Feeling utterly bored staying at home alone, she planned to find a suitable part-time job in the coming days. Otherwise, when her father asked her for money at the end of the month, not being able to produce any would be awkward. Currently, aside from the allowance given by her aunt and the 1,000 yuan salary from the club, she had no extra money. How broke she was. Before looking for a job, Tang Yuan decided to visit Grandma Su first. It had been a while since she last saw her. Familiar with the way she pushed open the wooden door that was left slightly ajar. Grandma, I'm here to see you. Hearing her voice, old Mrs. Su immediately put down the newspaper she was holding and rose from the rattan chair. When she saw it was Tang Yuan, her face instantly bloomed into a radiant smile. Oh, my little Yuan is here. Please sit down, don't get up, Tang Yuan said, setting down the things she was carrying. You brought things again, child. I told you just come empty-handed. Grandma has everything she needs. Old Mrs. Su took her hand and patted it gently. Sit down, sit down. Is it hot outside? Are you thirsty? I just brewed some flower tea in the kettle in the kitchen. Wait, Grandma will pour you a— Tang Yuan quickly stopped her. Grandma, I'll get it myself. You sit. She walked into the kitchen with practiced ease, took out 2 clean glasses, and poured the tea. Here, Grandma, you have some too. Tang Yuan placed 1 cup on the small table beside Grandma Su, and then naturally sat down on the little stool next to her. What brings you here today, eh? Old Mrs. Su took a sip of tea, looking at Tang Yuan with eyes full of affection. I missed you, Grandma. Ah, good. Yuan still remembers me. Unlike my grandson, who is so busy he doesn't even have time to chat with me. Old Mrs. Su grinned from ear to ear, her gaze full of fondness for Tang Yuan. The two chatted casually. From her, Tang Yuan learned that Xie Jiheng had indeed returned to the capital city to handle some affairs. Moreover, he wouldn't be back anytime soon, and even if he did return, he probably wouldn't stay long. The company here had already been handed over to others to manage. This was not good news for Tang Yuan. She pondered over this in her mind while continuing to chat with old Mrs. Su. The next day, Tang Yuan went home again. She made it a point to visit home every now and then for no other reason than to keep her father from nagging. When she arrived, her elder sister Tang Yuan was at home. She was sitting on a stool intently picking beans. "Sis," Tang Yuan greeted. As soon as she spoke, a tiny figure timidly peeked out from behind Tang Yu. Tang Yuan walked over, her gaze falling on the small figure behind. This was her niece Tang Yu's daughter. It was the second time she had seen her since her rebirth. The first time she had been so preoccupied with her own affairs that she hadn't even noticed the child. Now the girl was wearing slightly worn clothes. She had inherited Tang Yu's delicate features, yet she was so thin and frail that it tugged at the heart. Tang Yuan's heart ached. She crouched down, bringing her eyes level with Ching Ching's, and smiled gently. "Ching Ching, do you remember your aunt? Here, have some candy." As she spoke, she took out a piece of orange-flavored fruit candy wrapped in a beautiful cellophane wrapper from her pocket. Seeing the candy, Ching Ching subconsciously took a small step forward, her little hand slightly raised, wanting to take it. However, just as her fingertips were about to touch the wrapper, as if remembering something, she quickly turned her head to look at Tang Yu. Tang Yu, seeing her longing gaze, nodded almost imperceptibly and said in a dry voice, Your aunt cares for you. Take it." Only after receiving her mother's permission did Ching Ching dare to extend her little hand, carefully pinch the candy, and say in a soft voice, "Thank you, aunt." Then she quickly peeled off the wrapper and carefully placed the orange candy into her mouth. As the sweetness spread across her tongue, she squinted her eyes in contentment and then hid back beside Tang Yu. Seeing her daughter's joy, Tang Yu reached out and gently stroked Ching Ching's slightly dry hair. "Thank you," Tang Yu said suddenly. Tang Yuan was taken aback. "It's just a piece of candy. What's there to thank, sis?" Tang Yu paused her hand, looked up at her younger sister crouching in front of her, and her eyes were somewhat complicated. Her gaze rested on Tang Yuan's face. The frail figure that used to tug at her sleeve in her memory had now grown into a graceful young woman. She was beautiful, sensible, excelled in studies, and had a pleasant personality. She was perfect in every way, completely unlike her former self. She was like a lily thriving freely in the sunlight, radiating brilliance, yet it stung Tang Yu's eyes, making them ache. Tang Yu lowered her eyelids and remained silent for a long time. When she saw Tang Yuan stuffing more candies into Ching Ching's hands, she asked seemingly casually, "How has Aunt been lately?" "She's doing well," Tang Yuan replied with a smile. "Aunt has been wanting to see you. When I have time, I'll bring Ching Ching to visit Aunt. Aunt has been very good to us since we were young. You should spend more time with her. Don't worry about home." She paused. "There's nothing to worry about at home. Mom and Dad are fine. You should spend more time with Aunt." Tang Yuan looked up at her in surprise, wanting to say something, but her sister had already turned away. In the twilight of the capital city, dusk settled over the century-old Xie family mansion. Xie Jihing strode directly toward the study at the deepest recess of the estate. He pushed open the heavy wooden door, revealing 2 walls of bookshelves that soared to the ceiling, lined with dark, imposing tomes that stood like stern sentinels. At the far end, behind a massive desk of rosewood, sat a gaunt figure. The figure was wrapped in a slightly loose, old-fashioned silk jacket with a front button closure, his back ramrod straight. Sparse white hair was meticulously combed back, revealing deep forehead wrinkles. He did not look up, his strong fingers slowly and forcefully rubbing 2 glossy, oil-slick walnuts between them. The crisp, hard sound of their collision echoed distinctly in the overly silent study, one after another. Xie Jihing stopped 3 paces before the desk. "Grandfather." Xie Zhinshan slowly raised his head. Those sharp, hawk-like eyes fixed directly on Xie Jihing, finally, settling on his face, scrutinizing him with undisguised criticism and oppressive humph. A single sound expelled from his nostrils. "The new head of the Xie family, busy with 1,000 affairs, yet it's such a trouble for you to remember to come back." The air grew stagnant. Xie Jihing's fingers hanging at his sides tightened almost imperceptibly. "You flatter me. I've been tied up with wrapping up a recent project, but as soon as it was finished I came to see you." "Busy?" Xie Zinshan's mouth twisted into a sneer. "So busy that you've forgotten the surname in your bones." He suddenly waved his hand, knocking over the teacup on the table, sending warm tea splashing everywhere. Yet the anticipated chaos did not occur. As if expecting it, at the instant the tea and porcelain shards flew, Xie Jihing shifted his body slightly backward by half a step, his expensive suit trousers not even touched by a single drop of tea. "Grandfather," he raised his eyes to meet his gaze, "please be careful. It would be unfortunate if you hurt yourself." Xie Zinshan's clouded eyes stared fixedly at his grandson's terrifyingly calm face, his chest heaving violently. Just then the study door was pushed open again. "Oh, old man giving a lecture. Quite a commotion." A voice tinged with laughter spoke as Xie Qingzong leaned. He appeared no more than 40, well-preserved, wearing a perfectly tailored casual suit, his collar casually unbuttoned at the top, 2 buttons revealing a hint of bronze skin. A cynical smile hung on his face, his eyes, inherited from Xie Zhinshan, but with an added touch of roguish charm, first swept over the mess on the floor. A cynical smile hung on his face, his eyes, inherited from Xie Zhinshan, but with an added touch of roguish charm, first swept over the mess on the floor, lashing deep. Father. Xie Jiheng gave a slight nod as a greeting. Grandfather, elder brother. Xie Mingwei following behind, Xie Qingzong dared not even breathe heavily. In this household the people she feared most were her grandfather and her elder brother who had grown up under his wing. Xie Zinshan's gaze then fell upon Xie Mingwei. The rage in his eyes faded somewhat, replaced by an even colder disdain and displeasure. In his view, a granddaughter was ultimately an outsider incapable of inheriting the Xie family's legacy or living up to his expectations. Moreover, this granddaughter was so utterly beneath notice. A faint humph escaped his nostrils, and he immediately averted his gaze, as if even a second longer was a waste of effort. This complete neglect more than any direct reprimand suffocated Xie Mingwei. Involuntarily she shrank further behind Xie Qingzong. Xie Qingzong, however, was unafraid of him. Old man, calm down, will you? The family banquet is about to start, and everyone outside is waiting. I'm starving. You still have the nerve to eat. Xie Zinshan's anger flared at the sight of him. You've disgraced the Xie family. Yes, I'm a disgrace. Can we start the meal now? Xie Qingzong shrugged indifferently. Xie Zhinshan abruptly closed his eyes. Get out, all of you, get out. All right, Jiheng Weiwei, let's go eat. The family banquet was held in the mansion's largest hall. A massive crystal chandelier illuminated the redwood round table, making it gleam. Several uncles from the collateral branches and their families had already taken their seats. When they saw the three enter, smiles immediately spread across their faces. Their gazes lingered briefly on Xie Jiheng, then Xie Zhinshan, supported by the butler, was the last to take his seat at the head of the table. Chopsticks and bowls clinked softly as conversation drifted around mundane topics like weather and health, interspersed with a few compliments on Xie Jiheng's recent successful project. Xie Jiheng occasionally nodded, his replies brief and distant. Seeming bored, Xie Qingzong sipped his wine, his gaze wandering. Just then an elderly man seated to Xie Zinshan's right spoke up. He was Xie Zinshan's cousin, whom by seniority Xie Jiheng should address as third granduncle. Third granduncle Xie, over 70, had silver hair, but was hale and hearty, his face bearing the characteristic solemnity of the Xie family elders. He held considerable prestige within the clan and was one of the few who dared to speak a few intimate words in front of Xie Zhinshan. He cleared his throat, his voice loud and carrying an undeniable weight. Jiang, he said, looking directly at him with the straightforwardness of an elder, seeing how you've managed the Xie family to flourish, we old folks feel at ease. The 100-year legacy of the Xie family placed in your hands was the right choice. He first affirmed Xie Jiheng's ability, then shifted his tone, his gaze also turning to the head of the table. Xie, brother Jiheng is 26 this year, isn't he? In our old Xie family back in the day, he'd have had a child ready for school by now. Building a career is important, but starting a family, continuing the lineage, that's the most crucial matter of all. Our direct line of the Xie family, prosperity, depends on many descendants. When you were Jiheng's age, brother, that rascal Qingzong was already running wild all over the courtyard. These words struck precisely at Xie Zinshan's deepest concern. Advanced in years, he yearned to hold a great-grandson. He slapped the armrest of his chair, producing a dull thud, and his clouded eyes immediately fixed on Xie Jiheng. Building a career is fine, but you must also start a family. The root of the Xie family cannot be severed by your hands. Always busy, busy, busy. No matter how busy, you must produce the Xie family's firstborn grandson. As for those outside dalliances, you can play around, but anyone who enters the Xie family gate must be a pure and proper lady from a well-matched family. As he finished, the other uncles from collateral branches voiced their agreement. Xie Qingzong raised an eyebrow, watching his son with keen interest, waiting to see how he would handle this joint pressure from the old guard. Xie Mingwei, meanwhile, kept her head down, nibbling at a pastry, barely able to conceal the schadenfreude glinting in her eyes. Xiaohong. Third Master Xie called out gently again, seeing that he hadn't responded immediately. Don't blame your great-uncle for being nosy, but you should start thinking about it. Starting a family is a big deal. Is there any girl you fancy? Speak up, and we can help you weigh the options. Xie Jiheng's fingers holding the chopsticks paused for a brief moment. Starting a family. He had never thought about it before. I appreciate your concern, great-uncle. His voice remained unreadable. The group has several major overseas projects in critical stages, long cycles, heavy investments. It's too early to discuss this now. His gaze shifted to Xie Zhinshan. Grandfather, rest assured, I have my own considerations. Xie Zinshan's chest heaved, clearly deeply dissatisfied with this answer. He opened his mouth as if to force his authority as the family patriarch. But when his eyes met Xie Jiheng's unfathomable gaze, the spark of fighting spirit that had just ignited was doused like ice water poured over it. His grandson had grown too strong. In the end, he only let out a heavy snort, his face dark. The others exchanged glances, and the family banquet continued. The conversation was carefully steered away, and the collateral branches resumed their harmless pleasantries. Half an hour later, Xie Qingzong stood up first, stretching lazily. The playful smile on his face faded, revealing a trace of genuine weariness. He patted Xie Mingwei on the shoulder. All right, Mingwei, let's go. Xie Mingwei hesitated, but under Xie Qingzong's urging gaze, she braced herself to say goodbye and followed him out. The other collateral relatives left one by one, leaving only Xie Jihing behind. From the study came furious shouts and the sound of tea utensils hitting the floor. Another half hour passed. Xie Jihing pushed open the door and walked out, without pausing, striding straight through the dim corridor toward the old mansion's gate. His face looked even colder and harder under the faint light, the gloom between his brows thick and unshakable. Outside, a black sedan sat quietly at the foot of the steps. The cool night breeze carrying the city's scent brushed against his face as Xie Jiheng descended the steps. His assistant immediately stepped forward to open the rear door for make preparations. We're returning to Yinghai tomorrow. Yes, President Xie. Chen Emo, the chief assistant, had no superfluous questions and responded immediately. Yinghai City afternoon. The sun blazed fiercely and cicadas chirped shrilly among the plain leaves. Xie Jiheng stepped out of the car. Hearing the footsteps outside, Grandma Su looked up. When she recognized the visitor, there was some surprise, but more astonishment. Xiaohong. She put down her needlework, her reading glasses sliding down to the bridge of her nose. She squinted to get a better look. Why are you back so soon? Didn't you just go back last week? Are things settled? She remembered that every time her grandson returned to Jingshi, it would take at least half a month before he could come to see her. All settled. Xie Jiheng walked over to his grandmother and sat down on a small stool beside her. Are you tired? Or did things not go smoothly? She knew this child too well. The more silent he was, the deeper he buried his emotions, the more it meant something was weighing on his mind. It's nothing, Grandma. Just a bit tired. Everything's been taken care of, don't worry. Grandma Su sighed and stopped pressing. It's good that you're back. It's good that rest here if you're tired. Soak up some sun. She began to ramble about trivial matters in the alley. Xie Jiheng listened quietly, his gaze resting on the shifting shadows of the grape trellis. He stayed with his grandmother for nearly an hour. Seeing that her spirits were good, he finally rose to leave. Grandma Su insisted on seeing him to the courtyard gate, holding his hand and repeatedly urging, Xiaoheng, no matter how busy work gets, take care of yourself. If you ever feel unwell, come back to Grandma. I know, Grandma. Please go back inside. Xie Jiheng replied gently. Stepping out of the small courtyard, the afternoon sun in the old city district was. Xie Jiheng stood by the car, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the quiet library diagonally across the street. He motioned for the driver to wait, then strode across the bluestone path and pushed open the glass door of the old library. The familiar scent of old books and dust mingled with the cool air conditioning rushed toward him, briefly dispelling the heat outside. As usual, his gaze instinctively went to the third row by the window. Empty. Xie Jiheng paused for a moment, then walked straight over. He leaned back in the chair, his gaze not settling on any book, but piercing through the clean glass window toward the outside. Outside was the quiet backyard of the library. Several tall, old locust trees spread their dense canopies, casting large, swaying patches of deep green shade on the scorching concrete ground. He didn't know how long he stayed until his phone vibrated, prompting him to get up and return to the company. At 8 in the evening, Xie Jiheng had just finished a cross-border meeting. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The office door opened silently, and his assistant entered, gently placing several documents needing signatures on the desk, then stood by. Every time the boss returned from the old mansion, he was like this. He was used to it. Time flowed on in silence for a few more minutes. Xie Jiheng didn't turn around, his gaze still fixed on the flowing sea of lights in the distance. What has she been up to lately? Assistant Sun. Who? Assistant Sun was completely baffled, but under Xie Jiheng's icy stare a flash of insight struck him, and he remembered. He remembered everything. He might be referring to Miss Tang. But how would he know what Miss Tang had been doing these days? He wasn't some pervert monitoring her every move. He'll ask around for you. The assistant wanted to say he didn't know, but as a top-tier assistant, he couldn't let his boss down. Without waiting for Xie Jiheng's approval, he pulled out his phone and walked out. If he didn't leave, he'd be killed by the boss glare. His boss was good in every way except for his unpredictable temper. But that wasn't a problem. A monthly salary approaching 6 figures easily made up for that tiny flaw. First, he sent a message to Tang Yuan. No immediate reply. He dialed her number. Hello, Miss Tang. Where are you? What have you been up to lately? Tang Yuan. A bit presumptuous, isn't it? Receiving a call from assistant Sun, Tang Yuan was confused, and even more so after hearing his words. Oh, I don't mean anything by it, just asking. Assistant Sun explained. Tang Yuan. She opened the map and sure enough saw Xie Jiheng's location. He was back, much sooner than she had expected. Tang Yuan thought for a moment, decided not to make things difficult for a working person, and told the truth. She was at home planning to look for a part-time job in the next few days. Assistant Sun got the answer he wanted and immediately returned to report to Xie Jiheng. The office fell silent for a moment. On the polished glass, his inscrutable brows and eyes were reflected along with the blurred figure of the assistant behind him. Yet in Xie Jiaheng's mind, countless images flashed unbidden. The day after tomorrow's charity gala. Let her be my companion for the day. Paid. He rarely brought a female companion to events unless necessary. He admitted it. He was a little eager to see her. The assistant was slightly surprised, but quickly accepted. Thus Tang Yuan received another call from Assistant Sun. Assistant Sun's gentle voice came through the receiver, mentioning the invitation to the charity gala and the generous compensation. No need, the girl's voice was soft yet resolute. Mr. Xie has already helped me too much. I am willing to ease his burden. The assistant relayed Tang Yuan's words to Xie Jiheng. Xie Jiheng paused, then nodded to indicate he understood. 2 days passed. After finishing his affair, Xie Jiheng's car pulled up before an upscale styling studio. He pushed open the door, and the assistant already waiting by the side said, Mr. Xie, Miss Tang is ready. As he spoke, the studio door was respectfully pulled open. The light of the crystal chandeliers cascaded down. He lifted his gaze, and in that instant his steps came to an almost imperceptible halt. The girl who usually wore plain clothes was now draped in a purple mermaid-style evening gown, as if twilight had been crushed and woven into the silk. Her meticulously styled hair fell softly over her shoulders, a few stray strands brushing against her smooth forehead. Her makeup was extremely light, only accentuating her clear eyes and full glossy lips. The light cast a soft glow over her porcelain-like skin, making her appear pure and untainted, yet the gown highlighted a breathtaking, arresting beauty that hovered between a girl and a woman. Like a camellia blooming in the morning mist adorned with dewdrops, her beauty was pure and fragile. Hearing the sound, Tang Yuan looked up at him, her eyes instantly sparking with light. Mr. Xie, you're here. As she approached, a scent mingling sunshine and sweet floral fruit invaded his senses, silently dissolving the irritation and gloom that had gathered between his brows over the past few days. Mr. Xie, do I look okay? Seeing that Xie Jiheng remained silent, staring at her, she asked softly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. Xie Jiheng snapped back to reality, his eyes still not leaving her. His Adam's apple bobbed as he reached out to adjust her slightly askew hair ornament. All right, very beautiful. Let's go. Tang Yuan's eyes curved into crescents upon hearing this. Under the halo of the crystal chandelier, Tang Yuan, holding Xie Jiheng's arm, stepped into the banquet hall. Mr. Xie, who is this? Business magnates cast inquisitive glances. Tang Yuan raised her eyes at the right moment, her lashes casting delicate shadows beneath. Her voice was like honey-dipped mint. I am a student sponsored by Mr. Xie. It is an honor to accompany him. The charity gala was not as interesting as Tang Yuan had imagined. In fact, it was somewhat dull. The crystal chandelier's glare was too dazzling, making her eyes dizzy. The air was thick with the complex scent of high-end perfume and cold dishes. It was novel at first, but soon grew stifling. The auction segment was tedious. The host spoke with great emotion, while the audience raised their paddles enthusiastically. Numbers climbed higher and higher, followed by timely applause. Xie Jiheng only raised his paddle twice in a languid manner. Tang Yuan clicked her tongue repeatedly at the bids, which often reached 7 figures. At 9 in the evening, Xie Jiheng left with Tang Yuan. Once in the car, Tang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The black sedan merged smoothly into the traffic, neon lights streaming past the window. Xie Jiheng leaned back on his side, resting his eyes. Tang Yuan withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at his profile in repose. Mr. Xie. He heard her voice and slowly opened his eyes. His deep dark eyes turned to her in silent inquiry. In the dim light of the car, Tang Yuan's cheeks had already flushed a delicate pink, spreading to her small earlobes. Mr. Xie, can I go to your place? As her words fell, the car fell into a dead silence. The driver and assistant in the front seat wished they could go deaf on the spot. 2 consecutive system notification sounds rang out. Tang Yuan clearly saw that the moment her words reached him, Xie Jiheng's deep pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, like a boulder dropped into a calm sea, stirring up turbulent undercurrents. The lingering fatigue on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a flicker of astonishment. And beneath that astonishment, complex emotions rapidly surged along with a dangerous glint he forcibly suppressed. Xie Jiheng's throat went dry. He had seen too many people trying to cling to him, but he never expected her to appear so eager. She was still young. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, Tang Yuan suddenly turned her face away. If my aunt sees me dressed like this, she'll overthink. She stared at her fingers twisted into a knot on her lap, deliberately mumbling the last words, as if holding a piece of unmelted candy in her mouth. So can I go to your place first to change clothes? The air seemed to freeze for a second. The driver and assistant in the front suddenly understood, and inexplicably they breathed a sigh of relief. Xie Jiheng's entire body stiffened, unable to move. Can I? Tang Yuan opened her large watery almond eyes wide. I can. It took Xie Jihing a long time to find his voice, and he told the driver to go to the nearest apartment. Tang Yuan immediately lifted her face. Mr. Xie is such a good person. She deliberately dragged out the last syllable of good in a soft, sweet tone. Xie Jihing turned his face slightly, not daring to look at her. Good person again. How much must she trust him to dare go to an adult man's home? To Royal Garden, Xie Jihing suddenly said. The driver's hand on the steering wheel clearly paused. They had just made a U-turn, and now he changed his mind. But he didn't ask any questions and obediently turned around. He didn't ask, but someone else did. Tang Yuan looked at the receding neon lights outside the window. Why the change of place? That apartment hasn't been lived in for too long. Tang Yuan nodded, thinking she understood, assuming it was because the house hadn't been cleaned. She didn't know that all of Xie Jihing's properties were regularly cleaned by staff. The driver drove swiftly and smoothly, and in just 10 minutes they arrived. Eugene Garden, a 1,200 square meter flat with a gray color scheme. The sensor light at the entrance flickered on, casting a soft glow. Xie Jihing strode straight into the depths of the living room. He took off his impeccably tailored suit jacket and casually placed it on the sofa. The guest room is over there. Go change. Tang Yuan nodded. She walked and closed the door behind her, but didn't lock it. Xie Jihing did not sit down. He stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, his back to the guest room, his silhouette almost merging into the night outside. His thoughts were in turmoil. Inside the guest room, the crystal wall lamp cast Tang Yuan's shadow on the floor. She fanned her flushed cheeks in the mirror, her fingers repeatedly hooking the zipper of her gown, but deliberately pulling it only halfway down. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Sensing something amiss, Xie Jihing walked over. He rapped his knuckles on the wooden door. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Sensing something amiss, Xie Jihing walked over. He rapped his knuckles on the wooden door. Tang Yuan. Hearing no response from the girl, his brow furrowed instantly. Just as he was about to speak again, the door suddenly swung open from inside, and a fragrant scent mixed with the girl's warm breath rushed. Looking down, Xie Jihing saw her flushed cheeks. She tilted her head up slightly, a faint blush of embarrassment coloring her face as she met his eyes with a somewhat helpless look. The zipper seems stuck. Xie Jihing was momentarily taken aback, but his mouth had already spoken. Let me help you. Okay. Tang Yuan's eyes were clear and moist. She responded, and then turned her back to him, her fingers pointing helplessly at the stuck spot. Take a look, is it broken? Xie Jihing lowered his gaze, his eyes falling on her back. The gown's opening wasn't particularly low, but it perfectly revealed her elegant shoulder blades and the slender waistline hidden beneath the fabric. Her skin glowed with a pearl-like, delicate luster under the light presented before him without any defense. The distance was dangerously close. For a moment, there was no movement. Tang Yuan was about to turn around and ask. Warm breath brushed against the back of her neck. The man's well-defined fingers touched the zipper. The soft sound of metal teeth meshing mixed with their rapid heartbeats, deafening in the silent room. His fingers were slightly cool, a stark contrast to the warmth of her back, instantly sending a cascade of delicate ripples through her. He paused, his fingertips clearly sensing the subtle tightening of her skin beneath and the faint tremor at his touch. Click. A soft sound. The zipper obediently slid halfway down. Seeming to feel the zipper's movement and the coolness on her back, Tang Yuan instinctively turned her head to say thank you. But because they were too close, her lips nearly brushed against his jaw. Xie Jihing lifted his eyelids, his gaze involuntarily falling on her slightly parted lip. Her warm breath wisp by wisp brushed against his lips, carrying a deadly allure. His Adam's apple rolled almost imperceptibly, his jaw tightening. As if bewitched, his body involuntarily leaned forward a fraction of an inch. Their lips could almost feel each other's temperature. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and slammed the door shut with a bang. Tang Yuan glanced at the closed door, then took off her gown and changed into her own clothes. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and slammed the door shut with a bang. Tang Yuan glanced at the closed door, then took off her gown and changed into her own clothes. In the mirror, her flushed cheeks were reflected. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertips gently touching her lips that had almost been seared by his breath moments ago. Such a pity. They didn't kiss. In the end, it was Assistant Sun and the driver who escorted Tang Yuan home. As for Xie Jihing, after Tang Yuan changed her clothes and came out, she didn't see him. It was already 10 o'clock when she got home. After showering and lying in bed, Tang Yuan opened the favorability interface. It was fine until she looked. Then she was startled and sat up straight. Xie Jihing's favorability 1, please be aware host. Xie Jihing's favorability 1. 1-1. A long string of increase and decrease notifications appeared before her eyes, yet the total favorability remained at 79. 0128 also appeared floating in front of the blue light screen, pointing and commenting. Hey, what's wrong with him? Could his program have several pages of 1 and 1. It's suspected he was broken. Tang Yuan was also puzzled. Could it really be because they didn't kiss? She mused, but soon her attention was drawn to the extra redeemable favorability points. Bound person Strategizing, gender, male, total favorability, 79, redeemable favorability, 35, post Tang Yuan, gender female, age 18, health status, strong beauty value 90, level 8, 1080001200000, consumption points, 3000, redeemable favorability 35. 35. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. Jackpot, jackpot. I love Strategizing so much. She immediately converted all the favorability points into consumption points, bringing the total to 38000. Kissy want to draw a lottery. 0128 stared at Tang Yuan's consumption points, extremely enthusiastic. The corner of Tang Yuan's mouth twitched as she manually covered 0128's eyes. Don't look, it's not yours. Ignoring the squealing 0128 for now, she opened the system mall. She wanted to spend to level up. After a moment's hesitation, she bought 4 cards nonetheless. A Swan's Graceback card costing 100 consumption points, and a Jade Foot renewal card costing 800 consumption points. A Celestial Voice card and a Pure Snow Flawless card, each costing 500 consumption points. Swan's Graceback card, after use, the back fat naturally tightens, the shoulder blades protrude slightly like butterfly wings, and the shoulder and neck lines extend fluidly. Even in loose clothing, the lightness of the figure is hard to conceal. Jade Foot renewal card, after use, the foot lines become slender and graceful, toes rounded and neat, skin delicate and smooth without calluses. Celestial Voice card, after use, the voice becomes crisp with a hint of sweetness, breath long and melodious. When speaking, the tail of the sound carries an alluring tremor. Singing is ethereal and clear like an echo in a valley. Pure Snow Flawless card, after use, all excess body hair except for hair, eyebrows, nasal hair, and eyelashes instantly disappears. The hair follicles enter a dormant state, preventing regrowth. At the same time, a transparent protective film forms on the skin's surface, avoiding sensitivity and redness caused by hair removal, and the texture is as smooth as warm jade. 0128 finally broke free from Tang Yuan's hand and sat on her head, still not giving up. Post, the lottery pool's winning rate has really increased. Why don't you try again? Alright, they'll trust you one more time. After a moment's thought, Tang Yuan agreed, since she still had plenty of consumption points. She opened the spinning wheel and tapped a 10 pull. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained orange-flavored candy X10. Tang Yuan. Hee hee. This is normal. Why not try again? Tang Yuan cooperatively tapped a single pull. The wheel spun. Tang Yuan held little hope, but unexpectedly golden light burst forth the next second. A golden quality card with a piano pattern appeared before her eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a permanent advanced piano card X1. Tang Yuan. 0128. It hadn't expected the host to actually draw it. Concealing its shock, it straightened its posture. Host, now do you believe me? I didn't make you draw just to trick you out of your consumption points. I believe it, I believe it. 0128. You're so good, love you. 0128's little face reddened. It felt like its program was burning, but it quickly sobered up. Host, keep up the good work. You'll definitely draw more. It wanted to earn more. The limited time kitten skin was about to be taken off the shelves, and it was still short on consumption points. Tang Yuan thought it was okay, so she tapped a 10 pull. Golden light flashed again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a permanent close-range defense card X1 and orange-flavored candy X9. Close-range defense card, after use, quickly master practical close-range defense and counterattack techniques. Another card dropped. Tang Yuan was thrilled knowing that such skill cards were unavailable for purchase at her current level. And now, spending just over 1,000 consumption points, she had drawn 2 permanent cards. What a profit. She knew when to stop and decided not to draw anymore. 0128 was completely dumbfounded. Why did this scene feel so familiar? Could headquarters have really increased the lottery pool's winning rate? But this is too high. 0128, you're so good, kissy. Tang Yuan grabbed 0128 and wanted to give it a kiss. 0128 suddenly felt a warm touch on its cheek. It turned red all over. Ahem. I'm just average, really. Tang Yuan used all the golden cards she obtained today. The effect took only a second. Many close-range defense and counterattack techniques appeared in her mind. She needed to find a chance to try them out. Host Tang Yuan, gender female, age 18, health status, strong beauty value, 92, level 9, 1301001500000, consumption points, 7,900, redeemable favorability, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up to level 9. Unlocked the level 4 compass indicator and obtained a 1 centimeter height card X1 and orange-flavored candy X90. Tang Yuan was satisfied with her draws, pulled the covers over herself, and drifted into dreamland. She slept soundly, but someone else lay awake all night. At Eugene Garden, Strategizing only came out of the study after hearing Tang Yuan leave. He moved almost instinctively toward the guest room. Pushing open the balcony door, the cool summer night air rushed toward him, carrying the moist scent of grass and trees. He pulled a chair and sat down, his hands resting on his knees. His fingers unconsciously tightened, veins bulging fiercely on the back of his hands. The next second, as if drained of all strength, his hands slackened limply, fingertips trembling slightly. He suddenly closed his eyes, his thick lashes casting deep shadows beneath them. In the darkness, her profile, the breath, so close, the softness, almost touched. All the details surged over him with astonishing heat, making his breath instantly heavy and rapid, his chest heaving violently. Yet at the edge where this agitation was about to consume his reason, he snapped his eyes open, as if burned by his own thoughts. He quickly turned his face away, his Adam's apple bobbing violently, as if struggling to swallow something bitter. No. She is his sister. He tried to empty his mind. After a long moment, he stood up, turning to leave, but his gaze was caught by a hint of purple at the air seemed to still hold the faint fragrance of her. He walked over, his steps so light they barely made a sound. His tall figure cast a shadow as he stood before the ottoman, slightly lowering his gaze. His slender fingers twitched, as if wanting to touch the smooth fabric, yet in the instant before contact, they froze in midair. His fingertips were barely a hair's breadth away from the silky purple. Finally, he slowly extended his hand. The room was quiet except for his breathing, which seemed deeper than usual, clearly audible, and he left the guest room and walked straight toward the master bedroom area. The purple fabric hung side by side with his crisp suit jacket. Amid the calm tones of the dressing room, that color was like a drop of violet juice falling into a deep pool, silently spreading a forbidden, alluring beauty. It belonged here, yet seemed completely out of place. As dawn broke, he left High. Tang Yuan hadn't seen Strategizing for over half a month. Yet she wasn't particularly anxious. August arrived. The rainstorm came without warning, fierce and violent, instantly drenching the city. Raindrops the size of beans pounded the asphalt, splashing up a misty haze. In the distance, neon lights blurred into fuzzy orbs through the rain curtain, losing their usual sharp out. Tang Yuan had just finished her part-time job. Standing under a narrow eaves, she gazed at the white curtain of rain before her, worried. Her thin summer clothes were quickly soaked by the slanting rain, clinging to her arms with a chill. The last bus had long departed, and the queue number on the ride-hailing app was dauntingly long. Just as she was nearly overwhelmed by the cold rain and frustration, a low-key black sedan pulled up steadily in front of her. The passenger side window lowered silently halfway, revealing a familiar face. Assistant Sun, holding a large black umbrella, got out of the car swiftly and strode up the step. Assistant Sun, Miss Tang, the rain is too heavy. Get in quickly. Assistant Sun opened the car door, carefully shielding her head as she got in. Thank you. Tang Yuan's words of gratitude were cut off by a familiar male voice. Dry yourself first. Tang Yuan looked over. She saw Strategizing sitting quietly on the other side of the back seat. His well-tailored dark shirt almost merged with the shadows inside the car. So you're here too, Mr. Yeah, I thought. He responded softly, handing her the towel. Thank you. Tang Yuan took it. As she dried herself, she couldn't help sneaking a glance at him, her wet lashes framing clear, curious eyes. Why are you here, Mr. Yeah. Strategizing watched her wrap herself in the towel. Without any guard, her wet hair tousled under the cloth, revealing a small stretch of white nape. His gaze lingered on her slightly flushed nape for a moment, then shifted away, turning back to the window. Just passing by. Driver. Assistant. They all knew it wasn't just passing by. Give me your phone, he said, his voice low. Tang Yuan was stunned for a moment before realizing he meant her phone. Okay. After understanding, she handed him the phone. His fingers, long and dry, steadily took the phone that was damp with the moisture from her palm. Strategizing opened the contacts and operated on the screen. 2 minutes later, he handed the phone back to her. Tang Yuan took it and glanced at it instinctively. Nope, brother Tang Yuan. What does it mean? Strategizing naturally noticed the confusion in her eyes, but he had Nope, brother Tang Yuan. What does it mean? Strategizing naturally noticed the confusion in her eyes, but he had no intention of explaining. Call me if anything comes up. He would seldom return to High from now on. In mid-August, the senior year of High No. 3 high school started. Yuan. As soon as Tang Yuan reached the school gate, a warm body suddenly pounced and hugged her neck. Wu Yang's voice sounded in her ear, surprise. I came back specially from Jing. Yeah, what a surprise. Tang Yuan patted her shoulder. You're not pretending well at all. Wu Yang stood up straight and linked arms with Tang Yuan. Hey, congratulations on starting your wonderful senior year. Remember to miss me. The two chatted at the gate for a while, and only when it was almost time did they let Tang Yuan. Wu Yang watched Tang Yuan enter the school before leaving. But soon after Tang Yuan entered, another familiar voice called out to her. Yuan, why were you hugging Wu Yang just now? How can she still have the face to come to school? Isn't she afraid of being seen? If I were her, I'd be too ashamed to come. What genius girl. Can't even get into a university. TSK. Tang Yuan turned around at the sound and saw Zhang Kursin with a disdainful expression. Although she was wearing a school uniform, she had on a pair of leather shoes that clearly cost a fortune. The bag slung over her shoulder was no longer the old canvas one. Even her hair was meticulously styled and her ears were adorned with 2 small diamond studs. She was completely different from 2 months ago. Zhang Kursin, can that mouth of yours do anything other than spew filth? Tang Yuan stepped back to avoid Zhang Kursin's reaching hand, her gaze icy. Zhang Kursin froze for a moment, then asked in disbelief, "Did you just curse at me?" "Yeah, if you can't understand, go get your brain checked." "I'm stating facts, why are you cursing me?" "I think your brain is the problem." Tang Yuan, her finger with its exquisitely manicured nail, was almost poking Tang Yuan's face. "Facts." Tang Yuan slapped her hand away, the force so great that Zhang Kursin's hand instantly turned red. She let out a shriek, causing passing students to turn and look. Can something without evidence be called a fact? I think when your mother gave birth to you, she raised the placenta and threw away the brain as trash. That's why you have a human mouth, but only do the work of a gossiping maggot. Don't let me hear you spreading rumors, or I won't hesitate to beat you up. And those things you've done, I don't mind spreading them around either. Zhang Kursin covered her reddened hand, her body trembling violently. She never expected Tang Yuan to be so explosive today. Her lips quivered, and before she could utter any venomous words, Tang Yuan had already turned and left. She stared at Tang Yuan's back, her eyes as if poisoned. Fine, if that's the case, then Zhang Kursin would break off their friendship today. She had originally planned to bring her along to make some money, but now it seemed unnecessary. When Tang Yuan arrived at the classroom, most of the class was already there. "Wow, Yuan, you've gotten even prettier over the summer break." Wei Mingyun was extremely excited to see Tang Yuan hugging her arm and sniffing deeply. So fragrant. It felt like her soul was being healed. Tang Yuan helplessly pushed Wei Mingyun's head away. "Morning, I'm about to be strangled by you." "Wei Mingyun, you're really crazy. Anyone would think you're a pervert." Ai Ruiguang grabbed Wei Mingyun's collar from behind. "You're going to strangle Tang Yuan to death." "Don't pull me." Annoyed by the interruption, Wei Mingyun let go of Tang Yuan and swung a slap. Ai Ruiguang, as if prepared, ducked to avoid one slap, then sidestepped to avoid another. "Wei Mingyun." Tang Yuan took this opportunity to quickly stuff her backpack in. Then she turned sideways and pulled the angry Wei Mingyun, her brows curved in a smile. "Good morning, Gu shooting." Ai Ruiguang. Ding Gu Zuding's affection value 2, total affection value 75. A cold mechanical prompt sounded, causing Tang Yuan's hand to freeze. "Good morning, Tang Yuan. You're finally here. Wei Mingyun has been talking about you for half an hour." Ai Ruiguang replied with a grin, clutching his arm where Wei Mingyun had pinched him. "Morning." Gu Shooting leaned back in his chair, his brows and eyes full of smiles. Tang Yuan looked up at the young man's handsome face. The young man's appearance was truly outstanding. A high nose bridge, slightly upturned eyes, and the whole person resembled warm jade soaked in sunlight, bright, yet not dazzling. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, partially obscuring his brows and eyes. That posture overlapped with the figure she had looked up to countless times in the depths of her memory. Something in her chest suddenly tightened, then abruptly loosened, leaving an indescribable feeling of stagnation. She lowered her eyes, her long lashes hiding the emotions within. Gu Shooting. Had she liked him? Maybe. But gratitude outweighed liking. Whether it was the timid shadow of her past life, or the calculating version of herself in this life, neither seemed worthy of such pure feelings. They should keep some distance. She turned around and took out her books and assignments as a cover. Wei Mingyun, however, didn't notice Tang Yuan's unusual behavior and continued to talk sideways with the person behind her while also chatting with Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan nodded in response. After morning reading, Xie Mingwei arrived. As soon as she appeared, Li Yunfei, like a dog smelling a bone, quickly scurried over. But Xie Mingwei ignored her and went straight to Gu Zuding's seat. "Gu Shooting, long time no see. You have no idea how much I wanted to hang out with you during the summer break." Gu Shooting nodded in response, his attitude quite cold. After not seeing each other for the whole summer, his attitude made Xie Mingwei feel somewhat uncomfortable, but she continued chatting with Gu Shooting with a smile, even squeezing Ai Ruiguang aside to sit down herself. But when she saw Tang Yuan, who was sitting in front of Gu Shooting, a flash of malice flickered in her eyes. As if sensing it, Tang Yuan turned her head and met her eyes directly. Neither of them avoided the other's gaze, nor did they speak. Their eyes clashed in the air. Xie Mingwei sneered repeatedly in her heart. She's grown some nerve. It's fine. They'll make her know the consequences of offending me. See you tomorrow, Tang Yuan. Hope you can take it. Xie Mingwei was the first to look away, and when she turned her head, her expression had already changed. Gu Shooting, where did you go during the summer? I couldn't find you. Did you need something? Can't I just look for you? No. Nothing much happened in the morning. Time passed quickly, and it was now the break of the third period in the afternoon. The classroom was bustling. Jean Curson, whenever she had a chance, would flaunt her designer brands. At that moment, she was surrounded by a few girls basking in their genuine or feigned envious gazes, recounting anecdotes from her summer vacation on a private island, her laughter never ceasing. Tang Yuan turned her head several times at the sound, and even Xie Mingwei looked over a few times, but Jean Curson showed no sign of restraining herself. Xie Mingwei's lips tightened. Just as she was about to throw a book, the front door of the classroom was pushed open. The noise did not immediately cease, until they saw that the ones entering were not the familiar subject teacher or the dean, but two police officers in dark blue uniforms. The air was instantly sucked dry. All sounds came to an abrupt halt. Dozens of eyes turned in unison. Jean Curson, like the other students, was drawn to the sudden intruders. The smug smile on her face hadn't even had time to fully fade, only tinged with a hint of annoyance at being interrupted and a hint of curiosity for the spectacle. Police. What are they doing at school? Catching a thief? Or did some unlucky guy get into trouble with outside thugs? A few irrelevant thoughts flashed through her mind. Tang Yuan, however, turned her head first and glanced at Jean Curson. Intuition told her it must be related to Jean Curson. Sure enough, the next second the leading police officer's sharp gaze swept across the classroom and finally locked onto Jean Curson. He showed his badge, and though his voice was not loud, it was clear in the dead-silent classroom. Student Jean Curson. Jean Curson's smile froze. Her face, which had been radiant just moments ago, instantly drained of color, turning as pale as paper. She could feel the gazes of the entire class focusing on her like searchlights. It's me. Is there something? Her voice was dry and tight, trembling uncontrollably. She subconsciously looked at the latest watch on her wrist and unconsciously touched the new fruit phone in her backpack. You were suspected of involvement in an illegal fundraising case related to Zhang and of assisting in the transfer of illicit funds. Please come with us to the station for investigation. The officer's tone was businesslike, devoid of any emotion. Illegal fundraising. Brother Zhang. You mean Brother Zhang is involved in illegal fundraising? Jean Curson's mind exploded with a deafening roar, countless thoughts colliding wildly. Impossible. Brother Zhang said it was just a normal investment between friends, that it was absolutely safe. He said even if something went wrong, he could handle it. He said it would be fine. You've got it wrong. I know nothing. I'm just a student. Brother Zhang. The officer remained unmoved. Another officer stepped forward and interrupted. Student Jean Curson, please cooperate with us. Now come with us. No, I didn't do anything. There must be a mistake. Brother Zhang said it was fine. Seeming to sense her disbelief, the officer added, Zhang was taken into custody this morning. He embezzled a large sum of money from his father-in-law's company for illegal fundraising activities and used accounts held by you and several others to launder and transfer the stolen funds. That watch on your wrist. The officer's gaze swept over the latest luxury watch on her wrist, and that unexplained allowance in your bank account, all bought with the stolen money. These are evidence. With that, the officer deftly produced a pair of cold handcuffs. I didn't. You've got it wrong. I know nothing. By now she was completely panicked, her voice twisted with extreme terror. But it was too late. She couldn't resist, and the handcuffs were placed on her wrists. She looked around desperately for help, but the girls who had been crowding around her just moments ago now stepped back in unison, averting their eyes as if fleeing a plague. Even the boys who usually showed interest in her kept their heads down, pretending not to see. Student Jean Curson, please cooperate with us. Now come with us. The officer gestured toward the door. Under the gaze of everyone, Jean Curson felt as if she had been stripped naked and thrown under a spotlight. She lifted her head abruptly, her eyes darting frantically across the classroom as if searching for a lifeline, until her gaze landed on Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan. Jean Curson suddenly burst out, with surprising strength, staggering toward Tang Yuan's seat before the officers could react. The entire class was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Dozens of eyes focused on them. Tang Yuan chair, and all moved back a step to avoid Jean Curson's body. Jean Curson, having thrown herself too forcefully, slammed into the desk with a loud noise. Ignoring the pain, she reached out and grabbed Tang Yuan's school uniform sleeve. Tang Yuan, save me, help me. We're friends. You always helped me before. Tell them you know I'm innocent. Tell them. Her words were incoherent, her voice hoarse. She didn't know why she turned to Tang Yuan, but deep down she felt Tang Yuan should help her. They used to be best friends. Back then, whatever she asked, Tang Yuan would agree. Tang Yuan sat calmly in her seat, not startled by Jean Curson's sudden lunge. She merely furrowed her brow, slightly looking at her former friend. Let go. Tang Yuan's voice was low, carrying a coldness that pushed people away. Jean Curson gripped even tighter, her nails almost digging into Tang Yuan's sleeve, as if that were her last lifeline. No, Tang Yuan, you can't just watch me die. Help me. We're best friends. She knew in her heart that if she was taken away today, she would probably never come out. The things Brother Zhang had done. Tang Yuan's brow furrowed deeper. There was no need for further conversation. She simply pulled her arm free from Jean Curson's grip inch by inch. The two officers had already secured Zhang Kursin, who was struggling again. Tang Yuan straightened her crumpled sleeve, looked up, and cast one final glance at Zhang Kursin, now held by the officers. In this life, without her to go through fire and water for her, she was more foolish than she had imagined. For the sake of pitiful vanity and unrealistic fantasies, she would touch anything, believe anyone. She had foreseen that she would eventually ruin herself, just not so soon. When Zhang Kursin saw that Tang Yuan wouldn't help her, there was no regret in her eyes, only hatred for Tang Yuan's refusal. Tang Yuan, I hate you. A deathly silence fell over the classroom for a few seconds, followed by a wave of discussion more intense than any before. Oh my God, handcuffs. She's really been arrested. Illegal fundraising. Isn't she only 18? How could she? Why not? Didn't you hear she was helping that Zhang? Where did those luxury brands come from over the summer? Tisk tisk, she's finished now. Embezzled his father-in-law's money and tricked a student into money laundering. What a scumbag. Zhang Kursin is so stupid, being used and still counting the money. Vanity kills, getting herself thrown in jail for some luxury brands. The teacher arrived and finally silenced the chaotic chatter. The school quickly ordered a ban on discussing the matter, but people still whispered about it privately. After school, Tang Yuan packed her bag and prepared to go home. As she left, Xie Mingwei patted her on the shoulder. See you tomorrow, Tang. Host, did you hear that? She seems to be threatening you. 0128 emerged from the space. I heard it. Not only did he hear it, he heard it very clearly. Last semester, Xie Mingwei must have endured a lot. Xie Jiheng had only left Yinhai City for half a month, and she couldn't wait any longer. Host, are you scared? I can tell she wants to beat you to death. 0128 still remembered that last semester it was this woman who led people to attack the hub. I'm scared. So what should I do? 0128. Tang Yuan trembled her eyelashes, putting on a delicate demeanor. Hurry up and give her a cheat code, preferably one that could destroy the world. 0128 scratched its thick hair deep in thought. How about this, host? Let's try a lottery draw first and see if we can get something good. Tang Yuan. She knew she couldn't count on it. Come on, host, I've opened it for you. 0128 said, casually opening the lottery page. Fortunately, no one else could see these panels. Tang Yuan gave 0128 a resentful glance, but ultimately chose to draw. As usual, she started with a 10 pull. Ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained orange-flavored candy X10. Normal, she comforted herself. Without stopping, she clicked another 10 pull. Ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained orange-flavored candy X10. Tang Yuan. Indeed, luck wasn't something you could rely on every time. 0128 saw Tang Yuan about to stop, and that wouldn't do. It was so close to buying a skin. Host, it's about to drop. Keep going, victory is right ahead. Tang Yuan glanced at the remaining few thousand spending points, gritted her teeth, and did another 10 pull. Ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained orange-flavored candy X10. Alright, completely resigned. Host, how about one single pull? Tang Yuan looked at 0128, thought for a moment, and still clicked a single pull. The next second, golden light burst forth and a golden quality card materialized before her eyes. Ding, congratulations, host, you've obtained permanent photographic memory card X1. Photographic memory card, after use one glance, is enough to remember all content. Tang Yuan was a bit excited. It seemed she still had some luck on her side. She clicked to use it. The moment the card merged into her body, Tang Yuan felt a cool sensation in her mind. The tense nerves instantly relaxed, and her originally chaotic thoughts became clear and transparent. She picked up a book and glanced at it, and the entire page was engraved into her mind, not a single punctuation mark out of place. How amazing! She turned to tell 0128 the good news, only to find that the little boy who had been floating beside her was gone, and on the desk sat a black tabby cat. What's wrong, host? Are you captivated by this system's sleek figure? 0128 raised its head proudly. It had done its homework. This type of cat was the most formidable among domestic cats. Tomorrow, whoever dared to bully the host, it would claw them. 0128. Meow. You? Turned into a cat. Before she could finish, Tang Yuan scooped up 0128 into her arms and took a deep sniff. Soft and fragrant little kitty. She loved it. Host, why are you molesting me? The next day, Tang Yuan walked into school thinking about Xie Mingwei's petty tricks from her past life. This time she deliberately arrived early, so there were only a few people in the classroom. Reaching her seat, Tang Yuan first observed the surroundings. No glue, no dead mice or strange things, no scratches on the desk or textbooks. But to be safe, Tang Yuan directly swapped her own chair with Xie Mingwei's. After confirming the desk was also fine, she sat down. It wasn't that she was overthinking. Xie Mingwei really did use such petty tricks to disgust her. During morning reading, Xie Mingwei, as usual, didn't show up. Instead, Li Yunfei had been giving her a cold face since she entered, her malice barely concealed. Tang Yuan frowned. She truly couldn't understand why Li Yunfei bore such intense malice toward her. She had never offended Li Yunfei, and in the 2 years of high school, she had barely exchanged a few words with her. Ever since Xie Mingwei transferred, here Li Yunfei had been following her like a little sidekick. She was Xie Mingwei's #1 simp. If Xie Mingwei targeted her because of certain matters, then Li Yunfei's targeting was inexplicable. Before her rebirth during the second semester of sophomore year, the one who hit her hardest was Li Yunfei. She didn't know if it was on Xie Mingwei's orders, but the fact that she beat her was undeniable. Maybe some people were just born evil. Tang Yuan withdrew her thoughts and focused on the books. The golden card she drew yesterday was really useful. Studying became much easier. She first shot a glare at Tang Yuan, then stepped past her to greet Gu shooting. Only when the bell for class rang did she return to her seat and sit down. Throughout the day, Tang Yuan kept an eye on their movements. Yet by the time the final class of the afternoon ended, she had still not seen Xie Mingwei and her group make any move. Were they planning to act outside the school grounds? Just as school let out, Li Yunfei approached Tang Yuan's desk and pressed down on the hand Tang Yuan was using to gather her textbooks. Tang Yuan, it's been a whole summer break. How about we find a place to chat? She emphasized the word chat, with biting intent, her eyes brimming with provocation. Tang Yuan withdrew her hand, lifted her gaze, and swept her eyes across the classroom. Apart from the two of them, a few classmates were still packing their bags. Xie Mingwei was nowhere to be seen. Tang Yuan raised her head, stared at Li Yunfei's face, and slowly uttered 2 words, no. Why should she go just because she was told to? She wasn't foolish enough to willingly walk into a beating. In her past life, she had been weak and unwilling to resist, but if she repeated that mistake in this life, it would have been a wasted rebirth. Although she had drawn a close-quarters defense card, she was still far from strong enough to fight a group alone. The reason she had managed to win in the restroom earlier was purely due to the environment. If it were any ordinary place, 2 fists could never overcome 4 hands. She would not put herself in danger. Li Yunfei was visibly stunned by this answer, her mind racing with disbelief. How dare she refuse? You? Tang Yuan, aren't you so impressive? Now you're scared. What gives you the right to refuse? You must come. Move aside, you're blocking the way. Tang Yuan was utterly calm. This indifferent attitude, more than any fierce resistance, inflicted a profound sense of defeat and humiliation upon Li Yunfei. The more Tang Yuan acted this way, the more Li Yunfei refused to budge. She stretched out her arms, using her body to block Tang Yuan's path, determined to drag her there today. That wretched Tang Yuan deserved to be beaten a few more times to learn her lesson. Forced to stop, Tang Yuan looked at Li Yunfei blocking her way, hesitated no longer, and reached out to shove her aside. A good dog doesn't block the road. Since her physique had been enhanced, her strength surpassed that of an average girl, and she easily pushed Li Yunfei away. Li Yunfei's arm knocked against the desk, causing her to cry out in pain. Her eyes blazed with fury. Forgetting that they were still in the classroom with surveillance cameras, she raised her hand. Having suffered so many defeats, she still failed to learn. She still believed Tang Yuan was as easy to bully as before. Just as the palm whistling through the air was about to land, Tang Yuan raised her hand and seized it, gripping the vulnerable joint of Li Yunfei's wrist and applying force instantly. Li Yunfei felt a sharp pain in her wrist, then excruciating agony shot through her entire arm, freezing her powerful slap mid-swing. The momentum of her charge was also forcibly halted by this force, and her body lurched forward due to inertia. The next second, a crisp sound of a slap echoed through the silent classroom. A palm print instantly appeared on Li Yunfei's cheek. Next time you think of hitting someone, remember to check first whether your bones are hard enough. Tang Yuan, as if discarding a piece of trash, abruptly released her grip on Li Yunfei's wrist. Her eyes carried a hint of mockery as she casually swept her gaze over the slap mark on Li Yunfei's face. It would have looked better if it were symmetrical. She might not be able to fight a crowd, but that didn't mean she wouldn't hit Li Yunfei. As for Li Yunfei, she had already lost her balance from that slap. With her support gone, her legs gave way, and with a thud, she collapsed awkwardly onto the floor. Tang Yuan didn't bother to look at Li Yunfei on the ground. She flicked her hand lightly, then turned around and walked out of the classroom. Only then did Li Yunfei snap out of her shock. The pain on her face made her tears fall uncontrollably. Clutching her cheek, she shrieked at Tang Yuan's retreat. Oh, whoa. Tang Yuan, you wretch. I'm going to tell the teacher. The next day, Tang Yuan attended class as usual, but Li Yunfei was absent. During the morning reading break, the homeroom, Teacher Luo Duo sought her out. Teacher Luo, you wanted to see me. Tang Yuan stood before the desk. Luo Duo glanced up, then sighed, cutting straight to the point with a hint of helplessness. Tang Yuan, did you hit Li Yunfei after school yesterday? I did. Tang Yuan nodded. Since there were security cameras in the classroom, she had no intention of denying it. But before that, Li Yunfei insulted me and tried to attack me from behind. I only fought back in self-defense when she raised her hand to strike me. Tang Yuan added. Luo Duo's brows did not relax after hearing this, but a glimmer of understanding appeared in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, the phone on her desk rang. She glanced at the caller ID and frowned even more deeply. Luo Duo waved for Tang Yuan to leave first. She then answered the phone. Hello, Li Yunfei's mother, please calm down. I've already verified the situation you reported. Tang Yuan obediently walked out of the office, vaguely hearing the indignant voice of a middle-aged woman in the distance. As soon as she entered the classroom, Xie Mingwei's icy gaze shot straight at her. Tang Yuan lifted her eyes, not intimidated in the slightest, even curling the corners of her lips. Sure enough, the next moment Tang Yuan saw Xie Mingwei's expression change. Her mood improved even further. Meanwhile, Xie Mingwei's chest heaved, a surge of blood rushing to her head, making her appear utterly enraged. She had never endured such humiliation in her entire life. Before, her brother kept a tight rein on her, so she let it slide, but now he was gone. If she continued to suffer this indignity, she would disgrace the Xie family. Back in Jingshi, everyone had treated her with the utmost care. Yet here in this small town, she was provoked at every turn. Did they really think she was someone to be bullied? Tang Yuan. She lowered her head and looked at her perfectly manicured hands. These hands had not struck anyone in a long time. She had almost forgotten what it felt like. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated residential building, Li Yunfei lay half reclining on her bed, with a swollen face, applying an ice pack. Tang Yuan's strength was so great that bright red finger marks still marred her cheek. The chill of the ice pack slightly soothed the burning sensation on her face, but the fire in Li Yunfei's heart only blazed brighter. Especially when she saw her mother's face etched with the marks of toil and the hopelessly outdated clothes she wore, an indescribable surge of irritation welled up within her. Her brows were tightly knit, not from pain, but from annoyance and impatience. Her eyes held undisguised contempt and disdain for her parents. Li's mother, hunched over, carefully knelt by the bed, holding a bowl of crushed herbs. Yunfei, mom, made you some herbal medicine. An old recipe. It'll reduce the swelling quickly. Don't touch me. Li Yunfei jerked her head away sharply, her voice shrill with undisguised disgust. It smells terrible, disgusting. I'm just using this ice pack. The smile on Li's mother's face froze for a moment, but she quickly forced it back. All right, I won't touch you. I was just worried the ice pack wouldn't work well. Well, are you hungry? I asked your father to buy your favorite steamed buns from that shop. She tried to find topics to ease her daughter's mood. I'm not eating. No appetite. I'm sick of the sight of you. Li Yunfei closed her eyes in irritation, turning her back to her parents. At the door, Li's father heard this, and his dark face fluttered. He rubbed his hands, his lips moving as if to speak, his voice hoarse and dry. Daughter. That little beast who hit you. Your father and I will go to the school to find her, to see the teacher. Make her apologize to you. I'll swallow my pride. Don't go. Before he could finish, Li Yunfei shot up as if stung by a needle. The sudden movement pulled at her injury, causing her to hiss in pain, but what she found even more unbearable was her father's words. What are you going to do? Embarrass me? She pointed at her father in his grimy clothes, then at her mother's faded, worn-out garments, her voice trembling with agitation and pain. Look at the rags you're wearing and the way you talk. What can you accomplish by going? Besides making the whole school laugh at me for having bumpkin penniless parents, what else can you do? You think I haven't been humiliated enough? Li Yunfei's words dripped with venom, and Li's mother's face went pale in an instant. She knew her daughter was ashamed of them, but hearing such naked contempt with her own ears felt like a knife twisting in her heart. She lowered her head, not daring to meet her daughter's scornful gaze. Mom and Dad just want to help. The best help you can give me is to stay out of my way. Li Yunfei's irritation grew as she looked at her parents' pathetic demeanor. She touched the luxury bracelet Xie Mingwei had given her, and her conviction only deepened. She didn't need parents like these. She needed the kind that could give her dignity and let her hold her head high among her classmates. Don't meddle in my affairs. Li Yunfei lay back down, turning her back to her mother, using the back of her head to express extreme resistance and annoyance. Stay away from me. Don't let anyone know I'm related to you. That's the biggest help you can give me. Get out. I need to rest. The sight of you makes me sick. She pulled the covers over her head, her voice muffled, full of impatience and disgust. Li's mother's hand stiffened. Looking at her daughter's back under the blanket, she dared not speak or move closer. Silently, she stood up, shuffled out of the room, and gently closed the door. As for Li's father, he remained crouched by the door like a silent stone statue. In the room, Li Yunfei buried her face deeper into the ice pack. It's all your fault. Her voice was thick with resentment and grievance, uncertain whether she was blaming Tang Yuan for hitting her or her parents for failing to give her a respectable life. A day later, the swelling and finger marks on Li Yunfei's face had finally faded, leaving only a faint trace, almost imperceptible. She stared at her slightly marked cheek in the mirror, but the poisonous tumor in her heart was growing wildly. The immense humiliation and resentment drove her to the brink of losing her sanity. She had only one thought: Tang Yuan must pay the price, even if it meant going down together. Li Yunfei carried her backpack to the classroom, not even glancing at Tang Yuan's seat. Instead, she walked straight to Xie Mingwei's seat. Wei Wei. Xie Mingwei looked up at her, snorted coldly, and said nothing. What a useless fool. She had asked her to bring Tang Yuan over, yet she couldn't even handle such a trivial task, leaving her waiting in the grove for so long. If not for her loyalty, she would have kicked her out of the clique long ago. Wei Wei, don't be angry. Li Yunfei adjusted her expression-linked arms with Xie Mingwei and put on a sisterly facade. This time I did underestimate her, but the most important thing is that Tang Yuan doesn't take you seriously at all. I think we should. She leaned close to Xie Mingwei's ear. Xie Mingwei finally nodded. For several days neither Xie Mingwei nor Li Yunfei made any move. Tang Yuan felt puzzled, but didn't show it, going to and from classes as calmly as before. Li Yunfei was waiting for an opportunity. That day Tang Yuan left later than usual due to some wrong answers. She packed her backpack, turned into the stairwell, and had just descended to the landing. Stop. We need to talk. From the bottom of the stairs, 3 girls blocked Tang Yuan's way down. Then footsteps sounded from behind. Tang Yuan turned around. Several more girls had come from behind, completely cutting off her retreat. Xie Mingwei stepped out from the corner, and the girls made way for her. She walked up the stairs and stood before Tang Yuan, a strange arc curling at the corners of her mouth. Gu Shooting had already left. This time she wanted to see who could save Tang Yuan. Without a word, Xie Mingwei's hand swung unhesitatingly toward Tang Yuan's face. Tang Yuan caught her wrist, swiftly frowning slightly. Why did everyone want to hit her face? Xie Mingwei, her wrist trapped, was a bit surprised, but not panicked. She tried to pull her hand back, but found she couldn't budge it. Only then did she look up in shock, finally realizing why Li Yunfei couldn't make Tang Yuan come. Tang Yuan was genuinely strong. Moreover, she had grown much taller over the past 6 months, now almost as tall as herself. At this moment, she frowned, staring at her, exuding a chilling aura. For a fleeting moment, Xie Mingwei felt she saw her brother's silhouette in her. She shuddered, then a surge of anger rushed to her heart. Tang Yuan didn't deserve to be compared to her brother. Xie Mingwei pulled hard a few more times, but still couldn't free herself. She glared venomously at the few idiots standing dumbfounded beside her. Damn it, not a shred of common sense. All useless, paid to do nothing. Receiving the signal, the others finally came to their senses and moved to grab Tang Yuan. But Tang Yuan released Xie Mingwei's wrist before they could act. Xie Mingwei, focused on her wrist, was thrown off balance and stumbled. Fortunately, the lackeys caught her in time, preventing a fall. You're dead, Tang Yuan. Xie Mingwei steadied herself by grabbing someone's arm, her dark gaze fixed on Tang Yuan. Useless trash, what are you waiting for? Hit her. 1,000 per slap. The others, though uneasy, outnumbered her and lunged at Tang Yuan with flailing limb. But at that very moment, a yellow and black streak shot out from the shadows like lightning. The tabby cat leaped into the air, its sharp claws like tiny hooks raking them viciously across Xie Mingwei's unprotected calf. Meow. He'll scratch you all to death. Anyone who dared bully its 0128 would face its wrath. After landing, 0128 didn't pause. With a nimble turn, it scrambled up her raised arm. Its claws tore and clawed at Xie Mingwei's arm. Get off! Get off! Xie Mingwei flailed her arms in panic, trying to shake the cat off, but instead lost her balance. And 0128 displayed full feline agility and combat prowess, weaving swiftly among the 7 or 8 girls, clawing and biting. Oh, damn cat! Where did this damn cat come from? Kill it! Catch it! The scene descended into chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a figure that had been lurking crept up behind Tang Yuan. Li Yunfei took a deep breath, channeling all her accumulated strength and venom into her arm, and shoved fiercely at Tang Yuan's unprotected back. The movement was swift, carrying a desperate viciousness. Die, bitch! Tang Yuan, with her back to her, seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. Just as Li Yunfei's hand was about to touch her, she sidestepped naturally toward the wall, taking one step aside. The immense momentum from Li Yunfei's full sprint made it impossible for her to change direction. She only saw the target suddenly dodge to the side, and she lunged into empty air. The sheer inertia made it impossible to stop. Worse, something seemed to have lightly tripped her foot. She tried to grab something, but found nothing. The next second, her body completely lost balance, and she tumbled headfirst down the stairs, crashing and rolling in a brutal, pathetic fall. Bang! Thud! Crack! Aunt! My leg! My foot! The dull thuds, the snap of breaking bones, and agonized screams echoed through the stairwell. Li Yunfei ended up curled in a twisted posture at the corner of the lower staircase. She clutched her left leg, which was bent at an unnatural angle, wailing heart-wrenchingly, her face smeared with tears, snot, and blood from the gash on her forehead. This sudden catastrophe terrified the group of young girls who had just come of age. They were only there for the money, and seeing blood made them all the more afraid. They hurriedly ran down to check on Li Yunfei. The smarter ones had already dialed 120, and the homeroom teacher, 0128, took the chance to slip away, then turned invisible and returned. Ouch, this system's back. She nearly crushed me. 0128 jumped onto Tang Yuan's shoulder. Tang Yuan turned her head to look at it. There was a tabby cat crouching on her shoulder, rubbing its own lower back with its paw in a very human-like manner. Tang Yuan was dumbfounded. It was a good thing no one else could see it, or she'd never be able to explain. After confirming that 0128 was fine, Tang Yuan turned to look down at Li Yunfei writhing in pain, then raised her eyes to the surveillance camera at the corner of the stairwell. She hadn't done anything. There was no way this could be pinned on her. 0128 followed Tang Yuan's gaze, and suddenly its back didn't hurt anymore. That camera was broken before, but I just fixed it. The office was thick with tension. The moment Father Li and Mother Li entered, their eyes locked onto Tang Yuan with a gaze of searing hatred. It's her. It's this little beast. Mother Li's wail shattered the silence. She pointed at Tang Yuan, her body trembling violently with agitation and grief. Last time she slapped Yunfei's face, and now she pushed her down. She's hurt her leg. The doctor says it'll leave lasting damage. My Yunfei. She sobbed uncontrollably, nearly collapsing, held up only by Father Li's firm. Father Li's dark face was taut, his jaw clenched. He struggled to straighten his stooped back, trying to muster a father's authority. With trembling hands, he slammed them heavily on the desk, producing a dull thud. Principal, teacher, you must do justice for us. His voice cracked with rage and tension, thick with a rural accent. She's harmed my daughter twice. First a slap, now this is life-threatening. We want her to. He faltered, unfamiliar with legal terms, finally blurted out his demand. We want her to apologize to Yunfei. Kneel and apologize. And promise to stay far away from Yunfei, or else ill. He stammered, unable to articulate a threat, and finally just glared at Tang Yuan with bloodshot eyes, his chest heaving. Tang Yuan was taken aback when she saw them. In her memory, Li Yunfei was always impeccably dressed, seemingly from a well-off family. Yet the middle-aged couple pointing at her utterly shattered that impression. Uncle, Auntie, I didn't push Li Yunfei. She fell down by accident. Tang Yuan's voice was calm as she tried to explain. You're lying. It was you. Principal, you must get justice for us. Mother Li pointed at Tang Yuan's nose, and if not for the other teachers in the office, she would have lunged at her. Parent, please calm down. Director Wang concealed the disdain and irritation in his eyes. He despised such poor and unreasonable parents. They truly tarnished the school's image. He was about to say something to brush them off. A female voice came from outside the office door. Teacher Wang. Xie Mingwei was leaning against the doorframe, her face wearing a perfectly appropriate expression of concern. Regarding Li Yunfei's injury, I and several classmates were present at the scene. Although we didn't see everything clearly, we did see Tang Yuan reach out, and then Li Yunfei fell. She paused, her gaze sweeping sympathetically over Father Li and Mother Li. Uncle and Auntie are so heartbroken. Teacher Wang, you must give them justice. Li Yunfei may have a bit of a temper, but she would never deliberately harm anyone. Director Wang's eyes shifted subtly at Xie Mingwei's appearance with a hint of barely perceptible fawning and regard. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Xie Mingwei, you're right. Since you were one of the witnesses, your words are highly valuable. Hearing there was a turn of events, Father Li and Mother Li became even more agitated, as if finding a pillar of support. Father Li, red-faced, pointed at Tang Yuan and said to Director Wang, Principal, you hear that? There's a witness. It's her. You must do justice for us and punish her severely. Mother Li sobbed. Expel her. Such a bad student must be expelled. Otherwise my daughter will be harmed by her again when she Director Wang, I didn't push her. Tang Yuan stated the fact. But Director Wang completely ignored Tang Yuan's defense. Glancing at Xie Mingwei, he directly characterized the incident. Tang Yuan conflicts among students are normal, but when it escalates to physical altercation and causes such severe consequences, the nature is extremely vile. Li Yunfei's situation now may affect her entire life. Do you realize the seriousness of the problem? Tang Yuan abruptly looked up at the balding Director Wang, her voice icy. Director Wang, I said I didn't push her. I won't admit to something I didn't do. The truth is Li Yunfei deliberately charged at me from behind, intending to push me down the stairs. I stepped aside to protect myself, and she lost her balance and fell. I demand a review of the surveillance footage. The truth will be clear. Surveillance. Xie Mingwei let out a light scoff, elegantly flicking her hair, her tone laced with deliberate surprise and mockery. Tang Yuan, what a coincidence. I heard the camera at that spot happened to be broken. Isn't that right, Director Wang? Director Wang immediately put on a stern face, following Xie Mingwei's lead, and speaking more harshly. Tang Yuan, don't try to deflect. Xie Mingwei and several classmates witnessed the entire argument and shoving. Now there is solid witness testimony, and you still want to deny it. The camera is broken, that's that. Would the school lie to you? You're just stubborn until you see the evidence. Confess immediately, apologize, compensate Li Yunfei for her medical expenses and emotional damages, and seek leniency. That's the right path. He deliberately emphasized the word compensation, his gaze sweeping over Father Li and Mother Li. Faced with the collusion of accusations and the hysterical pressure from the parents, Tang Yuan's eyes turned even colder. She didn't look at the hysterical Li parents. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Director Wang's face, speaking each word with force. Director Wang. Whether the camera was broken or not cannot be determined by you or Xie Mingwei alone. Before the truth is established, any accusation based on one-sided words is a slander against my reputation. Seeing Tang Yuan not only refusing to confess, but also boldly questioning him, and Xie Mingwei, Director Wang flew into a rage. He slammed the table and stood up. Tang Yuan. You are too insolent. With solid evidence, you still dare to bite your classmates and slander your teachers. I think you don't want to stay in this school anymore. I now inform you in my capacity as the discipline director that you are. The threat of suspension or expulsion was not yet uttered. The office door was pushed open again. Homeroom teacher Luo Duo stood panting at the door, holding a silver USB drive. Director Wang, I've retrieved the surveillance footage. The truth is here. Xie Mingwei was taken aback. How could there be footage? They had deliberately sabotaged the camera before cornering Tang Yuan. She dismissed it, thinking it was just the second-floor hallway. But Luo Duo had already strode to the computer, inserted the USB drive, and the click of the mouse playing the video echoed clearly in the dead-silent office. Soon the scene from that day appeared on the screen. Die bitch. Li Yunfei's shrill, venomous voice came from the computer. Xie Mingwei's pupils dilated. She instinctively turned to look at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan's face was calm, as if she had expected this outcome. Her nails dug into her palms as she glared venomously at Tang Yuan. The camera hadn't been broken. How lucky for her. With nothing more to say, she turned and walked out of the office, already scheming about how to teach Tang Yuan a lesson tomorrow. Director Wang's face stiffened, but he quickly recovered. Since the truth is out, let's let this matter rest. He gestured for other teachers to escort the Li parents out. Impossible. Mother Li shrieked, refusing to listen. She's lying. The footage must have been tampered with. My daughter is so well behaved. How could she push someone? She instinctively rejected any evidence unfavorable to her daughter. It was her. Father Li also stubbornly craned his neck, his face flushed red. He clung to one simple truth. My daughter is in the hospital with a broken leg, crying in pain. If she didn't cause it, who did? Why didn't she fall? Only my daughter fell. Luo Duo frowned, gesturing for them to calm down. Mr. Li, we have investigated thoroughly. The surveillance footage is very clear. Li Yunfei tried to push this student, but she lost her footing and was also tripped by a cat, causing her to fall. As for Tang Yuan, she dodged to avoid being pushed and made no shoving motion. Li Yunfei's injury was an accident caused by her own actions. Mother Li was stunned for a moment, then burst into even more piercing wails. You're lying. You're slandering my daughter. Yunfei wouldn't do that. She wouldn't. It's you. All of you forced her. She lunged to scratch Tang Yuan, but other teachers held her back. Father Li also grew frantic, waving his fists awkwardly, repeatedly muttering, "Give me back my daughter's leg. Give me back my daughter's leg." The scene descended into chaos. Eventually, under the control of school staff, Father Li and Mother Li were half persuaded, half pulled out of the office. Before leaving, Mother Li turned back, her eyes filled with bitter hatred as she stared at Tang Yuan and hissed, "You will be punished. You've ruined my daughter. You'll get your retribution." Tang Yuan frowned. The truth was clear, so why did these parents still resent her so bitterly? Hospital ward. Li Yunfei lay on the bed in pain and irritable. Upon learning that her parents had gone to school, she broke down and hurled the water glass on the bedside table at them. Why did you go to school? I told you not to go. What justice? You don't understand a damn thing. What can you do except make a fool of yourselves? Now the whole school knows I have a pair of poor, stupid, and troublemaking parents. Do you want me to be too ashamed to stay at school? Get out. All of you get out. Li Yunfei's emotional breakdown was triggered by her parents' presence, confirming her lowly origins, bringing her unprecedented shame and despair that even outweighed her. Father Li and Mother Li felt as if they had been doused with ice water. But at Li Yunfei's vehement demand, they withdrew from the ward. They listened to their daughter's cries, their hearts aching and bitter. Father Li silently crouched down, his clouded eyes brimming with tears. He seemed to be asking his wife, or perhaps himself, we gave her everything. The best we had. She was so sweet when she was little, holding my hand and calling me daddy. How did it come to this? Why does she hate us so much? He couldn't understand. They had given their all, sacrificed their dignity and sweat. Why did they receive not gratitude, but a hatred deeper than that for an enemy? Mother Li also sobbed intermittently, my Yunfei. My daughter. My heart. How could you? How could you do this to your mother? I only want what's best for you. Only what's best. They were immersed in boundless bitterness and sorrow. They grieved for their daughter's severe injury, felt wrong that their all-out devotion had been trampled, and were even more despairing over their daughter's undisguised resentment. Yet from start to finish, they never reflected on their own role. Li Yunfei's selfishness today was precisely the result of their own unprincipled, limitless indulgence. cultivated with their own hands over more than a decade. It was their indulgence that made her take entitlement for granted. It was their subservience that fueled her superior attitude and shame over her origins. It was their expectations that twisted her character, making her see her parents as a shameful obstacle to her ambitions rather than blood relatives. Their misguided education and blind love, like the most toxic nourishment, had cultivated this rotten flower of evil. And they could only agonize over fate, lament their daughter's change, and weep over their unrequited. To the very end, they would remain immersed in the self-righteous sentiment of pitying parents' hearts, and the tragedy of being betrayed, forever blind to the fact that they themselves were the architects of this family tragedy. With Li Yunfei's matter settled, Tang Yuan thought she could finally enjoy a few peaceful days of classes, but life had other plans. That morning she stepped into the classroom with her backpack. The usually boisterous classroom was now dead silent. All eyes were fixed on her as she entered, their gazes a complex mix of sympathy, fear, and the secret thrill of witnessing a spectacle. Tang Yuan paused at the door. With a single glance at her desk, which looked as if it had been ravaged by a hurricane, her face betrayed no surprise, only a cold, knowing expression. The venomous glare Xie Mingwei had shot her yesterday had already foreshadowed this. But this time the tactics were far more vile and blatant than ever before. Unlike her past life, she did not bow her head, swallow her grievances and tears, and crouch down to clean up the mess amidst silence or snickers. This time she didn't even spare a second glance at the wreckage. Her gaze swept across half the classroom and landed precisely on Xie Mingwei. Xie Mingwei felt her stare, looked up, and met Tang Yuan's eyes. Her face showed no panic. Instead, she flashed a provocative smile, raised an eyebrow, and mouthed silently, "I did it. What can you do about it?" Without hesitation, she turned and walked straight to the office. In the office, Luo Duo was still munching on a bun. The moment she saw Tang Yuan, she quickly put it down. Without hesitation, she turned and walked straight to the office. In the office, Luo Duo was still munching on a bun. The moment she saw Tang Yuan, she quickly put it down. "Tang Yuan, what brings you here now?" Tang Yuan nodded, fixing her eyes on the homeroom teacher. "Teacher, someone poured ink on my desk and tore up my books and assignments." Luo Duo was taken aback, doubting her ears. "Ink on your desk? Who? Who would dare do such a thing?" Tang Yuan shook her head. "It was fine when I left yesterday, but when I came this morning," though she knew in her heart it was Xie Mingwei, she had no evidence yet. "Don't panic. Go back to class first, and he'll come with you to take a look." Luo Duo led Tang Yuan to the classroom, which was still as quiet as before. She looked at Tang Yuan's desk, her brows furrowed so tightly they could trap a fly. Who did this? Are they trying to cause a riot? The classroom remained silent. Students exchanged glances, but no one spoke up. After a full minute, Xie Mingwei raised her hand. "It was me, teacher." When Luo Duo saw it was her, she was visibly stunned and fell into thought. After much deliberation, she called Xie Mingwei to the office alone, choosing a time when no one else was there. "Xie Mingwei, why? Why did you tear up Tang Yuan's books?" Her face was a mixture of confusion and disappointment. She had always thought of Xie Mingwei as a nice girl, but her actions were beyond belief. Yet Xie Mingwei showed no sign of remorse. She sauntered into the office, sat down gracefully, as if she were there for tea. "Why, oi?" She looked up at Luo Duo, her eyes brimming with undisguised malice and arrogance. "No reason." She tilted her head, flashing a sweet smile. "I just don't like her. I wanted to do it. I hate her sanctimonious face and her pretentious act. I destroyed her things, and it made me happy. That's all." Luo Duo trembled with rage at her unabashed malice, pointing a finger at her. You're simply." She searched for the right words, but found none. In a flash, she recalled the principal's words, composed herself, and asked gently, "Xie Mingwei, do you realize what you did was wrong? How would you feel if someone tore up your books? Who would dare tear my books?" Xie Mingwei idly examined her perfectly manicured nails, her tone dismissive and matter-of-fact. "I need to speak with your parents." Seeing no sign of remorse, Luo Duo picked up her phone, hoping to catch a flicker of panic on Xie Mingwei's face. But she was disappointed. Xie Mingwei was not only unafraid, but also indifferent. "Sure, Teacher Luo, but I suggest you call my father. My brother is abroad on business. Call my father instead. And in the future, don't bother my brother, he's very busy. For anything, you can reach my father directly." Xie Mingwei returned to the classroom. Her gaze precisely locked onto Tang Yuan, who was seated in a brand new desk. The curve of her lips deepened, carrying undisguised contempt and smugness. She deliberately slowed her pace, walking straight toward Tang Yuan's direction. Xie Mingwei stopped beside Tang Yuan's seat, looking down at the pristine new desk and chair, letting out a mocking compliment. "Oh, you've cleaned it up quite nicely." Her voice was not loud, but it was enough for the eavesdropping classmates around to hear clearly. "New desk. New chair. Tisk, not bad at all. Much better than that broken set you had before." She leaned down close to Tang Yuan's ear and whispered in a volume only the two could hear. "Tang Yuan, I told you I don't like you, and he'll do whatever I want. This time it's the seat. Next time, who knows what it'll be? You'd better wise up and keep your tail between your legs or else. She paused deliberately. A poor wretch like you, what can you possibly do to fight me? With that, she picked up the new books Tang Yuan had just placed on the desk and tossed them onto the floor again. Her provocation was naked and arrogant to the extreme. She was certain Tang Yuan would swallow her pride and bear it silently. Even if she complained to the teacher, it would be useless. She had plenty of ways to torment her. She reveled in the pleasure of grinding her opponent's dignity into the dust. But this time she was wrong. Tang Yuan slowly raised her head. Her face bore none of the humiliation, anger, or fear that Xie Mingwei had expected. Those eyes were as calm as the Dead Sea before a storm, fathomless. Just as Xie Mingwei felt a flicker of inexplicable unease from that abnormally serene gaze. Tang Yuan stood up facing her directly and suddenly smiled at Xie Mingwei. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the newly opened bottle of black ink from her own desk, pushed past the blocking Xie Mingwei, and walked straight to her seat. Splash! Thick pitch-black ink cascaded like a waterfall over Xie Mingwei's desk. Ink splattered everywhere, instantly staining the clean desktop and soaking through the textbooks on it, as if a layer of ugly asphalt had been poured over them. The ink dripped down the edges of the desk, quickly contaminating the chair surface. The whole sequence was executed in one fluid motion without a pause. If you don't let me have peace, then no one will. Tang Yuan looked up at Xie Mingwei. The classroom instantly fell into dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the students who had been secretly watching were stunned, their mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The smile on Xie Mingwei's face completely froze. As if turned to stone, she stood rigid, staring in disbelief at her desk, now suddenly in utter chaos. Classmate Xie Mingwei, since you seem to like my new desk so much just now, I'll help you get a new set too. Tang Yuan tilted her head slightly, casting her gaze at Xie Mingwei, whose face shifted from white to green then to purple. A faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. You're welcome. What gave Tang Yuan, that poor unloved wretch, the audacity to oppose her? Driven mad with rage, she strode forward and raised her hand to strike. What gave Tang Yuan, that poor unloved wretch, the audacity to oppose her? Driven mad with rage, she strode forward and raised her hand to strike. Wei, calm down. Don't be impulsive. The few lackeys around Xie Mingwei and the nearby boys were startled by the sudden upheaval. After coming to their senses, they scrambled to intervene, holding back the furious and raging Xie Mingwei. Some had already gone out to call the teacher. Being held back only fueled Xie Mingwei's anger. She struggled violently, shrieking curses like a madwoman. What are you doing? Stop it right now. A sharp, stern shout rang out. The substitute teacher, Teacher Han, who had just entered the classroom, was stunned by the chaotic scene, then erupted in fury. He rushed forward, using his body to separate the turmoil, his face ashen as he looked at Xie Mingwei, who was being tightly restrained by the crowd, and at Tang Yuan standing beside her seat with an icy calm. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Teacher Han's voice trembled with anger. Having just arrived, he had walked straight into such a severe incident of brawling. It was a direct challenge to his authority as a teacher. Both of you. Immediately. Right now. Get out. Stand in the hallway. You are not allowed to come back in without my permission. If you dare cause any more trouble, I will report you directly to the dean's office for a demerit. He pointed at the classroom door, his tone brooking no argument. He had no idea of the background. All he saw was Xie Mingwei lunging at Tang Yuan and being stopped, and Tang Yuan holding the weapon. In the eyes of the young, eager to establish authority Teacher Han, this was simply two students fighting during break. He had to punish them severely to serve as a warning to others. Tang Yuan offered no defense. She calmly placed the empty ink bottle back on the desk with a soft clink. Then, ignoring Xie Mingwei, she turned and walked toward the classroom door, unhurried and composed. Her back remained straight, her steps steady. Xie Mingwei watched Tang Yuan walk out with such calmness, and an indescribable sense of frustration and rage surged through her once more. She wanted to scream, to break free from the restraints and tear Tang Yuan apart. But several classmates held her fast, and Teacher Han glared at her sternly. Her curses were cut off by Teacher Han's even harsher reprimand. Xie Mingwei, if you don't go out now, I'll call the security guard and the dean of discipline right this instant. Was Xie Mingwei afraid of that? Of course not. But seeing Teacher Han's angry face and the fearful or amused expressions of the surrounding classmates, she weighed her options and finally very reluctantly stepped out. Xie Mingwei's followers tried to console her, but she shoved them away roughly. Useless ingrates. They hadn't helped her earlier and had even stopped her. She fixed her gaze on Tang Yuan standing in the distance. Her eyes were like venom, as if trying to pierce through Tang Yuan's figure. She would make Tang Yuan regret this, for sure. At night, the Qingyuan villa was ablaze with lights. Hello, Dad. My precious daughter. Xie Chengzong's voice came through, carrying his signature lazy charisma, with the sound of waves in the background making it sound exceptionally leisurely. What's wrong? Have you been crying? Still upset about that little incident today. Dad, I was bullied at school. You have to help me. She's a complete lunatic showing no regard for our Xie family at all. Xie Mingwei's voice was filled with grievance. Mingwei, Xie Chengzong's voice remained steady, even carrying a hint of amusement, but if you listened closely you could detect a subtle warning. All right, Dad, the principal has already called me. Just a penniless student who doesn't know her place. A little ink, a dirty dress and bag. What's the big deal? Dad will buy you new ones, even better ones. Limited editions. He'll have unique ones custom made just for you. He took a sip of his drink, then shifted his tone, but my dear, his voice lowered and the background music seemed to dim as well. Play and fuss as you like. Dad loves you and lets you have your way. But there are boundaries you must learn to keep. A little temper tantrum, minor squabbles. I can handle all that for you. But there are lines you must not cross. He paused for a moment, as if weighing his words. Don't blow things out of proportion. To the point where your brother finds out. You know your brother. He has no tolerance for such nonsense, especially when family members bully others. That's Secretary Li. How much effort did I put in to quietly transfer her away from you? Xie Mingwei's heart sank. She tightened her grip on the phone. Your brother is abroad now handling that crucial merger deal. He's very busy, too busy for these trivial family matters. Be a good girl and don't cause any more incidents like, as long as your brother doesn't know, Dad can always protect you. Understand? Dad, I understand. Xie Mingwei's voice trailed off, but her fingernails were already digging into her palm. He'll be careful. Hurry back. Good girl. Xie Chengzong chuckled contentedly, his voice returning to its usual lightness. He'll go back as soon as I finish up here. What gift would you like? He'll bring it for you. Remember, you're Dad's most precious treasure. Stay happy and don't let worthless people anger you. Good night, sweetheart. Good night, Dad. Xie Mingwei replied, obediently waiting until the clear dialed tone came through the receiver. The smile on her face vanished as if erased by an invisible hand. In its place was a contorted expression of impatience. Know my limits. Don't blow it out of proportion. Xie Mingwei spat out the words through gritted teeth, her voice shrill with extreme fury. Why should I? Who the hell did Tang Yuan think she was? The daughter of a maid. A dog that Xie Mingwei could beat or scold whenever she wanted. How dare she resist? How dare she humiliate her in front of so many people? Why did even her father have to tell her to show restraint? A surge of overwhelming anger and resentment toward her father shattered her last shred of reason. She hurled the expensive phone against the mirror-like wall with all her might. Bang! The phone screen shattered into a spiderweb, instantly fragments flying everywhere. The crash echoed sharply in the empty room. But this was only the beginning. The pent-up fury found an outlet. Xie Mingwei, like a completely out-of-control beast, her eyes bloodshot, lunged toward her vanity. Bitch! It's all because of you. You low-life slut. She raged, muttering curses while sweeping the expensive bottles and jars off the vanity with savage force. Crash! Perfume bottles shattered, the thick fragrance mingling with shards of glass scattered everywhere. You dare to resist. You dare to be cocky. You made me get scolded. She grabbed a heavy crystal ornament without even looking and hurled it at the large dressing mirror. Clang! The mirror shattered, spiderweb cracks instantly covering its surface, reflecting countless distorted, ferocious faces of Xie Mingwei. The shattered image seemed to provoke her even more. She turned and rushed into the walk-in closet, frantically pulling designer dresses off the hangers and tearing at them with all her strength. Rip! Rip! The expensive fabric tore like paper in her hands, as if she were venting all her hatred for Tang Yuan onto these innocent clothes. Know my limits. They'll fucking kill you. They'll make you unable to stay in school. She tore and cursed with the most venomous words, saliva flying. The entire luxurious bedroom was now a wreck, like a typhoon had passed through. Tang Yuan, just you wait. The humiliation you caused me today, the anger. They'll make you pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. One day I'll make you kneel before me like a real dog, licking my shoes and begging me to let you go. She grabbed the lamp and smashed it to the floor. Bang! Crystal shattered, the light went out. A servant cautiously pushed the door open a crack. On a tray, a delicate porcelain bowl of bird's nest soup still steamed with warmth. The servant gasped at the chaotic scene inside. And Xie Mingwei stood in the midst of the ruins, her hair disheveled, her nightgown in disarray, her chest still heaving with remnants of madness and savagery lingering in her eyes. Miss. The servant's voice trembled uncontrollably. Your midnight snack. Xie Mingwei spun around abruptly, her bloodshot eyes shooting like poisoned daggers at the servant at the door, nearly causing her to drop the tray. Yet in the instant her gaze met the servant, the fury on Xie Mingwei's face seemed to hit a pause button. She panted heavily, and the violent heaving of her chest gradually subsided. She didn't even glance at the expensive bowl of bird's nest soup. Instead, she stared straight at the servant's face. Has Aunt Gao gone home? The servant was taken aback, then quickly lowered her head and replied, Yes. Yes, miss. She finished cleaning this afternoon and went home. I see. Xia Mingwei's voice was utterly flat, devoid of any emotion. Leave the snack. You can go now. Yes, miss. The servant, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly set the tray on a small table near the door that was still intact, not daring to look again at the ruined bedroom, and quickly retreated, gently closing the door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, the deliberate calm on Xia Mingwei's face shattered, replaced by a far more sinister scheming. She pulled open a drawer where a brand new phone of the same model lay silently. Expressionless, she took it out and turned it on. The screen's light cast a cold, lifeless glow on her. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Mingwei's fingers glided swiftly across the screen. The call was answered almost instantly. A female voice came through. Hello, what you requested has been sent to your designated encrypted email. The call ended. A smirk curled at the corner of Xia Mingwei's mouth. Heh, Tang Yuan, the game has just begun. Let's see how long you can stay tough. On a private island in the Maldives, the villa's ocean-facing terrace. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the sky and sea in a splendid goldenrod, and the sea breeze, carrying a salty warmth, stirred the white sheer curtains. Xie Qingzong, clad in a silk robe left open to reveal his chest, stood barefoot on the cool marble floor, a glass of amber whiskey in hand, the ice cubes clinking crisply. He had just ended a call with his daughter, and the smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a profound weariness and a faint, barely perceptible irritation. His gaze wandered over the shimmering infinity pool toward the blazing horizon, his eyes vacant. Just then a young, stunningly beautiful mixed-race model with a sizzling figure and clad in a nearly transparent silk slip dress appeared. She coiled around him from behind like a boneless, seductive serpent, her arms encircling his waist, her full breasts pressing against his back. Lillian, acutely sensing her benefactor's low spirits, brought her crimson lips close to his ear and breathed. Darling, why are you unhappy after that call? Is the little princess throwing a tantrum at school again? Xie Qingzong did not answer immediately. He took another sip of his drink, the fiery liquid sliding down his throat, bringing a brief burn, but failing to warm the inexplicable emptiness in his heart. Mingwei, she wasn't really like her at all. Not in temperament, nor in appearance. The thought flashed through his mind, only to deepen his agitation. He shook his head vigorously, trying to banish the unpleasant association. Seeing him silent, Lillian, thinking herself considerate, pressed her cheek against his back, and said in an even more coquettish tone, "Oh, children are like that. A little temper is perfectly normal. Our Weiwei is so beautiful and adorable, some schoolmate must have been blind enough to offend her. If you ask me, these trivial matters can be handled by the staff. Why trouble yourself? You should just enjoy your vacation and relax." As she spoke, her fingers tipped with bright red nail polish traced restless circles on his chest, the implication unmistakable. Normally, Xie Qingzong might have reveled in such flattery and provocation from a soft, fragrant body. He had spent half his life in frivolity, delighting in the adoration and pleasure offered by youthful flesh. It was his way of seeking thrill and affirming his allure. He was never short of such Lillians. They were the warm cocoons woven by his money and power. But at this moment, Lillian's words, especially that familiar "our Weiwei" and the dismissive trivial matters, pierced his fragile defenses like a sharp needle. Shut up. Xie Qingzong's voice was low, yet it cut through the terrace's amorous atmosphere like a blade frozen in ice. Lillian's tracing fingers froze, and her coquettish smile congealed. She looked up at his profile, startled and bewildered. Xie Qingzong spun around abruptly, nearly knocking her off balance. He flung her arms away from his waist with such force that Lillian staggered backward, her high heels screeching against the smooth floor. The color drained from Lillian's face, leaving only shock and confusion. Xie Qingzong's eyes, as sharp as a hawk's, held no trace of lust, only icy warning. He stared at her, enunciating each word clearly. "My family affairs and my daughter are none of your business. You'd better remember your place." Lillian shuddered at the chill in his gaze, her charm and confidence crumbling. She opened her mouth to protest or cajole, but under his frigid stare, not a single word escaped. She finally realized how absurd and overstepping her attempt to play the soothing confidant had been. In this man's heart, she was no different from the expensive ornaments around her, mere objects used to fill his emptiness and seek thrills. Xie Qingzong dismissed Lillian and staggered alone back to the bedroom, tossing his robe carelessly onto the costly carpet. He grabbed an open bottle of top-shelf whiskey from the cabinet and gulped several mouthfuls from the bottle. The fiery liquid seared his throat and stomach, but could not dispel the turmoil inside. The alcohol, mingling with his inner emptiness, swiftly dragged him into a murky darkness. He collapsed onto the bed, his consciousness blurring. Darkness thick as ink enveloped him as he sank. After an unknown span, a soft halo blossomed before his eyes. Within that radiance, the figure of a woman in a plain white dress gradually materialized. She was seated by a window in the university library, sunlight gilding her sleek black hair through the glass. She was reading her profile, gentle and serene long lashes casting faint shadows beneath her eyes. In that moment the clamorous world seemed to fall silent. The young Xie Qingzong, clad in designer labels and wearing a cynical smile, was about to go hunting, as usual cheered on by his cronies. But when his eyes fell on Su Ning, his steps halted abruptly. The laughter of his friends seemed muffled, as if through a watery veil. His gaze locked onto the quiet figure reading, and his heart felt as if it had been struck hard. A strange, unprecedented flutter surged through him. He shed all his frivolity, and for the first time approached her like a nervous, awkward boy to strike up a conversation. The scene shifted. It was their wedding. Su Ning in a white gown was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes tenderly fixed on him, brimming with absolute trust and love. Xie Qingzong held her hand and solemnly vowed before the priest. In that moment his promise was sincere. In the first year of their marriage their son was born. With trembling hands he gently touched the baby's rosy cheeks, overwhelmed by immense joy and the responsibility of fatherhood. He leaned down to kiss his exhausted wife, his voice choked but strong. "Aining, we have a son. Thank you. I will protect you with my life." The following years were a rare, tranquil chapter in his life. He became a model husband, coming home on time, declining unnecessary social engagements, just to have dinner with her. Su Ning's gentleness like a clear spring washed away his restlessness and aggression. Yet beneath the calm undercurrents surged. His innate restlessness and craving for excitement lay dormant like a beast. At a business dinner amid the dazzling lights and wine, the seductive glances of a beautiful woman, the numbing effect of alcohol, he half resisted, half yielded, and fell back into old habits. Returning home faced with Su Ning's tender, concerned gaze and the hangover soup she had prepared, overwhelming guilt nearly drowned him. He swore it would never happen again, but once the floodgates of desire were opened they could hardly be sealed. The thrill of illicit affairs became like a drug, once twice. He grew adept at switching between his gentle wife and the outside world, filling the void in his heart with expensive gifts and sweet words. He noticed Su Ning's smiles becoming rarer, and a faint melancholy sometimes flickered in the depths of her eyes. But he always lied to himself. She doesn't know, she won't find out. In the hospital, on the sickbed, she was emaciated, her face as pale as paper, the once bright eyes now dull. Gathering her last strength, she gripped his hand tightly, her icy fingers like withered branches, her voice a mere whisper. "Qingzong, promise me. Take care of our children. Xiao Hengyan, Wei Wei. They are still young. Take good care of them. I beg you." Those were the last words she spoke to him. Her eyes, gradually losing focus, stared at him fixedly, containing no resentment, only attachment to her children and a final shred of trust and plea for him. At the funeral, not until everyone had left did he kneel alone before the cold tombstone, his fingers digging into the soil. Overwhelming remorse engulfed him like a tsunami. "Aining, Aining." He called his wife's name over and over, his voice hoarse like a lost child. The scene shattered. "Aining." Xie Qingzong bolted upright in bed, his heart pounding as if to burst through his chest. Cold sweat soaked his pajamas, clinging to his skin. He gasped for air, his eyes hollow and terrified as he scanned the lavish yet cold, empty bedroom. No Aining. No sunlit library. No deathbed. Only the eternal blue sea and sky of the Maldives outside the window, and the half-spilled bottle on the bedside table. An immense sense of loss and a loneliness deeper than that in the dream instantly consumed him. He covered his face in pain, his shoulders heaving violently. The look in Aining's eyes in the dream, and her plea to take good care of them, were branded into the depths of his soul. In the morning campus, the air was filled with the scent of grass and books. Tang Yuan, as usual, got off the bus and headed straight for school. Yet the moment she stepped through the school gate, she keenly detected a trace of unusual viscous malice. She carried her backpack, her face calm, pretending not to notice the strange glances from others. But the closer she got to the teaching building, the heavier that peculiar atmosphere became. In the corridor, the boisterous chatter of her classmates would eerily lower or abruptly cease as she passed by, replaced by countless eyes that swept over her. From fragmented whispers drilled into her ears from all directions. "It's her. She looks so innocent. Tisk tisk, you'd never guess, usually so quiet. Did you hear? Someone saw it with their own eyes over the weekend outside school. She got into a luxury car." "Exactly, there are even photos. Otherwise who would dare make it up?" "Shoo, keep your voice down, she can hear you." "So what if she hears? If you dare to do it, you should dare to face the talk." Tang Yuan frowned slightly, but did not stop. Instead, she walked straight to her classroom. Pushing open the classroom door, she instinctively looked at her seat. The desk and chair were neat, her textbooks clean, showing no signs of disturbance. Dozens of gazes converged on her, filled with a complex mix of emotions. Xie Mingwei wore a malicious smile that she did not even bother to hide. When she saw Tang Yuan enter, she let out an exaggerated "yo," her voice shrill and piercing. "Well, if it isn't our Miss Tang." She stood up and walked over to Tang Yuan, her demeanor as composed as if she had been waiting there for a long time. In her hand, she held a few photos which she waved in front of Tang Yuan's eyes. Then she deliberately raised them high, making sure the nearby minions and the students in the front row could see. The photos were taken from a tricky angle, with the background being the entrance of a seemingly upscale establishment, the lighting dim. In the photo, there was a blurry silhouette of Tang Yuan draped in a dark suit jacket that clearly belonged to an adult male. She was slightly bowing her head, following a few steps behind a man in a suit of whom only the back was visible. Whether others could see clearly or not, Tang Yuan herself could, and she recognized it at a glance. It was the time during summer break when Strategizing had taken her home. She raised her eyes to see Mingwei, a flicker of doubt in her gaze. How did Mingwei get these photos? Had she been investigating her? But why hadn't she uncovered that the man in the photo was actually her brother? Or perhaps she did know, but simply wanted to slander and spread rumors about her. Tang Yuan said nothing, her eyes still fixed on Mingwei's face. Her expression showed only delight and smugness, as if she did not know the truth. Seeing Tang Yuan like this, Mingwei thought she was feeling guilty, and her pride swelled even more. Tang Yuan, this person in the photo is you, isn't it? So late at night, wearing a man's coat, following so closely. Are you off to work, or are you off to please someone? Mingwei deliberately emphasized the word please, triggering a burst of malicious laughter from the surrounding minions. She held her chin high, savoring the pleasure of thoroughly trampling Tang Yuan into the mud, waiting to see her break down rage or weakly defend herself. She even stepped forward, her voice dripping with venomous delight. What? Nothing to say. Exposed for who you really are, and you've gone mute. You were quite capable yesterday, weren't you? Didn't your sugar daddy teach you how to handle this kind of situation? Just when everyone in the class expected Tang Yuan to either break down or swallow her pride. Tang Yuan twitched the corner of her mouth. She did not collapse or become hysterical as Mingwei had anticipated. Instead, she even smiled at Mingwei with remarkable patience. Her gentle demeanor made Mingwei's arrogant smile instinctively freeze. Mingwei, Tang Yuan spoke, her voice not loud, but carrying a strange penetrating power that clearly reached every corner of the suddenly silent classroom. Your imagination is as impoverished as your character. Taking a secretly taken photo and then twisting it with malicious intent. If that's the case, then by your logic, I could also take a photo of you and your family driver next to the car and tell the whole school that you're being kept by your father's driver. You? Mingwei had not expected this reaction, and that she would even turn the slander back on her. Trembling with rage, she pointed at Tang Yuan, but could not muster a strong rebuttal. As for sugar daddy and luxury car, Tang Yuan's gaze swept over the classmates, some of whom were now suspicious, while others wavered, her voice clear and cold. I take the bus to school every day, and my fellow passengers can testify to that. The detailed record of my summer job earnings is right here in my backpack. Do I need to take it out and show everyone? I hope you all understand that rumors cease with the wise. After she finished speaking, embarrassment appeared on the faces of most of the class. Tang Yuan withdrew her gaze, looked at Mingwei's face that alternated between pale and red, and delivered the final fatal blow. Her voice was low but carried an absolute sense of pressure. Mingwei, spreading rumors and slander carries legal consequences. What's more, she leaned in, slightly lowering her voice to a volume only the two of them could hear, and coldly uttered a few words. The man in the photo is your brother. Tang Yuan finished speaking, straightened up, ignored her, and walked around her back to her seat. Gu Shooting, who sat at the back, was still absent. He had left for another city last week to participate in a competition and would not return for a few more days. Wei Mingyun saw her sit down, calmly glanced at Mingwei, who was standing motionless at the door, and then cautiously gave her a thumbs up. What a badass. These past few days had truly reshaped her understanding of Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan smiled at her without saying anything. Sometimes resistance might lead to worse bullying, but never resisting means being bullied forever. Mingwei froze at the door, as if she had heard something terrifying. All color drained from her face, leaving only pale horror and disbelief. Those words hit her like a thunderbolt, leaving her dazed. The person in the photo was her brother. Her own brother, Strategizing. How could it be? She kept denying it in her heart, but her body, as if possessed, suddenly lowered her head, her eyes locked onto the photo in her hand. There were several photos, all taken from extremely awkward angles. The images were dimly lit with blurred backgrounds. The focus was on Tang Yuan's profile, her head slightly lowered, draped in a loose men's suit jacket. A few steps ahead of her, a deliberately cropped man's back was visible, only the lower half of his body. He wore sharply pressed dark gray trousers with impeccably ironed creases and excellent drape outlining long and powerful legs. These photos were bought by her from a woman by chance. She had checked them beforehand, confirming that the person was Tang Yuan before paying. As for the man in the photos, she had felt a vague familiarity at the time, but was too immersed in the pleasure of slandering Tang Yuan to pay attention. Now looking again, the familiarity was still there. Could it be? Could there be such a coincidence in the world? An overwhelming sense of absurdity flooded her. A chill shot up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, making her shiver. She opened her mouth to argue, but found Tang Yuan had already left. She jerked her head up, staring straight at Tang Yuan, who had returned to her seat. Tang Yuan's face was expressionless, too lazy to even spare her a glance. Tang Yuan's demeanor made Xie Mingwei even more furious and flustered. Tang Yuan wasn't afraid of her spreading those photos. Impossible, absolutely impossible. During that time her brother was indeed in Yinghai, but there was no way he could have crossed paths with that bitch Tang Yuan. Her know my brother. Ridiculous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Who was her brother? He was Xie Jiheng, the head of the Xie family, known for his self-discipline, and how could he casually give his jacket to someone else in a late-night club? This was an insult to her brother's noble status. The followers looked at Xie Mingwei, who had been frozen for a long time, exchanging glances, confused about what had happened in the few seconds to trigger such a reaction. One of them was about to speak, but Xie Mingwei suddenly turned around. You guys go right now and retrieve all the photos spread this morning, whether printed or stored in phones. Destroy them completely. She lowered her voice deliberately, but it trembled with uncontrollable anxiety and guilt. Huh? Retrieve them. All of them. But we don't know who we gave them to. Wei, why so sudden? Just go, stop wasting words, eh? Xie Mingwei's voice suddenly rose, then she realized something, and forcibly suppressed it, leaving only rapid breaths, and even more awkward low growls. I told you to retrieve them, so retrieve them. Immediately. Right now? Not a single one left. If anyone dares to keep one, they'll make sure they regret it. Go. The followers had never seen her like this. Although they found it strange, they didn't dare ask, and hurriedly nodded, scattering in all directions. But retrieving the photos was one thing. Some people's mouths were hard to control. At this point, Xie Mingwei had to step in, personally threatening and intimidating them to keep. She had been so proud when spreading the rumors. Now she was scrambling to clean up the mess. Although she didn't believe the man in the photo was her brother, now all she could think about was the possibility that Tang Yuan really had some connection with her brother. Would she tattle? This thought haunted her like a curse, tormenting her day and night, as if walking on a knife's edge, mentally exhausted. However, one day passed, 2 days. A whole week went by. All was calm. She didn't receive any message from her brother, nor any warning from her father. Xie Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized that Tang Yuan had been lying to her. Once this thought appeared, it grew like weeds. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. How could someone like her brother have any connection with Tang Yuan? She, the proud daughter of the Xie family, had been scared by a maid's daughter. What a humiliating disgrace. The shame of being fooled like boiling lava quickly dried up, the remaining fear replaced by a twisted hatred even stronger than before. Damn it, that bitch. She wished she could tear Tang Yuan to pieces right now, but she couldn't. Because Gu's shooting had returned. She still needed to maintain some image in front of him. From the front row came the cheerful chatter of Tang Yuan, Gu shooting, and others. A handsome guy and a pretty girl, first place and second place. What a perfect match. Bullshit. Xie Mingwei lowered her head, took a deep breath, and stopped looking in Gu Zuding's direction. She told herself endure. She couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly sprang up from her seat, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a piercing sound, instantly drawing the attention of many in the... She couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly sprang up from her seat, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a piercing sound, instantly drawing the attention of many in the classroom. She stopped at Ai Ruigang's seat. Ai Ruiguang touched his nose, stood up to give her his seat, then leaned against Wei Minjian's desk. It wasn't that he was a coward, but this girl was too crazy. Can't afford to provoke her. Gu shooting. Xie Mingwei sat down unceremoniously, putting on a sweet smile she thought was charming. Gu shooting heard her voice, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Xie Mingwei. His eyes were cold, unfamiliar, with a hint of barely perceptible scrutiny and disgust. No longer the distant but polite aloofness Xie Mingwei was used to. Xie Mingwei's heart sank, her forced smile stiffening on her face, almost falling apart. Classmate Xie Mingwei. Gu Zuding's voice was devoid of any warmth, not even the basic courtesy. Something. I. His cold attitude stung her, choking up all the words she had prepared. She frantically searched for a topic, her gaze sweeping over Tang Yuan in front, a surge of anger rising again. I just wanted to ask about your competition. Gu shooting interrupted her. Class is about to start. Please return the seat to my deskmate, thank you. Xie Mingwei was wounded by his cold indifference, standing frozen in place, her eyes rimmed with red. She had liked many boys before. As the eldest daughter of the Xie family, she was never short of suitors. Those wealthy scions who surrounded her, flattering and fawning over her, were like flowers vying for attention in a garden. Their affection, laden with ulterior motives and sycophancy, felt cheap and tedious to her. She reveled in their adulation, but never truly took it to heart. Only Gu shooting was different. He never deliberately tried to please her, nor did he pile up ornate words or lavish gifts to win her smile. He never kept a deliberate distance or showed fear, because she was a rich girl, nor did he gossip about her arrogance behind her back like those hypocrites. His voice was always clear and gentle, like a mountain spring flowing slowly through a ravine. Even when he refused some of her willful demands, his rejection was mild. Without disgust, without impatience, only a calm that made it impossible for her to truly lose her temper. It was this very difference, this unique gentleness in her clamorous world, that made goose shooting extraordinarily special and dazzling in her eyes. She saw him as a pure stream in a turbid world, the only presence that could bring her a hint of tranquility and longing amidst her chaotic and spoiled life. She thought that perhaps goose shooting treated her differently from others. But now, his eyes were filled with undisguised disappointment and disgust. That looked like a red-hot steel blade stabbed deep into the softest part of Xie Mingwei's heart, leaving her breathless with pain. The class bell rang. She cast one last glance at goose shooting, then rose and returned to her seat. Goose shooting, even though you treat me like this, I still like you. On the weekend, Tang Yuan was doing homework at home when her phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was her mother. Though puzzled, she answered immediately. Her mother's weary and urgent voice came through the line. Hey Yuan, you need to come to know. 8 Qinghuan Villa in the south of the city right now. Mom. Now. What for? Tang Yuan frowned. Qinghuan Villa was the famous top-tier luxury residence area in Yinghai City, a place beyond their reach. Hearing her confusion, Gao Yan paused. The employer's family urgently needs help, and I've already agreed. You come and lend a hand. Oh, and mind your attitude. Whatever they say, just do it. Don't talk back. Tang Yuan was silent for a moment. Seeing her silence, Gao Yan panicked, her tone almost pleading. I'm begging you, Yuan, just come and help. Okay. Tang Yuan's heart ached. Her mother had never spoken to her like this before. Though filled with doubt, the desperation in her mother's voice made it impossible to refuse. She sighed, changed into loose clothes, and left the house. An hour later, Tang Yuan arrived at Villa No. 8. Gao Yan opened the door and let her in. Mom, what's so urgent? Gao Yan was wrestling with how to explain when a middle-aged man appeared expressionlessly. Hurry in, the young lady is waiting. Gao Yan turned around, her face instantly breaking into a fawning smile, and replied quickly, coming, Butler Wang. Right away. Yuan, come with me. She pulled Tang Yuan into the villa's living room. Tang Yuan's gaze passed over her mother's shoulder and immediately landed on the figure sitting on the central sofa. Xie Mingwei. Her heart sank. She had known that earlier this year her mother had changed employers and had a pay raise. She didn't know the exact amount, but her younger brother Tang Jie's shoes and clothes had noticeably become more expensive. She never expected the new employer to be Xie Mingwei. What a small world. In her past life, had her mother worked here too? She didn't know, because her mother had lost her job the year she got into college. Miss Yuan is here, Gao Yan said cautiously. Xie Mingwei set down her teacup, strolled over, and raised her chin. Aunt Gao, you finally managed to bring your daughter here. Is there something you need from me? Tang Yuan lifted her eyes to meet hers. As she spoke, Gao Yan nervously tugged at her, but Tang Yuan ignored it. What could I possibly need from you? Xie Mingwei's gaze was like appraising a piece of trash. Of course I'm asking for your help. Your mother is very quick with her hands. As her daughter you should be. Not too bad either. She deliberately drew out her tone, her eyes sweeping over Tang Yuan's cheap, ordinary t-shirt, filled with contempt. She extended a finger and casually pointed at a glass display cabinet in the corner of the living room. See that Qing Dynasty Famille Rose Flowerenbird vase. Tang Yuan and Gao Yan's eyes both turned to the antique vase, which clearly was priceless. I feel it's not bright enough. Since classmate Tang Yuan is so clever and capable, it'll trouble you to use this deerskin. She gestured for Butler Wang to hand over a piece of pristine white deerskin and carefully polish it until it's spotless and gleaming like new. Remember, use only the softest part of your fingertip, dip it in a tiny bit of special cleaning fluid, and wipe it gently. And you must wipe it 100 times. Miss one, or leave a single fingerprint. She drew out her words, her eyes suddenly turning vicious. You'll bear the consequences. Hearing this unreasonable demand, Tang Yuan could only laugh. What made Xie Mingwei think she would obey her? The vase had a slender body and a smooth, fragile glaze. Even a slight mistake could leave marks or damage it. This was clearly a trap. Sorry, I can't help with this. Xie Mingwei had expected her refusal. Instead of arguing with Tang Yuan, she turned to Gao Yan beside her. Aunt Gao, it seems your daughter isn't as sensible. What do you mean? Do you think I'm not paying you enough? Gao Yan's face went pale. She gave Xie Mingwei an apologetic smile, then grabbed Tang Yuan's hand. Her voice was soft, almost pleading. Yuan, just follow Miss Xie's instructions and help out. Go wipe it. It's no big deal. Mom. Tang Yuan wanted to explain that the vase was hard to clean and that a mistake could mean compensation, but seeing her mother's somewhat forceful gaze, her heart suddenly turned cold. She suddenly recalled her mother's inexplicable request on the phone that morning. She opened her mouth, her throat dry. After a long pause, she finally said, Mom, she's my classmate. A classmate, one who had always bullied her. Gao Yan's face stiffened, her eyes darting around nervously. I know. No. No. What? Tang Yuan felt a suffocating pain burst from her heart, instantly spreading to every limb. The tips of her fingers hanging by her sides trembled almost imperceptibly. Some overlooked details from the past flashed through her mind, too fast to grasp. Xie Mingwei watched them with amusement. Tang Yuan, look at you now. She bit her lip to keep from laughing, her eyes full of glee and schadenfreude. Tang Yuan closed her eyes. When she opened them again, all the shock, sorrow, and grievance had been replaced by an icy deadness. She slowly turned around to face Xie Mingwei. Xie Mingwei, you as an employer threw my mother under the pretext of urgently needing a temporary helper, without my voluntary consent, and without a clear employment relationship, demanded that I come and assign me tasks. She paused, ignoring Xie Mingwei's bewildered expression, and continued in a clear voice. According to the relevant provisions of the labor law and the contract law, an oral agreement for temporary labor services is also legally valid. You made specific work requirements which constitutes a de facto employment offer. Tang Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Xie Mingwei. Therefore, before commencing the work you assigned, please clearly inform me of the hourly wage payment method and payment. Additionally, since the work involves valuable items, I need a written disclaimer confirming that I will not be held liable for accidental damage caused by the inherent fragility of the items or the unreasonableness of your instructions during the process of carrying out your requirements. Otherwise, I have the right to refuse to perform this work, which carries significant risks and is clearly unreasonable. With that, she finished. Xie Mingwei was clearly taken aback, then burst into exaggerated laughter. A poor wretch indeed, can't do without money. If you want to just say so, why pretend to refuse? Your mother has taken quite a sum of money. Having you wipe a vase is giving you face. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? She crossed her arms, lifted her chin high, her eyes full of venom and contempt. Gao Yin was utterly stunned as she looked at her daughter in terror, wanting to tell Tang Yuan to stop, but she was frozen in place by Tang Yuan's icy glare. Tang Yuan's tone remained calm, unaffected by her words. Since Miss Xie does not intend to pay reasonable compensation and refuses to provide basic safety guarantees, then this oral employment relationship is not established. Sorry, I won't be accompanying you. Having said that, Tang Yuan didn't even glance at Xie Mingwei's twisted face, turned around and left. Xie Mingwei hadn't expected that even with her mother present, Tang Yuan would still be so defiant. Was she really not afraid that she would fire her mother? That bitch Tang Yuan. She never plays by the rules. Seeing that she was really about to leave, Stop right there. Tang Yuan's steps did not falter. She was furious and shrieked orders. Butler Wang. Stop her. Butler Wang hesitated, no longer stepped forward and blocked Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan had no intention of forcing her way through. After all, this was their territory. She turned around and fixed her gaze back on Xie Mingwei. Seeing her stop, Xie Mingwei ground her teeth. Want money, huh? Fine, I agree. Uncle Wang, pay her 1,000 per hour and give her the written statement. Then thank you very much, miss. Tang Yuan nodded calmly. She looked at Tang Yuan's utterly composed face and felt a surge of fury rise to her head. She wanted to see Tang Yuan in pain, to see her break down, not to see her so calm. This feeling was worse than being hit by Tang Yuan. It was like a powerful punch landing on cotton with no force to exert, rebounding onto herself. Fine. Xie Mingwei squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Tang Yuan, since I paid, you'd better wipe it properly. 100 times, not one less. Uncle Wang, you stay here and watch her. She stormed up to the second floor. She was going to call her good friends. Tang Yuan couldn't be bothered to look at Xie Mingwei anymore. She followed Butler Wang to fetch the cleaning solution. Her mother also came out. Yuan. Gao Yan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't get any words out. Tang Yuan stopped, looked up at the azure sky. The sunlight was bright today, stinging her eyes. Mom'll go ahead. You go about your business. She finished speaking, didn't look back, leaving Gao Yan standing there in a daze. Tang Yuan took the cleaning solution, but instead of returning immediately, she sat down on the stones. Host, are you alright? Pet me. 0128 felt that Tang Yuan wasn't very happy. It didn't understand human emotions and didn't know how to comfort her. So it forcefully jumped into Tang Yuan's arms, rubbing its head against her arm. Host, hurry up and pet me. Shaken from her thoughts by this commotion, Tang Yuan pushed aside the emotions in her mind, placed her hand on 0128's back, and stroked it rhythmically. 0128 purred contentedly. Use consumption points to check where Xie Jiheng is now. They hadn't seen each other for over a month. Okay, 500 consumption points have been deducted. Host, he's on a plane. From the plane landing to arriving here, it will take at least 7 hours. Tang Yuan nodded at this, her hand still stroking 0128's back. He's coming soon. Gu Shooting also seems to live nearby, right? At 30,000 feet, the porthole of the private jet reflected the surging sea of clouds. The cabin was quiet save for the low hum of the engines. Xie Jihing sat back in the spacious aviation seat, his gaze fixed on the open merger. He set down the electronic pen and pressed his fingertips to his slightly furrowed brow. A faint, unspoken irritation lingered silently. How long? Xie Jihing's voice broke the silence of the cabin. Estimated arrival in Jingshi in 2 hours, Assistant Chen immediately replied. Xie Jihing nodded slightly. After landing, go straight back to Yinghai. He closed his eyes, leaned back into the chair, his long fingers pausing on the back of his phone. It's been a long time since I visited Grandma. At the villa, the atmosphere of the outdoor pool party was in full swing. The air was filled with the fragrance of perfume and music as young men and women laughed and frolicked, exuding an ambience of youth. Xie Mingwei, dressed in an expensive sequined little dress, stood like the queen of the party, surrounded by admirers, her face beaming with a bright and ostentatious smile. Wei, how can this Tang Yuan be so tolerant? No matter how we order her around, she never gets angry. Haha, look at how pathetic she is. Honestly, the maid's daughter is easy to boss around. Their mocking comments were undisguised. Tang Yuan stood nearby by the pool, hearing everything clearly, yet she was not angered. These boring words could not hurt her. Tang Yuan took out her phone and lit up the screen. The WeChat chat history was still stuck at an hour ago. Originally, she had worried that Xie Jihing would not come here, planning to secretly use a mental suggestion tool through 0128. But unexpectedly, when Xie Jihing arrived at Yinghai City, she received a call from Assistant Sun. He was still as direct as ever, asking whatever he wanted to know. Tang Yuan had no intention of hiding anything and directly told him she was at a classmate's house. She still remembered the surprise in Assistant Sun's voice when he heard the address. Lost in thought, Tang Yuan's eyes curved into a smile. Once everyone was present, the show could begin. She hoped Xie Mingwei would be impressive tonight. At that moment, Xie Mingwei was immersed in flattery when a sudden chill crept up her spine. She looked up and met Tang Yuan's smiling gaze. Rage surged straight to her head. What was she laughing at? Enjoying serving them so much. Xie Mingwei's gaze fell on Tang Yuan. She wore the simplest pure cotton white short-sleeved t-shirt and dark casual trousers. This outfit was utterly different from the glamorous little dresses around, making her stand out awkwardly, even abruptly. Though reluctant to admit it, she was indeed very beautiful. Xie Mingwei glanced around. There were quite a few boys present this time. A more malicious plan began to form in her mind. She snapped her fingers, and a follower immediately brought over a tray piled high with greasy plates and leftovers. Tang Yuan, as a servant, know your place. Xie Mingwei approached Tang Yuan. Here, take these dirty dishes to the kitchen. Your mother is busy inside, you can go help her. Xie Mingwei smiled like a venomous snake, determined to trample her dignity in front of everyone. Tang Yuan's gaze swept over the pile of filthy plates, then to Xie Mingwei's smug face. She did not move. What? Not willing. Xie Mingwei raised an eyebrow, her tone threatening. Don't forget who gave your mother this job. Tang Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. Just as Xie Mingwei thought she was about to explode, she heard Tang Yuan's soft voice. Xie Mingwei, why are you targeting me? I don't think I've ever offended you. Why? There's no why. I just don't like you, so what? Xie Mingwei smiled maliciously, stepping forward to force Tang Yuan to the edge of the pool. Tang Yuan, following her plan, stepped back, her gaze flickering briefly toward the approaching goose shooting before returning to Xie Mingwei's face. Is it because of goose shooting? Xie Mingwei looked up in surprise, thinking that Tang Yuan was indeed deliberately antagonizing her. Next time she should scratch her face. He doesn't like you. At these words, Xie Mingwei could no longer maintain her composure. You're lying. Her voice completely changed pitch. Those 4 words, doesn't like you, stabbed deep into her most sensitive nerve. The long-suppressed resentment and the profound hatred for Tang Yuan's aloof demeanor exploded like a powder keg in her mind. Bitched. She pushed Tang Yuan hard in the chest. If goose shooting didn't like her, did he like you? The moment she felt the force, Tang Yuan did not resist, but instead followed the momentum, falling backward as if struck heavily. Under everyone's watch, Tang Yuan's body lost balance. Plopped. A huge splash erupted instantly. Xie Mingwei by the pool froze for a moment, looking down at her hand. Although she had intended to push her, she felt she hadn't yet exerted much force. The sound of Tang Yuan choking on water came from the pool. Xie Mingwei stopped pondering and stood at the edge, looking down at her, struggling. Oh dear, Tang Yuan, how did you fall in? Drown? It would be best if she drowned. Her eyes were filled with malicious glee. Goose shooting had just arrived with Butler Wong when he witnessed Tang Yuan falling into the water. His pupils contracted and his Buddhist instinct outran thought. He dashed toward the pool edge. His mind went blank, leaving only the impulse to save her. He rushed to the edge, his body leaning forward, ready to dive. But another figure was faster. Plopped. Before anyone could react, that figure dove into the cold pool from another direction without hesitation. Screams erupted around. Underwater. Though prepared, Tang Yuan was caught off guard and choked on a large mouthful of water. She could still feel the faint warmth from the card's activation on her fingertips, but the pressure of the water pressed in from all sides, accompanied by the surging memories of her past lives' despair. The extreme hopelessness of being maliciously pushed into water and facing death had been etched into her bones. Her body did not sink under the card's effect, but her limbs were stiff from sheer terror. The cold pool water flooded her mouth and nose, irritating her throat, and tears mixed with water streamed from her eyes. The vision was swallowed by a deep blue, leaving only the shattered swaying halo above growing farther and farther. Suddenly a powerful arm wrapped around her waist. Xie Mingwei felt only a gust of wind pass by, and was stunned for a moment before seeing Gu Shooting suddenly appear at the pool's edge. She wanted to ask Gu Shooting why he had come, but when she saw Assistant Chen following closely behind her, face turned as pale as paper. It was her elder brother's chief assistant. Why was he here? He usually only followed her brother. At this thought, Xie Mingwei's body stiffened. Someone had just jumped into the pool. Who was it? She suddenly turned to look into the pool. Splash! The sound of water rose again, and two figures broke the surface. The familiar face made Xie Mingwei feel as if she had fallen into an icy pit. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. It's over. This time, it's truly over. The one who saved her was none other than her brother, who should have been in a foreign land thousands of miles away. Absolutely impossible to be here. Assistant Chen watched as his boss jumped without hesitation, ignoring the suddenly fallen Xie Mingwei. Instead, he calmly took out his phone to call the family doctor, while also summoning the security guards to maintain order. Xie Jihing carried Tang Yuan and strode onto the edge of the shallow area in a few steps. The pool water cascaded down their clinging bodies with a loud splash. The expensive suit clung to his body, outlining his lean and powerful frame. Tang Yuan opened her eyes, air rushing back into her burning lungs. She coughed violently, tears of physiological reaction streaming down like a burst dam. She instinctively grabbed his soaked lapels, her fingertips icy and trembling. Through the cold, drenched fabric, she could feel the steady beat of his heart against his chest. Mr. Xia. She was drenched, her thin clothes clinging to her delicate curves, outlining a heart-stopping vulnerability. Water droplets kept rolling off her disheveled wet hair. Her clear eyes now held only a panicked helplessness as she choked and coughed, her chest heaving violently. Seeing her like this, Xie Jihing felt his heart clench as if by an invisible hand. He knelt on one knee beside Tang Yuan, one hand steadily supporting her trembling shoulder, while the other gently patted her back to help her breathe. Don't talk. Inhale slowly. Cough. Cough. Tang Yuan's body heaved violently. Each bout of coughing drained her strength. Her face was as pale as paper, the last trace of color fading from her lips. Xie Jihing patted her back, gently, his brow furrowed without a break. Gu Shooting also ran over at this moment, leaning in to check on Tang Yuan's condition. Tang Yuan, are you all right? He wanted to do something, but it seemed he was no longer needed. Yet the concern surging in the young man's eyes was unmistakable. He was very worried about her. Xie Jiheng raised his eyes and glanced at him, saying nothing. Finally, the coughing subsided. Tang Yuan's body suddenly went limp and weak, her consciousness fading, and she pitched forward like a broken marionette. Xie Jiheng's eyes sharpened. The hand supporting her shoulders slid down instantly, encircling her waist and back, while his other arm hooked under her knees, lifting her horizontally into his arms. He tilted his head slightly, his dry, warm lips inadvertently brushing against her cold, damp forehead. It's all right now. Then Xie Jiheng slowly raised his eyes. His gaze instantly pierced through the chaotic light and shadows, landing precisely on the pallid Xie Mingwei standing on the shore. For only a second, he didn't spare her another glance. Xie Mingwei was startled by that look, shivering, as if her blood had frozen in that moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them, including Gu Zuding's. He had witnessed that man jump in without even taking off his suit jacket. He had saved Tang Yuan again. His hand instinctively reached out toward Tang Yuan's wet arm, wanting to help support her. Xie Jiheng instinctively turned half his body away, avoiding Gu Zuding's outstretched hand. Assistant Chen draped a towel over Tang Yuan and Xie Jiheng's arms. President Xie, the doctor will be here soon. Xie Jiheng nodded and strode off with large steps. The pool water still rippled, the music still blared, but everyone felt an invisible chill radiating. Gu Shooting stood frozen, staring at their retreating figures, somewhat dazed. If only he could have been faster. But there was no if. Xie Mingwei took in the whole scene, and alongside fear, it all felt surreal to her. It was understandable that Gu Shooting cared. After all, they were classmates. But her brother. Her pupils dilated in extreme shock because she saw the complex and intense emotion in her brother's eyes as he lowered his head. Emotion, a sense of absurdity, swept over her. This feeling was 10,000 times more agonizing than death. She wanted to scream, to drag Tang Yuan out of her brother's arms, but she didn't dare. She trembled uncontrollably from fear and from rage. Brother, brother, Xie Mingwei tried to explain. What she got in return was an even colder look from Xie Jiheng, not anger but utter disappointment and ice. The crowd of onlookers hastily stepped back, clearing a path. Just as he was about to pass by Xie Mingwei, who stood stiff as a statue holding Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, who had been quietly curled up in Xie Jiheng's arms, as if unable to bear the lingering chill, burrowed her face deeper into his firm, warm chest. However, just as her cheek brushed against the front of his soaked shirt, she suddenly turned her face towards Xie Mingwei's direction. Her closed eyelashes trembled ever so slightly like butterfly wings. Next in the line of sight of Xie Mingwei, who was staring at her with extreme fear and venom, Tang Yuan's closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Her eyes were no longer filled with panic and helplessness, nor confusion and daze. Instead, they held a condescending mockery and an undisguised victory. Under Xie Mingwei's horrified gaze, the corners of her lips curled upward into a clear arc extremely slowly. Silent yet deafening. It passed in an instant. So fast it seemed like an illusion. But Xie Mingwei knew it was no mistake. She had seen it clearly. Tang Yuan was faking it. Brother. Xie Mingwei pointed at Tang Yuan with trembling fingers. But Xie Jiheng didn't stop walking. All his attention was focused on getting Tang Yuan out of this chaos as quickly as possible. Feeling Tang Yuan shrink, he even held her tighter, and his broad hand instinctively gave her shoulder a soothing pat. This action made Xie Mingwei break down even more. She just watched helplessly as that bitch in her brother's arms, after humiliating her with her eyes, acted so innocent, and her brother, oblivious to this, still held her in that protective posture as if she were a treasure. Her brother was usually so smart, why couldn't he see that she was a bitch? A huge sense of injustice and despair coiled around her heart like a cold viper. The next second, the anger, frustration, and fear that had swelled to the limit burst like a flood, instantly shattering her fragile nerves. Her vision went black, and she seemed to hear the dull thud of her own body. She fainted from anger. The heavy solid wood door closed silently behind Xie Jiheng, sealing off the warm lamplight of the master bedroom and the fragile figure on the bed. The corridor was carpeted with imported woolen rugs of excellent sound absorption. The crystal chandelier cast a light that was bright, yet cold, reflecting the tall, upright figure. Xie Jiheng casually pushed back his damp hair, a few strands falling over his forehead, not slovenly, but adding a sharp edge and lingering ferocity. Steward Wang stood a few paces away, cold sweat beading on his brow. Young master, this time it was my oversight. Xie Jiheng looked up at the over 50-year-old Steward Wang. Oversight? He doubted it. Uncle Wang, go back to the old residence tomorrow. I'll speak to father. Yes. Steward Wang's back instantly hunched. He offered no resistance, no argument. Now it was the eldest young master who held sway in the Xie family. Silence fell again in the corridor. Xie Jiheng leaned against the wall, his brow bone, casting a sharp edge in the shadow. Those eyes, usually hiding turbulent currents, were now frosted over. Until Tang Yuan's voice came from inside the room. She had changed into soft, clean home clothes, wrapped in a thick quilt, her small face buried in the pillow, damp hair clinging to her cheeks, her lips so pale they were almost translucent. A young maid was gently tucking the blanket around her. Where is Mr. Xie? Her voice was as light as a feather brushing against one's heart. Xie Jiheng halted his retreating steps. At the sound of where is Mr. Xie, the frozen deep pool in his eyes stirred with a barely perceptible ripple. The next second a knock came, then the door opened to admit the family doctor and his assistant. Tang Yuan looked toward them, not at the doctor, but at Xie Jiheng, standing in the doorway. Her moist, misty eyes bypassed everyone else, landing directly on Xie Jiheng, who had just entered. A watery gleam trembled in her eyes, as if veiled by fog. She moved her lips, seeming to want to speak to him. Xie Jiheng averted his gaze, his expression impassive, but his jaw tightened. The doctor began a professional and rapid examination. Mr. Xie. Her voice was soft and tender, carrying a perfectly measured hint of fragility, the tail rising slightly, like a wronged child finally seeing the only adult she could rely on. That call struck Xie Jiheng's hard-won calm with precise accuracy. His pupils contracted sharply. Though he said nothing, his feet had already moved. In a few steps, he was at the head of the bed. He did not come too close, maintaining a distance that offered security without excessive intimacy. The doctor finished quickly. Miss Tang only swallowed some water and suffered a fright. Nothing serious. Xie Jiheng listened to the doctor's words and gave a slight nod. After the examination, the assistant brought a cup of warm salted sugar water. Miss, drink some water to replenish. It will make you feel better. Tang Yuan tried to prop herself up to take it. Xie Jiheng was faster. He leaned down, one hand naturally supporting her back to help her sit up a little. With his other hand, he took the warm water from the assistant. He brought it to Tang Yuan's lips, his voice low. Drink slowly. Tang Yuan glanced at his expressionless face, then took small sips of the warm salted sugar water from his hand. The temperature soothed her chilled stomach, the sweetness dispelling. For convenience, her cool fingertips unconsciously rested on his wrist that held the cup. The excessive coolness of her temperature made the hand supporting her back tighten slightly for a moment. His gaze fell on her defenseless face, growing deeper. Tang Yuan could clearly feel the tension in his wrist muscles at that instant, and the gaze falling on her head becoming more intense and burning, yet forcibly. She pretended not to notice. Xie Jiheng held her half-embraced, letting her lean against his solid forearm, and personally fed her most of the water. The air was filled only with the sound of her small swallows and his steady breathing. After feeding her, he carefully helped her lie back down, meticulously tucking the blanket around her. He looked at Tang Yuan's half-closed eyelids, not giving her a chance to speak. His voice softened sleep for a while. "I'm not leaving." Tang Yuan's eyelashes fluttered twice, then she finally relaxed her tension. The effect of the sedative began to take hold. Her taut nerves gradually loosened, and fatigue surged like a tide. Her eyelids grew heavy, her consciousness blurring. Xie Jiheng still stood by the bed, a silent guardian tower. He watched as she fell into a deep sleep under the drug's effect, her breathing steady and slow. After a long while, he raised his hand and brushed the back of his fingers against her forehead, which was exposed above the blanket. In the dead of night in the master bedroom, the heavy curtains shut out the outside world. Only a bedside lamp dimmed to its lowest cast a hazy yellowish glow, barely outlining the furniture, leaving most of the space to deep darkness. On the bed, Tang Yuan slept restlessly. An icy, piercing darkness instantly swallowed her. It was not the chlorine of a swimming pool, but the foul, turbid water of a lake reeking of rotting seaweed. Countless slimy, icy hands reached up from the pitch-black depths, clinging tightly to her ankles, dragging her into a lightless abyss. She tried to scream, but the foul river water poured madly into her mouth and nose, burning her trachea, crushing her lungs. The suffocating despair coiled around her like a python, crushing her consciousness. Above the water, a twisted, grinning face wavered, filled with malicious glee. Suppressed, pained whimpers escaped Tang Yuan's lips, starkly clear in the dead silent room. Her body convulsed violently under the blanket like a fish out of water, making its final struggle. Her pale forehead instantly beaded with fine sweat, her long lashes trembled violently, and her eyeballs moved rapidly beneath closed lids. She gripped the sheet beneath her tightly, her knuckles white with strain. Suddenly, a hand with a thin layer of calluses gently covered her ice-cold hand. His palm was scorching hot, carrying a burning vitality, starkly contrasting with the coldness of her fingertips. And at the moment his palm fully enveloped her, cold, Tang Yuan's tensed, convulsing body slowly relaxed. Her hand wrapped in his, even curled unconsciously in his palm, like a nestling seeking shelter, finding a warm nest. And that little movement struck Xie Jiheng's heart like a heavy hammer. An indescribable palpitation and strange satisfaction flooded him instantly. His gaze fell heavily on her sleeping face, now calm. The emotions he had suppressed burst through the dam, spilling over. He abruptly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were calm. She was too young, many things she did not yet understand, but he understood. He released her hand and stood to leave. Half asleep, Tang Yuan murmured, don't go." His tall figure froze. His gaze fell on her cheek, buried in the pillow. Her lashes fluttered slightly, her lips a sickly pale, like fragile porcelain, beautiful and delicate. The silent room was left with only the disordered heartbeat. Finally, he knelt on one knee, completely enveloping her soft, warm hand in his burning palm. Unable to restrain himself any longer, his hot breath brushed against her slender wrist. His cool lips, with a trembling hesitance, gently pressed against the back of her hand. "I'm here. Sleep well." Xie Jiheng had not slept a wink all night. Only when the sky began to lighten did he slowly rise. Through the gap in the heavy curtains of the master bedroom, a faint halo of light stole in. He took one last look at her peaceful profile, confirming she was safe, then silently withdrew from the master bedroom. The moment he closed the door behind him, the face that had just been filled with tenderness and exhaustion instantly froze. He walked toward the study, and at the corner leading to it, he ran into the newly arrived butler, who wore a cautious expression. "Sir." The butler bowed slightly, keenly sensing the unusual chill radiating from Xie Jiheng, and lowered his voice considerably. Xie Jiheng did not pause his steps, only tossing out a curt question, "Is Xie Mingwei awake?" "The young lady is awake in her room. Tell her to come to the study." He was succinct. With that, he pushed open the study door directly. The butler froze for a moment, then immediately set down the tray and hurried toward the young lattice room. Inside the study, Assistant Chun had long been standing at attention before the large mahogany desk, clearly waiting for some time. "President Xie, the records of Miss Ming Wei's activities over this period are all here." Xie Jiheng nodded and reached out to take the file folder. Since she dared to bully others so openly, she must have done it more than once. Xie Jiheng opened it. Inside was a thick stack of printed investigation reports. The further he read, the colder his aura grew. Finally, he reached the last page of the report. He did not immediately close the folder. Instead, he slowly leaned back into the spacious chair and closed his eyes. The study fell into a dead silence. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. In those deep eyes, all the storms seemed forcibly suppressed, leaving only a calm that chilled one. He deftly retrieved the surveillance footage from the villa's security system. The images fast-forwarded and finally froze at the fatal moment by the pool. He had only been away for a month, and Xie Mingwei had already stirred up so much trouble. And the victim happened to be her. The world was so small. Cruelly small. He raised his hand and pressed hard against his throbbing temples, his knuckles turning white from the force. A heart that had been dormant for over 20 years had just glimpsed the light of day, only to plunge into an abyss within seconds. Guilt, like a surging black tide, instantly engulfed him, nearly suffocating him. Footsteps sounded outside the study door. Xie Mingwei stood outside, not daring to enter immediately. Her brother's icy gaze from yesterday still made her tremble inwardly. She knew that since her brother had witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not let it slide easily. Half a year ago, she had promised her brother she would mend her ways, but she never expected him to return so suddenly. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. She just felt terribly. The memory of the unbearable life from last year flashed through her mind, and her body trembled involuntarily. She didn't want to live that way again. Countless excuses raced through her mind as she raised her hand and cautiously pushed open the door. Brother. She didn't dare come all the way and just stood by the door, her voice barely a whisper. Brother, you wanted to see me. Xie Jihing said, nothing, not even lifting his head. Xie Mingwei stood frozen in place. What she feared most was her brother's state of profound silence like this. It had been the same last year. If the family hadn't intervened, she would probably have been sent away. Though she wasn't sent away, in the end her life hadn't been any better than it would have been. That was when she realized how ruthless her brother, whom she saw only a few times a year, could be. Heartless and cold-blooded. He didn't treat her as family at all. Her admiration for her brother had mostly vanished that time. It was also then she learned that even her father could not control her brother. Once her brother made a decision, almost no one could change it, except Grandpa. But Grandpa never hid his disgust for her. At first she felt hurt, because she didn't like that old man who always wore a stern face and had a bad temper either. In this family, only her father was good to her. Just as Xie Mingwei was growing uneasy, Xie Jihing finally come in and closed the door. Hearing this, Xie Mingwei reluctantly entered. Assistant Chun had already left when Xie Mingwei pushed the door open. The office was now left with only the two of them. Xie Jihing finally raised his eyes to look at Xie Mingwei. They were the same age, yet how could they be so different? The pale, frightened face of the girl lingered in his mind. Xie Jihing's expression turned even colder. Xie Mingwei, you are utterly beyond redemption. Xie Mingwei's face instantly turned ashen. This sentence chilled her more than any rebuke. Her lips trembling, she finally found her voice and tried to explain. Brother, listen to me. She provoked me first. And at school she always. She stopped mid-sentence, cold sweat beading instantly. She had almost let it slip. The things at school. He absolutely must not know. She lifted her eyes to steal a glance at Xie Jihing, her heart pounding. She was so focused on hiding the school matters that she never imagined Xie Jihing already knew. Xie Jihing said nothing, quietly waiting for her to continue. But Xie Mingwei dared not mention school at all. The air fell into a thick silence which only made Xie Mingwei more terrified. She stood with her head down, trying to make herself insignificant, waiting for Xie Jihing's judgment. But Xie Jihing merely raised his wrist to check his watch and still said nothing. 10 minutes later, Xie Qingzong pushed the door open, looking travel-worn. He had clearly rushed back as soon as he received the news, his suit jacket casually draped over his arm, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, his breathing slightly hurried. His gaze first swept over the rigid Xie Mingwei, then turned to his son. Xiaoheng, what are you doing? But when he saw the coldness on his son's face, Xie Qingzong's heart sank heavily. This son of his had never been close to him, owing to the old man's forceful upbringing and his own neglect. The chill in those eyes now made even him as a father. Xie Mingwei saw her savior and scrambled to throw herself at her father, clinging tightly to his leg. Dad, you're finally here. Brother is going to destroy me over an outsider. Though Xie Jihing hadn't said what he would do to her, she knew very well what the outcome would be. She had just managed to get back to a normal life and didn't want to go back. That would be worse than death. She cried and ranted incoherently, pouring all her resentment onto Tang Yuan, trying to stir her father's strongest protective instinct. Xie Qingzong bent down to help his daughter up, but Xie Mingwei only clung to his leg and wailed. Xie Jihing's expression showed little change, but when he saw the pity in his father's eyes for Xie Mingwei, a deep weariness and understanding flickered in his gaze. Xiaoheng, she is your sister. Can't we talk this out properly? Dad, Xie Jihing cut him off. Do you know what Xie Mingwei did yesterday? Xie Qingzong was momentarily speechless. He knew. Xie Mingwei had called him yesterday, and Butler Wang had also informed him, which was why he had rushed back overnight from the capital. Xie Jiheng stood up. He was very tall, half a head taller than Xie Qingzong, exuding immense pressure. Pushing a classmate who can't swim into the pool. She's got quite the nerve. In serious terms, that's attempted murder. No, I didn't. Xie Mingwei, emboldened by her father's presence, shrieked in denial at such a grave accusation. It was that bitch Tang Yuan who fell in herself. Why blame her? Shut up. Xie Qingzong suddenly barked, making her fall silent, instantly staring at her father in shock. You go out first. Let me talk to your brother. Xie Mingwei didn't want to leave, she felt aggrieved. It was just a small matter. Why not just pay some compensation? Why make such a big... Tang Yuan wasn't even dead. Tang Yuan. Yes, Tang Yuan. She abruptly looked up at Xie Jiheng, as if suddenly understanding something. Even though she didn't want to believe it, the truth was right before her. Brother. Xie Mingwei stared fixedly at Xie Jiheng's face. I'm your own sister. And now you're treating me like this for an outsider. She took a deep breath, mustering all her strength, and with a reckless, frantic scream demanded, Dare you say you have no selfish motives? Are you in love with? No. Xie Jiheng cut her off, his eyes icy as he looked at her with a warning. The invisible pressure made Xie Mingwei feel as if her throat were being squeezed. Her lips moved a few times, but in the end she dared not utter the words. Yet her brother's reaction was like a heavy hammer smashing into her remaining pride and the identity she relied on to survive. Brother could love anyone, but why did it have to be? She recalled the photo from the club last time. The man in the photo was indeed her brother. And Tang Yuan had known all along. She had done it on purpose. In a corner she couldn't see, she had been secretly seducing her brother. This realization exploded in her mind, overwhelming everything else. She felt like a complete and utter joke. In the early morning of mid-September, the breath of early autumn had already quietly permeated the air. The morning light, carrying a hint of crispness, filtered through the partially drawn window screen, casting dappled shadows on the floor of the guest room. The air had shed the residual heat of late summer, now carrying a trace of coolness. Tang Yuan, dressed in a light-colored loungewear, revealed her arms and calves. Her thick hair was loosely gathered at the nape of her neck, exposing the graceful lines of her neck and collarbone. A few unruly strands fell against her cheek, adding a touch of languid vulnerability. She sat on the edge of the bed, slightly bowing her head, her back straight. Her bare feet rested on the dark wooden floor, her ankles slender, her toes like delicate shells. Xie Jiheng, after finishing his conversation with her father, pushed open the door and saw this scene. Tang Yuan heard the sound and looked up at him. Her gaze, still clouded with the haze of waking, met his weary eyes directly. Their eyes locked. Xie Jiheng clearly saw a flicker of surprise flash through Tang Yuan's beautiful eyes the moment his heart was struck hard by that look of trust and surprise. An indescribable feeling surged within him. Mr. Xie, you didn't leave. Her voice was clearly laced with delight. Just woke up. He strode over and pressed down on Tang Yuan's attempt to rise. Tang Yuan was forced to sit back down on the edge. One was sitting, the other standing. They were very close. Xie Jiheng was too tall. Tang Yuan had to tilt her head back to see his face. And Xie Jiheng's gaze almost instinctively moved downward, landing again on her bare feet, resting on the floor. Pale, slender, unconsciously curling. Xie Jiheng's brow furrowed slightly. Before the smile on Tang Yuan's lips had fully faded, his tall figure had already lowered itself. The next second a warmth spread around her ankle. His hand grasped her right ankle firmly. The grip was not heavy, but enough to prevent her from easily breaking free. Tang Yuan let out a subconscious gasp, her voice carrying the slight hoarseness of just waking and a hint of surprise at the sudden assault. Her eyes widened, unable to believe that this man, who seemed to have shed all gentlemanly pretenses overnight, had become so forceful. Xie Jiheng seemed not to hear the soft exclamation, or if he did, he paid it no mind. His attention was entirely on the delicate skin in his grasp. The icy touch at his fingertips caused his brows to furrow almost imperceptibly. The coldness seeped through his palms straight to his heart, more intense than he had imagined. The floor is cold. He moved with swift precision, slipping the soft silk slipper onto the right foot he held firmly. You? Should she say thank you at this moment? Tang Yuan hesitated, her eyes filled with a mix of shame and anger, but she ultimately did not resist. Xie Jiheng did not look up, but from the slight tremor in her foot, he could guess her. He steadily slipped the second slipper onto her foot, but instead of rising immediately, he lifted his gaze slightly to look at her. The morning light seemed to brighten a little more, outlining her slender figure and illuminating the lingering bewilderment on her face, as well as the faint blush spreading to the tips of her ears. Tang Yuan looked down at her now shod feet. Thank you for saving me again. Xie Jiheng did not respond immediately. But Tang Yuan did not mind as she continued. Is this still King Wan? I remember. She turned to look out the window, as if uncertain of her whereabouts. He finally replied. Then, why are you here? This is a private residential area. And the others? Tang Yuan struck first. Xie Jiheng's heart sank heavily at her series of questions. The terrifying scene by the pool the night before instantly became vivid. She was sinking helplessly into the water, her pale face, her clothes soaked through. And the instigator of it all was his own sister. His throat went dry. How could he explain that this was his property, that Xie Mingwei was his sister? Do you know Xie Mingwei? Tang Yuan, seeing his silence, wanted to ask directly. But Xie Jiheng averted her gaze, his eyes falling on her slippered feet. I'm sorry. Tang Yuan's eyelashes fluttered violently, as if startled by the sudden apology. The confusion in her eyes deepened with a hint of bewilderment. Why are you apologizing? His throat felt as dry as sandpaper, each swallow accompanied by a sharp sting. Finally, he turned his head and looked into her puzzled eyes, as if summoning all his strength to force the heavy words from his parched throat. I'm sorry. Xie Mingwei is my sister. As the words fell, Tang Yuan froze for a moment, then the color drained from her face. Her eyes, which had just been filled with questions, widened in shock. Your sister? She could hardly believe it. Her voice trembled with disbelief, a breathy sound squeezed from the depths of her throat. Xie Mingwei is your real sister. This is your home. She instinctively wanted to step back, but there was nowhere to go. In her bewildered, shocked gaze, Xie Jiheng slowly nodded. How could it be? Tang Yuan's eyes dimmed instantly when she saw him nod. Tears quickly gathered in her eyes, glistening droplets hanging on her long lashes, poised to fall, more devastating than any outcry. Xie Jiheng looked up and saw her like this, his breath caught in his throat. He almost knelt on one knee, wanting to say something, but her accusing gaze rendered him speechless. After a long moment, Tang Yuan. He finally found his voice, but it was hoarse and strained. What happened last night? I cannot express my regret in words. But believe me, I will give you an explanation. He raised his hand to wipe away her trembling tears. Tang Yuan turned her head away to avoid his touch. He had just touched her feet, and now he wanted to touch her face. No way.